Chapter 91 Air Magic. Don't learn math? You can, as long as you remember the spell model I just showed you completely. The relative position of each point, the length, thickness, and relative position of each line. As long as you can memorize these data, you don't need this coordinate method. Emolan shrugged. After all, math is just a method and skill to remember this, or it's not math at all, it's just borrowing the 3-axis coordinate system. Forget it, I'll still remember the coordinates. But do we need to use this spell model every time we fight and cast spells? It's so complicated, how can anyone remember it? No, don't we have spell slots? We just need to memorize the spell slots in the spell slots in advance, and then activate them when we need to use them. But as for how to memorize the spell model, there are only a dozen spell nodes, and the length and thickness data of the node connection lines. Is it hard to remember? Very hard, really hard. Su Zengxi was confused. Oh, then you can make a spell book, specially for memorizing spells. Whenever you need to memorize a spell, take it out and flip through it, and memorize it by looking at the spell book. But if you really want to become, or should I say really want to play a good mage, then memorizing the spell model, knowing the spell model by heart, and being able to recite it by heart is the most basic operation. This is the basic skill. Okay, I understand. Emolan saw Su Zengxin start to memorize the spell model, and nodded slightly. Okay, don't rush to this point, I'll teach you how to memorize. First, use your mental power to enter the spell position, this is very simple. Then according to the spell model, condense mental power little by little to form spell nodes. You can condense 2 spell nodes first, and then condense the magic line connecting them. Based on this, slowly extend other magic lines, extend other spell nodes. Remember that no matter the position of the spell node or the length of the magic line, the thickness cannot change at all. If it is wrong, it will fail. If you feel that you can't calibrate, then use mental power to condense a 3-axis coordinate system, then bring in the coordinates one by one, form spell nodes, and finally condense magic lines according to the connection between points. You can completely trust the feeling of mental power. As long as you are serious and form a habit. Its accuracy is very scary. Not worse than the accuracy of machine tools. And failure is a very normal thing. Do it little by little. When you are proficient enough, you will succeed naturally. There is no shortcut. No method. Only practice makes perfect. Su Zengxin tried again and again. And Emolan was not idle either. He leaned back in his chair, and deduced the spell model of air magic little by little. 4 of the 9 spell nodes of the air spell have been determined. Not long after, the 5th one slowly emerged, and Emolan showed a smile on his face. No requirements are the most difficult requirements, and when Emolan determined the 4th spell node, he actually added a requirement for the subsequent nodes of the spell model. So in fact, the further you go, the easier the deduction work will be. After clicking the 5th spell node, the 2 magic lines are quickly connected. The 6th, the 7th. The spell model of the air spell has already taken shape, and then, Emolan determined the 8th spell node. After connecting the magic lines, Emolan took a deep breath and stopped. The last spell node, and the 2 spell nodes in the transformation structure form the last central control structure. If so, this spell node should exist as the core node of the spell model. It is the only triple node. Quickly deducing. All known spell models flashed through his mind. Over and over again. Not long after, a spell node emerged in the spell model, and 3 magic lines extended out, forming the entire 9 spell nodes into a whole. Enter the spell slot, air spell. Emolan lightly pointed, a spell model appeared, and then collapsed. Emolan fell into silence, and deduced and verified the spell nodes one by one in his mind. The magic lines between the 1st, 2nd, 3rd spell nodes are too thick and too long, and the ability to gather elements is too strong, which will damage the subsequent transformation structure. Emolan quickly found the reason, and made modifications immediately. After the modification, it was released again, air spell. It still collapsed, because the modification of the first 3 magic lines caused a large number of subsequent magic lines to go wrong, which caused the transformation structure to be unbalanced. It feels like I fixed one bug, and dozens of bugs popped up here. Emolan began to modify the operation errors of the spell model. One move affects the whole body. Every spell model is almost perfect, which is simply a gift from heaven and earth. Emolan sighed slightly, and continued to devote himself to the modification with passion. At this time, Su Zengxin suddenly pointed forward. Stone wall spell. A 3-meter high, 3-meter wide, and 30-centimeter thick stone wall rose quickly. Huh? Did you succeed? Mo Lan looked at Su Zongxin in surprise, and said happily when he saw him, Yes, I succeeded. Good. Mo Lan applauded, and stood up to open a large classroom next to the classroom. Go in, release the stone wall spell 100 times. When your mental power is exhausted, memorize the spell model, and continue to release it when it recovers. Yes. Su Zongxin was very excited when he felt the door to the new world, and went directly to the large classroom next to him to start practicing. Release the spell, memorize the spell model, release the spell, memorize the spell model. While Su Zongxin was training hard, Mo Lan did not slack off at all, and perfected the spell model of the air spell bit by bit. The defects of the air spell model are getting fewer and fewer, and the whole spell model is becoming more compact, which makes Mo Lan look more beautiful. After the modification, it is released once. The crash after the release allows Mo Lan to immediately identify where the problem comes from. In this way, time passes little by little, and Mo Lan casts the spell again. He stares at the spell model with his mental power tense. He originally wanted to wait for the spell model to collapse and observe it, but surprisingly, the wizard emerges, and a wind element gathers over. Then, streams of air gushed out from it, making Mo Lan stunned. I succeeded? Mo Lan felt a little bit of disbelief. I clearly felt a few loopholes when it was running just now, but why can it still run? And it really transformed into air. In the gentle breeze, Mo Lan fell into silence. Using this spell model to continue casting spells, looking at those loopholes, and feeling the fresh air brought by the air spell, his head was full of question marks. Forget it, use it first, and then slowly improve and optimize it later. Mo Lan seriously suspected that as long as he corrected the defects, this spell model would immediately go on strike, and a bunch of new defects would emerge. I also succeeded. This spell will be called Air Spell. And the grade, level 1? It seems that it is not enough, less than level 1, so let's call it a trick. Trick Air Spell. Chapter 92 Biological Detection. Mo Lan looked at the model of the air spell he created, and then looked at the model of the original Wind Blade spell. It's terrible. Although Mo Lan said this, his chest was still full of pride. I successfully created a spell. Although this was just a small trick, it was a great progress for Mo Lan. This was a breakthrough from zero, and the achievement in this area was even more exciting. Let's leave the air spell alone for now. I might be able to study the light spell when I have time. Mo Lan looked up at the simple torches around him, and thought with his chin supported by one hand. Otherwise, how can we rely on torches for lighting in the underground palace? It's ugly, smoky, and increases oxygen consumption. Just as Mo Lan was pondering, Su Zongxin, with a pale face, came over. Report to the instructor. 100 releases completed. 100 more. Mo Lan, who was thinking about the problem, said subconsciously. Su Zongxin was stunned, but still returned the same way. Yes. When Mo Lan reacted, Su Zongxin had already walked in. It's easy to say. Forget it. It's a good thing to practice more. You won't die anyway. After all, memorizing spells and casting spells are the basis of a mage. Mo Lan convinced himself and continued to think. Zhou Peng walked in. First went to the side to check on Su Zongxin's situation, and then walked to Mo Lan's side. Expert Mo, have you decided where to go? Just below Mirror Lake. Directly below? Yes. We are next to Mirror Lake now, which is convenient for construction. To the south, Mirror Lake is not far from Taishu Town, and it is about a day's journey from Hanfeng City. To the north, it will take about 1 or 2 days to enter the depths of the mountains, where the monsters are really dense, and this aspect will not be left behind. Isn't this good? Zhou Peng pondered for a moment after hearing this. What about the difficulty of construction? After all, it is under a lake. What if it collapses? You can rest assured. Whether it is under a lake or under soil, the difference in collapse is not big. Zhou Peng was even more worried. Forget it, you decide. By the way, what do you think of Su Zongxin? Good talent, suitable personality, good perseverance, you are lucky. Such a good evaluation? What about others? Mo Lan walked out of the small classroom after hearing this, looking at the students, who were still busy changing jobs in the lecture hall. Some seem to be working hard, but are actually lazy, while others are indeed working hard, but have not changed their jobs yet. Well, they can all change their jobs. Hearing Mo Lan's evaluation, Zhou Peng nodded with some disappointment. Zopeng left, and Imolan walked into the innermost venue. Su Zongxin was casting spells again and again. Every time Su Zongxin cast the stone wall spell, he would pause for a while. Although he had memorized the spell model by heart, it still took some time to remember it. Imolan waited silently, waiting for Su Zongxin to complete the 100th release of the stone wall technique. After the 100th release, Su Zongxin looked dazed and stumbled while turning around and almost fell. Go offline and sleep, and go online to continue the class in 8 hours. Su Zongxin's body swayed and staggered up, supporting his tired body to return to his room on the first floor, and fell asleep on the bed. The principle of the real game is dream, and the entire game world is formed through the technical control of dreams. This game is the common dream of all players. Su Zongxin is dreaming in his sleep at this moment, playing games in his dreams, and sleeping in the game. Imolan sits down to continue studying the spell model. But it is not the light spell that he planned to study before. It is the first level spell Stone Skin. He has always had a doubt about Stone Skin, which is also the last doubt in his first level spell model. Imolan knows every structure and function of all other first level spells. And this is precisely the basis for Imolan to successfully create the trick of air. But the only thing he didn't understand, Stone Skin, was like a thorn in his throat, making him extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, during this period of research, he had a new understanding of the spell model, and he had an inspiration for the doubts about Stone Skin. The source of inspiration was the newly created air spell. Since the central control of air spell is composed of a node and 2 spell nodes in the conversion structure, then could this hidden function in Stone Skin be caused by a similar structure? Does Stone Skin have such a hidden structure? With this idea in mind, Imolan searched carefully, and the spell model of Stone Skin emerged in his mind, over and over again, bit by bit. Finally, on the 3rd time, with special attention, Imolan finally found some details. This structure is interesting. Imolan looked at this hidden structure composed of a spell node, 3 central control nodes, 2 transformation nodes, a total of 6 spell nodes. This seems to be before activating the spell. First emit an elemental wave through the elements, then the elemental wave rebounds after contacting the target, and carries the information back. If it is a living creature, then the Stone Skin technique constructs the Stone Skin according to the previous information. If it is not a living creature, then the Stone Skin technique fails to release. This wave emitted by the Stone Skin technique seems to be particularly sensitive to living creatures, and it will rebound when touched, but it is not sensitive to non-living creatures. Imolan pondered, but thought of something in his mind. I was planning to find a detection spell, or develop one, but I never found one. I also didn't find a way to improve several spells that might assist detection, such as the Gale spell. But I didn't expect to find hope in an individual enhancement spell. It's really like planting flowers with care, but they don't bloom. But planting willows by accident, but they grow into a shade. Imolan was quite emotional, and once again cast his eyes on the hidden structure in the Stone Skin spell, with eagerness in his eyes. If this kind of detection wave can spread over a large area, with its sensitivity to organisms, it can be used as a detection spell. Imolan, who was slightly excited, immediately found a corner to sit down and devoted himself to the research work. Stone Skin is only a first-level spell. The spell model is not complicated, but its structure is extremely delicate. Behind the structure on the surface, there are also some spell nodes composed of different structural nodes. To enhance the detection, that is, to increase the intensity of this detection wave, let it spread to a farther place, so that it can carry information and reflect back. Then it is necessary to strengthen the part that receives the detection wave, so that it can receive information and transmit it to the brain after interpretation. Imolan pondered. There are rules for the former, but for the final reception of information, how can we see the detected information being guided out? The previous Stone Skin would not transmit the received information to the brain. Imolan fell silent after hearing this. Chapter 93 Underground Palace Plan. Why don't we try to extract this hidden structure and design a separate biological detection spell? Imolan pondered for a moment, and boldly proposed this idea. This was far from the confidence before the creation of air spell. But Imolan can now face the creation spell, and think about the feasibility of this creation spell. It is indeed possible. But the grade of this biological detection spell is definitely the first ring. This means that at least more than 20 spell nodes are needed. And some of the structures are still something I have never touched before. This is a bit difficult, Imolan thought. Although it seems very difficult, Imolan is not afraid at all, but rather eager to try. The technique guide, the central control, the one responsible for spreading the detection wave, the one responsible for collecting the echo, the one responsible for exporting the detection result, these are all necessary structures for creating this biological detection technique. Emolan was fully immersed in the research. Zopeng brought him lunch. And the same was true for dinner. Emolan didn't get up until dark, and sighed slightly. Alas, it's too difficult. With my current knowledge level, it's probably difficult to create this spell. Emolan said to himself with some disappointment. Let's put it aside for now. I still need some time to accumulate experience. Emolan stretched his body, and his disappointment was swept away. He felt a little comfortable. He saw two problems at once. The problem of the hidden function of the stone skin spell was solved directly. Although the detection spell has not been created yet. At least there is a direction. Otherwise, it will take a long time for it to be truly released. Comfortable. Instructor, we have successfully changed our jobs. Zopeng came over with 4 students. Emolan nodded when he heard this. Just in time. He saw Su Zongxin getting up. Su Zongxin, you come and teach them. After they are taught, they can practice. Yes. After Su Zongxin brought the people in, Emolan called Zopeng, Ding Jin, Zhang Haobo over. Emolan, why did you call us? We were just planning to go out and fight monsters. Ding Jin asked. Come and take a look. This is the sketch I just drew. What do you think? Emolan showed his system panel. It was drawn in a crystal shape, like a drawing of 2 pyramid shapes. One facing up and one facing down. Spliced together. The underground world I imagine should be an entire underground dome. With light sources hanging all over the dome. And an underground forest under the dome. We built houses and cities inside the forest. But later, I realized that it was not very realistic, and could not be achieved with the current strength. So I gave up. Then I conceived the current plan. First, a right pyramid. The top layer is our main external portal. The second layer, and the third layer are cache layers, which can be abandoned and collapsed at any time. The fourth layer is our living layer, used for living, training, and living. The third to last floor is the material storage floor. And the second to last floor is also a storage room, responsible for storing precious items and information. What about the last floor? Emolan grinned when he heard this. The floor of mutual destruction. Decorated as a treasure room. Once someone breaks in, the whole building will collapse completely. And everyone will perish together. The 3 shuddered when they heard this. They all collapsed. Collapsed? I'm a little scared when you say that. It won't collapse while we live there. Right? Don't worry. I will build it very solidly. It won't collapse under normal circumstances. When it really collapses, I naturally have the corresponding spells. Do you have any ideas? No idea. I just feel it's a bit dangerous. Emolan shrugged. No way. I can build a city on the surface, but it's not safe enough. Our military force is not strong enough. What if a strongman breaks through? What should we do? Should we abandon the city and flee? The 3 of them fell silent after hearing this. After pondering for a long time, Emolan also fell into thinking, and suddenly an idea made his eyes light up. Wait, I have a new idea. Why don't we just hollow out a mountain? As long as the mountain is big enough, the soil layer is definitely thick enough, which means the natural defense layer can be guaranteed, and the collapse force can also be guaranteed. In the mountain, relative to the depth of the ground, the height difference is not big, and our material transportation is more convenient and effective. The 3 people pondered, their eyes gradually lit up, and Emolan continued. I just plan to postpone the construction a little bit. Why? I plan to keep this exclusive version of the stone wall technique secret for a while. If it is not leaked from us, I estimate that no one can crack it within at least half a month to a month. Especially the idea of casting the stone wall spell, which is very critical. Just make your decision. We have no objection. Seeing that the 3 of them had no objection, Emolan came to the podium to gather everyone. Due to the change in the teaching plan, we do not plan to waste time on the stone wall spell. We will delete the stone wall spell teaching session and directly enter the fireball spell teaching. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, cheers suddenly rose from the audience. They didn't like the humble stone wall spell very much. Comparatively speaking, they preferred the explosive and powerful fireball spell. Only Su Zongxin's expression seemed to reveal a bit of disappointment, looking at Emolan in confusion. Emolan pressed his hands down, and continued after everyone quieted down. Of course, those who haven't changed jobs have nothing to do with these. you should consider changing jobs first. Emolan shrugged. 5 people who have changed jobs. Come with me. Emolan took them directly into the small classroom, and didn't bother to cast spells for them to watch, but directly listed dozens of coordinate nodes and data. 5 minutes, everyone copy down these data, and familiarize yourself with them briefly, and start learning in 5 minutes. The sudden increase in pace made Su Zongqin a little uncomfortable, but he started immediately, opened his system notepad and started recording. After copying, he simply read silently a few times, and 5 minutes passed. Start memorizing the fireball spell. The 5 people immediately closed their eyes, sunk their consciousness into the spiritual space, and began to memorize the fireball spell model. Not long after, suddenly, a person whose name was unknown asked, "Instructor, how can I be sure that the spell memorization is successful?" Release it. If it succeeds, it can be released. If it fails, it cannot be released. Emolan said without hesitation. But if it is released, it must be memorized again. How can I be sure that the memorized spell model is correct? Check it. What if the check is wrong? Wouldn't it be very embarrassing on the battlefield? Is there any other more effective and more certain way to determine whether the spell model is correct? Emolan looked at the student and fell silent. The spell model is your bread and butter, and memorizing spells is the basis of your survival. If you can get the basis of your survival wrong, and you can still make mistakes after checking several times, I advise you not to play a mage. The mage in this game is still a bit difficult, unlike other games, where you can do whatever you want. Emolan thought for a while, and encouraged. Of course, I cannot deny that this situation can happen by coincidence, and your worry is not unreasonable. You can try to develop a method to check whether the spell model is correct or not. If you can really create it, I think it should still benefit the majority of mages. But now we should continue to study. Emolan clapped his hands after speaking. Let's get back to the topic. Let's continue to memorize the fireball spell. And when we finish memorizing it, we will directly enter the actual combat. Chapter 94 Mobile Turrets. Follow us, don't fall behind. Ding Jin said softly. Zopeng didn't follow. Ding Jin, an agile shooter, stepped forward with a scimitar in his hand to explore the way. And behind him followed 9 students. Behind him were Emolan and Zhang Haobo, who was holding a small round shield and ready to protect Emolan at any time. Ding Jin, how far is it? Not sure, this kind of area has no clear division. The larger the human activity area, then the monsters may retreat a little. The larger the area where monsters are active, the fewer adventure groups will come here. So although it is called a junction, it is actually a very wide area. Strictly speaking, we have slowly entered the high-frequency activity area of monsters. But according to my last exploration, it will take about a day to enter the densely populated area of monsters. Don't go into the densely populated area. Just stay in this area, to avoid overturning. Okay, then let's do it this way. Everyone rest here. As soon as the voice fell, Ding Jin disappeared between the bushes and trees in a few flashes. I think Ding Jin's tracking skills are no worse than those of ordinary hunters, Emolan said with a smile. I learned it from old hunters in the real world. In the game, Zhang Haobo suddenly said. He was the first one to have the idea of being a full-time hunter. But you have already created the mage. And Zopeng has established the Chamber of Commerce. He is under a lot of pressure. Whenever he has time, he will consult old hunters in and out of the game about tracking skills, trap installation skills, and practice. Otherwise, how can we find Warcraft so easily? Emolan nodded when he heard this. Indeed, everyone is working hard. What about you? Zhang Haobo rolled his eyes when he heard this. Me? If I can't play games anymore, I'll go home and inherit the family fortune. It's not too much, but 6 or 7 figures should be good. Emolan looked at Zhang Haobo's skillful shield-raising movements and the slight swelling of his upper and lower arms, and smiled at his insincere words. For a warrior to have such signs of overtraining with his self-healing ability, 2 conditions must be met at the same time. 1. Training in a very short period of time. 2. High-intensity training. In summary, Zhang Haobo even carried out high-intensity shield-raising or other physical training before setting off. Everyone is working hard. I can't relax either. Emolan whispered in a voice that only he could hear. What did you say? Nothing. Emolan shook his head, waved his fingers, and a spell model quickly emerged and activated. A wave centered on Emolan. spreading like a ripple. The next moment, everyone within a 10-meter range turned their heads to look at Imolan. Some defensive stone skin appeared on their bodies, to a greater or lesser extent. Imolan closed his eyes, and felt the flow of magic power in the spell, turned to the southwest, and waved his fingers. Whoosh! A wind blade broke through the air with a whistle, and directly tore a poisonous snake with red and black patterns in the bushes into pieces. It's okay, everyone continued to rest. Everyone found that the stone skin on their bodies had disappeared, and seeing that Imolan didn't want to talk, they didn't ask any more. Imolan leaned against a tree, calculating and recording. This method really works. It destroys the locking function of stone skin, destroys the function of stone skin's complete coverage, and increases the detection range. It directly forms a little stone skin on all creatures within the detection range, and then follows the flow of magic power to roughly determine where there are hidden creatures. It sounds powerful, but Imolan fell into silence, and fiercely crossed out the record. 10 meters away, not as far as my mental scan. A crude warrior can find and lock my magic flow. It consumes the magic power or spell slot of a defensive spell. Fuck, it sounds reasonable, but it's useless. Imolan put away the system notepad, rubbed his eyebrows, and began to refine magic power. At this time, the mental power of other mages spread over, and Imolan's mental power spread around directly launched a mental attack, and collided. Ah! Someone shouted, and Imolan said, Don't probe your mental power to my side. Just remember the spell model. The mage, who felt a little confused by the collision, apologized quickly. Instructor. I'm sorry. I know. He sat down and whispered to the people next to him. Hey, what do you think the instructor is doing? I don't know. The mental power can't probe over. I guess he is experimenting with spells again. Hey, what happened to you just now? Can the instructor's mental power still hit you? Can't mental power only block other people's mental power at most? I don't know, maybe some special skills or spells were used. Mental shock. A single state first-level spell, after using it. The mental power has a certain substantial substance, can be extended out of the body to impact the enemy's mind, depending on the difference in mental power between the enemy and us, can cause daze, dizziness, mental breakdown, death, and other different consequences. Imolan continued to refine magic power, and everyone gradually became quiet, until Ding Jin returned. The monsters here are indeed much denser. There is a wild boar-like monster, with a single horn 1 kilometer away. The species is unknown, probably level 6 or 7. Should we kill it? Imolan thought for a moment and nodded. Kill it. You lead the way. Follow me. Ding Jin waved his hand, and turned to lead the way. When they were almost at the location, they stopped. I'll lead it over. You guys get ready. Okay. Ding Jin left. Imolan looked at the terrain. This is a flat land nearby. The view is relatively wide. Do you remember the previous grouping? One group of 5, the second group of 4. Remember. Okay, remember to follow the instructions later. Imolan said and waited quietly. Not long after, the sound of leaves rustling came from the forest in front. From time to time, there were sounds of hitting trees. The sound approached rapidly, gradually. Imolan and others could hear a pig-like cry. Turning their heads to look, all the students held their breath. Don't be nervous, remember to follow the instructions, and you can release the spell as soon as I give the order. Imolan comforted, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. Fortunately, they were all just mages. If they were arcane masters, none of them would be able to cast a spell until they died. With a whoosh, Ding Jin broke through the bushes and appeared in front of Imolan and the others, shouting, Get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Jin rolled to the side. Behind him, a burly, fierce-looking one-horned wild boar broke through the bushes and appeared in front of Imolan and the others. However, at this moment, 2 fireballs took shape and roared directly towards the one-horned wild boar. Imolan's eyes widened when he saw the 2 frightened students. He cursed inwardly and ran towards Ding Jin, shouting at the same time, Group 1. Group 2. Everyone. Fireball. The fire elements in the environment became agitated, and 7 fireballs as big as heads roared out. Chapter 95 Solidified Elements. Water Shield. Resist Fire Ring. Stone Skin. Imolan rushed towards Ding Jin fiercely, and when he entered the casting range, he threw a series of spells. At this time, the 7 students behind him also reacted. The fire elements in the environment were agitated, 7 fireballs as big as heads whizzed away. The angry unicorn wild boar rushed out of the flames with its horn on its head, but what came towards it were 7 neatly arranged hot fireballs. Boom! 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 Due to the lack of tacit understanding, the explosion time was staggered, and the 7 fireballs made 3 explosions. 7 fireballs burst out with hot flames at the same time. The flames merged with each other. A huge circle of flames engulfed the unicorn wild boar. The flame in the center faintly turned dark red, and the surrounding Ding Jean was first blown away by the erupting ring of fire. When he was still in the air, he was caught up by the shock wave of the fireball explosion and was blown away again. Puh! The water shield was broken by the shock wave like a layer of water film. Then the remaining force smashed Ding Jean to the ground. Hideous cracks appeared on his stone skin. Ahem! 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 Ding Jean struggled to get up, his face flushed. What's wrong with you two? Emolan saw that Ding Jean was fine, turned around and shouted, hidden anger between his eyebrows. Sorry, I was too nervous, and I used the fireball subconsciously. I'm sorry. I watched him use it. I was too nervous, and I followed him subconsciously. I'm really sorry. The two apologized repeatedly, and Emolan looked at Ding Jean. Ding Jean waved his hand. Forget it, I'll forget it this time, and don't do it again next time. Yes. The two were confused, and Emolan looked at the 9 people and said, this performance was very bad. There were no troublemakers. 9 people lowered their heads and listened with a smile. Although the unicorn is dead, it can't cover up your mistakes. It's okay for the 2 who were released early. I just apologized. And I believe you have remembered the lesson. Others, there are 7 fireballs in total. You were divided into 2 directions and released in 3 batches. What did I say at the beginning? Unless there is a special order, each batch of spells will be released at the same time and on the same target. To ensure that the fireballs of the same batch explode at the same time and in the same place, to maximize the power. Okay, just know it, remember to disperse. Exploding in batches will only weaken the damage. This wild boar is only a level 6 monster, so it was blown to death. If it was a higher level monster, it might not die, then you will die. Emolan took the extraordinary core of the unicorn wild boar, recognized the spell inside and said, Ding Jean, are you okay? It's okay, you put on the shield in time, only suffered a minor injury, and it will recover in a short time. Okay, then you have to find the monster next. Yes. Ding Jean left, and Emolan sat down and looked at the extraordinary core on the unicorn wild boar. Sharpness? Sharpness, first level spell, gold element, additional status spell, the object can become stronger and sharper after being attached. Sharpness. The structure of first level spells is similar. Emolan quickly mastered the spell model of sharpness after taking a few glances. He took out the dagger he had used before and attached sharpness. After attaching it, the dagger was covered with a layer of light golden light. Poof! Emolan fell towards the stone next to him. With a little force, it penetrated all the way. The hand holding the dagger pulled it, and the dagger immediately slid in the stone, leaving a smooth trace. Emolan pulled out a dagger, held it in his hand, and slashed at everything he saw. The harder the object, the more the sharpness will be consumed. If you do nothing, it will consume very little. Well, it looks fancy. And it is also fancy to use. It is not very useful. Emolan put the extraordinary core in his pocket and looked at the unicorn wild boar. Its fur had been burnt and burned through, and it was basically unusable. Emolan originally planned to bury the unicorn wild boar's body directly. But when he saw the unicorn horn that was as long as his forearm, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Before, I was thinking about animal skins in order to draw spell scrolls. But since animal blood and animal skins contain elemental power, what about the teeth, horns, and bones inside the body? Emolan was curious and immediately went to see the horn of the unicorn boar. He covered the horn with his mental power and felt it carefully. Yes. Yes. This feeling. There is indeed elemental power, Emolan said with some surprise. But the next moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. These elemental powers. His. Why are they so tight? Emolan looked at the horn in doubt. There was indeed elemental power inside it. But these elemental powers were tightly intertwined with the horn itself. No matter how Emolan used his mental power, he could not move it, as if it had become one with the horn. Emolan thought about it, and then applied a sharpness spell to the dagger and cut the horn. The dagger, which was originally invincible, was blocked by the horn. Mo Lan's mental power, which was close to it, could sense that the gold element of the sharpness spell on the dagger was getting less and less, and the speed of consumption was much faster than the previous stone cutting. With a sudden force, the gold element of the sharpness spell was consumed suddenly, and then the edge sank into the horn. Even so, the elements inside the horn still did not fluctuate at all, and did not leak out. It was completely connected with the horn. Mo Lan used a dagger to dismantle the bones one by one. After sensing, there was also elemental energy in the bones, exactly the same as the situation of the unicorn. The bones that have been integrated with elemental power are so hard. Is it permanently integrated? There is no animal skin at all. The elemental power in the animal blood is active. Mo Lan analyzed carefully. This kind of bones is more suitable for making warriors' armor and weapons. For mages, it is not very meaningful. The elements that are completely integrated into the bones cannot be used at all. However, how did this elemental power integrate into the bones? Can this elemental power be effectively used? Mo Lan suddenly recalled an auction he had attended before. At that time, there seemed to be a bone stick with the 3rd level spell Giant Strength solidified in the auction. I remember that the bone stick was snatched from the 2-headed ogre priest. If it is not unexpected, the bone stick is also a bone stick of Warcraft, and it also has the elemental power that is completely integrated and solidified. Only in this way can the bones be so hard, and can it withstand the battle of the ogre without being damaged. But how did the 3rd level spell Giant Strength get in? The Giant Strength is fixed inside, and it can be reused. According to the auction, the 2-headed ogre priest used this bone stick to cast spells too many times. So much so that the Giant Force spell left a mark inside the bone stick, and it has been engraved inside ever since. Is that so? It only takes many times? Mo Lan fell into deep thought while holding the horn in his hand. If not, then how can the spell be fixed on an item? Chapter 96 Green Dragon. If I can find a way to keep the spell constant, does it mean that I can mass-produce him magic weapons? Ding Jin's return interrupted Mo Lan's thinking. Hearing that there was another trace of the monster, Mo Lan immediately buried the corpse of the unicorn wild boar, only carrying the unicorn with him, and quickly followed Ding Jin. Group 1, Fireball. Boom. Group 2, finished the job. Boom. Such a sound was heard many times in the forest. The uniform explosion of the fireball spell was shocking. Avoiding the group of monsters, they bombed together again and again. But sometimes it can be dangerous. That was when they had just killed a monster, and an agile monster passed by. 9 students had no spells, and they still relied on Mo Lan, Ding Jin, and Zhang Haobo to work together to kill it, and got another extraordinary core with agility bonus. Perhaps it can be figuratively called the agility of the leopard, but it is not much different from the elegance of the cat, both of which enhance agility, so it is still classified as the elegance of the cat by Mo Lan. Training day after day, as time passed, the remaining people also completed their job transfers. 50 mages marched forward in the forest, constantly searching for monsters to hunt, unknowingly moving deeper into the forest. First group, Fireball. Second group, Fireball. Third, fourth, fifth group, follow up. The next 5 groups, all cover bombing. Facing 3 monsters at the same time, Mo Lan shouted. A round of 5 fireballs flew out quickly, exploded with a bang, and before the explosion was over, the second wave of 5 fireballs followed. Wave after wave. Continuous explosions formed a large pit on the ground, and the land became charred. Finally, 25 fireballs swept across the sky, and the scorching heat wave made the hair curl slightly. Amid the whistling sound, there was a loud explosion. The air waves generated by the huge explosion blew everyone to the ground, and they retreated one after another. The expanding flames dissipated, leaving only a large charred pit, and 3 charred bodies scattered in the pit. Mo Lan looked at the pit that was as big as half a basketball court, and slowly exhaled. Awesome. It's awesome. Covering bombing, you can't dodge it. Who can withstand it? Ding Jin also saw covering bombing for the first time, rubbed his ears, and said in surprise. Awesome. Right? Awesome. Mo Lan also smiled happily after hearing this. There's something even better. Our goal is to raise everyone to level 8. At level 8, there are 3 free attribute points, which just raises intelligence to 17 points. The mental power brought by 17 points of intelligence can allow a mage to upgrade to a second ring mage. There will be 3 spell slots at that time. We won't do anything fancy. 3 spell slots, all memorize fireball spells. At that time, bomb 50 fireball spells in each wave continuously, and continue for 3 waves. TSK, the ground will be cleaned up completely, Emolan said with a smile, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a pressure coming from the sky. The heavy pressure made him feel a little stuffy in his chest, and had difficulty breathing. Not only Emolan, everyone was like this, looking up at the sky with a serious face. I saw a black dot in the sky rapidly enlarging, getting closer and closer. Emolan looked carefully. A dark green lizard with bat wings approached quickly. Dragon? Emolan stared, ignoring everything. The soil under his feet opened up instantly. Emolan, John Halboa, and several apprentices fell directly. The moment Emolan fell, he threw 2 fire resistance rings into the crowd in succession. Spray. Bang. 2 fire resistance rings exploded in succession, and the defenseless people were blown away directly, scattering in every corner of the forest. Emolan's figure had disappeared, leaving a flat stone at the original large hole. Emolan's body tensed underground, and he used the spell memory directly, casting stone wall spells one after another. Stone wall spells were almost the spells he was most familiar with, most skilled in, and with the fastest casting speed. This allowed him to release stone wall spells continuously, and he led several people to sink quickly. And often just as he sank, the stones above his head had already closed. Emolan breathed a sigh of relief when he descended to a depth of 5 or 6 meters in one breath. But he continued to go down, and stopped at about 10 meters, with drops of sweat sliding down his forehead. At this time, John Halboa spoke. Was that a giant dragon just now? Yes. A big lizard, with a pair of bat wings, if this is not the giant dragon in Western mythology. What is it? And just now I saw that it was covered with green scales. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be a green dragon. Emolan released the air spell, and said after taking a deep breath. What level? Not sure, it was far away, I couldn't see it clearly, I guess it was at least 8 or 9 meters long. And the pressure just now, it should be the dragon's might. The dragon's might pressed us like that. You don't need to know too much, just know that we can't beat it. It will definitely be slaughtered. Alas, I guess the elemental fluctuations caused by our bombing were too intense to alarm this green dragon. I didn't expect that. There are green dragons in this mountain range. According to common sense, no, according to speculation, it takes at least a team of elites or masters to deal with an adult dragon. Right? I don't know if this green dragon is an adult. Not sure, there is no data. I don't know how old a green dragon is to be considered an adult. I hope Ding Jean and the others can take care of themselves. It's really too late. We have done what we can. Well, you pushed them apart when you came down, so you shouldn't be killed by the green dragon in one shot. When Emolan instantly sank into the ground, the figure of the green dragon had become clearly visible. The ferocious fangs, the sharp dragon horns pointing to the sky, the wings that were like bat wings but covered with fine dragon scales, and the thick dragon scales on its body that were larger than the palm of your hand, and in the shape of a fan, this giant beast gave people unparalleled shock and pressure just by approaching it. The green dragon did not fall. It glanced down with its vertical pupils, swooped over, and covered with a green breath. Scatter! Ding Jean shouted, and got up the next moment, and ran madly towards the distance. Before the green dragon breath approached, the leaves and bushes below began to turn yellow and decayed rapidly. Even the soil and stone ground were quickly corroded by the dragon breath. The dragon breath expanded, and when it reached the ground, it almost covered half of the basketball court. The students within the range of the dragon breath first had their clothes corroded, and then their skin, flesh, bones, and nothing was left. The dragon's breath hit the ground, and under the influence of the impact, it quickly spread to the surroundings. The plants were corroded. The students who were running away, Ding Jean was also caught up and swallowed, and disappeared without a trace after a scream. The dragon's breath dissipated, leaving only a hole as big as a basketball court. The green dragon on the edge of the sky swooped down, grabbed a bison and flew into the sky, disappearing in the forest. The forest once again returned to silence. Chapter 97 Prelude to the Auction. Inside the pit, the land opened up to both sides, and Emolan and others rose from a big hole. Even though he was mentally prepared, when he saw the scene above with his own eyes, he still couldn't help being scared. At this time, the students were resurrected one after another, and Ding Jean walked out of the forest with lingering fear. No one survived? Ding Jean shook his head. No, all died. Luckily they didn't die recently, just deducted some experience points, and no weakening status appeared, so the impact was not big. What about you? I I have to spend some time to get rid of the weak state. Emolan nodded when he heard this. Ding Jin had died once before to clear the experience points, which resulted in not enough experience points to deduct this time, and some attribute values were sealed after resurrection, and he fell into a weak state. I didn't expect there to be a green dragon deep in this mountain range. No wonder there are almost no adventurers in places where monsters are densely populated. Who would dare to come at this level? I doubt whether Red Maple City can defeat the green dragon. Ding Jin finished speaking. And Emolan also agreed. The elemental fluctuations were too large, which attracted the attention of the green dragon. And it attacked. By the way, how did it attack? I didn't see it from below. A breath of dragon. Just a breath of dragon? Emolan was shocked. Yes, a breath of dragon, which spread out in a trumpet shape when spraying downwards, and directly hit an area as large as a basketball court. Trees, bushes, and even soil were corroded in the area. Then the dragon's breath hit the ground, splashing around, spreading, and that's how I died. Dragon's breath. Emolan murmured, shaking his head. No, I must find a way to increase my mental power. The most primitive way is too slow. If I continue at this speed, I will have to wait until the end of time to become an elite 4th ring mage. Emolan said in a voice that only he could hear. But he knew that it was very, very difficult. He had been looking for a way to cultivate his spiritual power. In various novels, it was described that mages used meditation to improve their spiritual power. But he tried various Taoist, Buddhist, and even yoga meditation methods. But unfortunately none of them worked. In addition, he tried all kinds of ways to use spiritual power that he could think of. But apart from making himself tired, there was no result. Finding or creating a way to cultivate spiritual power was much more difficult than expected. But this is imperative. If we don't create a way to cultivate spiritual power, Emolan can only struggle at the elite level at most. And he will never be able to push a mage to the master level in his life. What should we do now? Ding Jin's words interrupted Emolan's thoughts. He muttered after a moment of silence. What should we do? Do something big? Remember the ogre tribe we met before? Ding Jin's eyebrows jumped when he heard it. There are nearly 10 professional level ogres there. And a 2-headed ogre priest. This is too risky. Right? 50 mages. As long as the design is good. We are not without hope. Just when Emolan and others were attacked by the green dragon, the Red Maple City was not quiet. What? What did you say? Earl Red Maple surrendered? Decided to cooperate with other nobles to clean up the player's property? Isn't this possible? Yes, I also think it is unlikely. Wasn't Earl Red Maple's attitude very firm before? What's the use of being firm? Does Earl Red Maple dare to betray his class? Red Maple City is indeed Earl Red Maple's territory. He is the strongest. No noble can be his opponent. But he is now facing the entire aristocratic class of Red Maple City, including all the nobles including his son. Do you think that Earl Red Maple can fight against all the nobles in Red Maple City alone? You have a point. But I always feel that it is a bit too sudden. What do you think Earl Red Maple and his men are going to do? What else can they do? Have you seen enough cases in other places? Exorbitant taxes, noble encroachment, exorbitant taxes and noble encroachment, they make the laws, they have the sole right of interpretation. Can you still resist? This conversation began to spread on the streets of Red Maple City. No one knew where the news came from, but suddenly found that it was everywhere. Almost everyone had heard about it. They all discussed this matter, talked about it. Was it to go or not? Fell into hesitation. However, at this moment, something shocking happened. Almost all the guilds of a certain size in Hongfeng City retreated at the same time. At this time, they suddenly discovered that the stocks of goods in the shops of these guilds were not sufficient at some point, and they had to go out to buy more goods if they bought a little more. This phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the strings in their hearts suddenly broke. These big guilds have left. So how could the news be false? This thought filled their hearts. And at this moment, someone suddenly remembered something. Oh no, castle auction. As soon as the words fell, he opened the trading platform directly, but when he saw the price of copper NAS on it, his eyes widened. 981, 977, 891. The price of copper NAS fell like an avalanche. When these people saw this scene, they immediately looked at the copper NAS they had purchased in advance. They planned to take advantage of the castle auction and the opportunity of copper NAS rising in price to make a fortune. But now it seems that There is an 80% chance that something will go wrong in the castle auction. The price of copper NAS, this idea is out of control once it emerges. Seeing the falling prices in the market, it feels like cutting me to my heart. Every minute and every second, I am losing money. Every minute and every second, my worth is plummeting. Finally, their mentality collapsed, and they hurriedly sold the copper NAS in their hands at a lower price. When the avalanche began, no snowflake was innocent. The price of copper NAS did not stop falling, but intensified with their selling, and the fear of fear expanded rapidly. The price of copper NAS fell all the way to 0.57, and countless people were wailing. However, at this time, the piled-up sell orders in the market suddenly decreased sharply, from the bottom price to the high price. Seeing this scene, many people were stunned. Many people were stunned. And then, they were furious. Who? Which bastard is going to take action now? He turned the table so violently, leaving no chance for others to live. What kind of guild is this? Damn. I'm too late. I should have smashed it first. Countless people shouted with red faces and thick necks. Zhou Peng of Jioding Chamber of Commerce smiled slightly. In front of him was a property panel, which showed that the transaction was successful. He had just put in 1 million and collected all the lowest priced copper NAS orders. Zhou Peng did not plan to participate in the auction, so he did not need to wait for the price to fall to the bottom. He just needed to make money, not greedy. After Zhou Peng's order was completed, the falling price of copper NAS stagnated, but only for a moment. And the next moment, the sell orders in the market disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Facing Zhou Peng's table-turning behavior, the people in the guild dared not wait any longer, and bought frantically at the fastest speed, fearing that they would fall behind. The price of copper NAS rose rapidly, and the people who had just sold copper NAS were stunned. Chapter 98 Huazhan. Damn it, if I know who flipped the table, I will kill him. Countless people slammed the table and cursed, while frantically buying copper NAS that began to rise in price. There is no way, the task indicators are here, not to mention the price for now, at least copper NAS must be bought in place. In fact, Zhou Peng's 1 million is not much, it's just a drop in the bucket, it can't shake the market at all. But the most critical thing is timing. After Zhou Peng entered the market with 1 million, it is possible that nothing will happen, and everyone will continue to suppress it. But it may also trigger the emotions of other players, and they will also start to buy. After a while, the price will fly. No one wants to be the one who buys at a high price, because they really need copper NAS. And they need enough copper NAS. Zhou Peng's 1 million is to play a role of suspicion, triggering everyone's suspicion. You have task indicators, but I don't. Zhou Peng smiled. Today's success does not show how great Zhou Peng is, but it can only be said that there is an essential difference between them. What the major guilds need is to suppress the price, and then buy in large quantities. But Zhou Peng doesn't need that. So we can only say that Zhou Peng is ruthless. He flipped the table and ran away, not caring about other people's lives. He smiled and watched the price of Tanas fall back rapidly. When it rose to 1 yuan, Zhou Peng directly clicked to sell all. 1 yuan is already too high. Maybe it can rise to 1.5 yuan today, or even 2 yuan. But the risk is too great, and it is hard to predict. In this case, he will exit early. Zhou Peng watched the money arrive, and smiled and closed the transaction page. On this day, the price of copper NAS on the trading page fell rapidly, and then rose rapidly again, with the highest price even reaching 2.157 yuan per copper NAS. But when everyone was chasing the rise, the price suddenly collapsed, and only stopped at 0.89 yuan, which was much lower than before the storm. At this time, the major guilds stopped cursing, and the money in the bank account was less, and the boxes of copper, silver, and gold NAS in the guild house were more. The average cost of their coins was not high, and who knew where the cost was passed on? Anyway, when this huge storm had not subsided, a highly anticipated auction was held, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The major guilds carried heavy boxes filled with money. However, when they entered, someone was watching them from a window on the 3rd floor of the auction. Projectors? What does the Earl think? The Earl did not make any statement, but even he cannot ignore the opinions of all of us nobles. No statement is the best statement. Red Maple City is still the Red Maple City of the nobles. The projectors are very strong. Hundreds of professionals have appeared, and they will not die. Our dignity has been challenged, And it needs death and blood to defend it. Just a few hundred professionals. A big-bellied man sneered, with greed in his eyes. Dignity challenged? No, everyone understands. It's nothing but profit. The profit created by the projector is enough for them to break the rules. No, this is not breaking the rules. The nobles are the rules. The major guilds don't know that the nobles upstairs are watching them, and they are checking the deposit at this moment. If they don't have the status of nobles and want to participate in the auction, they must prepare the deposit in advance. You can bid as much as the deposit. Otherwise you cannot participate in the auction. Okay. Pass. Pass. Go in. A manager raised his head arrogantly. Opened boxes of coins one after another. Checked them. Put them in the storage place. And gave them an auction number. Martial Arts Association. Are you leading the team this time? The president is not here? A player from the God of War Guild looked at Wuchang and asked with some confusion. Such an important occasion, involving transactions of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The president did not come in person, but only a vice president led the team? The president is busy with something and can't get away. So I came here. And this matter is actually not as difficult as imagined. No decision is needed. The meeting has already decided that there is no upper limit on the price until all the deposit is used up. I am just a ruthless number-calling machine, Wuchang said with a smile. By the way, is there any news about Mo Lan recently? I passed by his store several times, but didn't seem to see him. I heard that he went out with the people from Jioding Chamber of Commerce. Jioding Chamber of Commerce? Wuchang frowned slightly. So in the future, deal more with Jioding Chamber of Commerce, purchase materials, if Jioding Chamber of Commerce can meet the requirements, even if the price is slightly higher. Give priority to cooperating with Jioding. As soon as Wuchang finished speaking, someone came over. President Wu, long time no see. Haha, hello. Presidently, there are so many boxes, it seems that we are determined to get them today. No, I just come to join in the fun. The God of War Guild is the leader of our Red Maple City. How can we compare with you guys? Hey, I dare not, that one is the leader. President Li heard the words and looked in the direction of Wuchang's eyes, but found a group of people walking in from outside. The leader had a square face and a resolute expression, and the two groups behind him moved in unison, with firm eyes, looking forward, and a murderous aura came over them. President Li smiled. It's okay. It's okay. I heard that they are the Guild of the Veterans Club. They don't recruit people from outside. They are very low-key. Yeah. So low-key that they almost don't exist. Just pretend they don't exist. But since we saw them today, let's go say hello. Okay. The two walked over in unison. Hello, President Hua. Hello, this is President Wu of the God of War Guild. This is President Li of the world's #1 guild. I've heard of them a long time ago. Hello, Huazhan said familiarly. Hey, I didn't expect that you, President Hua, actually knew us. Of course, Red Maple City's famous first and second guild presidents, who wouldn't know if we told them about it. Excuse me, President Hua, I saw you here today. I wonder if you are planning to take the finale. I won't accept it if others take me, but if President Hua takes it, I will give up immediately without saying a word. Huazhan waved his hands repeatedly when he heard this. Oh no. No, you guys go and fight. We will definitely not interfere, let alone steal your love, you can rest assured. After Huazhan finished speaking, Presidents Wu and Li looked at each other. Their smiles became more sincere. Huazhan continued. Our Veterans Club is just an ordinary guild of ordinary people. We just plan to go out for a walk, try to find the feeling before we retired from the army, that's all. Games are games, everything is done in the way of games. We came here today mainly to see if there is anything useful and buy it. Like the finale, we can't afford it. Of course, we are also competitors, haha. Ha. President Hua is too modest. Let's go in. Is the auction about to start? Okay, let's go in together. Chapter 99 Auction. President, aren't we going to the auction? Lu Leng asked Zhou Peng. No, why would we go? We are too small, and we can't afford it. We can only stare blankly, and wait for the auction list to come out to learn more. I've sent someone to go. He will record all the auction items, the seller's emotions, and the transaction prices. We can all take a look at them for reference. The store manager next to him suddenly said, and Zhou Peng showed a look of approval when he heard it. Well done. As a Chamber of Commerce, It is the most basic and necessary to master this information. Just let him record the screen. We will have a meeting tomorrow to study it together. Okay, I'll tell him right away. After settling the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Peng changed his clothes and walked outside, muttering something. Ding Jin is weak, Zhang Haobu's shield was blown up, and Mo Lan is almost drained. Are these people crazy? Zhou Peng left from the north gate, and soon disappeared after entering the mountains. In the auction house, the auction was going on very lively. One precious item after another was put on the stage, and then quickly sold. Similar to the Ogre Bone Club, the magic weapon formed by chance in the hands of the monster. The magic bow and arrow passed down from the elves. Even precious minerals, wood, medicinal materials, etc. Every auction item is very precious, and it can become the finale item in ordinary auctions. Elite mutant beast corpses and extraordinary cores also appeared here. In addition, there are also a considerable number of exquisite artworks from other human countries, elves, goblins, and dwarfs in the auction, and the prices are high. Nobles often like to buy them at high prices, as if this can highlight their dignity and pride. In the early stage, few player guilds participated in the auction. Only a considerable number of guilds that knew they had no hope of bidding for the castle participated in the auction. The vast majority of guilds held back their emotions and waited silently. This was true for both large and small guilds. Large guilds had strength and funds, but small guilds did not mean they were poor. Many guilds had a certain amount of capital hidden behind them. The benefits that a castle and a village territory could bring were enough to tempt them. As for the price of the castle, even if it is 10 million, is it a lot? Time passed bit by bit, the hammer rang again and again, with the sound of the deal. Finally, this auction ushered in the finale of the auction. The finale is the Wadrina Castle located outside the Red Maple City, and a village territory attached to the castle. I believe everyone is still eager to prepare for the auction. I won't say much. The reserve price is 1,000 gold NAS. Each bid must not be less than 10 gold NAS. The auction starts now. When the auctioneer shouted to start the auction, a young man next to the auction table showed a complicated expression, and the old butler behind the young man closed his eyes, mumbling something, as if praying, and as if confessing. Master, are we really like this? The young man shook his head slowly. A long time ago, I understood at the moment I inherited the castle. The power and dignity of the nobles come from the power in their hands, not from the recognition of the Grand Duke and the unspoken rules between the nobles. As long as I become strong enough, I can build a higher and bigger castle, and I will be a powerful and noble noble. If I am still weak, I may fall off my horse and die one day. And then the family bloodline that comes out of nowhere will inherit the castle and territory, he said with a sneer. And the old butler next to him fell into silence and said nothing more. Let's go. There's no need to read on. Yes, young master. The departure of the original owner of the castle did not affect the infinite enthusiasm of the auction at all. 3,000 gold nuggets. A vice president of a guild shouted directly. His voice echoed in the auction hall, and directly tripled the reserve price. Okay. Number 107 bids 3,000 gold nuggets directly. This is a castle made of blue steel stone, with strong defense, and a small territory. Is there any higher one? The nobles on the third floor looked greedily at the presidents of the major guilds below. 3,000 guineas? One person has 3,000 guineas? Each of them brought at least 3,000 guineas in deposit. Hearing this, the greed in their eyes became stronger and stronger. A few days ago, a batch of guineas was lost from my vault, and the thief has not been caught yet. Suddenly someone said. Others laughed when they heard this. 4,000 guineas. 4,001 guineas. 4,200 guineas. Stop wasting time, can you be quick? One person said disdainfully, turning his head and shouting. 4,250 golds. TSK, 4,500 golds. The atmosphere in the venue instantly became white-hot, and the temperature rose rapidly. The leaders of the fiercely competitive guilds did not expect that there was a group of hungry wolves staring at them greedily upstairs. They had even discussed the distribution of golds. 6,700 golds. After reaching 6,000, slowly, the bidding on the spot also slowed down, and many guilds reluctantly put down their quotation boards. The share of the deposit has been lost. It is useless to bid again. Instead, they may even be kicked out of the auction. But when they saw the opponent, who had just competed fiercely with them, but was also dejected at this moment, their eyes lit up, they looked at each other, and said in unison, Cooperation. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue was ignited again, and another peak of bidding began. At this moment, money seemed to be no longer money, or the thousands of golds had blurred people's consciousness, and they were swept up in the warm atmosphere and bid crazily. 7,000. 7,005. One after another. People yelled with red faces and thick necks, until the price reached the peak. It was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on them, and they calmed down. 10,000 golds. The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at the person who quoted the price. The unit of 10,000 touched the sensitive nerves of many people. Perhaps the cost of buying golds was lowered, but 10,000 golds was at least tens of millions. At this moment, even the nobles upstairs began to breathe heavily. Most of these lords, who had defended their territory all their lives, could not even build a castle for themselves, or buy a piece of territory. They did not even have so much money in their treasuries, and had never seen so much money. At this moment, their breathing became heavier, and the greed in their eyes was almost unconcealed. Tap, tap, tap. The chaotic but very heavy footsteps sounded, and the night teams gathered towards the auction house under the cover of the heated auction sound, amid the hurried avoidance of people. Chapter 100. The clown is actually me. Alas. An ancient courtyard and octagonal pavilion were built on a hill outside the city at some point. A person sitting in the pavilion side, and the players outside the pavilion were still reporting. Currently, 7 night teams have set out to the auction house, without mounts, and on foot. One team is all in heavy armor, and the other 6 teams are led by a heavy armor, and the rest are in ordinary leather armor. Here are screenshots, and that's about it. If someone were here, they would suddenly find that all the people here are the presidents of major guilds. The president of the God of War Guild, the president of the #1 guild in the world, the president of the Fire Guild, the vice president of the Veterans Club Guild, the president of the Utopia Guild, etc. These presidents looked at the pictures and counted them one by one. A night team has 10 people, all professionals. There are 70 professionals here. TSK, the strongest Earl Red Maple can easily send out 70 professionals without moving, so these nobles still have some strength? No wonder they are so greedy, so proud. If we get together, we should be able to come up with 100 people. Right? About the same, our God of War can come up with 27. The president of the God of War Guild said softly, while drinking a glass of water. All of you, the God of War, are going to attack us? Others looked at him in surprise. What else? You can see the guilds in other cities. They were beaten to a pulp. Their people were basically all defeated. Can they compare with us in terms of economic strength or war strength? I'm not looking down on them. The God of War can beat 10 of them. We've learned from the past. Do you still want to hold back? The president of the God of War Guild knocked on the table and said, "It's proven that nobles and players are inherently in conflict with each other. This is a conflict of values. This is a conflict of class levels. I had hoped for Red Maple City, hoping that Earl Red Maple could withstand the pressure. But now it seems like wishful thinking. This conflict cannot be resolved. Maybe we cannot disintegrate it now, or destroy the aristocratic system. But we must definitely hurt these nobles and teach them a lesson. There is good news. Earl Red Maple has an ambiguous attitude and has not sent troops. We can be sure that as long as we hurt them and beat back other nobles, he will immediately express his support for us, severely condemn other nobles, and continue his reforms. Heh. If we lose, he will also bite hard, and he will get every point he deserves." Zhou Jingwen, the president of Utopia, said disdainfully, "This is normal. They never lose money." At this time, the president of the Niehua Guild suddenly interrupted. "Hey, wait, interrupt me. Aren't you worried about something?" What are you worried about?" The other guild presidents looked at him in confusion. "Money. We have brought all the money to the auction house. Are you so relieved?" The president of the Niehua Guild said anxiously. "It's just a few thousand silver NAS, 100 or 200,000. It's just a loss if it's lost. What are you worried about?" Chen Yi, the president of the Ares Guild, was even more confused. "What? Thousands of silver NAS?" The president of the Niehua Guild looked at him in surprise, while the other presidents looked at Geng Tao, the president of the Niehua Guild, in surprise. "I have less, probably only more than 1,000 silver NAS. More than 5,000 silver NAS. I am more generous, more than 10,000 silver NAS." One president after another said. Geng Tao was shocked. "So little? How did you pass the inspection? Didn't I see you carrying many boxes?" The other presidents looked at Geng Tao with even more strange eyes, and a few of them could hardly hold back their smiles. Give me the money. I paid a huge sum of 5 gold NAS. As for the stones in the box, hiss, you can do it for 5 gold NAS? I paid 7 gold NAS. As for the stones in the box, a guild leader slapped his thigh hard. You're lucky. He cheated me out of 10 gold NAS, saying that he couldn't get through with less money, and I even bought a few boxes of iron to put it in. Isn't this something that can be done with 1 gold NAS? Why spend so much? 1 gold NAS is at least less than 10,000. The Nyehua guild in the corner looked at them talking and laughing, crying to each other, and suddenly felt that they were not from the same world as them. What if you really took the photo? It's okay, just send the money later at worst. Just send another gold. It's safer than carrying tens of millions or hundreds of millions of money everywhere. No way, no way, wouldn't someone really carry all the money over? No way, no way, could someone really do that? Gong Tao, the president of the Nyehua guild, sat on the chair, looking at them blankly, and others saw this and comforted him. It's okay. It's okay. At most I'll be sent to open up new land. It's not a big problem. Well, maybe I'll be laid off. Come. Let's have a drink. Maybe there will be no chance in the future. Don't be so pessimistic. What if you go to jail? Come. Let's hug one. By the way, how many golds did your guild bring? 50. So many. Wait. 50? What did you say? Your guild only has 50? The president of the Nyehua guild nodded. Yes. Where's your money? I sold all of it at a high price when the price was more than 2 yuan. Anyway, I definitely can't compete with you, so why should I keep it? The first price reduction, the second price reduction, the total profit is just over 100 million, less than 200 million. Alas, it's a pity that the total amount of copper NAS in the entire market is still a little less. It's just a profit of less than 200 million, and then here I lost a full 500,000. Many guild presidents stared at Gong Tao blankly, and said lightly, and suddenly felt a little sour in their mouths. The clown Gong Tao looked up at the dazed looks of the guild leaders, and waved his hand. It's okay. It's okay if you don't make any money. But if you lose all your money, you might have to start a new business. Get laid off. Or go to jail. Let's continue talking about the war. Puff. Many guild leaders smiled awkwardly but politely. Ahem. Compared to the nobles, who are currently taking action, there is one thing we can be sure of. Let alone the possible elite warriors, we can't compare to the number and quality of professional warriors. Other guild leaders quickly took up the topic after hearing this, avoiding this awkward moment. Well, there are 70 people sent out so far, it's definitely not all out, but I think the quality can be compared. After all, we players have no concept of death at all, fighting to the death, momentum suppression. It may not be that we are not opponents. That makes sense, but the production plan must be calculated based on not being opponents, after all. Hard power is definitely not the opponent of the nobles. So I think if we settle it, we are definitely not opponents in a head-on battle. Perhaps it would be better to defeat them one by one, breaking the surface with a point. Using wisdom will be better. I seconded. This requires a lot of strategic command. Everyone here, give me some face. I'm not saying that you are all rubbish. You are basically not the big guys in the command system, in contrast. You are better at management. If you can get a good commander, I have no objection. Chapter 101, War Begins. 10,000 golds. Wu Chang, the vice president of the God of War Guild, looked around and shouted. Who else? Seller number 109 offers 10,000 golds. Is there a higher price? This is a Chigang stone castle and a village. If you buy it, you can become a new noble. You may even have a chance to be made a noble by Lord Red Maple. Become a new knight. Or even a baron. Is there a higher price? 10,000 golds, the first time. Dang! The crisp sound of a wooden hammer hitting the ground echoed in the wide auction house. 10,000 golds, second time. Ding! 10,000 golds, third time. Ding! Deal! Congratulations to number 109 for successfully bidding for the Wedrina Castle, and its attached village located on the outskirts of Red Maple City at a price of 10,000 golds. Before the auctioneer finished speaking, almost everyone turned their eyes to Wu Chang, who was standing there. This was true for both players and members of the NPC adventure group. Wu Chang clasped his hands together and looked around, saying with a smile, Thank you for letting me go. I am Wu Chang from the God of War Guild. If you need any help in the future, please let me know. I will definitely help you if I can. However, at this moment, there was a loud noise at the door, and the door of the room was kicked open. Bang! A tall and strong warrior, wearing heavy armor with a cold face, glanced at the thin man next to him, who looked like a monkey. "Who is the thief?" The cold voice sounded, and the man next to him glanced, and his eyes lit up when he saw Wu Chang in the middle. "It's him! It's him! He stole 10,000 golds from our master. And that one, stole several thousand golds from several masters." At this moment, almost all the vice presidents who had just quoted prices were pointed out. Their faces looked a little ugly, but it was obvious from their reactions that they were not very surprised. Unconsciously, the auctioneer and the people in the auction house had disappeared. Other people in the venue also left one after another. The warriors who blocked the door did not stop them from leaving. But once the players wanted to go out, they were stopped, and then kicked in violently. The adventurer team and some professionals who left had extremely ugly faces, but they didn't say anything, silently tightened their weapons, and left without saying a word. The players in the auction house gradually gathered together. Wu Chang walked in front, and the others looked at each other and followed silently. The sound of footsteps sounded at the stairs, and the warrior standing next to the stairs heard the sound and stepped aside, waiting quietly. After a while, a group of people with proud faces, fair skin, tall, short, fat and thin appeared in front of Wu Chang and others. The leader raised his head slightly, looking at Wu Chang proudly. Wu Chang smiled slightly and said softly, "Honorable Viscount Larson, and several barons, what do you mean by this?" The leading Viscount Larson raised his head and glanced at Wu Chang and others. 10,000 gold NS were lost from my vault. I heard that you stole it." When he spoke, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. "I lost 5,000. I lost 3,000. I must catch this damn thief." The nobles looked at Wu Chang and others with a mocking smile. "Come here, catch these thieves." As soon as the words fell, soldiers approached from all directions, surrounding Wu Chang and others. "Since you insist on doing it, then be prepared for retaliation. Everyone, kill each other offline. Don't let them catch you." Poof! As soon as Wu Chang finished speaking, someone next to him stabbed him in the stomach with a knife. Chairman Li looked happy. "Well, I've been wanting to do this for a long time." Poof! A sharp knife stabbed him in the heart. Turning his head to look, Wu Chang grinned. "Stop them! Catch them! Don't let them die!" Viscount Larson shuddered at the bloody scene, and then reacted and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, it was too late, and none of the guild players present survived. Seeing this, the other nobles nearby hurriedly asked, "What should we do if we don't catch anyone?" Viscount Larson's face was gloomy. "There is no professional here, and it's useless to catch them. Close all their shops, move the goods away, and go out of the city to kill all their main forces several times. Then capture the leader and put him in the dungeon. Should we take their bodies away? No use, they will only resurrect at the same place. We must capture them alive, and put them in the dungeon." Viscount Larson said with a gloomy face. "My lord Viscount, why don't we go get our lost Jennas back?" A nobleman next to him rolled his eyes, and a greedy smile appeared on his face. Viscount Larson's face also relaxed a lot after hearing this. "Okay." A group of people walked directly to the place where the deposit was stored. Everyone stored the deposit in a different place, and other adventurers had basically taken it away. Although the soldiers were guarding, no one dared to stop these adventurers from taking the deposit. "My lord Viscount, it's here." The man from the auction house had a flattering smile on his face, and opened the door as if to ask for credit, revealing the neatly arranged boxes inside. The boxes were opened one by one, revealing the yellow copper nashes inside. Seeing this, Viscount Larson smiled slightly, and reached out to grab the box. But the smile on his face froze as soon as his hand reached into the box. He suddenly opened his hand. The copper nashes flew, and fell to the ground with a clang, revealing the neatly stacked pebbles underneath. He suddenly walked to the next box and opened it. Pebbles. The next box. Pebbles. Everyone was stunned. None of them were filled with money. Only a thin layer of copper was on the surface, and all the pebbles were underneath. The people in the auction house trembled at the sight of this. Sweat beads kept falling from their foreheads, soaking their underwear. Viscount Larson tried hard to control his anger, and the faces of other nobles froze instantly. The angry Viscount Larson ran directly to other rooms, opened the box, and suddenly opened it. Under the thin layer of copper NS was a layer of soil. In the next room, under the thin layer of copper NS were iron blocks. and there seemed to be a piece of paper on the iron block. Viscount Larsen subconsciously picked it up to read. But when he saw the contents of the note clearly, his blood was boiling, and his eyes went dark, and he fell down immediately. The note slipped from his hand, and slowly fell down, with a few words written on it. Stupid, you still want money? You are ugly, how can you think so beautifully? Go eat shit. Viscount Larsen. Viscount Larsen. Wake up! Amidst the noise, Viscount Larsen struggled to wake up, but did not get up, but looked at the ceiling and the faces of the nobles around him, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Start the war! Start the war! Chapter 102. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 103. The mage comes out. The people in the auction house are dead. I wonder what Larsen's expression is. Of course, he must be furious. Have all the brothers in the store left? They left, all hid in the safe house. Red Maple City needs household registration management, but it doesn't. It doesn't even know how many people it has. I'll never find them in my next life. It's all a loophole. A guild leader said with a smile. What about ordinary players? What's the situation now? Don't let others get hurt. On the forum, there are propaganda at the gates of the 4 major cities. They should all know. But there are still many people who stay, planning to join in the fun. It's normal. After all, it's a big plot. In the past, we organized people to do big plots and participate in big plots. Now I didn't expect that I could become a faction and personally initiate a big plot. The president of the #1 guild in the world said with emotion. Yes. By the way, our promotional activities have attracted a lot of attention from players on the forum, and the popularity has reached the highest point. Now players in other cities and other countries are basically paying attention to this matter. It's worth looking forward to. If we achieve a staged victory, a considerable number of players will migrate to Red Maple City, which is very beneficial to our development. Of course, if we fail, it will be embarrassing, basically. All players will be labeled as failures. So, the stage is ready, please go all out. Everyone took a deep breath, looked at the man in the middle, and saw him speak out. I'm glad that everyone can trust me, I will go all out. But I have to make it clear in advance that, since you let me command, you must trust me completely. Either you get rid of me or trust me. Yi Qing. You don't need to feel too much pressure. Show your usual state, and believe in yourself. With your tactical strength, these medieval nobles can't be your opponents. If they are really not your opponents, it is also a matter of absolute strength. That level is no longer determined by tactics. If it comes to this, we still have a backup plan. So don't worry too much. The president of the God of War Guild said. And the person in front of him was the one he invited. He has not joined any guild. He is a strategic game master. He is very strong in games such as Red Alert, World of Warcraft, and EVE. His bandit nickname is YD. He is about 27 or 28 years old. He has his own unique understanding of tactics. Yes. Yi Qing nodded. His originally frivolous face gradually became serious. This time is also a challenge for him. Using the weak to defeat the strong is the most prominent way of fighting. The high attention of the players brought him a lot of pressure. If he performs poorly, his career will basically be ruined. But if he performs exceptionally well, his career, which has been gradually declining, may not be able to be rejuvenated again. Yi shook off his previous frivolous look, closed his eyes, and the information he had just read kept flashing in his mind. Noble name, personality, place of residence, strength, terrain of Hanfeng City, resources that can be deployed, players that can be used, and players that can be used. Map. As soon as the words fell, a player immediately handed Yi Qing a page of his notebook. This was centered on Hanfeng City, recording the streets in Hanfeng City and the basic terrain of a 10-mile radius outside Hanfeng City. Yi Qing opened the map and started editing it. Castle location, noble troops real-time movement. Yi Qing suddenly frowned. Do the nobles know our location? There are some spies, but there is at least a delay of 10 minutes to half an hour. Yi Qing hesitated. Isn't this the same as playing a strategy game with the whole map open? The difficulty is concentrated on the unequal strength. Yi Qing didn't wait for a reply, muttered to himself, supporting his chin with his hand, thinking about it bit by bit in his mind. The goal of this battle is to subdue and scare off the nobles, who are currently taking action. Right? Are there any taboos? The goal is correct, but the taboo is not to cause too much damage to Hanfeng City, and not to cause too many casualties to civilians. Other than that, All means can be used, including but not limited to killing the nobles themselves, attacking the nobles' castles, etc. Okay, I roughly understand. Then Yi Qing drew 18 lines on the map. 9 vertical and 9 horizontal, dividing the map, marking the vertical columns from 1 to 9, and the horizontal columns from A to I, so that the map's orientation is clear at a glance. There are 127 professional players, 1,200 level 5 players, who have not changed their job, and more than 10,000 players below level 5 can be mobilized. Right? Yes. Yi Qing was also a little excited when he heard this. Commanding a team of more than 10,000 participants was an experience he had never had before, and it was also a very big challenge for him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the command came out. There is a Baron's Noble Winery in the A3 area. Go and destroy it with 100 players. The means are unlimited. Let them report the news. There is a farm in the G5 area. There are also 100 people. The means are unlimited. F4 area one after another. The commands came out of Yi Qing's mouth, and the players who had been prepared for a long time immediately set out, each running towards their own mission targets. At this time, the forum was also very lively when they learned that the Red Maple City was going to fight. Fuck, it's finally Red Maple City's turn. You've been showing off in front of me before, but now it's finally your turn. To be honest, the knights under the nobles are all very strong, mostly veteran professionals, and there are also elite warriors. The current players are definitely not opponents, in my opinion. We still have to outsmart them. As far as I know, some cities have relied on harassing castles, launching death charges against nobles, and crazy assassinations to make them reach a certain degree of compromise. Although there is no explicit agreement at present, it is only a matter of time. I think this is the correct way to play, rather than going head-on with the nobles. Indeed, the nobles have accumulated for so long, and the players have only developed for a short time. Professionals are not yet popular, and they are not opponents at all. I think there is still some hope for Red Maple City. After all, different situations cannot be generalized. Other cities are very early, and the conflict began before they began to develop. However, Red Maple City has persisted until now because of the policy of Earl Red Maple, and was only triggered by the castle auction. In addition, Hongfeng City may seem to be just a city, but in fact, due to its policy advantages, it has already gathered the elite players from nearby cities, and even nearby countries, and is very powerful. So I think this time it might be successful, and it can help players gain some status in front of the nobles. The forum was buzzing with noise, and more people began to pay attention to this matter. At this time, someone took advantage of the situation and opened a live broadcast room outside the North City Gate. Hello everyone. I am Shering, and I am now at the North City Gate where the main players of Hongfeng City gather. At this time, Mo Lan and others, who were far away in the mountains, also saw the news on the forum. Mo Lan stood on a stone, looking at the tattered clothes below, the holes on the clothes, the charred and bloody ones. It was hard to imagine what they had been through. Even Mo Lan was not much better, and was in a mess. Compared with the clothes, their spirits were completely different. Mo Lan looked at the group of people, with a smile on his face, nodded with satisfaction, took a deep breath, and said 2 words without saying anything more. Return to the city. Chapter 104 Fighting Chi Resonance. 7 or 8 one-horned wild boars walked in the mountains. A circle of mud and rock stuck to their bodies, like natural rock armor. The horns on their heads emitted golden light. They arched forward slightly, and split the tree in the middle. Suddenly, they seemed to sense something, and suddenly turned their heads to look in the same direction, with their eyes gradually turning red. The angry one-horned wild boars became agitated, without any hesitation, and charged directly in that direction. Charge! Charge! 7 or 8 unicorn wild boars turned into a torrent, and swept through the forest. Everything in front of the torrent was torn to pieces. Trees, brush, stones, nothing could stop their charge. Even other monsters on the road chose to avoid them, not daring to touch their sharp edges. Mo Lan and others who were on their way suddenly felt the ground shaking. Turning their heads to look, trees in the distance were shaking, birds were startled and flew away, and approached quickly. Prepare to meet the enemy. Mo Lan's face remained unchanged, and with a low shout, others subconsciously stopped and raised their right hands. Boom! Boom! The vibration came in front of him. and the charging unicorn wild boar soon entered Mo Lan's field of vision. The unicorn horn flashing with golden light cut through everything in front of him, turning into a torrent and pointing directly at Mo Lan. Mo Lan looked down at the unicorn horn in his hand and slowly raised it. Everyone, fireball spell ready. As soon as the words fell, Mo Lan's mental power spread out, covering 50 people. The spell model began to take shape. The fire element was agitated. Mo Lan intervened at this moment and began to guide. 50 fireballs appeared, and the air instantly became hot. Mo Lan's hand slid gently, and the 50 fireballs quickly approached each other during the launch, and gathered together in the blink of an eye. The boundaries between the fireballs were broken under the inward pressure, and they slowly merged. Mo Lan's fingers were clawed inward. A huge and deformed fireball appeared in front of Mo Lan, and it shrank little by little during the flight, and finally turned into a water drop. When the fireball technique was out of Mo Lan's control, it was only 2 meters in diameter, and the color had turned into a strange and enchanting blue. All this happened in a moment. The unicorn wild boar's charge collided head-on with a huge blue fireball. Boom! The blue flame expanded rapidly and directly swept the unicorn wild boar in. Fireball! Another big blue fireball took shape and flew out. Boom! Fireball! The third blue fireball exploded in the flames. In the core of the flame, Mo Lan could see a hint of gold, which flashed by, and seemed to be just an illusion. The huge shock wave knocked down the surrounding trees. Mo Lan and others were also blown away by the last superimposed shock wave. After rolling a few times, they stood up in a mess. The flames dissipated, and 8 charred remains stood there. Groups 1 to 9. Organize firefighting. Group 10. Clean up the battlefield. Soon, Mo Lan had 8 more extraordinary cores in his hand. Mo Lan threw them to Zhou Peng. While you can still make some money now, sell them quickly, and the extraordinary cores will be very cheap soon. Zhou Peng put the extraordinary cores into a bulging little bag, and looked at Mo Lan with his chin propped up. No matter how I look at your trick, it seems so magical. How did you do it? Mo Lan glanced at him. The resonance of the spell plus my guidance. If a mage can do it, can a warrior do it? It feels so amazing. If, theoretically, it can be done, but it is basically impossible. Why? The reason for the resonance of the spell is that the fireball spell I taught them is the same spell model. Do you know what the same means? The same means that every spell node, every magic line, and even every input parameter are exactly the same. Even the spell models of the same type of monsters cannot be exactly the same. There are some subtle differences, which may not be visible or very small. But the existence of this difference will not form resonance at all. However, the transformation of warriors depends on the extraordinary core. If you want resonance, you must first gather a group of warriors who have transformed from the same type of monsters, and then pray that their spell models are the same. Do you think it is possible? It's so difficult. Zhou Peng was a little disappointed. Then do you have any solution? Zhou Peng just asked casually, but he didn't expect Mo Lan to nod. Yes. Zhou Peng, didn't you say it's basically impossible? Mo Lan said, as a matter of course. Basically impossible, but not completely impossible. Then why did you say so much before? Damn, how do you know it's difficult if I don't say so much? You don't know it's difficult, so it shows how great I am? Zhou Peng fell silent. I suddenly don't know what to say. Mo Lan smiled. It's basically impossible to have a natural supernatural core, but I should say that a mage who has a certain understanding of the spell model can interfere with the moment the spell model is formed in the body when the warrior changes his job. If they are different, adjust them to be the same. As long as the warriors who have changed their jobs cooperate well, they should be able to form a fighting spirit resonance. When Mo Lan was speaking, a low shout echoed outside Hongfeng City. Fighting spirit resonance. This is a team of knights riding black horses. The leader is wearing heavy armor, the other 9 are wearing thick leather armor, each holding an umbrella-shaped lance in his hand, and a 2-handed sword hanging next to them. And they are surrounded by circles of players. The front is 127 warriors, and thousands of players gather behind, quickly placing wooden chevaux de frise in front. Layer by layer. Relying on the chevaux de frise. Holding the iron-headed spear. Setting up a dense forest of spears, and advancing forward. All this was broadcast live. And a broadcaster was also a professional, and was one of the 127 warriors. He stood in the front and broadcast live, becoming the most popular broadcaster in this incident in Hongfeng City. 100,000 views, 1 million views, and 5 million views. The broadcaster Shering looked at the constantly jumping numbers and was extremely excited. He explained passionately, "Hello, audience friends. The battle between many guilds in Hongfeng City and some nobles has officially entered a white-hot stage. Under the superb command of the command god Yi Di. Many knights who were originally together were separated and restrained by some players. Now this knight squad consisting of 10 warriors has been surrounded by 127 job-changing players and more than 1,000 ordinary players. The advantages and disadvantages are clear at a glance. Obviously, we are about to usher in a staged victory. Players must win. However, at this time, the heavy-armored knight leading the encirclement shouted, 'Fighting spirit! Resonance!' As soon as he finished speaking, the fighting spirit in his body surged out, vibrating with the fighting spirit of other knights, and merging together. A huge momentum rose from the center, and then covered it down. At this moment, the 10 knights seemed to have become one. At this moment, in the world of senses, the players seemed to be surrounded by not a thin team of 10 knights, but a terrifying beast crawling on the ground. What effect can fighting spirit resonance have? At this time, Zhou Peng asked Emolan with some curiosity. Chapter 105 How can we lose with such a big advantage? Fighting chi resonance? I don't know the specific effect, but fighting chi and magic should be common, so we can make a simple guess. Emolan said to Zhou Peng while he was on his way. 50 fireballs bombing together is like 50 grenades exploding at the same time. The explosion range is very large, if they fall in the same place at the same time. The power will also produce a certain degree of stacking. But this stacking is limited. If it can't break the defense, it's like a baby punching your chest with its little fist and 50 babies punching your chest with their little fists. There is no difference. If it can break the defense, it can break the defense. If it can't break the defense, it can't break the defense. What about spell resonance? 50 fireballs become one. And the coverage may not be as large as 50 fireballs. But the power level has been upgraded from a grenade to a mortar. Or to an RPG. Do you understand? As a single attack spell, the spell stacking of fireball is to enhance the upper limit of damage. This is how I understand it. Do you understand it? Nonsense. You said it so simply. Unless you are a fool. You must understand it. Oh, I thought you didn't understand it. Huh? Zhou Peng felt that something was wrong. And Emolan said quickly, Okay. Don't be distracted. I'm going to talk about Douchi resonance. Oh. Emolan breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Using the same deduction logic. Douchi's main function is to strengthen physical fitness, improve strength, release spells, and release it to form defense. So after Douchi resonates, it is very likely that the resonating people will become a whole, with temporary improvement in physical fitness, strength, spells, and defense. In simple terms, all attributes are enhanced. And then all the resonating people will become a whole. If one person has Douchi, all people will have Douchi. And it is a super enhanced version. At least one level higher than the original Douchi. So awesome? Probably. Just a guess. The specific results will depend on the experimental results. I now find that the effect of this resonance of elements is very interesting. Many spells will have new changes after adding this resonance. Emolan muttered to himself. And then entered the research state. Ignoring the outside world. Walking, thinking, gesturing, and then recording something in the notebook. Seeing this, Zhou Peng closed his mouth, walked aside silently, and Ding Jin next to him whispered to him. I think if we give Emolan some time, maybe we can really beat the nobles. It won't take too long, just wait until mages become popular. We might be able to win now. The noble knight squads are actually all scattered. Won't this be a way for people to divide and destroy them? The nobles are really stupid. Can more than 100 professionals not beat 10 knights? Pfft. No, it's possible that we can't win. The nobles may not be that stupid. They may just be very confident. Come and see what this is? Zhou Peng frowned, and came over to take a look. It's nothing, isn't it just 10 knights? But why do I feel that the faces of those players are not right? It seems that they are under great pressure, and they don't look like they are going to win at all. Ding Jin gently moved the progress bar forward. When Zhou Peng heard those 4 words, his pupils shrank sharply. Fighting chi resonance? Well, the live broadcast can only broadcast the picture, but the momentum and feeling cannot be broadcast live, so we think it's okay, but I'm afraid that the players on the scene are under great pressure. No matter how powerful the fighting chi resonance is, it shouldn't be enough to crush more than 100 professionals. Right? We should be worrying too much. I hope so. After Ding Jin finished speaking, Zhou Peng frowned and spoke after a moment of silence. Everyone, speed up. Go help. Well, it's okay if we win, but since there's a possibility of losing, we have to help. Not to mention doing our part, at least we have to die together, even more miserably than those players. We have to catch up in this battle. Zhou Peng thought about it, and called Emolan. What's the matter? Emolan knew that Zhou Peng would not disturb him if he had nothing to do, and since he called him, something must have happened. You have a friend account in Wuchang of the God of War Guild. Right. Please contact him for me. Just tell him that if they lose, then lead the night team to the road to Taishu Town. Seeing that Emolan was a little confused, Zhou Peng told him everything that had just happened, and asked, Didn't you just say that resonance is basically impossible? How could the night team achieve resonance? There were no mages before. Emolan thought while editing the text message. I roughly understand. Perhaps resonance really occurred in the past by luck, and then the nobles knew about it. Then the nobles, after studying, mastered this technique and copied it. As for the operators, there are no mages, but there are magicians. They are the experts in drawing spell models, have mental power, and have a sufficient understanding of spell models. They are only a layer away from real mages. It is normal to be able to do this. And I finally understand why Earl Hanfeng is so tolerant of me. And he did not give up after rejecting the invitation several times. It turns out that magicians have this strategic significance. Emolan suddenly realized. Red Maple City Auction House. In the dead state. He cannot move. So Wuchang still floats above the corpse in the soul state, and starts the 18th round of quarrels with the world's #1 presidently. Why did you poke me? Didn't you poke me too? I poke you because you poke me. I poke you because I know you will poke me. Bullshit, how do you know I will poke you and then poke me? I will. Presidently, who was about to fight back, heard the voice below, and took a look. This bunch of rubbish is still guarding down there. How patient, forget it, I won't argue with you. A loser, I'll watch the live broadcast. Whose loser are you talking about? You're poking my loser. I'm poking you because... Before Presidently finished speaking, Wuchang made a quiet gesture. Stop, I won't argue with you anymore. After saying that, he opened the chat page. Emolan? After seeing the message clearly, his brows furrowed. After losing, he led people over? What a joke, 127 people can still lose against 10. How is that possible? Although Wuchang was puzzled, he still took a screenshot and sent it to the president. The Ares Guild president was also slightly confused when he saw this, and murmured, Lose? How is it possible? Why does Emolan think he will lose? Although the Ares Guild president thought it was unlikely, he still fell into thinking, and began to think about where there were loopholes, and what factors would lead to defeat. Yi Fei, what did you say? Yi Fei was the name of the Ares Guild president. He heard the question and answered. Someone told me that we might lose. The other presidents looked at each other when they heard this. You will lose. How can you lose with such a big advantage? Who is trying to attract attention from you? I tell you, don't give everyone a friend status, or you will be annoyed. There are all kinds of people. Just as the presidents were talking, Yi Qing, who was watching the live broadcast, suddenly sat up straight and stared at the screen. Not good. Chapter 106, Great Defeat. Charge. A deep voice came from under the visor of the heavy-armored knight. The terrifying beast crawling on the ground suddenly stood up and rushed directly towards the player. Golden light flashed on the heavy-armored knight's body. That was the light stimulated by the spell. Sharpness. Looking at the familiar light, Emolan suddenly said. Zhou Peng suddenly looked at the waste bag in the middle after hearing this. There were 13 extraordinary cores of unicorn wild boars, which contained the sharpness. Unicorn wild boars are not rare in this area. Except for the 8 killed later, a lot of them were killed before. In the picture, the 10 knights spontaneously formed an arrow shape, and their fighting spirit combined with the sharpness technique formed a light golden film on their bodies. Release spells, and defend with spears. The command sounded, and the players facing the charge immediately released spells, and the players on the side also hurriedly followed, and the players behind them tilted their spears forward, fixed the rear end on the ground, and stepped on them with their feet. Fireball. Wind blade. Earth wall. Slow. Spider web. Charge. Spells were released one after another on the way the knights charged, and the light of the spells flickered, and the knights were submerged. Emolan looked at this scene and sighed slightly. We lost. If we don't break the defense, we won't break the defense. As expected. The next moment, a pale golden light broke through the barrier of the spell and appeared in front of the players. Everyone widened their eyes. How is it possible? This thought appeared in the minds of all the players. The spells they released seemed to have no effect. The arrow-shaped charging knights were like a sharp knife, directly cutting through all the spells in front of them. The expanding flame of the fireball spell was split in half. The wind blade spell collapsed directly when it hit it. The earth wall spell was cut and shattered. The slow spell fell on the pale golden film without any effect. And the sticky spider web fell to the ground and was directly torn apart. The spell effect was left behind. Many players who changed their profession started to circulate their fighting spirit and burst out with the most powerful force to move forward. Thrust. A dull roar came from the visor of the heavy armored knights. Accompanied by the sound, the long spears in their hands thrust violently. The wooden chevaux de frise was shattered by the charge. The umbrella-shaped spearhead wrapped in a light golden film directly shattered the broadsword and long sword, and fiercely penetrated into the body of the player warrior. Bang! The body was shattered, the fragments flew all over the sky, and the player warriors died one after another. After the iron-headed spear hit the knight, it instantly bent to the limit, and then broke into pieces. The heavily armored warrior leading the knight squad roared again. Charge! The arrowhead formed by the knight squad broke into the player team unstoppably. There were only 10 people, but they charged and killed thousands of players like a hot knife through butter. Blood and flesh flew, leaving no intact corpse. And there was no resistance to the charging knight. At this moment, there was no difference between the warriors who had changed their jobs and ordinary players. 10 knights kept charging among thousands of players, turning around, and continued to charge, continuously strangling players. Behind the live broadcast, Emolan, Zopeng, Yiqing, the presidents of the God of War Guild and other guilds, Wuchang, millions of players watching the live broadcast on the forum, all fell silent at this moment. Snap! Yiqing, who was standing, sat down with a snap, his hands clenched into fists at some point, his knuckles were white. In front of him, 10 charging knights strangling thousands of players seemed to be the most naked mockery of him. What if you have many strategies? What if you lead away the knight squads? What if you are powerful? I have a knight squad, I can kill thousands of you with just 10 people, you have no chance to resist. Any of my knight squads can kill you all. Yi Fei patted Yiqing on the shoulder. You have done very well. No one would have thought that 10 people could fight against more than 100 professionals, more than 1,000 combat players. This is not our fault in command. A good cook cannot cook without rice. There are no soldiers to use. The gap in strength is too great. It is not your fault. I know that. My mentality is not as fragile as you think. I have played many games against the odds. This is nothing. I just didn't expect the gap to be so big. These knights are strong, but they should not be at the elite level. That is to say, they are basically at the same level as the player warriors. One Dochi resonance can deal with 10 times the same level warriors, 100 times the ordinary soldiers. I didn't expect this. Yiqing quickly adjusted his mentality and said, Next. I will start the backup plan. You get ready? In addition, I advise you to find the key to Dochi resonance as soon as possible, and deal with, or organize the warriors of Dochi resonance yourself, otherwise. In a head-on battle, the player will never be the opponent of the noble cavalry squad. Hearing Yiqing's words, the others frowned. Do we really want to start the backup plan? If we don't show that we can defeat the knight squad head-on, and show that we have the strength to defeat the nobles, then our strength will not be taken seriously, and we will not be able to show our strength. This alone is a huge loss for us. But the hard power is indeed no match for the cavalry squad. Yiqing's words made everyone silent. Is there no other way? One person frowned and said, at this time. Yi Fei suddenly remembered the news just now and spoken out. Do you remember what I just said? What? Someone just told you that he would lose. Yes, he told me before that he would lose. So what? I admit that I blamed him wrongly before. He is not just trying to attract attention. He may have a strong eye, he is indeed a master. But so what? Can he still reverse the situation? Yi Fei pondered for a moment, raised his eyelids and looked at everyone. That may not be the case. As soon as Yi Fei said this, everyone looked at him immediately, including Yiqing. Yi Fei, you are not a boastful person. If you say yes, then tell me about it. This person is a mage. As soon as Yifei finished speaking, the guild president's present frowned. It can be said that everyone sitting here has basically looked for a way to change the mage's job. But no one has found it. Do you remember a post that appeared on the forum before? The one about the mage pioneer? Is that true? Did someone really create a job? I sent the post. Hiss. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. They had just listened to it as a joke before. But it was confirmed here. Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in their eyes. After a while, someone continued. This is indeed very important. Introduce this great god to us later. But how can this help the current situation? Is the mage so powerful that he can deal with the entire night team alone? Yifei was silent for a long time. Maybe. It really can. Chapter 107 I am the magician Molan. Maybe, it really works. As soon as Yifei said this, everyone quieted down and looked at him quietly. Yi Qing, he said that if he loses, then he will lead everyone to the direction of Taishu Town, which is the road to Area C1. You are the commander now, you make this decision. Yi Qing nodded when he heard this. I don't know who this magic pioneer is, but since you believe in him, then I believe in you too. Anyway, it has come to this point. Leading them over will not cause greater losses, and it will not affect the backup plan in any way. In this case, there is no loss and only gain in the plan, so why not go? Yi Qing gave the order as soon as he finished speaking, and while giving the transfer order, he also began to mobilize other players, to prepare for contraction, to prepare to switch to the backup plan with the least loss. While he was making arrangements, the other presidents looked at Yifei. Yifei, you hit it so well, if it wasn't a coincidence today, I'm afraid you wouldn't have said it. Right? That's not nice. Yifei rolled his eyes. Would you say it if it were you? TSK. Gong Tao, the president of the Nyehua Guild, curled his lips. Who says who is a fool? But if you don't say it, you are not kind enough. You make a lot of sense. Tell me, what's the matter with the mage pioneer? Why do you believe he can turn the tables? TSK, do you think Yifei really believes he can turn the tables? Do you believe what he said? He just pretends to believe in the mage. When he sees the loss caused by believing in him, he will feel guilty and soft-hearted. Won't he get the mage profession? Utopia President Zhuqingwen said sourly. Nothing more. No, I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Yifei waved his hands and denied it. I just simply expressed my trust in him. As for the mage profession, he had already expressed his desire to tell me. He even told me the title he got for creating the mage profession, but I firmly refused. I think the mage profession belongs to everyone, I can't enjoy it alone, which is extremely immoral. So under my strong persuasion, he decided to make the mage profession public, so that all players can freely switch to mages. I added a mage profession to real game with my own efforts. After Yifei finished speaking, the others looked at him quietly. When he finished speaking, one of them said with a blank expression, in a flat tone, "Ah, I am so touched. Yes, I believe it. Make it up. Keep making it up. I wonder if you will be embarrassed first, or I will be embarrassed first." Yifei showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Well, okay, he decided to announce the mage profession. Maybe we can't beat the nobles now, but it may not be the case after a large number of people switch to mages. Mage. Mage is not just talk. Mages of the same level have the strongest burst. Even if we can't beat the nobles in a short time, the time we defeat the nobles will be much earlier because of him. Isn't this a reversal of the situation? So I believe in him. Sooner or later, when he created the mage profession and decided to announce it, he was destined to become a hero and reverse the situation. I would rather pay him some tuition and learn to be a mage. Someone suddenly said, "Don't think about it, remember this favor, remember to pay it back when you have a chance. When you couldn't find the mage profession, you were so anxious, and now you still complain about this and that, you're really taking advantage of it." Yifei curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Can you be more mature like me? For this kind of great god, just lick him." Gum Tao glared and said in a loud voice, "I am ashamed to be with you. Get out of the way, I will lick him alone." The room fell into a deathly silence. "I admire you." Live broadcast room. "I have said long ago that you can't beat them, you don't listen to me. But these guilds are even more rubbish than I thought. More than 1,000 people, more than 100 professionals can't beat 10 people, rubbish. That's right. I am better than this. I can do it. Is the person above blind? Didn't you see the Dochi resonance? The big move that other cities have never used, and you can do it, Did you change your job? Change to a keyboard warrior? Oh, it's a pity, I just thought. To win. More than 100 professionals fight against 10 professionals. Who would have thought that they could lose? Is it true that the players can't turn things around? No. We can harass them and force the nobles to give in. We can force them. But if we don't have enough hard power, we still have to live by others' wishes. Only strength is the real ability. Alas. Rubbish planner. Rubbish planner. For a while. In the live broadcast room, in the forum, there was a cry of grief. And people who cursed the planners were flooding the screens everywhere. Everyone is not blind. They saw the whole live broadcast clearly. The command was excellent, and the combat players were also very strong. However, the knight team was stronger. And the nobles were stronger. This was a gap in hard power, which could not be made up by other means. However, in the midst of the cries of grief, someone suddenly discovered that there were other changes on the battlefield. They are moving. Where are they going? Retreat. You can't stay here and let them kill you. No, this doesn't seem to be a retreat. This is to lead these knights somewhere. Do they have other ways? One person said expectantly. What else can we do? All the professional warriors are here. More than 120 of them. In my opinion, even 200 warriors may not be able to defeat these 10 knights. They are small targets, move fast, and have high attack power. 200 warriors can only stand and watch. But what if there is another way? This sentence expressed the thoughts of many people. They all fell silent, and quietly watched more than 1,000 players constantly mobilize, leading the knight team to the northwest little by little. The knights may have discovered it, or they may not have discovered it. They have been tirelessly charging among the players. Players die every moment, and their bodies are torn apart. Before long, they came to a road, and someone in the live broadcast room suddenly said, "This is the road between Taishu Town and Hongfeng City. What are they doing here? Hey, look ahead. There are dozens of people coming. What are they doing here? Hurry up and run. You will all die here. Wait. Look. The remaining dozens of professionals are all heading towards them. Could it be that the so-called trump card, the means are them?" Millions of players in the live broadcast room looked at the tattered clothes. Dusty Molan and his people. And their hopes turned into disappointment. Some even cursed. But when Yi Qing saw Molan, his pupil shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to hug his chest. Is it him? Under the gaze of everyone, the knight team discovered the movement of the player warriors and slowly changed direction. Charge. Crush them. The dull voice echoed. And the thin Molan took a few steps forward and quietly watched the charging knight team. Fireball. As soon as the words fell, the players present suddenly felt a little hot and could not help but look up. The next moment, in the surprised eyes of everyone, 50 fireballs appeared and flew towards the knights. Are all these 50 professional warriors? So what? The first 100 have all lost. Are 50 of them here to die? Just as everyone was puzzled, Molan squeezed his hand, and the 50 fireballs instantly condensed into a strange and enchanting blue fireball. What is that? He raised his hand and pushed it forward. At this moment, everyone's eyes followed the blue fireball flying forward. The two faced each other, and in the blink of an eye, they collided. Thrust. Boom. The fireball exploded, and the blue flames quickly expanded with a shock wave and swallowed up the knight team. However, in the eyes of everyone's expectation, a faint golden light broke through the flames. They rushed over. Molan's face did not change at all when he saw this fireball. Before they broke through the flames, in the eyes of everyone shock, another 50 fireballs, and another blue fireball sank into the flames. Boom. Fireball. Another blue fireball. Boom. At this moment, all the guild leaders in the command center stood up suddenly, looking at Molan in shock, looking at the 50 mages behind Molan in shock. At this time, other players also reacted and shouted, "Hiss, it's a mage!" Looking at the sunken road surface, which looked like it had been bombed, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and at the same time, there was a hint of expectation in their eyes, a hint of hope. Can they win? The flames dissipated, revealing a sunken, charred hole, in which a team of knights kept charging forward, with flushed faces, and their fighting spirit was shaky. Bang! As if there was a crisp sound, the golden light on the knight disappeared. At this moment, the original whole body became 10 individuals again. The eyes of other professional warriors lit up when they saw this, and they looked at each other. The more frustrated they were before, the more fighting spirit they had now. Charge! Kill! Before other players could come to their senses, the 10 knights were torn to pieces by the angry professional players at all costs. At this time, the anchor Shering hurriedly stepped forward. The camera returned to Emolan. Millions of people looked at him in shock and curiosity. Emolan showed a faint smile on his face, bowed slightly, and said softly, "Hello everyone, I am the mage Emolan." Chapter 108, Announcement of the Mage. Mage? Shering was shocked when he heard this, but he felt it was natural. Recalling the title incident that had caused a lot of noise on the forum before, he asked curiously, "Mr. Emolan, is the mage pioneer mentioned on the forum before you the one who said that you are?" Emolan smiled gently and nodded. "Yes, it is indeed me." Shering heard this, glancing at the number of people and popularity on the live broadcast page that were rising rapidly. His heart was also burning, and he hurriedly continued to ask, "Mr. Emo, I want to." "Wait a minute. Can I say a few words?" Emolan interrupted suddenly. Ying's breath stagnated, and he nodded subconsciously. "Hello everyone. I am Emolan. I have found out the method of changing the job of a mage by chance. Now I want to share it with you. If you are interested, you can follow my personal homepage. There is a direct link to my live broadcast room. The live broadcast will start in 5 minutes. I will share some of my experiences on the job change of the mage." Shering stared blankly at the rapidly declining popularity and number of viewers in the live broadcast room. He was stunned and looked at Emolan at a loss. This. At this time, the audience, who had not left the live broadcast room, burst into laughter when they saw this scene. "Ha ha ha, this Emolan is also a wonderful person. If you don't do everything that a person should do, you are really a coward, doghead." "Shering, maybe I'm not a person, but you are really a coward." Emolan looked at Shering, who was a little at a loss, and said aloud, "If you have time, can you do me a favor?" "Ah?" Shering didn't react for a while. "I won't live stream all the time. When I don't have time, could you please help me live stream?" "Well, just help me live stream the magician's spellcasting skills." Shering instantly became alert after hearing this. This is not a trouble at all. This is simply a great gift for him. No trouble, thank you Emolanju, thank you." Emolan smiled at this, without wasting any more time, directly opened the live broadcast room. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, the number of viewers increased rapidly, and countless long-awaited players poured into the live broadcast room. "Hello everyone, I am Emolan. I accidentally figured out the skills of changing the job of a mage, and I plan to share it with you. I can't guarantee that what I said is correct. I can only say that I share my views. If there are any mistakes, I hope you can understand and help correct them. And I hope you can improve the mage profession, and make it a truly worthy wizard. From now on, I will first tell you about the origin of the mage, and the whole idea when I created the mage. After this, I think you will have a general understanding of the mage profession, and know how to change jobs. At the beginning, I didn't know how to change my job to a mage, but at level 1. Like many people, I chose intelligence without hesitation, just for the dream of becoming a mage. At first, I just insisted foolishly, until I got my first extraordinary core. I found inspiration in the extraordinary core. Emolan explained the origin of the mage profession, and the method of changing his job in a simple and easy way. Looking at the thanks on the barrage, Emolan smiled. Drink a sip of water, clear his throat and continue. "Okay, that's about it for mages. I still have a lot of things to deal with next. Look, there are so many presidents waiting for me over there. It's really stressful." He will tell you the specific details, how to memorize spell models, how to cast spells. Emolan pulled Su Zongjin over. "In addition, I will apply for a mage section on the forum later. Next, I will upload some practical spell models and mage playing skills for your reference. In addition, I hope that everyone will actively discuss in the mage section in the future, create spells together, study spell casting techniques, develop combat methods, research spell schools, perfect the mages that are still only in their infancy, and truly become an independent system." After Emolan finished speaking, he nodded to Shering, who had been waiting for a long time. "I'll trouble you next time," he will talk. "You help with the live broadcast, and control the situation." No trouble, thank you." Shering looked at the rapidly increasing number of viewers, and looked at Emolan with gratitude. Seeing that Shering had already opened the live broadcast room, Emolan closed his own, and turned to walk towards the many presidents, who had been waiting for a long time. Everyone, thank you for waiting for a long time. Master Emotion Jiang Mage. It's okay for us to wait for another hour. It's all useful information. If anyone dares to interrupt, I will be the first to tear him apart alive. Yi Fei said with a smile. No. No. Emolan said a few humble words, and then got to the point. Let's not talk about this. What is the current situation? I just came back from outside, and only watched a few live broadcasts. I don't know the specific situation very well. Well, this is Yi Qing, the commander. Let him tell you. We also obeyed his command. Emolan turned his head, and looked at Yi Qing. Why do you look familiar to me? Maybe you have seen my video before. Yi Qing said calmly. Oh, maybe. Let me tell you this. Before you showed up, the situation was very bad. All of us combined couldn't beat a night team. At that time, we had basically decided to activate the backup plan. Yi Qing glanced at Emolan and continued. That is to say, break the whole into parts, give up all the open industries, shrink all over the place, and start to harass the nobles by various means. Until they are willing to compromise. I know from the sound of it that this will cause great losses. But there is no other way. Instead of waiting for others to come to kill us, it is better to take a step back. But you appeared at this time, and I thought the situation could not get worse. I tried my best to save the dying horse, but I didn't expect that you actually brought it back to life. Yi Qing still looked at Emolan with a sigh. To make a long story short, can the 3 fireballs just now still be used? Emolan looked back at the 50 mages, who were surrounded by a group of people asking about their well-being. We used it once before, and just now was the second round. After 2 rounds in a row, I think your mental strength is a bit depleted, but you should be able to recover after a rest of 1 or 2 hours. Do you want to continue fighting? Yi Qing nodded. Yes, the battle just now was shocking, but the nobles didn't see it. This time we have to forcefully kill a knight squad in front of the nobles. Only in this way can we calm down those greedy nobles a little, and have room for negotiation. After Yi Qing finished speaking, Gung Tao next to him grinned. Let's develop for a while, and we'll get rid of them sooner or later. Yi Qing didn't deny it, but said with a little regret, it's a pity that there are still too few mages. It would be better if there were more. No way. There are many players at level 5 who haven't changed their jobs. But there are not many players at level 5 who have full intelligence. The world's #1 guild leader shook his head and said, there are indeed some brains in the guild that are out of control. Oh no. There are far-sighted people who have full intelligence. But there are too few of them. And it's useless. However, at this time, the God of War guild leader Yi Fei raised his head slightly, and said with a little pride, that may not be the case. Chapter 109. The mage group casts a spell. Everyone turned their heads to look at Yi Fei, and saw him clapping his hands in triumph. Nothing happened. Clapped again. At this time, everyone saw a group of people starting to walk towards this side. A glance showed that there were about dozens, or even hundreds of them. All of my 100 people have intelligence points, and each of them has at least 15 intelligence points. Yi Fei glanced at the people around him in triumph. I've been ready for a long time, Emotion, and I can change my job at any time. Aren't you afraid that the mage doesn't have intelligence points? Maybe it's strength. How can you swing the staff without strength? One person said sourly. But the reality is that the mage's job change requires intelligence points, and I, foresight, bold and decisive, prepared in advance to take advantage of this opportunity. Yi Fei said proudly. I'm afraid your guild has too many brains out. I remember, your guild used to have a lot of mages. After the world's #1 guild leader finished speaking, Yi Fei's expression froze. Ahem, how could it be possible? It's not true. Don't talk nonsense. It's purely my foresight, and I was the one who led it. That's right. Yi Qing ignored them, turned his head, and looked at Emolan. Emotion. If they change their jobs, how long will it take for these people? Emolan pondered for a moment. I'll let the mage guide them step by step. If they change their jobs and memorize the fireball spell model quickly, it will take 12 hours. After they change their jobs, can they reach the level of the blue fireball you just made? Emolan nodded. The key to the blue fireball is me, and it has little to do with them. There is no problem. Okay, then I'll give you 14 hours. After 14 hours, I will let the nobles and a team of knights appear at the north gate. I'll leave it to you then. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Qing turned and left, and Emolan immediately took action. First, Call the 49 mages except Su Zongxin over. Everyone has it, 1-on-2, teach them to change their jobs as quickly as possible, and memorize the fireball spell model. Teach one person and get a reward of 50 yuan, is that okay? President Yifei? Mo Lan turned around and said, Yifei, who was enjoying the envious and jealous eyes of other presidents, nodded immediately after hearing this. No problem, based on the number of people, it's 50 yuan for each person taught. Did you hear that? If you have money, don't waste your time, the faster you teach, the more you earn. Start now, gather in 2 hours, and report the situation to your team leader. Each team leader should report to me every 2 hours. Yes. Seeing that Mo Lan had made the arrangements, Geng Tao, the president of the Niehua Guild, walked forward carelessly. Emotion, I don't know if you are interested in joining a guild, come to our Niehua Guild, and we will directly appoint you as the vice president, and I won't tell you the salary to disgust you, and directly distribute the dividends with shares. Provide a room. Provide a car. Only be responsible for the mage's affairs. And don't worry about other miscellaneous matters. How about it? Do you want to consider it? The other presidents, who were trying to build up their emotions, were stunned when they saw this. Fuck. Geng Tao looks honest. But you are the worst. Emotion. The world's #1 guild will consider it. I can give you what Geng Tao, the bastard, can give you. Emotion. Do you want to consider our utopia? Do you have a girlfriend? There are thousands of beauties in our guild. If you come to our guild, you will be assigned a girlfriend. Switching Wen also said with a smile. And the others paused when they heard it, and turned their heads little by little to look at her in shock. Mo Lan blinked his eyes when he saw this, and quickly performed the helpless expression. Everyone, goodbye, goodbye, I have no plans to join a guild for the time being. Oh, is that so? Then if you want to join in the future, Emotion should consider our guild first. By the way, let's add each other as friends, so that we can contact each other if anything happens. Mo Lan stopped after adding friends one by one, watching the guild leaders leave, and busy themselves with their own things. Mo Lan glanced at the mages, but saw Su Zongxin instructing in the mage team, correcting others' mistakes, ensuring following behind to broadcast live. Hey, Su Zongxin is smart. Su Zongxin was the first to change his job, and he was the most talented, the most suitable mage in Mo Lan's opinion, so he gave him a lot of special training. Maybe his strength is not very strong, but with his knowledge, it is more than enough to teach a newcomer. Seeing Su Zongxin, Mo Lan did not go over again, but found a place to sit down and fell into deep thought. Resonance? Through the battle with the knights just now, Mo Lan had some new insights into resonance. The resonance of the knights seems to be not just the resonance between the fighting spirits, but the release of spells at the same time as the fighting spirits resonate, with the help of spells as a channel to pry the elements in the environment. The fighting spirit, spells, and elements in the environment can achieve resonance. This makes up for the disadvantage of the warrior's lack of fighting spirit, cleverly bypasses the fact that the warrior cannot affect the environmental elements, and pushes the effect of fighting spirit resonance to the peak. Mo Lan deduced bit by bit, calculated bit by bit, from the duration of the night team spells, the effect of fighting spirit resonance, the feelings when facing the night team on the spot, the exploration of mental power, and the fluctuations of elements in the environment at that time. Mo Lan was able to get a lot of information. Warriors can pry elements in the environment. Can we also refer to spell resonance? Mo Lan knew in his heart that the spell resonance he currently knew was actually just a super defective version. Just like what Yi Qing said, the mage team was able to use the blue fireball entirely because of him. It was entirely up to him to accurately calculate the situation of each fireball, and then guide it to achieve resonance. That is, Mo Lan has an ink cartridge, and its computing power is comparable to that of a computer. Others can't do it at all. In other words, this method is unique to Mo Lan and cannot be copied. Obviously, this can't even be called spell resonance. Perhaps others will be complacent, and they have a unique skill. But for Mo Lan, who wants to perfect the profession of a mage, this is unacceptable. Can spell resonance also refer to leveraging environmental elements? Although spells themselves are stimulated by environmental elements, wouldn't it be bigger and better if more elements can be leveraged? Then the spell resonance will definitely become more artistic. Mo Lan murmured. The key to resonance is frequency. If the frequency is right, resonance can be achieved. The fighting spirit of 10 people is at the same frequency, the spells are at the same frequency, And finally the elements in the environment are adjusted to the same frequency, then the resonance begins. All the resonating parts become a whole, complementing and enhancing each other. Emolan continued to deduce the whole process in his mind. While deduce, Emolan's feelings in his heart are getting more and more, and inspiration bursts out. If I apply the experience of building spell models to building spell resonance, will it have a miraculous effect? After all, spell nodes are formed by elements, and Fireball is also formed by elements. If the spell of spell resonance can form a supergiant spell, wouldn't it be able to leverage the elements in the environment again? And it is to gather the abilities of all the mages in the team to leverage together? Emolan was suddenly shocked by his own inspiration. And the next moment, he was faintly excited. Isn't this a group of mages casting a spell? Chapter 110 Invitation to a Fight. Invitation? Group spell casting. Emolan murmured. Just these 4 words gave him unlimited room for imagination. He seemed to see 10,000 neatly arranged mages casting spells together. The fire element between heaven and earth became agitated instantly. The fireball rose up, forming a golden fireball in the sky. The fireball flew out, falling. Boom! Golden blazing, it seemed that a second sun appeared between heaven and earth. The earth trembled and wailed. A mushroom cloud belonging to the ultimate art slowly rose. Emolan smacked his lips, and his motivation instantly exploded, and his passion was full. What is a man's romance? Mushrooms. What is more romantic? Grow mushrooms by yourself. What is our goal? Grow mushrooms all over the earth, and peace will come to the world. After cheering up, Emolan continued to study, but at this time several team leaders came over. How many have changed their jobs? Okay, keep working hard. After more than 2 hours, it is normal to be able to change jobs. I don't know how many times 2 hours is enough to try, but Su Zongxin succeeded in just a few minutes. Assign a group of people to teach them the spell model. You can put job transfer on hold for a while. Not everyone needs to change their job. Also, teach them to memorize the spell model. There is no need to teach them techniques like quick memorization. You just need to get them to memorize the spell correctly as quickly as possible. Just once. They only need to release the spell once. It doesn't matter what happens after the release. Anyway, do it as quickly as possible. This shouldn't be difficult. Okay. Several team leaders left one by one, and immediately assigned a group of people to start teaching the spell model. Emolan thought about it. First submitted an application to open a mage forum on the forum, and then continued his research. Reconstruct a spell using Fireball as a spell node. It sounds simple, but it is far from as easy as imagined. The tacit cooperation of the mage group and the precise control. Forget it. I will do it all. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. Excluding these, there is also the composition of the magic line. In the normal spell model, the spell node is very stable, and the magic line can be extended directly. But if I dare to extend a line of fire on the fireball, I dare to move, it will explode. What should I do? Emolan murmured. When you concentrate on doing something, time often passes very quickly. Time seems to slip away quietly when you are not paying attention, and when you start to pay attention to it, it slows down quietly, and becomes extremely long. Instructor, time is up. Emolan wrote down the last thought, looked up to the east, the pink sun jumped up. Emolan stood up, twisted his neck, and his bones creaked. 68 people changed their jobs, and 45 people memorized the spell model. Okay. Shuffle the 45 people, and put them into your team. Tell them how to operate when you are on the road. And remember to remind them when casting spells. They only need to cast once. Okay. I understand. Emolan turned his head, and looked at Yifei who was walking over. Is Yi Qing ready? He is waiting for your news. Once you are in place, the nobles and a team of knights will go over. Yifei said with some sighs. Is he the director? How come the nobles go wherever he says? So cooperative? Emolan was also a little surprised. I can only say that some people are like emotion, unreasonable. By the way, there is one more thing. Yi Qing said that. It is possible that 2 knight teams will arrive at the same time. There may be no more than 3 knight teams to support within 15 minutes. You need to pay attention at that time. If the situation is not right, retreat as soon as possible. The warriors will cover the mage. Okay. Emolan looked at the mage who had calmed down, and waved forward. Let's go! Viscount Larson appeared on the city wall with a group of gloomy nobles. One of them had an extremely ugly expression. His face was as black as ink. What happened? Where did my knight go? Those projectors are weak, but they are cunning. You didn't obey orders, and you let the knights attack without authorization. You were actually led away. Isn't it normal to be killed? Someone said disdainfully. This person's face suddenly showed anger. Didn't you send the knights to your farm before? My knights are now under the city. Where are your knights? This person pointed at the knights riding horses under the city tower and said coldly. They are still alive and well. And I'm afraid yours has already gone to see Hades? Stop arguing. Viscount Larson said. Viscount Larson. Should we send another knight team over? The situation is probably a bit dangerous now. Someone suddenly asked. But before Viscount Larson could speak, another person objected. What's the big deal? Just over 100 adventurers. So what if there are 200? So what if they can be resurrected? They are vulnerable in front of the knight team. There is no difference between one knight and two. Bullshit, aren't you just worried that your winery will be destroyed? Stupid, short-sighted. Okay, stop arguing. Viscount Larson shouted angrily. The two men shut their mouths immediately after hearing that, but they still looked at each other with some anger. I will transfer another knight team over. Viscount Larson did not force other nobles to transfer their knights over. Because now those dirty projectors that are everywhere like flies are attacking their industry. In this situation, even if he gave his own orders, they might not work. Rather than losing face and dignity, it was better to dispatch a group of troops himself. However, at this moment, Viscount Larson suddenly saw a large team approaching on the horizon. Viscount Larson narrowed his eyes. His face was gloomy. And he muttered, Projector? The follower who conveyed the order had just left. And the projector had already arrived at the city gate. Viscount Larson. Come down and talk. A man stood up and shouted. And when he saw that Viscount Larson did not reply, he continued, Don't you even have the courage to come down and talk? Coward. The man continued. Viscount Larson didn't react, but Yi Qing frowned slightly when he heard the words. Change people. After a while, another person stepped forward and thought for a moment. Viscount Larson, are you standing there alone to take a family photo? Oh no, the one next to you is your first wife. Right? Are you reluctant to use your head as an inheritance? Also, hey, what's that expression on your face? I was bitten by a dog when I was a child, and I'm a little panicked now. Kill them! Viscount Larson's face turned red, and he pointed at the front and shouted at the top of his lungs. The nobleman next to him did not hesitate after hearing this, and shouted at the bottom of the city wall. Charge! Yes! A dull voice sounded, and the captain riding on heavy armor was full of fighting spirit, and his teammates behind him quickly cooperated, and a light flashed, and a ray of light fell on him. Spell, charge! Charge! Duh! 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 The speed of the 10 knights exploded instantly, and they charged at high speed. Chapter 111 Burning Mental Power. TSK, I can't stand it just at the beginning. The player shook his head with some regret, then retreated to the team. Emolan looked at the charging knight squad and silently gave him a thumbs up. On the tower, Viscount Larson looked at the players who tried to defend, his face flushed, and gritted his teeth. Die. Die, all of you, die. And at this moment, Emolan stopped and raised his right hand. Ready! Boom! 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 7 or 8 fireballs released in advance flew out and hit the charging knights. The knights didn't make any moves, and the fireballs were hit, and sparks flew everywhere. Puff! The angry Viscount Larson couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Half of his face was smiling, and the other half was angry. His face became extremely weird. The other nobles beside him couldn't help laughing. The originally gloomy face gradually eased, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and they chatted easily. It felt like watching an expected performance. What an amazing fireball show, the close contact between the condensed high-temperature fireball and the fighting spirit. Every burst of flames is an interpretation of beauty, it is simply the embodiment of art. Next, let's enjoy the art of killing, a noble chanted, causing other nobles nearby to smile easily. Emolan looked at several broken fireballs, said nothing, raised his hands, and slightly opened his lips. Fireball! In an instant, the fire elements in the environment quickly became active, and spell models took shape one after another, and then turned into blazing fireballs. 1, 2, 3, 86, 88. The existence of 88 fireballs caused the temperature at the city gate to rise rapidly. The fireball flying forward was intervened by Emolan's mental power, and the flight trajectory directly changed slightly. Emolan's face was serious. and the ink box in his mind was spinning at high speed, and real-time data was calculated one after another. The fireball spell in the sky underwent dazzling changes. Several fireball spells flew away, and the remaining fireball spells gathered together 4 by 4, condensing. Then, a complex three-dimensional figure appeared in the air. Finally, it came to the most critical step. The spell model in the spell position is condensed by mental power. Since it was possible before, then now, Emoland's mental power was in place, forming thin and long magic lines to connect the fireballs together. But there was no change. No, it's still a little bit short. Resonate. Emoland adjusted his mental power to the same frequency as the fireball. However, at this moment, a strong burning sensation appeared in Emoland's mind, and the severe pain made him grit his teeth. The violently fluctuating fire element surged rapidly in the mental power channel. At this moment, the fire element in the environment became active again. It seemed that an invisible vortex appeared in the sky, sweeping the fire element in, and all of them poured into this huge spell model. All this happened in just 1 or 2 seconds. The fireball had not even flown out of Emoland's mental power. The moment it left Emoland's mental power, the spell model was completed. Everyone only saw more than 80 fireballs undergo a series of dazzling flights before turning into a huge fireball. The spell model turned into a fireball, and was rapidly compressed under the pressure of the spell model. The red color of the fireball turned into pure blue, and the pure blue flames jumped gently. The fireball with a diameter of 1.5 meters brought extremely high temperature, and the air was distorted wherever it passed. Boom! The pure blue fireball collided head-on with the charging team. A loud noise was heard, and everyone seemed to be deaf. Then the ground shook, Missouri Lon staggered, and Su Zongshin behind him quickly supported him. Emoland shook him lightly, letting him go, and he managed to stand. The shockwaves swept across the ground, and then turned into a violent gust of wind, whistling past. A huge pit as big as a basketball court appeared at the originally flat city gate. The center of the bottom of the pit was empty, and there was a faint reflection under the sun. Viscount Larson froze with a smile on his face, staring blankly at the deep pit on the ground. The noble who sent out this team of knights, who had just said that his knights were alive, was stunned for a moment, and couldn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. The smiles on the faces of others just appeared and disappeared quickly, revealing a shocked expression. There was even a noble who collapsed to the ground in the shock. However, the netizens in the live broadcast room of the royal anchor Shering laughed their heads off. Ha! Awesome. Emotion is awesome. He's so awesome in the early stages of the game. What about the later stages of the game? Wouldn't he be able to grow mushrooms with one hand, and there would be peace in the world? I think it's too abnormal. It affects the balance of the game. At GM, let's nerf Knife Girl. Poochie. Hey, I think she's a bit too strong. This mage is like launching a missile. How can warriors be played in the future? How could other professions be played? Didn't the people above see it? This is a big move launched by a group of 88 mages. What is a mage? In addition, can't warriors use fighting spirit resonance? This is 88 mages fighting 10 warriors. Just imagine how powerful it would be if 88 warriors used fighting spirit resonance. Finally, a reminder, except for the mage and the warrior, there are no other professions at all. When you have time to talk about this, go and create one yourself. Emotion is so awesome, he actually created such a strong mage profession by himself, and announced it, which directly became the most popular profession with higher expectations than the warrior. Wow, a player plays himself as a game planner. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. At this time, the most central large castle in Hongfeng City. A sturdy man, with a steel needle beard on his chin sat in the study, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. Set up a battle array at the North City Gate? Do these projectors think they can defeat the Knight Squad by playing some tricks? Although I don't know how the previous Knight Squad disappeared. But with the strength of Larson and his men, you are still far from being able to defeat them. You can kill a Knight Squad with tricks, but you can never kill a second Knight Squad. Earl Hanfeng fell into deep thought. Should we come forward to protect these projector guilds? Their business talents are indeed shocking. No matter what they get, it can become valuable and more valuable. But they are lawless, have no respect for nobles, and don't know how to respect them. Sometimes they even dare to provoke nobles just because a few civilians died, and beat them up. And now they are not weak either. Earl Hanfeng pondered for a long time. Forget it, let Larson and the others suppress the projector's mentality first. When they have a sense of respect and inferiority, When they know how to respect nobles, I will come forward to be a good person, and take these projectors under my command, and use them for my own purposes. Earl Hanfeng made a decision in his heart, and a proud smile appeared on his face. But at this moment, there were hurried footsteps outside. Lord Earl. Lord Earl. Chapter 112 Methods to Improve Mental Strength. What's going on? The voice of Earl Hanfeng sounded. Lord Earl, urgent news from the North Gate. Earl Hanfeng's expression eased slightly after hearing this. Come in. Yes. The soldier outside walked into the study, and began to describe the scene he had just seen. What? Nearly 100 warriors with fireball spells? The spells they cast can resonate? How is it possible? Earl Hanfeng stood up suddenly. The pride on his face disappeared without a trace. Only a look of shock remained. No one knows the difficulty and power of fighting spirit resonance better than him. The more people who resonate, the higher the difficulty. Similarly, the more people who resonate, the greater the power. For the nobles, the warriors who can resonate with fighting spirit are the indicators of their combat effectiveness. And the number of people who can resonate with fighting spirit at the same time is the display of their noble background. Earl Hanfeng gradually recovered from the shock, and suddenly found that his plan was all disrupted, and he didn't know what to do for a while. He thought of many possibilities, but the only thing he didn't expect was that the projector could actually defeat several nobles led by Larson on the front battlefield. However, at this moment, there was another hurried footstep outside. My Lord Earl, Viscount Larson and other barons have returned to their respective castles, and have withdrawn the staff arranged in the projector's shop. Viscount Larson was scared. Count Hanfeng suddenly found himself stuck in the middle. Viscount Larson retreated. Now he was the most embarrassed. At this time, no matter what he did, it would be thankless, and the result would be half the effort. But at this time, Count Hanfeng's shock and anger subsided. You guys go out. After the two of them left, Earl Hanfeng sat down and fell into deep thought. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk, making a crisp sound. Larson has given in, Yi Fei said to Yi Qing. They just withdrew the people who smashed the store. Let's stop too, and withdraw all the players who were sent to their industry to cause trouble. Okay, we'll talk about the rest later. Several guild leaders nodded. You have to stop when you see the good, and know when to act. Since they have taken a step back, then I will take a step back as well. There is a give and take. After all, we cannot beat them now. After a period of development, the mage team will be trained, and the combat effectiveness will be improved. Let's talk about it later. Thank you, Yi Qing. This is a small gift from several of our guilds. Please accept it. Yi Fei clapped his hands. This time he reacted quickly. As soon as the applause ended, several people came over with 2 boxes. Yi Qing opened it, and immediately showed a sincere and friendly smile on his face. We are all brothers, I am so sorry. And this time most of the credit goes to Emotion, you have to thank him. I will. On this day, another hot post appeared on the forum after the mage profession. The Battle of Red Maple City has achieved a phased victory. The nobles' lackeys have withdrawn from the players' shops, showing a peace-seeking attitude and sincerity. In the future, I hope that the majority of players will come to Red Maple City to develop. Let's work together, and develop and progress together. Naturally, there were a lot of replies to the post, most of which were about Emotion being awesome, and then the mage being awesome. Then there were many responses saying they wanted to come to Red Maple City to develop. Some of them even planned to come from afar. This time, Red Maple City really made a name for itself in the game. Even EDMO War God Guild, #1 guild in the world, etc. were well known by players from all over the world. At this time, Yi Fei and a group of guild leaders expressed their gratitude to Emolan. Emotion, I really want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have suffered heavy losses. It's okay. It's okay, we are all from Red Maple City. Maple City is player-friendly as a whole, which is also beneficial to me. Emolan waved his hand and said, Hey, I helped. And it has nothing to do with the reason for your help. It's impossible that you didn't help us because the reason was wrong. Right? Emolan saw this, and pulled Zhou Peng next to him over. Look, this is my brother Zhou Peng. I have something to do now. Let him entertain you. If you have anything to say, just talk to him directly. Emolan said and left with a smile. Zhou Peng looked at these guild leaders, and a smile appeared on his face. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Peng, the president of Jioding Chamber of Commerce. In addition, I have another identity, that is, the boss of 50 mages. As soon as Zhou Peng finished speaking, the eyes of these presidents lit up, and they became more positive. And Mo Lan went straight back to the underground space under his shop. After returning here quickly, Mo Lan quickly entered the research state. But he was not studying spells or resonance, but studying his mental power. My mental power seems to have become a little stronger. Mo Lan muttered to himself. He had already become a third-level mage. But he was still a third-level mage now, because his mental power increased too slowly. It took a long time to copy the spell model to increase his mental power a little bit, and the speed was very slow. However, he just felt that his mental power had become stronger for no reason, which instantly caught his attention. Before, if I remember correctly, I felt a strong burning sensation in my mental power when I was constructing the resonance fireball spell. After the burning sensation subsided, my mental power seemed to be strengthened. Mo Lan was a little excited. I have done a lot of things like using mental power to build spell models, and I have also come into contact with a lot of fire elements. But I have never felt a burning sensation. The only thing that is different from usual is resonance. It was after I resonated that the active fire elements flowed into the channel built by mental power. Mo Lan muttered to himself, and his mental power quickly extended out of his body. Feel the frequency of the fire element. Adjust the frequency of mental power. Get closer little by little, and adjust little by little. When the mental power comment is the same as the fire element, resonance is achieved. Buzz. Mo Lan's mental power felt a burning sensation. The scalding fire element brought a burning sensation. However, the burning sensation was not as severe as when he was leading the spell before. Under the slight burning sensation, Mo Lan could concentrate his mind and observe the changes in his mental power bit by bit. During the resonance process, Mo Lan found that the fire element was constantly approaching his mental power, resonating closely together, and some components in the fire element were integrated into his mental power, bit by bit, accumulating little by little. Mo Lan felt that his mental power was rapidly getting stronger. Maybe it won't be long before I can be promoted to an elite mage. The resonance continued for a while. Mo Lan suddenly felt the burning sensation brought by the fire element aggravated a lot, so he had to stop. Is it impossible to improve my mental strength? No, I must have made a mistake somewhere. Where exactly is it? Mo Lan muttered to himself. Chapter 113 Basic Meditation Method. Resonance. Wait. Why do we need to connect the spiritual power and the fire element to resonate? Mo Lan suddenly found a blind spot and hurriedly tried again. Little by little, he adjusted his spiritual power to the frequency of the fire element in his mind. With a tremor, Mo Lan's spiritual power felt a kind of warmth. There was no burning sensation before, but instead it was warm and comfortable like roasting a fire. In this warm feeling, Mo Lan could feel that his spiritual power was slowly getting stronger, although the increase was small, but it was indeed getting stronger. And it seemed that some wonderful reaction was still happening. Sure enough, Mo Lan maintained the resonance state for half an hour, and still had this gentle feeling. His mental power has been quietly improving. Although the mental power of this resonance is not as fast as before, it is more stable and long-lasting. Not to mention the constant burning feeling before, it may also cause mental power damage over time. Mo Lan silently felt the difference between the two resonances. When resonating with the fire element, there should be some component in the fire element that is integrated into the mental power. This component is the root of the strengthening of mental power. To obtain this ingredient, one must endure the burning of the fire element. Resonating in the mind, the mental space will block some of the burning, and also block some of the beneficial ingredients. When my mental power becomes stronger in the future, maybe I can resonate directly in the outside world, or even resonate in a powerful spell like the group casting before. Then when I become stronger in the future, won't I have to resonate in the sun? Mo Lan's thoughts suddenly went astray, and flew into the sky. Continue to maintain the resonance state, warm, a little hot, but the feeling of not being burned made Mo Lan very fascinated. The resonance lasted for a long time. At this time, Mo Lan suddenly found a shadow in his mind, which was a slowly jumping spark. In addition, Mo Lan also found that his mental power had undergone a subtle change. This feeling seems to be fire? Mo Lan suddenly had an idea in his mind, and his mental power extended, captured, and gathered the fire elements in the environment. The ink box rotated, and Mo Lan came to a conclusion after a slight comparison. The speed of gathering fire elements increased, and the control over fire elements became stronger. If it is changed to game terms, it means that the affinity with fire elements has increased. If I continue like this, the affinity with fire elements will continue to increase. Then won't I become a fire mage in the future? Emolan thought to himself, and immediately turned his attention to the wind element. First, carefully capture the frequency of the wind element, then adjust the frequency of the mental power. Emolan shuddered. It was as if a breeze blew through his mind, similar to the resonance of the fire element, while the mental power continued to grow stronger. Some special things also merged into the mental power. Water element, earth element. It turns out that all elements can resonate, can be used to improve mental power, improve element affinity. Choosing which element resonates is basically equivalent to choosing a certain series of spells. Emolan felt it a little bit, after the affinity of the fire element was improved. It did not cause difficulties or obstacles to the use of spells of other attributes. The affinity of other attributes remains unchanged. But if the fire element is strengthened, it will definitely tend to be the fire element. That is, specialize in the fire element. Should I specialize in the fire element? Emolan said to himself, as if asking himself, and then shook his head. No. I still prefer to develop in an all-round way. Then meditate on each element in turn. No. It's completely irresponsible to play like this without more than 10 times the time of others. Then why don't we resonate with the 4 elements at the same time? Earth, fire, feng shui? Emolan shuddered as this idea emerged. For frequencies, if it doesn't work, it's fine, but if it does, I'll be schizophrenic. Hey, wait, earth, fire, feng shui? Emolan suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and a bold idea came to his mind. He did it as soon as he said it. Without any hesitation, Emolan's mental power began to capture the frequency of the magic power in his body. Isn't magic power a fusion of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water? Isn't resonating with magic power resonating with earth, fire, wind and water at the same time? All things in the world are evolved from earth, fire, wind and water, rounding it off. Isn't it resonating with all elements? I'm really a genius. Emolan carefully captured the frequency of magic power, and then began to adjust his mental power. Little by little, when the frequencies matched, Emolan's whole body trembled. An indescribable mysterious feeling lingered in Emolan's heart. The mental power became stronger and stronger, and also changed. As the resonance continued, a cloud of gray smoke appeared in the mental space. The smoke showed moist water, and then turned into an invisible breeze, and then turned into a blazing flame, and then the heavy earth, and finally turned into a cloud of gray mist. Emolan felt the joint improvement of the affinity of his 4 attributes of earth, fire, wind and water. The speed of mental power improvement was similar to before, and the affinity of each attribute was slightly slower, but if the improvement of all 4 elements was added together, it would be much faster than the resonance of a single attribute. Just like the affinity of a single element resonance is increased by 10, now Emolan's affinity of the 4 elements resonance is increased by 7. Perhaps the affinity of each element is not as good as that of a specialist, but the overall addition is much more than that of a specialist. The phantom flame originally produced by the resonance with the fire element was swept into the gray fog at some point, and disappeared without a trace. Emolan's resonance ended. Looking at the phantom of the gray fog in his mind, it seemed to become more and more real with his own resonance, and finally condensed quietly one day, and appeared in his mind in a real way. Huh, I finally found a way to enhance my mental strength. Emolan let out a long breath. What is this method called? Magic resonance? No, it sounds the same as spell resonance and fighting spirit resonance. Emolan looked at the gray mist in his mind. Visualization? Visualization of magic? No, it doesn't feel right. Forget it, there's no need to delve into it. Just call it meditation. Emolan opened his notebook and opened a new category in the mage column. Basic method for mage cultivation. Basic meditation method. When writing the 5 words basic meditation method, Emolan's mouth showed a slight smile, and his chest was full of a sense of accomplishment. From a rubbish mage with only 1 spell slot, to a mage with attack spells, defense spells, displacement spells, support spells, group casting skills, individual casting skills, and cultivation methods. From a burden to a comprehensive and powerful all-rounder. It turns out that mages are so powerful, Emolan said proudly. He will become even stronger. And next, I have been stuck at the 3rd ring mage for so long, it's time to move. Next is the transition from professional level to elite level, 4th ring mage. Emolan closed his eyes again, entering a meditative state. Compared to the original method, The speed of improving mental power is much faster now, and the feeling of improving mental power bit by bit is really fascinating. At this time, a footstep came upstairs and went directly to Imolan's room. Imolan, I have something to discuss with you. Zopeng? Chapter 114 Sharing Spell Models. Zopeng, what's up? All the mages are gone, only Su Zongxin is left. Wow, what a good harvest. Well, these presidents are very enthusiastic, and they helped me achieve nearly 1/10 of my small goal. Zopeng also smiled. I came here just for this matter. You have to take the 50% of shares today, whether you want to or not. Okay, I'll take it. Imolan nodded, and said very straightforwardly, No. You have to take it. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Zopeng was confused. I said take it. I won't take it even if someone gives me money. I'm not stupid. Imolan repeated it again. But Zopeng looked at him with suspicion. Okay. Don't look at me with such strange eyes. I know you will not give up if I don't take it today. Isn't it better to do it in one go? Save me from wasting time. Bring the contract tomorrow. I will sign it. And make another voting rights authorization contract. You are authorized to use 50% of the voting rights. Well, the term is 50 years. And it will automatically terminate when you start to infringe on my rights. Is that okay? Oh. No problem. Zopeng said subconsciously. Then why are you still here? I have something to do. Understand? Oh. Zopeng left before he realized it. Damn it. I was the one giving him money. What's his attitude? It's like I'm asking him for money. Damn. Imolan saw Zopeng leave, rolled his eyes, and didn't rush to meditate, but opened the forum. Ding, the mage section has passed the review. I wish you a happy game. When he saw this message, Imolan smiled. Click to enter the mage section backend page. Open. Unlimited access. Imolan clicked to open it, and a message appeared in a scrolling window in a small corner of the forum homepage. Ding, Imolan opened the mage section, please join. After Imolan opened it, he went to his homepage to edit a dynamic, and set up a through train. Hello everyone, the mage section has been opened. I will put some basic spell models in it. Some of them are created by me. You can go and have a look. After learning these spells, the mage can be a well-rounded player. Can fight, run, and assist, have damage, tank, and displacement. As soon as Imolan posted the dynamic, the number of visitors to the mage section exceeded 10,000, and it is still rising rapidly. Look up to Emotion in the front row. Take Emotion away, and have a baby. Ah, the mage is so weak, there is only one spell slot. What kind of rubbish profession is this? Huh? Where is the mage model? I'm here and you show me this? Imolan flipped through the comments for a while before slowly editing the post. 1. Fireball. 0.100.2039.1.2 line thickness 0.05 attached picture. Spell model.jpg 2. Resist fire ring. This is my original spell. If you find any deficiencies or defects, please contact me. Attached picture. Spell model.jpg 3. Stone skin. Attached picture. Spell model.jpg for the time being. Let's put these 3 first ring spells. There are attacks, displacements, and defenses. It can support a mage's combat system. After all, you have to get a second ring mage to memorize all 3 spells. That's it. Oh, Emotion is really a big guy. He can even create spells by himself. We are both playing games. But why is the difference so big? There is displacement? Why didn't I notice it? Isn't it displacement if you let others move? Dog head. Creating spells? That's easy. Just edit some spell nodes, and you will have a brand new spell. Imolan? He is just lucky. I can do it too. That is why you rubbish call him Mohen. Many people wanted to scold him immediately after seeing this reply, but before they could do so, they found that this reply disappeared directly. Before it disappeared, it seemed that there was another reply below. Just now, Imolan looked at this reply, curled his lips, pulled open the keyboard. You are so wise. After replying, click mute and delete this reply. Bye. Hold your anger. Imolan continued to look through other comments, and an unknown keyboard warrior in the dark was immediately excited when he saw Imolan's reply. Hey, keyboard. Ding, the reply does not exist. Ding, you have been banned for 9,999 years. The keyboard warrior was stunned, Only the few words in the reply message stood out. "You are so wise." He typed the reply madly. "Ding, you have been banned. Ding, you have been banned." Ah! And Emolan looked at the comments comfortably for a while, and continued to edit the post. Mage's level system. Currently, the highest level of a mage is a 3-ring mage. The occupational rank of a mage is not the same as that of a warrior. It is the same as the character level. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The level of a mage is determined by the strength of his mental power. A mage with 15 points of intelligence and 1 spell slot is a newbie who has just changed his job. He is called a first-ring mage. Compared with a warrior, he has basically no combat power. As for the higher levels, the mental power and intelligence attribute points are not very accurate. About 1 second-level spell slot. 2 first-level spell slots are a second-ring mage. 1 third-level spell slot. 2 second-level spell slots. For first-level spell slots are a third-ring mage. And so on. Rings 1 to 3 belong to ordinary professional mages. And ring 4 is a qualitative change, becoming an elite mage. As for the higher stages, it is not very clear. There is only a rough guess. That is, rings 4, 5, and 6 are elite, and rings 7, 8, and 9 are master. It is just a guess and cannot be trusted. Click to send. After sending, just as Emolan was about to meditate, he saw the message sent by Zopeng. Emolan, what do you want to do? Your recent performance is not like you. Emolan smiled and looked for it on the forum. After finding a post, he took a screenshot and sent it to Zopeng. Help me set the pace and attack him. Also, you don't need to hide when attacking, just make it clear that it's your people who are attacking him. And take a screenshot of what I said above and spread it out. What do you want to do? Make some dirt on yourself? Well, I've been too saintly lately. Netizens tend to be very strict with saints, but not with bad guys. Zopeng didn't believe it. That's it? Okay, I just attacked him when I didn't like him. Damn, do you need a reason to attack an idiot? Okay, no. After Zopeng finished speaking, he continued. Besides, I'm not sure what you're going to do. I feel like you've always had a plan, so I won't ask too much. Just let me know if you need any help. Okay. After saying that, Emolan looked at the screenshot again. The screenshot showed the keyboard warrior, who was just silenced by Emolan. He couldn't post in the mage section, so he went to the homepage to complain, saying how overbearing Emolan was, saying how Emolan replied to him and then silenced him. But the comments below were very interesting. After cursing, "You were banned? I've learned something. Ha ha ha, Emotion is so funny, so good at playing. This style, I like it, I love it. You are really a little wise man. You are really a little wise man." Not long after, the number of comments below increased dramatically, and they seemed to be inexperienced, with obvious signs of being a water army. Afterwards, a screenshot of Emolan speaking appeared on the forum and attracted a lot of attention. The keyboard warrior was overjoyed when he saw it, and quickly copied the keyboard to enter combat mode. Emolan looked at it, and sent a message to Zopeng. Set the fire on the mage section. Okay. Emolan closed the forum, and meditated with his eyes closed. Chapter 115 Re-examining the Unicorn. Sir, it's time to eat. Ael's voice sounded, and Emolan came out of his meditative state. Sitting at the dining table to eat, Emolan looked Ael up and down, making him a little nervous. Not bad, how much can you finish? Draw one for me after dinner. Yes, sir. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, Ael immediately increased his chewing speed, finished it in a few bites, and then quickly took out a piece of animal skin and a small bottle of animal blood. But Emolan noticed that Ael did not take out the spell scroll he had finished, but directly picked up the wolf hair brush and started to paint. The tougher wolf hair was stained red by the beast's blood, leaving red marks on the hide. Ael painted on the hide with skill, without any mistakes in the horizontal and vertical strokes, and with great precision. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of time and effort to practice. Emolan's mental power enveloped the hide, and he could clearly sense that the elemental power in the hide and the blood was beginning to be aroused by the spell model. The first half was relatively easy, but it became a bit difficult in the middle. Before he could control his mental power, he drew the spell scroll with his mental power subconsciously following the movement of his hand and pen to guide the elemental power. Ael is like this now. This makes the use of mental power less efficient. In the later stage, Ael is almost just holding on. His eyes widened, and veins appeared on his forehead. The thin pen seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. And at this time, only the last piece of the magic scroll was left, the last 5%. Emolan saw this, and showed a strange look in his eyes. He did not try to stop it, but waited quietly. At this time, Al had forgotten everything around him. All he saw was the pen, and the small spell scroll, and there was only one thought in his mind. I must not let you down, sir. With his mental strength exhausted, Al felt a twitching pain in his head, but the next moment there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. With the last stroke, the element fluctuations on the animal's skin went from strong to convergent, and finally turned into a qualified fireball spell scroll. Al's head felt like it was exploding, and he only heard a familiar voice saying one sentence before he fainted. Al, be my apprentice. Sir. Al fell into endless darkness, and after an unknown amount of time, he suddenly sat up and screamed. Sir! I'm here. Emolan, who was sitting in front of the desk, said directly without looking up. Al ignored the discomfort in his head, and walked quickly to Emolan's side. His eyes were full of expectation. Sir, you just said apprentice. Are you not willing to be my apprentice? Yes, Al is willing. Al nodded repeatedly. There were tears in his eyes, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Al doesn't need tears. Now, lie in bed and sleep until tomorrow morning. This is your first mission. Yes. Al glanced at the gradually darkening sky, ran downstairs to his room, and lay on the bed. He couldn't sleep lying on the bed, as if he had thousands of words in his chest but couldn't say them. In the darkness, crystal tears appeared in his eyes, but Al wiped them away immediately. Al no longer needed tears. As the night deepened, Al fell asleep, but Emolan on the second floor did not sleep. After 4 hours of meditation, his mental state returned to its peak, and his mental strength had improved a lot, which was much more cost-effective than sleeping. After the meditation, Emolan picked up a piece of arm-length horn from the side. This was the horn of a wild boar. How are these elemental powers combined with the horn and bones? Emolan penetrated the bones with difficulty. The elemental power inside was tightly combined with the structure of the bones. No matter what method was used, it could not be moved. If it cannot be moved, then these elements cannot be used at all. They are not active at all. These bones are useless except for being hard and having high conductivity to elements of the same attribute. No wonder they have not been sold at a high price. A demon beast has many claw bones, which are of little use. It is strange that they can be sold at a high price. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. I can't find any use value. I have every reason to suspect that the giant force in the ogre bone stick auctioned at the time was fixed before the element solidified, or at the same time as the element solidified. The reason of imperceptible solidification may fool laymen, but it can't fool experts at all. At this time, Emolan raised a new question. Then how are these elements solidified in? Originally it was just an ordinary bone, but because of the solidification of elemental power, it is as hard as steel, and can even maintain a constant spell model that will not disappear. Emolan felt that, even if the technique of solidifying elemental power cannot be used to maintain constant spells, it is much more valuable than turning Warcraft bones into magic tools. If I can learn this technique, then do I not need to use the warrior's method to maintain constant spells in my body? If I train my body's strength to the hardness of this unicorn horn, wouldn't I be able to take turns with a staff and go among the warriors to be invincible? Wouldn't the warrior also be able to strengthen his body, be invulnerable from now on, and have a greatly increased combat power? Emolan was tempted. He felt that the elements in the unicorn horn seemed to be integrated with the unicorn horn at the cellular level. No, with my current mental power, I can't go deep into the microscopic world. I must use other methods to study. At this time, Emolan suddenly had another question. How are monsters formed? Are they born as monsters, or do ordinary animals become monsters when they absorb more elemental power? Emolan carefully recalled the monsters he had encountered before. It seems that some of them, such as the unicorn wild boar, the green dragon, can basically be determined to be monsters at birth. Or maybe it's not when it's born, but it naturally becomes a monster when it grows up. What about the others? Emolan didn't get an answer, and after thinking about it, he asked a question on the mage section. Question: how are monsters formed? Isn't a monster just a monster? Doubt. Such a simple question? TSK. I'm kind enough to tell you that I don't know. Well, Emotion's question is a bit tricky. Is the child born by a monster a monster? Can a beast absorb elemental power to become a monster? Will a monster degenerate into a beast? Is the child born by a monster, and a monster, or a beast? In addition, is the level of a monster fixed? Is the level of the spell in the extraordinary core constant? If a monster becomes stronger, will the spells in the extraordinary core also become stronger? Well, Emotion is amazing. He is actually studying such a profound problem. No wonder he can create the mage profession. Fuck. The person above is awesome. Identification completed. He is also a big shot. Why do your conversations always make me feel out of place? Emolan looked at the reply with interest. Have I thought so much? Never mind, maybe. Took a look at the man's name. Linwa. How do you pronounce this word? Emolan silently looked up the dictionary. Clicked on Linwa's post and started replying. Let's study it together when we have time. Linwa replied quickly. Okay. Chapter 116 Mage Tower. This magic section is still worth opening. Well, it should be a more cohesive and more executive mage association in the future. When that time comes, both the atmosphere and material conditions will be conducive to the improvement of the mage profession and the study of magic. It's a pity that it's not quite there yet. It's not time to propose a magic association. Emolan shook his head after a moment of hesitation. For now, I'll just do my own research. No, I have an apprentice now. I'll carefully brought up a bowl of porridge and some pickled mustard and dried radish. These were all made by him. And he spent a lot of time on them. Al, can you feel the mental power now? Can you control your mental power? Yes. Emolan nodded. He had discovered before that Al's talent was still good, and he happened to be ruthless, so it was not surprising that he could improve so quickly. Okay, next you start to condense the spell model. Take this extraordinary core, and compress all your mental power into the shape of an extraordinary core. Emolan told Al some points to pay attention to when changing his job, and then took a notebook made of yellow paper from the drawer and gave it to him. There was a lot of content on it, and the text was very small, and it was written densely. The paper was made by the players, but the content was some basic math knowledge that Emolan copied from the textbook. There is no illiterate mage. I saw you were already learning to read before. You can read? Right. Here are some basic math knowledge. You can learn by yourself. If you don't understand, ask me. Do you understand? Al flipped through the notebook and looked at Emolan blankly, with sparkling eyes. Ah, Al doesn't need tears. I don't understand. Huh? Aren't you literate? I know every word, but I still don't understand. Emolan fell into deep thought. At Zopong, send me someone who has experience in teaching children. Help me teach all math. You plan to train him? If so, then why only teach math? Physics, chemistry, biology should also be kept up. In addition, ideological and political education should not be relaxed. Emolan glanced at Al and fell into deep thought. I originally wanted to do it one by one, but since you said so, then let's do it all at once, add these as well. Okay, I have 2 college students who have taught tutoring classes and have tutored everything. I'll send them to you. Okay, by the way, let them hand copy a textbook. I don't want to copy it anymore. My hands are tired. Let them do it. Okay. Emolan closed the chat, looking at Al who was about to cry, touch his head with a gentle look. Don't be afraid, this is just the simplest, the hard part is still to come. Looking at Al's confused expression, Emolan smiled. Go ahead, try to change your job first. I've hired a teacher for you, who will come over after a while. Al left with his notebook. Emolan meditated for 4 hours first. After the meditation, he continued to focus on his research. Study the changes between Warcraft and wild beasts, and whether they can transform into each other. Emolan looked at this topic and fell into deep thought. Both magic beasts and wild beasts are living creatures. Especially magic beasts. The weakest one has the strength of a professional. Raise a large group of magic beasts and a large group of wild beasts for experiments. Emolan looked at the small study, and then looked at the densely packed houses outside. No. If we build a laboratory in the city, what kind of conditions will the family have? We must build a laboratory outside the city. Well, Zhou Peng's underground palace can only be started after the new magic team is trained. But I can design the laboratory I need in advance. And then, I can start building it when the conditions are met. Emolan pondered for a moment. What kind of laboratory do I need? First, it must be large enough to accommodate the monsters and wild beasts used in the laboratory. and the magic experiments that may require a large space in the future. Second, it must be very strong, at least able to withstand the magic attacks of professional monsters. Of course, it would be even better if it could withstand elite monsters. Third, it must have a certain level of living comfort. After all, I will definitely live in the laboratory in the future. I can't treat myself badly. Getting stronger is to live more comfortably, not to torture myself. Fourth, since I'm going to live here, I'll build a solid magic laboratory. I definitely need a place to experiment with offensive magic, which needs to be very solid. Fifth, since it's my personal residence, it must have a certain defensive power, or a certain counterattack ability, so that I can live here with peace of mind. Sixth, Emolan suddenly froze, looking at these densely packed conditions. Well, these conditions, why not just build a magic tower? It is reasonable for a mage to have a mage tower. Right? The mage tower has a laboratory, a living room, magic defense, sturdy enough, and can increase my combat power. This should be reasonable. Right? Emolan nodded firmly. Yes, this is not reasonable at all. This is quite reasonable. But there seem to be many technical difficulties, which cannot be built without solving them. Defense magic sturdiness, how to increase my strength, how to build magic defense. Emolan counted on his fingers what difficulties he had in building the mage tower he envisioned. After a thorough inventory, Emolan came to a conclusion. Well, I can only build a tower. He rubbed his temples. I've done it. Aren't they just some problems? I was just worried that I had no research direction. Hasn't this what I've always done? I don't know anything, but as I research, I know. And as I research, I become stronger. No one knows what results will be obtained, but for the current mages, as long as the results are obtained, they are all useful. Now mages can produce results in any direction. And no matter what the results are, they are useful. In this case, let's do it. The next research topic is the Mage Tower. Emolan opened a new category in the system notebook again and entered the title. Mage Tower. After the new category was successfully created, first created a small topic below. Amplify the strength of the mage? Can resonance play a role in this? With the mage as the core, with the Mage Tower as the node, prying the huge elements in the environment, thereby strengthening the power of each spell, and achieving the effect of the mage group with one's own strength. Can this achieve the effect of improving the strength of the mage? After finding the direction, Emolan began to invest in research. Resonance, this is a very fascinating research direction. And the results? Both spell resonance and fighting spirit resonance are very powerful practical applications. Research continues. Chapter 117 Element Concentration. Mom, you said that if I did well in the exam, you would let me play games with my uncle. You can't go back on your word. A little boy in his teens grabbed the young mother's hand and shook it. His eyes were full of expectation. Okay, I can't stand you. The young mother showed a trace of helplessness on her face. But I have to make it clear to you in advance, you can play games, but you have to listen to your uncle, otherwise I won't let you play. Okay, I will definitely listen to my uncle. The child nodded repeatedly. His face was full of joy. Finally, I don't have to learn math, physics, chemistry, or memorize politics anymore. Long live you. The mother doted on the child's forehead, took out her cell phone and made a call. Hello, Emolan. Are you in the game? Emolan, who was meditating, heard the phone ring and answered it directly in the game. Sister, I'm here. What's up? After being forced to become a shareholder by Zhou Peng, Emolan took the opportunity to go out and sign a contract with Zhou Peng and went back to her home in the city. At that time, she transferred 1 million yuan to her father's card, and then said something. Dad, Mom, this is part of what I have earned during this period. I am still young. I want to try my luck. If I succeed, that is also a way out. Please help me save this 1 million. If I fail, 1 million is enough for me to live on, enough for me to find a new job, and to develop my career. After saying this, seeing the new 1 million in the bank card, the parents did not say anything, acknowledging that Emolan is now focusing on games and developing his career in games. At that time, Emolan's sister was also there, so she naturally knew that her brother was doing very well in the game and had made a lot of money. Your nephew is clamoring to play games with you. I agreed. You must take good care of him. Oh, Zhou Hao is coming. Come on. I will take good care of him. I heard that your game is very virtual, with a lot of killing and being killed. Don't let Zhou Hao touch these. Let him see the scenery and fight monsters. It's better not to fight those rude warriors. It's better to be more elegant and relaxed. If he gets into trouble, I will deal with you. Faced with his sister's vicious threat, Emolan nodded repeatedly. I understand. You ask him to come online. Tell me where he is after he comes online, and I will come to find him. Okay. The elder sister looked at her son Ningzhouhao. Listen to your uncle. Understand? I understand. Okay, go ahead. Great. Emolan hung up the phone in the game, with his hand on his chin. My nephew is coming. What should I ask him to do? Emolan was in a dilemma, and then El walked by, making his eyes light up. Let him play the mage, elegant. Killing monsters is not bloody, and playing well can exercise his brain. Yes. That's it. In addition, fool him a little more. Let him pity Al. And then teach Al to read. Teach physics, chemistry, biology, etc. Because he is also a junior high school student. Isn't it said that teaching is the best way to learn? Isn't this just right? The game is played again. And the grades are up again. Wonderful. Well, if Al can give more admiring eyes, give him a sense of accomplishment, wouldn't it be more motivated? Not long after, Zhou Hao, who was born in the vicinity of Hongfeng City, was found by Emolan. When picking up Zhou Hao, Emolan casually threw a few fireballs to the side. The huge explosion immediately made Zhou Hao's eyes full of little stars. And he looked at Emolan with more admiration. Wow! Uncle, you are awesome. Awesome. Right? Uncle plays a mage. Do you want to play? Yes. Yes. I want to play a mage. Emolan showed a satisfied smile on his face. When he returned to the store, Al was doing the questions. Sir, this question is so difficult. I can't do it. The question happened to be in front of Zhou Hao. He leaned over to take a look and said in surprise, Isn't this an elementary school question? How come you don't even know this? First do this, then do this and this. Won't it be okay? AR's eyes lit up with stars when he heard this. Wow, you are so good, I don't know anything. Oh, they are just elementary school questions, very simple. Then do you know these? AR took out the textbooks of physics, biology, chemistry. Zhou Hao took a look and patted his chest. I've learned all these, of course I know them. You are really good, I don't know anything, it's so difficult. Can you teach me? AR showed a pitiful look, which made Zhou Hao feel a little pitiful, and a little moved, then turned his head to look at Emolan. Uncle, aren't you here to play games? I'll teach you how to play magic later. Ah, I know how to play magic. At this time, Al said. Zhou Hao was delighted. Well, you teach me how to play magic, and I'll teach you how to do the questions. Okay? Yeah, okay. Al nodded heavily, and Emolan beside him smiled like an auntie. Great. The two children started teaching in the room on the first floor, while Emolan stretched and went back to the study to meditate. I just decided that the next major research task is to tackle the technical problems of the Mage Tower. But before that, the priority is meditation, so as to break through as quickly as possible and become a fourth-ring mage. At present, the upper limit of the mage profession is still the third-ring mage. Emolan doesn't know what this upper limit means. Is it the strongest of the entire mage profession, or the ceiling of the mage profession? If it is the former, Emolan does not want to abandon his position as the leader of the mages. This is very important. If the mage level is surpassed by others, then many of Emolan's plans will be disrupted. If it is the latter, then Emolan must meditate more and become stronger, because his level determines the ceiling of the entire mage profession. In addition, Emolan also needs to break through to the elite level mage as soon as possible. In the game, strength is often the only thing that matters. Only strength can gain the respect of others. If you want to improve the mage profession, you must cooperate with others and communicate. If you improve the mage level, you can let others cooperate with you and communicate. After 4 hours of meditation, Emolan took a short break and opened the forum mage section. At this time, there are already quite a few people in the mage section. There are more than 1 million people online at the same time. There are many posts every moment. After Emolan flipped through it for a while, he was attracted by a highly popular and highly praised post. As we all know, the two extraordinary professions of warrior and mage are both based on various elemental forces in the environment. This is also true for Warcraft. Suppose that wild beasts may be transformed into Warcraft in places with high concentrations of elemental forces. In order to conduct this experiment, I made an unexpected discovery while preparing. How to gather the elements in the environment. Let them stay in the same place. That is, how to restrain the elemental force. How to capture the elemental force. Emolan was immediately interested when he saw this paragraph and took a look at the author. Linhua. Chapter 118 Mage Association. Is it him? Emolan said in surprise, and continued to read. After a simple summary, I found that the functions of the first few spell nodes in the spell model are the same, which are used to attract elements and gather elemental power. So far, the structures I have encountered are composed of 3 nodes. When I saw this structure, I thought, can I extract this structure separately, and use it to gather elemental power in the environment? After many experiments, I succeeded halfway. This structure can indeed exist, and operate independently. Only 3 spell nodes can form a small spell. It can gather the surrounding elements together. The reason why it is half successful is that I found that unless the elemental power is captured and bound here by mental power, it will not take a few minutes for the gathered elemental power to spread again and return to its previous state. I think I should find another way to bind these magic powers, use some special spells, or what materials can block the elemental power. At Emolan Emotion, I would like to ask for your opinion on this. Hey, you tagged me. Emolan took a look. The tagged information was already 99+, and he found him in it after flipping through it. After thinking for a while, I clicked reply. It's not really a request. I created this mage section just to have a place for discussion. Let's discuss it. I'll also share my views. First of all, your idea is very good. What will happen when high concentrations of elemental power gather together? Will the power of spells be enhanced? Will beasts become monsters? Will the vegetables and food grown be different? You can try all of these. Oh, I've strayed off topic. Let's get back to the topic. As for the issue of constraining elemental power, in the spell model, the elemental power is constrained by the spell model as a barrier. We can stand at this angle and look for the escape of the spell model to restrain the elements. Then develop the spells related to restraining the elements through this principle. Or we can directly deform the spell model. Find a way to solidify the spell model, and use the spell model to restrain the elemental power. As for the material that can block the elemental power, I'm sorry, I don't know. Studying the spell performance and magic performance of various materials is a tedious, complex, and huge project. It requires our collective efforts to take it down. Linhua replied not long after Emolan finished speaking. Okay, thank you. Emotion, you gave me a lot of ideas. For the problem of the materials later, Emotion, why don't you set up a wizard association? This kind of large-scale testing of material properties is impossible to accomplish without strong organization and action. And these are not enough for just the magic forum, and they can't be done. It can be said that, if you want to improve the profession of wizard, there must be an organization that brings together wizards. Otherwise, we will never be able to complete the countless areas that need to be explored, and there will be no division of labor, which will cause a huge waste of human and material resources. As for this mage association, I think only you, Emotion, are qualified to establish it. After Linhua finished speaking, someone else took over. Yes, Emotion, without you. Who would dare to establish a mage association? You created the mage. I think no one wants to improve the mage profession more than you. It is too difficult for us to study now. We are crossing the river by feeling the stones. There are no reference materials, there are few people to communicate with, and we don't know the elemental properties of any material. No matter what problem I face, I am at a loss, and the research can't go on at all. Even if we study reluctantly, the efficiency is very low. If there is a magic association, then we can work together, divide the work. You study a little and I study a little, and finally summarize the results. Everyone will know it, and there will be reference materials. Isn't it comfortable? I just want a place to discuss, where we can study together, discuss together, and exchange together. To be honest, I don't really want to come to your magic forum. You can publish the spells you created, but I can't do that. I am very selfish. I can exchange my research results with others, even if I lose a little. But when I think about exchanging with others, there are countless people waiting to see, waiting to get something for nothing. I feel unhappy. Why should I work so hard on research? I am also waiting for others to discuss others' research. Wouldn't it be better, wouldn't it be more comfortable to take the results away? So I also hope to establish a magician association. At Molen, I will definitely come when the time comes. Everyone likes magicians. People who like mages study together. Isn't that comfortable? At this time, someone suddenly took screenshots of these replies, and opened a new thread in the mage section. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood to ask Emotion to establish a mage association. At Emolon, the reason is as shown in the picture. Picture.jpg. Sent in blood. Sent in blood. Add 1. Only with a mage association, the mage profession can become stronger and go further. Second, Emolon looked at these replies and comments. He did not arrange any water army or agents. These were the mage's thoughts from the heart. I want to communicate. I want mutual benefit. I want someone to ask. I want more information about mages. But I don't want to let many people get something for nothing on the forum. Emolon pondered for a moment, opened the keyboard, and edited a post. Currently, there is a lack of a suitable place for the association's mages to live. Research, discuss, learn, and experiment. When I complete the construction of the association's residence, it will be the day when the association is established. At that time, all members of the association will be provided with free accommodation, laboratories and classrooms, aiming to eliminate external interference for everyone, and focus on the research and improvement of mages. Emolon thought about it, and deleted the second half, and only sent out the part until the day when the association is established. After sending it, he waited for a while, and then sent the following paragraph as a reply. After replying, he continued to edit the reply, in order to consider the economic benefits of the association members. The association may cooperate with major guilds to raise funds for the association members through targeted research, mage guidance, spell customization, etc., turning knowledge into money, bringing spell research into a positive cycle, and allowing everyone to achieve a win-win situation. Emolon glanced at it, added a few typos to this reply, and clicked send. Considering the number of people, there may be a certain threshold for association members at that time. The threshold may be research results, or it may be mage-related knowledge. I hope everyone is prepared. Emolon had time to read the comments below after he finished posting. In general, there were cheers and some relatively positive comments, but occasionally there would be a few pessimistic and trolls. Emolon ignored those who were pessimistic, but for the trolls, Emolon would directly curse them, and then ban them, but did not delete the post. The other players burst into laughter when they saw it. Ha ha ha, Emotion has banned the troll again, everyone come on. Emotion is just good at playing troll. I'll do one too, ah. It feels so good to scold him, but he can't reply. Emolon watched with a smile, and deleted the troll's post when he was done scolding. Troll? Don't you know I'm a power dog? I'm least afraid of trolls. Reply, ban, delete, you must have been beaten by me. Emolon hummed a little tune happily, but at this time someone came to the door, which made his good mood a lot worse. Invitation to the banquet of Earl Hanfong? Chapter 119 Projector Team. Earl Red Maple? What does that mean? Emolon pondered in his heart. Go, then he definitely won't go. Want to know about the mage? Emolon rubbed his brows with a headache. I'm afraid we'll have to fight Earl Red Maple right after we beat Viscount Larson. The player's strength is not enough now, and they still lack some time to develop. Forget it, just decline if you want to fight. Just fight, what a coward. You can't even play a game properly, and you can still make yourself feel depressed? That's definitely not possible. Walking down, looking at the knights waiting below, Emolon immediately put on a smile on his face. I am flattered by the Count's invitation. But I have something important to do during this period, so I can't get away. I will apologize to the Count in person when I have the chance. The knight seemed a little angry, but he suppressed it. He looked at Emolon coldly, and turned to leave. At this time, Zopeng arrived and watched the knight leave. What's going on? Count Hanfong. Do we have to fight again? I guess it won't be that soon. He will remain calm before he figured out the mage. Oh! Just calm down. Just calm down. The mage does not need an extraordinary core to change his job, and does not need other auxiliary materials. Now the number of job changes is increasing every day. At that time, one fireball spell from each person can kill him. I don't believe it. If 100 fireball spells can't break the Dochi resonance, 1,000, 10,000 can't break it. First of all, you have to ensure that 10,000 fireballs hit the same place at the same time. Emolon shrugged and said, I'm just saying it. Zopeng followed Emolon in. What are you doing here? Aren't you planning to recruit a group of people? I'm planning to ask you how many mages you should recruit, my second largest shareholder. Recruit as many as you need. Why are you asking me? I don't participate in the operation of the Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you recruit a few laborers? I see that you are doing research alone, and you don't seem to have enough manpower. It will probably take a long time for Al to help you. No, you haven't looked at the forum yet. Have you? There will be a batch of high-quality free labor available in a while. Zhou Peng immediately opened the forum and took a look. No need to look for it specifically, just glanced and found that someone was discussing emotion, the Mage Association's affairs. Seeing these, how could Zhou Peng not understand? Okay, this is pretty fast. I originally thought you were planning to play alone, to be a lone wolf. But I didn't expect you to make such a big move right away. You've been planning this for a long time. This time, I guess you will recruit all the outstanding mages in the game. Except for some people in the guild. Right? You misunderstood. Emolan waved his hand. Huh? The Mage Association is just a loose mutual aid organization, which only provides a quiet and qualified place for mages who are willing to participate in the exchange. Zhou Peng suddenly realized. Oh, it turns out that you don't even plan to let go of the mages in the guild. Well, it's up to you to understand it however you want. Emolan shrugged. President Emo, I'll have to ask you to take care of my Chamber of Commerce in the future. Go. 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 After a few laughs, Zhou Peng continued to talk about business. Then I'll recruit 100 mages. If you have time, help me train Su Zongxin and teach him spell resonance. Then I won't be afraid of anyone. After Zhou Peng finished speaking, he found that Emolan shook his head. Is there any problem? I can't teach you. Zhou Peng was even more puzzled. The current spell resonance is actually just a semi-finished product. But I think it's quite powerful when you use it. I'm not talking about this semi-finished product, but that my method is not replicable. Under normal circumstances, spell resonance requires tacit cooperation between mages, each guiding their own spells to the standard position and effect. At this time, there is at most a chief mage to assist in guidance, control the overall situation, command the attack target, and issue attack orders. Do you think the previous batch of mages had any tacit understanding at all? Then how did you succeed? How did you succeed? Under normal circumstances, the mage group itself undertakes more than 80% of the tasks, and the chief undertakes 10% to 20%. But it was the other way around for me. I took on more than 90% of the tasks. The group of mages only needed to cast spells. Do you know how to cast spells? Click on the spell slot, activate, okay, nothing else to do. Zhou Peng opened his mouth wide when he heard that, and silently gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Do you know how difficult it is for me? If there are another 300 or 500 people, my mental strength will collapse. Very difficult, wait, what did you just say? Mental collapse. The previous sentence. A few hundred more people, is there any problem? No problem, but I feel so stupid, I actually believed you. As for me, I just want to say one thing, fuck, you are so awesome. Calm down, it's not the first day you know this. Can you act like a president? Don't say you know me when you go out, it's embarrassing. Okay. Okay, don't embarrass our Lord Imo. Then please research the real magic resonance as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will still be slaughtered by the nobles. You should know that Earl Red Maple became the Lord of Red Maple City and managed such a large territory not by relying on the title of Earl, but by relying on an entire Knight Order. Red Maple Knight Order? Emolan nodded upon hearing this, indicating his approval. The nobles still have a lot of background, and should not be underestimated. Even a small noble can resonate with fighting spirit and sweep across the entire Red Maple City players, not to mention Earl Red Maple, who suppressed these nobles. But as for spell resonance, I can only say that I will try my best. This kind of thing cannot be researched just by wanting to study it. In the court castle of Red Maple City. Did he refuse again? Lord Earl, do you want me to capture him directly? A knight came out and said coldly. The Earl of Red Maple shook his head after a moment of silence. He is the only mage among the projectors in Red Maple City. It seems that he has a very unique status in the projector group. The projectors have no sense of respect and inferiority. They cannot be stimulated by force. They have to be tamed slowly. The best way is to slowly plant slavery in them. The projector team we have now is the best proof. Projectors are much easier to control than chaotic demons. They can be fully utilized. However, if Emolan intensifies the conflict with the entire projector group and triggers opposition, it is not worth it. Earl Humfong pondered for a moment. So you go and catch him back. I want him to know the price of repeatedly rejecting an earl's invitation. Remember to change clothes. Yes. The knight left silently, changed into an ordinary linen shirt, covered his face, and walked towards the north gate. Danger Emolan danger. Chapter 120 Earth-shattering technique in Red Maple City. Emolan just hung up the phone with his sister, and was about to start meditating. Just now his sister came to ask him what Joe How did in the game. I heard that Joe How was almost beaten. Emolan couldn't help but burst out laughing. It took him a lot of effort to explain to his sister why her son would learn in the game. It took him a lot of effort to explain to her that her son really didn't lie. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death, I really can't help it. Emolan laughed loudly, but at this moment his smile suddenly froze. A figure pushed open the door of the shop and walked in without any cover. The wooden bolt as thick as a wrist broke directly with a groan. Duh! 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 The figure entered little by little, directing directly to the stairs. Emolan sensed him with his mental power. This figure was not covered at all. The information he sensed made Emolan a little frightened. This fighting spirit fluctuation is so strong. So strong, definitely an elite warrior. Who on earth is it that spends so much money to deal with me? Damn, no need to guess, the one who can be so generous must be Earl Red Maple. Emolan knew what was going on, and silently waited for this elite warrior, who came with bad intentions. When this elite warrior stepped onto the second floor, first a cat's grace was released on him, and then a wind blade fell under his feet, breaking through the wooden floor and coming to the first floor. The elite warrior felt the fluctuation of the wind blade, and a sneer appeared on his lips. He stomped his right foot, and the wooden floor broke, and the whole person came to the first floor. He kicked his foot and broke through the wall and came to the room where Emolan was. Emolan felt the figure rushing behind him, and without looking back, a ring of fire instantly formed behind him. The fire ring exploded, and the elite warrior showed a trace of disdain on his face. His body was covered by a layer of condensed fighting spirit. He smashed the fire ring with a punch, and his speed increased instead of decreasing. But at this moment, he found that Emolan was thrown out and fell into a hole in the ground, flying far away. Huh? Why so far? Emolan subconsciously felt something was wrong, but he didn't think about it. He rolled on the ground and stood up, running down at the fastest speed. The elite warrior behind him suddenly became a little doubtful. Just now 3 spells? But when he saw Emolan preparing to escape through the tunnel, he showed a sneer on his face. Want to run? He kicked his foot hard, leaving a footprint on the ground, and his figure was already more than 10 meters away, and in a flash, he was more than 10 meters away, and in a few seconds, he was behind Emolan. Emolan's face was extremely serious. He threw the second fire resistance ring in the spell slot behind him. The fire ring spread, and the long and narrow passage made the fire ring spread only to both ends, thus generating a stronger impact. Emolan was rushed out, and the footsteps of the elite warrior also paused slightly. Feeling the resistance fire ring again, Emolan had an idea in his mind. The grace of the cat has reduced my weight, so I can be blown farther by the resistance fire ring. Without looking back, he felt the elite warrior behind him, who was still closing the distance quickly. There were not many spells in the spell slot, and it would take 1 or 2 seconds to cast a spell using magic power. But at this time, 1 or 2 seconds was enough for the elite warrior to get close. Damn it. The mage really can't be approached by melee. No. No. The mage is not perfect yet. How can he be approached by melee? Sooner or later, I will figure out flash and teleport, and I will let you chase me. Emolan had forgotten that the elite warrior behind him was 1 level higher than him, and he cursed and cast a water shield on himself. Bang! The elite warrior behind him grabbed Emolan. His hand hit the water shield, directly adding a thrust to Emolan, making Emolan lose his balance, and quickly rolling down. After rolling a few times, Emolan finally breathed a sigh of relief, because he had reached the underground space that was dozens of meters deep. He found the most familiar passage and drilled in, and the huge force behind him fell on the water shield, directly breaking the water shield, and Emolan was caught in the hands of this elite warrior. But when Emolan saw the small space he was in, he finally smiled. Brother. Hello. Let me introduce myself to you. Before he finished speaking, the elite warrior felt a huge elemental force gathering from the man in front of him. Just as his muscles tightened and his fighting spirit covered his body in preparation for defense, the elemental force sank directly into the ground, causing his face to change. Earth-splitting technique. Before he finished speaking, the elite warrior threw Emolan away and turned to run. But it was too late. The elemental force exploded underground. With a violent vibration at first. The tunnel he had just passed through had already collapsed at the beginning of the vibration. The elite warrior, who had no way forward, looked back fiercely at Emolan and saw him folding his hands in front of his chest. But before he could do anything, a huge stone slab fell from the ceiling and smashed him. Our elite warriors were stunned. The ceiling collapsed piece by piece, and before the ground cracking spell began, the whole space began to collapse on its own. The elite warriors smashed the ceiling stones with one punch, but a huge amount of soil sank in. Boom! A spell with an unknown name exploded, and a hole of more than 10 meters was directly blown out in the soil. Unfortunately, it was filled with the soil that sank in the next moment. The mud filled every inch of space below. The elite fighters punched with all their strength, but their fists only sank into the mud. It was useless. They were buried in the mud. At first, there was some movement in the mud, but as the mud compacted, the movement gradually stopped. Resurrection. Emolan's figure appeared on a street next to the store. Chasing me? What's the matter? Rubbing his head. It hurts when I was hit just now. Damn it, luckily I didn't die before. I only lost a little experience points, and I didn't become weak. Earl of Red Maple, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river, don't bully the poor young. Etc. Why am I saying this? Am I not a player? What a coward, fuck him. Emolan twisted his neck, looking at the Red Maple City, that was gradually becoming lively because of the shock just now, returned to the store. Found Al who was hiding with Zhou Hao, after sending them to the Jioding Chamber of Commerce. He walked towards the inner city alone. Cat's grace. Put on a cat's grace and quietly walked towards the core of Red Maple City. After avoiding the occasional patrols, I arrived in front of the huge castle of Earl Hanfeng. The castle has a thick wall of 7 or 8 meters high. Behind the wall is a tall spire. There is also a moat outside. Only the drawbridge at the entrance of the castle can pass through, but it has been put away at this time. The castle is the last line of defense of the nobles, a place that is really difficult to break through. Emolan licked his lips excitedly, and his finger moved forward a little. The spell on the second side of the ink cartridge was activated. Earth Fracture. Chapter 121, Is My Castle Magnificent Enough? Earth-splitting technique. The rapidly gathering elemental power instantly awakened the professionals in the castle. The warriors have no mental power to speak of. Their mental power is not condensed and cannot be extended. All they show to the outside world is perception. Although perception is not as good as the mental power of the mage, it can still detect the relatively large elemental fluctuations nearby. The power of the earth-splitting technique sank into the earth, and violent shocks occurred, but the castle remained stable. Then a crack appeared from the moat, extending to the castle. But to Emolan's surprise, the earth-splitting spell that could split mountains and break rocks was blocked in front of the castle. The high wall of the castle only cracked a meter or two long, and the earth-splitting spell slowly subsided. Seeing this, Emolan's eyes condensed. Looking at the stone in the crack of the high wall, and directly threw a fireball at it. Spray. There was a charred mass, and a little dent left on the high wall. This kind of stone is resistant to magic? Emolan saw clearly that these stones had not been processed by any magic on the surface or inside, and were simply trimmed and used to build the castle. Looking at the figures approaching rapidly, Emolan curled his lips. Earth-shattering is only a 4th level spell. This is the Earl's castle after all. It is normal to be able to defend it. However, this matter is not over yet. As soon as the words fell, a hole appeared under his feet, and Emolan fell down. When the soldiers in the castle and Earl Hanfeng arrived at the scene, the hole had closed. They could only see solid stones when they attacked downwards to vent their anger. There was no trace of Emolan at all. Emolan's face was quite unhappy underground. He went into the hole and cast an air spell and opened the chat page. President E, I want to borrow a group of mages from you. Yi Fei's reply was quick and straightforward. Take it, you're welcome. Also, Godemo, did you cause the commotion in the city? Well, an elite warrior messed with me, I killed him, I want to get him back now. Yi Fei didn't say anything, but just silently sent an emoji. Thumbs up. JPG. Find a way to send the mages to the vicinity of Earl Red Maple's castle, I'll pick them up here. It'll take some time, and after a while I'll return you a group of qualified construction workers, with a very practical spell. Yi Fei immediately remembered what he said when he poached the mages. Emotion waved his hand, And it didn't take long to build a base in the mountain. It has 2 floors. The first floor is enough for 50 of us to live in. And the second floor is enough for 50 of us to teach. And for magic experiments. At that time, Yi-Fei felt sorry for a long time after the magician said that he couldn't do it. Now, when he heard Emolan say that, he immediately thought of this. And his heart was burning. Don't worry. Don't worry. Emotion can use it as long as he wants. I have already counted the people. There are 70 people willing to come. The others have not come online yet. That's all for now. I'll send it to you later. Okay. Emolan closed the chat box, looked at the rock above his head, licked his lips. You don't listen to me when I talk nicely, and you force me to make some big noise. Then let's play. Isn't it just for fun? After saying that, he buried his head in casting the stone wall spell, again and again, and soon built an underground space more than 20 meters underground. Not long after, the wizard of the God of War Guild came, and the anchor named Shur-Ing came with him. Hey hee, Emotion, I came to see if there is any help. Okay, you can start the live broadcast, I don't mind, just don't include the part where I teach magic. In addition, the income generated this time will be divided into half. No problem. No problem. Shur-Ying's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. And Emolan thought about it, and also posted a message on the mage section. Today, I was chased by an elite warrior. Although I killed him, I thought, this is intolerable, I have to take revenge. Screenshot.jpg at Shur-Ing, start live broadcast. The netizens who stayed up late couldn't help but show puzzled expressions when they saw it. Can I kill him? No, it's Emotion who can kill him. I think the focus should not be revenge. What is Emotion doing? Oh, there are so many mages. There must be at least 70 or 80 of them. Right? There is a live broadcast. Why not just watch it? Just as netizens were talking about it and entering the live broadcast room, Emolan twisted his neck. Join a small group. I'll send the spell model in. The parameters and other things have been adjusted. You don't have to worry about it. Just cast the spell directly. Molan said and started to work, waving his fingers. Yellow light sank into the ground. The underground space expanded rapidly. The others were stunned. What the hell? What are you doing? Isn't this digging too fast? Where's the excavator? Don't be naive. The excavator is not that fast. Don't be idle at the back. Quickly familiarize yourself with the spell, then come to help. Other mages responded immediately after hearing this. Okay. Okay. After a while, the first mage began to use the stone wall spell to expand the underground space. The second, the third, the spellcasting team grew larger and larger. Under the gaze of the audience in the live broadcast room, the underground space expanded rapidly. In the live broadcast room, the president stared at the live broadcast with their eyes wide open. Fuck, isn't that the mage group of Yi-Fei? That bastard? I realized it as soon as you said it. Did Emotion borrow mages from him? In the president group, Yi-Fei curled his lips. If I ask you to borrow, you don't have any. President. I suddenly wondered a question. Where is Emolan now? Isn't it really the place I thought? I was thinking too. It's the place you thought. His. Time passed little by little, and the underground space gradually expanded. What made Emolan very comfortable was that the Red Maple Earl's castle was surrounded by a large square, which well demonstrated his dignity as an earl, and the majesty of the city lord and lord. Emolan expressed great respect. The range is almost there. Go deeper. Deeper. And deeper. Emolan's urging sounded in their ears. These mages worked tremblingly, because they found that there were not many supports in this underground space, and it seemed that it might collapse at any time. Although they were not afraid of death, the feeling of being able to die at any time was still a bit frightening. Now, even the audience in the live broadcast room were on edge. Nervous, but also getting more and more excited. Deeper. 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 Another day. Emolan twisted his neck, looking at the big hole that was dozens of meters deep, facing the live broadcast camera, with a grim smile on his face. On this day, Earl Hanfeng went out in person to greet a man. This man was very old, with gray hair and wrinkles on his face, but his eyes were clear, full and energetic, and he seemed to be in a very good mental state. Count Red Maple was delighted to see him. This was a great man invited from the royal city, a master of painting, and was granted the status of honorary earl by the royal family. Although he had no real power or territory, his status was not inferior at all. At least not inferior to Count Red Maple. Count Red Maple took this man around the castle, and finally came to the highest point of the castle, and said with pride, "Master Carlo, look at my castle. Isn't it magnificent? Chapter 122 bang, it's gone. It's spectacular. The Earl's castle is built with black iron stone as the main body, and it has excellent resistance to spells and fighting spirit. The average Earl probably doesn't have this kind of foundation, which can only be possessed by the Red Maple family after a long inheritance." Looking at this castle, even as a master of painting, Wei Luo had to express his admiration. This stone material called black iron stone has a simple name, but its value is very expensive. Many ordinary nobles can only use inferior granite as the material for building castles. It has a hard texture, but its resistance to spells is not satisfactory, and they can only rely on the hardness of the material itself to withstand it. When Earl Hanfeng heard Master Wei Luo's praise, his face showed a proud expression. This castle was built by his family for several generations. It took a lot of effort to mine these extremely precious black iron stones from the nearby mountains, and then use them to build this huge castle. If it were the market price, such a large batch of black iron stones might not be affordable even for the great nobles in the royal city. Earl Hanfeng was about to say something, but suddenly frowned and looked at the entrance of the castle. He felt a slight fluctuation of magic, and then saw the ground cracked, and a person rose up. "Emolan?" Count Hanfeng frowned, and Master Wei Luo beside him also looked over. "This person's magic is good. Does the Count need to deal with it first?" Count Hanfeng thought of the knight who had not returned yet, and recalled the sneak attack a few days ago, and nodded. "Master Wei Luo, please wait for a moment. I will deal with this projector." "Oh, projector? Then I will go and take a look with the Count." Master Wei Luo showed some interest, and the Count did not refuse, and nodded in agreement. Emolan stood in front of the castle, opened a live broadcast room, and smiled at the comments of netizens. "Oh, what does Emotion want to do? Brother, you are too proud. You will be beaten to death," Emolan said with a smile. "Have I ever been a coward?" At this time, Earl Hanfeng and Master Wei Luo walked over the castle's suspension bridge. Earl Hanfeng looked at Emolan with contempt in his eyes, and grabbed Emolan with one hand. Earl Hanfeng was very fast, which surprised Emolan a little, because it was obviously at the elite level. There are many nobles who have changed their jobs, and it is rare to reach the elite level. Emolan did not dodge, and let Earl Hanfeng catch him. Fuck. Emotion was caught like this? It's over. It's over. Let's have a feast. And save a seat for me. 1 bow. 2 bows. 3 bows. The ceremony is over. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Emolan glanced at the barrage and laughed even more happily. Earl Hanfeng, your castle is so magnificent, and it has extremely strong spell resistance. This must be very precious. Right? Live broadcast room, fuck. I seem to have understood what Emotion is going to do. His. No way. Earl Hanfeng, who didn't intend to kill, heard a proud expression on his face. Yes, very precious, but isn't it too late for you to please me now? Live broadcast room. This poor kid probably doesn't know what he's about to face. A moment of silence. Emolan smiled when he heard this, a little weird, which made Earl Hanfeng feel something was wrong. Pleasure? No. No. No, I just feel a little sorry. Your castle is so big, so magnificent, and so precious that it's going to be gone. As soon as the words fell, Earl Hanfeng hadn't had time to react, but felt the ground tremble slightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, the ground beneath his feet seemed to begin to sink. Earl Hanfeng subconsciously grabbed Master Wei Luo and Emolan and rushed away. The 3rd second, boom! 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 A huge building made purely of stone, which could accommodate hundreds of people, had city walls, stables, barracks, moats, gardens, and other facilities, fell from a height of dozens of meters. At this moment, the ground cracked, the entire Hanfeng city shook, and some flimsy thatched houses collapsed directly. People who were close to the city center could not stand steadily, and fell to the ground in the shaking. Endless dust rose from the hole in the ground, and the howling wind made the dust rush into the sky. The dust dispersed, and Earl Hanfeng was stunned. There was only a huge hole in the place where the castle was, and only a huge sinkhole. Netizens were also stunned, and they came back to their senses from the deafening sound, looking at the sinkhole, blinking their eyes. At this time, Only Mo Land's puzzled voice sounded. Such a big, such a solid, such a precious castle. How can it be gone just like that? Mo Land's voice woke everyone up. And the live broadcast room was even more crazy. Puff, ha ha ha, emotion, my eternal god. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Emotion. You are crazy provoking. You will die miserably later. No, you have already died miserably. The angry Earl Red Maple punched Mo Land to pieces. There were only a few intact pieces of his body. The players who were watching the live broadcast laughed even more. Ha ha ha, he died miserably. But why am I laughing so happily? It was so miserable, ha ha ha. Eat a feast, the whole village has a feast. Alas, actually, Earl Red Maple shouldn't have beaten Emotion to death. He should have been locked up in the dungeon and tortured for at least 180 days. Earl Red Maple, blame me? Mo Land in the Soul State shrugged, seeing the netizens' complaints shrugged. I am helpless too. Send an elite warrior to capture me. It doesn't matter. It's not much different from ordinary warriors. It's fine to kill him. But I am holding my breath in my heart. I am so anxious. Can I bear this? I definitely can't bear this. I am a player. Who is afraid of whom? Kill me if you have the guts. Kill me! Mo Land shouted. Suddenly, a bullet screen flashed by. Emotion, you should be resurrected. Earl Hanfong is waiting so anxiously. Mo Land blinked his eyes, glanced at his flushed face, stared at his corpse with nowhere to vent, shuddered subconsciously, pretended not to see it, and continued to shout. Will I be a coward? If he has the guts? Just kill him. I will be a hero again in a second. Gradually, the barrage was filled with one sentence. You should be resurrected. Suddenly, a different barrage passed by. And Mo Land's eyes lit up. Emotion, he is guarding outside. When will you be resurrected? Can you run away? Resurrect? Run? I'm not in a hurry. I even want to eat braised chicken rice. Just after he finished speaking, a message box suddenly popped up in front of him. Emotion, do you need us to save you? Come on. Come on. Mo Land suddenly realized after receiving the message. Hey, it seems that the live broadcast is not turned off. Ha ha ha. I am in a daze. Ha ha ha. Is Emotion so down to earth? Love it. Emotion, save me. Ding, the live broadcast room you are watching has been closed. Chapter 123 Followers. Mo Land waited quietly, waiting for Earl Hanfong to leave. He believed that Earl Hanfong would definitely check the castle soon. Although the castle had been smashed, but Earl Hanfong would never sit idly by and ignore the things inside. As expected by Mo Land, Earl Hanfong left in a hurry not long after, leaving behind an elite warrior and some professional warriors to guard. Start. As soon as the message was sent, the mage group that had been waiting for a long time below immediately began to cast spells. Half of it was a stone wall spell, forming a hole in the area where Mo Land died. The other half was a fireball spell, and the fireballs exploded. The power of more than 40 fireballs combined and exploded made the remaining soldiers quickly protect their faces with their arms, and their bodies suddenly step back a few steps. And at this moment, before the flames dissipated, Mo Land clicked to revive. Water shield spell. After resurrection, he was covered by flames, and his whole body was burning, and Mo Land quickly put on the remaining water shield spell. The whole person sank into the hole under the action of gravity, and the soldiers who stayed beside him could only carry the flames and cast a few spells. There were several screams, and it seemed that several people had died. But the ground still closed up, and Mo Land was gone. In a space underground, Mo Land, who was charred all over, moved around. Retreat? Retreat? Are we just leaving like this? There must be a lot of good things in that castle. With the ability of stone wall magic, we can move flexibly underground, and we may gain a lot. Mo Land looked at him and said, First, Earl Hanfong is very strong, so I dare not resurrect and run away when he is guarding me. I don't want to die. Sometimes I like to die, but I never do it. Second, Earl Hanfong is definitely in the castle ruins now. With your strength, you may die there before you can cast a spell and run away. He is an elite. Elite? Didn't you kill an elite before? I can't beat him, or do you need to tell me? Let's not talk about other things in this castle. The gold NAS alone are definitely more than 10,000, and here are tens of millions, even hundreds of millions if the market is good. Don't I want it? I want it, but I really can't beat him. What else can I do? So now listen to my third point. Third, Yi Fei, and I will return the Dharma Master Core to him. I will leave first. If you want to try your luck at getting rich, it is understandable. Here is a tip for you. Try to find money. Don't plan to get out of this unscathed. Once you find the money, sell it in the market. That way, it doesn't matter if you die. After saying this, Emolan sent a message to Yi Fei. And then he opened a passage and walked out. Although he couldn't use the third level spell slot due to his weak state, the first level spell slot of the stone wall spell was enough, which didn't affect him. The magic group behind was in a state of hesitation. Emolan thought for a moment and turned back to say, "By the way, I will give Earl Hanfeng a surprise in 30 minutes. You'd better stay away. Wait until I finish the surprise before taking action." At this time, all the magicians also made up their minds. None of them followed Emolan. Seeing this, Emolan said nothing. He quietly left the area, then went to the surface, and took a detour to a place not far from the Tianking. A smile appeared on his face. The spells on the first and second sides of the ink cartridge had been restored. Emolan waited until the 30th minute. Earth-splitting spell. Earth-splitting spell. After casting the spell, Emolan turned around and jumping into the vertical hole that had been prepared long ago. The previously frustrated earth-splitting spell now exerted its true power as a fourth ring spell. Boom! Boom! The earth shook, and 3 or 4 cracks appeared on the ground extending towards the Tianking. The cracks were interrupted at the edge of the Tianking, tearing the Tianking apart, and the shaking became more intense. The stone wall that originally supported the pit wall was broken in the shaking. Boom! Boom! After 2 earth-splitting spells, the Tianking collapsed again, and the surrounding soil and gravel rushed to the center like a torrent. Boom! A golden beam of light blasted out from the cenote, soil splashed, melted and disappeared, accompanied by a roar. Emolan! Emolan looked at the beam of light in confusion, feeling a little strange, but sensing the warriors approaching quickly behind him, he quickly turned around and left. He left the core area casually, not in a hurry to go to the Chamber of Commerce to find Al and Zhou Hao, but walked to the Black Crow Gang's base, and found Scar. Scar saw that his eyes were a little complicated, and silently gave him a thumbs up. "I want to know what material the Red Maple Earl used to build the castle. What are its characteristics? Where can I find it?" Scar was silent for a while, then spoke. "Black iron stone, an extremely precious stone, as hard as iron, and has extremely high spell resistance. Generally elemental spells will only survive 1 in 10 hits on it. Black iron stone is extremely rare, and for stones of the same size, the weight of black iron stone is several times or even 10 times that of ordinary stones, and the price is very expensive. Often 100 kilograms of black iron stone costs 1 gold NAS. There are black iron stones in the northern mountains. They have the following characteristics: black as ink, hard texture, metallic feel when struck. It makes a clanging sound, just like black iron. The best quality black iron stone is as smooth as jade. Other properties are the same, but it is better. Spell resistance and hardness are better than other black iron stones. This kind of black iron stone is often called black iron jade, and the price is 10 times that of ordinary black iron stone." "How much is the news?" Scar looked at him complicatedly. "It's free. According to our gang rules, we have decided to sever all business relations with you. We are giving you the news for free. It's a good way to part ways. You are well informed." Emolan gave a thumbs up, said nothing, and just nodded. "Thank you. We have finished this official business. Now let's talk about private matters." Scar pulled out the sturdy and tall bear behind him. The parents of this child were beaten to death by nobles on the street. He was traumatized since childhood, and his brain is not very good. Raised by some of us. "I heard that you blew up the castle of Earl Hanfeng. I want to be your follower." Emolan turned his head to look at Man Xiong. Man Xiong's face was serious. He knocked his chest hard, and made 2 dull sounds. "Man Xiong will stand in front of you. Man Xiong will die in front of you." Emolan looked into Man Xiong's eyes. His eyes did not waver, and he looked at Emolan. In his eyes, Emolan only saw something like paranoia. "Okay. You will follow me from now on, and you will do whatever I tell you to do." "Okay, sir." Man Xiong's momentum relaxed, and he subconsciously wanted to smile, but suddenly reacted. His face tightened, and he became serious. He left Scar, and stood behind Emolan. His majestic body was more than a head taller than Emolan. Emolan looked at Scar. The store will definitely not be open. Let's quit. Let's part ways in peace. Let's part ways in peace. Emolan left with Man Xiong, and quickly came to Jioding Chamber of Commerce to pick up Zhou Hao and Al. But when he wanted to leave through the city gate, he found it was too late. The city gate was under martial law, and the soldiers guarding the city were holding portraits in their hands. Emolan curled his lips, and knew without looking that the person in the painting was definitely him. Chapter 120 for the characteristics of monster bones. You mages are still cool. Learn the stone wall spell, and you can go anywhere freely. You can pit any noble you are unhappy with. No matter how high the magic resistance is, the castle can't fly. Right? Ding Jin said casually, as he followed Emolan through the underground passage. A flying castle? An image appeared in Emolan's mind, and then he shook his head. What are you thinking about? You can say these nobles are futile, cruel, short-sighted, but you can't say they are stupid. If anyone really thinks that learning the stone wall technique can easily cheat the nobles, I guarantee that he will die miserably. Emolan smiled. Of course. If we take advantage of the time difference before the news of Earl Hanfeng spreads, we may succeed. Let's go! Wu Chong quietly left Hanfeng City with 100 regiments, walking on the main road, and seemed to be in a hurry to go to other cities. His speed was quite fast. Then why don't you take the opportunity to make a fortune? Why do you want to do it? Emolan looked at him puzzled. It makes money quickly. Ding Jin took it for granted. But what can I do that doesn't make money faster than this? Emolan asked back. Ding Jin didn't believe it. For example? I can quickly recover my mental strength now, and can draw thousands of spell scrolls a day. Excluding the cost of materials, I can earn a small goal in a week, and directly destroy the low-level spell scroll market in the entire Morse Kingdom by myself. Robbery is this fast? And hiding, offending this and that, aren't you tired? Ding Jin fell into deep thought. I don't think there's anything wrong. Emolan shrugged. Using mages to rob is the stupidest way, the least cost-effective way. You have to find targets, you have to investigate intelligence, prepare in advance, sell the stolen goods. If you have that time, what else is better than robbing? It's also good to do real estate. How many players don't have houses to live in, and they dig a hole to bury themselves every day before they dare to log off? Have you ever seen a bank robber who has more money than real estate? Ding Jin fell into self-doubt. There shouldn't be such a fool. Right? Emolan led a group of people out of Hanfeng City, and went directly to the training base beside Jinghu Lake. After a simple packing, Emolan stayed here for a while. He gave Zhou Hao 2 days off first, and asked Al to take him to the lake to have some fun. This little nephew was so happy that he praised his uncle every day. Uncle, you are so nice. Otherwise, why would I be your uncle? Go and have fun. I am your best uncle. Emolan smiled, and touched Zhou Hao's head. 2 tutors came over. Al studies very hard. He is really learning with his life. He is also talented. He has basically mastered the first, second, and third grade of elementary school. He is now teaching the 5th and 6th grade courses. He will soon be able to enter the junior high school part. Well, okay. Then prepare the junior high school textbooks as well. Remember, Zhou Hao should not relax. Let him teach Al. And learn together. Yes, I know. Thank you for your hard work. I will treat you to dinner later. After Emolan settled all these, he ran to a spell training ground at the bottom. He wanted to verify something. Emolan carefully recalled the feeling when he used his mental power to sense the castle of Earl Red Maple. Black iron stone is made of something unknown. It is not only highly resistant to elemental power, but also to mental power. It is extremely difficult for mental power to penetrate. The castle built with black iron stone is not afraid of others using mental power to spy on it. It's like an ordinary cabin. Emolan can go in with his mental power. There is no privacy at all. This feeling is very familiar. I seem to have felt it on something before. Emolan muttered to himself. It seems to be a wild boar horn? Emolan took out the horn and penetrated it with his mental power. As expected, he felt a very sluggish feeling, which was difficult to penetrate. The properties of black iron stone seem to be similar to those of these monster bones. It is hard, resistant to elemental power, and resistant to mental power penetration. The horn is because it is integrated with elemental power, and is closely combined with elemental power. Does this mean that black iron stone is also the same? In the natural environment, some stones and minerals are combined with elemental power by chance, thus forming this kind of special mineral? Emolan didn't know if his inference was correct, But at least at this moment, it was the most reasonable and most likely inference. If so, can the Warcraft bones also play the same role as the Black Iron Stone? Emolan shook his head after pondering for a moment. It doesn't matter if bones are used for construction, but it's useless if they can't be put together into a whole. Emolan stuck the two bones together, seemingly without any gap, but Emolan's mental power could easily penetrate through them. The adhesive between them must also be made of a material that is resistant to magic, hard, and physically strong. And this bone is a bit ugly. If it is used to cast a wizard tower, the style will be distorted instantly. Emolan looked at the unicorn, thinking silently in his heart. After a while, Emolan used the stone wall technique to create two large millstones. Barbarian Bear, come and push the millstone. Yes, sir. The tall and strong Barbarian Bear came over, grabbed the stone arm of the millstone and started to turn it. The millstone creaked. After Emolan applied the sharpness spell to the dagger, he cut the horn into pieces. The cut horn was thrown into the millstone, grinding it bit by bit. The horn slowly turned into small particles, and the small particles were poured in again. After grinding again and again, the horn finally turned into fine powder. Emolan pinched it, and used his mental power to sense it. The elemental power is still inside. After confirming this, Emolan searched for some information on the internet, and then went out to look for clay. Mix the unicorn powder with clay in different proportions, and finally shape it into a square brick. Half of it was left to dry naturally, and the rest was pushed by Emolan with a firewall spell, and it became dry instantly. However, it was all broken into several pieces, and no one piece was intact. Emolan didn't care, and his mental power spread over, trying to penetrate the broken bricks. Low proportions basically had no effect, and with a higher mixing ratio, Emolan could definitely feel the stagnation. The stagnation was very weak, and it was completely different from the original skeleton. Emolan could still easily penetrate it, and it had basically no practical value. This doesn't seem to work, or maybe my method is wrong, Emolan muttered. But even if it succeeds, the magic resistance and hardness will definitely not be as good as the original bones themselves. Not to mention the Black Iron Stone with higher magic resistance and higher hardness. Emolan fell into deep thought. It would be great if the bones could be melted, and directly melted and recast, but unfortunately the bones will only turn into ash after burning. Can you think of any way? Chapter 125 Pure Steel Mage Tower. Failure, failure, all failures. Emolan tried many methods, such as high-pressure pure bone powder, fire-roasted pure bone powder, dry-stewed bone sticks, fire-boiled bone sticks. None of them succeeded, all failed. Either they could not play the role of magic resistance, or they only had weak magic resistance, and could not be used in practice. That is. Burp! Emolan burped, felt a little full. How about trying resonance? After several attempts, Emolan gave up. He could not catch the frequency of the bone stick at all, let alone achieve resonance. Monster bones can't be used. So what can be used as the material for the mage tower? It's impossible to use ordinary stones. Right? It can only be called a tower. What should we do? Try to find stones with magic resistance? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Emolan knocked on the stone chair he was sitting on, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. My brain is screwed. Why must there be magic resistance? Can't the stone wall raised by the stone wall spell also resist spells? As long as the density is high enough and it is hard enough. I don't need to weaken your spell damage. Isn't it enough to let you exert all the spell effects without being penetrated? The so-called magic resistance is nothing more than resisting the destruction of elemental forces, thereby reducing the effect of elemental spells from this perspective. As long as the physical hardness is high enough, the spells will still not penetrate it. Emolan realized. Use the stone wall spell to compress the soil to build a wizard tower? No. 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 That won't work. My strength is limited. Even if I compress the stone wall, it can't resist the destruction of the spells of higher level warriors. It would be too extravagant and inefficient to use the spell group to compress the whole process. I don't need to do this at all. There are a lot of natural hard stones in the world, especially underground. It's a pity that the technology party in the game is still too weak. They are basically only at the small furnace level. The iron and steel production is too small. Otherwise, it seems good to use steel to cast a wizard tower. Emolan recalled the shock he had when he heard this magical news before. Now think about it. It's just like that. I wonder when they can resume production of gunpowder weapons. I heard that there are still some people researching elemental guns? When I have time, I can communicate with them. We should have a common language. If they succeed, I can also make a few to play with. Emolan passed this thought over in his mind, and then he did not delay and started to act directly. Now it is not realistic to build a pure steel wizard tower. When steel production is sufficient in the future, maybe we can build one. It should be very cool. For now, let's find a way to get some high-strength stone. Stone wall. Emolan began to dig a hole downward. A hole slanting downward began to appear. Stone wall. Again and again, Emolan began to go deeper underground. Soon Emolan reached a depth of about 50 meters underground. At this point, the soil had basically disappeared, only hard rock remained. Emolan had entered the rock layer. As a first-level spell, Stone Wall had basically reached its limit here. Emolan's limit had not been reached, but the limit of Stone Wall had been reached. I need to modify the Stone Wall spell when I have time. Well, I'll talk about it after I become a 4th ring mage. I'll upgrade the Stone Wall spell to a 4th ring spell all at once. After creating spells, Emolan also has a new understanding of spells and spell models. Spell nodes are the function nodes of spells. The more nodes, the more functions can be achieved, and the higher the strength that can be achieved. Upgrading a spell means increasing its full set of structures, increasing the number of spell nodes in each structure, and increasing its strength. Although Emolan has never done it, he knows it well. But it seems that there will be some other conflicting issues, such as spell release time? Forget it, I'll do it later, no rush. Emolan flexed his fingers, and began to use magic to build the spell model of the Stone Wall spell. Skill, extend the casting. Although the spell has reached its limit, Emolan can forcibly break the spell limit at the cost of increasing consumption by extending the casting. In Emolan's view, casting skills and knowledge of creating spells are the most precious, which is the true inheritance of a mage, and the secret of a mage. Spell model? Isn't that something that can be created at will? Stone Wall. A more brilliant stone wall was completed in Emolan's hands. The downward slanting corridor continued to extend. Compared to before, as a 3-ring mage, Emolan's mental power has made the quality of his magic power reach a higher level. Although Emolan did not propose a clear level division for arcane masters, the strength of arcane masters is also increasing with the increase of mental power. So now the effect of releasing the extended spell with full force is much better than before. In this way, time passed little by little. After a prolonged spell casting, he would sit cross-legged to restore his magic power. If he was mentally exhausted, he would meditate for 8 hours to restore his spirit and improve his mental power as much as possible, so as to advance to the 4th ring mage as soon as possible. However, Zopeng found Emolan on the 2nd day. Zopeng, why are you not staying in the Chamber of Commerce? Why are you looking for me? I have some news to tell you. Wouldn't you post it in the group if you had any information? Would you come over? Emolan curled his lips and just happened to hear the noisy movement outside. A new person is here? Yes, the city is not suitable. There's a ready-made venue here. Wouldn't it be a good idea to bring it here? Well, it's a good idea to bring it here. I'll need it later. While Emolan was talking, Zopeng also looked at the underground passage next to him. You built another one? That's right. Building one will give you a little more sense of security. Emolan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. I'm not trying to cheat you this time. There are other uses you'll know later. Tell me, what's the matter? Don't waste my time. Zopeng rolled his eyes. You must not have paid attention to the foreign news recently. What's wrong? I haven't read it for a few days. Did something funny happen? Zopeng was a little speechless. Yes, it's funny. A certain player is offered a reward of 100 gold NAS. Catch him alive. Me? Yes, I'm tempted. Hundreds of thousands for each capture. TSK, this Earl Red Maple really hates you. He has a lot of things to do now. None of his elite warriors can spare any time. He doesn't want to send ordinary warriors to kill. So he hasn't come to hunt you down. He has to offer a reward. Whatever. Anyway, there shouldn't be many players who can beat me. Well, but don't be too relaxed. As far as I know, many players have reached the threshold of elite promotion. They are all frantically gaining experience to level up. And their levels are at least 1 level higher than ours. No, it's you. Emolan pointed to his own level. I'm almost level 7. Zopeng's mouth twitched slightly. I know you have a way to practice. No need to emphasize it again. I will get the warrior's practice method sooner or later, okay? Oh. Forget it, there's one more thing. This thing is the main reason why I came to you. What? Someone found a magical beast that can flash. Emolan stood up instantly. Chapter 126 Little Devil. What's going on? Emolan's face suddenly became serious. Blink. This spell can be said to be the soul of a mage, a real displacement spell. Having flash means that you can forcibly distance yourself when being approached by a melee fighter. For a mage, as long as the distance is long enough, you can cast spells as much as you want. The ability to distance yourself with flash means that one flash can save a life. For example, if Emolan had flash, he wouldn't have to use the fire resist ring pitifully every time. Each time the fire ring is resisted. It is basically not used to push others, but to push oneself. It also requires a defensive spell. There is no other way. The fire ring is too weak. It can only bully assassins and shooters like Zhou Peng and Ding Jin. It is different with flash. It flashes away gracefully, leaving the warriors, who have finally broken through the obstacles and are close to them, confused. Where are the people? Who am I? Where am I? There is a pathfinder who went deep into the mountains to scan the map. He has been in several times. He died in the hands of monsters every time. He doesn't care. He is a hero again after resurrection. He died again today. It was just like that. Very normal. But the key point was that the monster that killed him suddenly appeared in front of him, and seemed to be very panicked. It killed the player when it passed by while fleeing, and it disappeared directly when it left. This kind of rapid leaping skill has a very strong practical significance. So we judged that this was not a long-distance teleportation, but a relatively short-distance flash. How did you know? Zhou Peng showed a screenshot. He broke the news on the forum. Emolan took a look. And when he saw the number representing the popularity, he rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. It has been read over 100 million times. Zhou Peng shrugged. The warrior who can use the flash spell to change his job is very attractive. Not to mention that you have made the popularity of the mage so high. Who hasn't played a mage in other games? Who doesn't know the practical significance of the flash spell? After all this, it would be strange if the popularity doesn't rise. Emolan continued to read down after hearing this, but when he saw the screenshot, he let out a sound of surprise. Hey, why does this Warcraft look so much like a little devil? The thin body half the height of a man, a pair of bat wings behind, a short curved horn on the top of the head, and a dark skin, gives Emolan the feeling of a little devil at first glance. Yes, many people on the forum also said so. Now basically everyone calls this monster a little devil. I just don't know if there are other devils. But for a game with a background similar to the aristocratic system in the Western Middle Ages, it is reasonable to have devils. Right? Very reasonable. Then what is the strength of this little devil? And where? The strength is unclear, but according to the speculation of the big guys among netizens, the level of flash should be between the 4th and 6th ring spells. Well, that's the grading method you formulated, and now it's called that. So it is estimated that it is probably elite level. And the location may be a bit unfortunate. Zhou Peng smiled bitterly. That green dragon? Yes. It is a little further inside the place where you were wiped out. And it is the direction from which the green dragon flew. According to the direction of the green dragon, its flight speed, and its hunting range, the direction from which the little devil came is most likely the green dragon's lair. The little devil accidentally broke into the green dragon's lair, and was chased by the angry green dragon? It shouldn't be that bad. The player didn't see the green dragon, so it may be that the little devil found the green dragon and ran away. These are not important. We should not go to that area. After all, the little devil has run out. What we need to figure out now is where the little devil went. How can we find the half-man high demon in the rolling mountains, and then compete with thousands of players? And how can we catch and kill the demon who has the flash skill, which is most likely an elite demon? Emolan's words made Zhou Peng shrug. I don't know, I just told you the news. How to catch it, how to kill it is up to you. Okay, let's talk business. Do you know anything about space? Can you suppress the flash skill, and then follow the space fluctuations to find it? Emolan looked at Zhou Peng with an idiotic look. Do you think GM is my son? If I get the flash spell, I might have a chance to explore the space. But I don't have any samples now. And I'm just a professional 3-ring mage. What do you want me to use to study space? Are you dazed? Isn't GM your son? Zhou Peng pretended to be surprised, making Emolan roll his eyes. Go away. Don't disturb my practice. Call me when you have the specific location information of the little devil. I'll see if I can be promoted to a 4-ring mage first. Otherwise, I'll find the little devil after all my efforts. And then I can't beat him. With the flash spell, I can attack and defend. A group of professional players can't play the human wave tactics. I'll show you off. Okay. Emotion. Please help me. I'll take my leave. Zhou Peng left the base from the door with a few people. And his appearance instantly excited some people. Look! The door is open. Emolan is definitely coming out. I don't believe he won't be tempted by the blink spell. Hee hee. Everyone, get ready. Remember to capture him alive. Emolan is a mage. We must get close to him as soon as possible. Don't give him the chance to cast a spell. Just knock him out with a stick and run away. I know. The whispers of several people disappeared the moment the door of the training base opened. And several eyes stared at the door nervously. A guard player came out. 2 guard players came out. Zhou Peng came out. A guard player came out. 2 guard players came out. The door closed. Wait. The door closed? Isn't Emolan interested in the blink spell? Why doesn't he come out yet? It's okay. Don't panic. We just have to stay here. Emolan will come out sooner or later. I don't believe he can stay inside forever. One person said viciously. And then he and others lay in the bushes wearing camouflage clothes. However, a day passed, and other players came and went. But there was no sign of Emolan. The next day, Emolan didn't go out. The 3rd day, Lon didn't go out. The 4th day, didn't go out. The 5th day, went out. The 6th day, went out. The 7th day, I quit. How did I get through these 7 days? God knows how much of a homebody Emolan can be. I quit. Creak. The door opened. And Emolan, who hadn't had time to come out, blinked at the man who jumped out of the bushes. He was still wearing camouflage clothes. Emolan? This person was also confused. Creak, the door closed. The ambushing player, ? A few seconds later, Emolan came out again surrounded by dozens of players. This person immediately showed an awkward but polite smile. Haha, hello, Emotion, you are here too, what a coincidence, hey, what a coincidence. Chapter 127 The Threshold, like a divine punishment. What a coincidence, I said I would help you clear the snow at the door. Would you believe me? Guess? Level 7. Emolan opened his eyes, waking up from meditation, with a smile on his face. The effect of meditation is very obvious. Emolan has never gained experience, but he has reached level 7 just by meditation. And the effect of meditation will get better and better as the mental power becomes stronger. It can be predicted that in the near future, Emolan's upgrade speed will even exceed those players who are crazy about killing monsters to level up. Level 7, increase a free attribute point, increase an intelligence attribute point. I now have 2 free attribute points, and the intelligence attribute point has reached 18 points. Hiss, is this a bit strong? According to this speed, if I start practicing from level 0, then by the time I reach level 20, wouldn't my intelligence attribute point be 30 points or more? 30 points or more, this is too far, and there may be other changes. According to this progress, I will have 20 intelligence points by level 10. How many intelligence points do I need to break through and become a 4th ring mage? Emolan suddenly felt that these systems were a bit confusing. Why do I feel that the addition of experience points has messed up the entire system? So the experience points are really extra? Cultivation is the right way? Or is it that the world itself is not so orderly? With order in chaos and chaos hidden in order? Forget it. I don't care about so much. Just practice. I'll know how much I need when I advance. Emolan shook his head. He didn't know why. But he always felt weird when practicing recently. Obviously not in a weak state, but I always feel weak when meditating. The wonderful substances that meditation grabs from magic always disappear strangely. It's as if something is constantly swallowing these, while swallowing. Emolan also feels gradually full. Whatever, continue to meditate. Emolan closed his eyes and meditated. Time passed little by little. Countless people rushed to Hongfeng City after hearing the news, and then entered the mountains one after another, looking for the trace of the little devil. Unfortunately, no news came out, only some ordinary monsters were killed and some ordinary players were killed. During this period, the outer part of the mountain range near Hongfeng City was basically swept. But there was no trace of the little devil, as if it had disappeared from the mountain range. However, this is normal. A little devil in the endless mountains is like looking for a needle in a haystack. No matter how many people come, it will be useless. It depends purely on luck. A full month has passed. Slowly, all 100 trainees in the training base have been transferred to mages. Compared with the previous quick training batch, this batch is better in more details in terms of training time and number of subjects. By the day of graduation, this group of mages had basically mastered 6 spells, including Wind Spell, Fireball, Fire Ring Resistant, Stone Skin, Cat's Grace, Stonewall, and had a certain degree of tacit understanding with each other. During this month, when everything was going on outside, Emolan was not idle at all. In addition to daily meditation, Emolan also sorted out everything related to the entire mage profession, and summarized the scattered experiments and scattered knowledge in the notebook, forming a linear mage path from shallow to deep. But it is not perfect, or even very crude, missing a piece here, missing a piece there, and the upper limit is only a pitiful 3 rings. But a skeleton has been formed, a rough prototype. As long as Emolan continues to fill in the content, it will eventually form a dual professional inheritance of Arcane Master/Mage. Created by Emolan, the Mage/Arcane inheritance belongs to Emolan. In addition, Emolan also went through a very special period. For more than half a month, Emolan's meditation power did not improve at all. If Emolan had not been able to feel that there was a wonderful substance integrated into his mental power, Emolan almost thought that meditation was useless. It is precisely because of this that Emolan has been meditating at a high intensity. When this wonderful period ended, Emolan's mental strength began to increase again. At this time, Emolan inexplicably felt a sense of reality and down-to-earth, which was very wonderful. 18 points of intelligence. God knows how long it will take me to upgrade to the 4th ring. It feels so far away. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. Is this probably the threshold for a mage to be promoted to the elite level? I heard that a warrior must pass the physical test to be promoted to the elite level, and then integrate an elite level extraordinary core with the same attributes as before, preferably with spells that are also compatible. Then integrate it into the body, and it must not interfere with the previously formed spell model. Emolan smiled. These warriors are busy killing monsters and leveling up, but now they are all stuck. When he said this, Emolan suddenly felt a little strange. It's not normal. They have been stuck for more than half a month. Isn't it possible that there are no breakthroughs with good talents? It stands to reason that even if it is difficult to not interfere with a previous spell model, it shouldn't be this difficult. Right? It's nothing more than the process of adjusting the spell model. Even if I can't do it myself, can't I just find a mage to help me? Emolan suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. The threshold to the elite level seemed very close, but at this moment, it was like a divine punishment standing in front of everyone, stopping everyone, without exception. What is going on? At Zopeng, at Dingjin, at Zhang Haobo, what level are you at? Have you advanced? Zopeng, I got the secret method of cultivation from my mentor, and my level will start to increase rapidly. Zhang Haobo, me too. Dingjin, I got the secret method of cultivation from Zopeng and Zhang Haobo, and I am also practicing, and the speed of improvement is very fast. Cool. Okay, have others advanced to the elite level? Zopeng, I haven't heard of it yet. It seems that they are all stuck. Dingjin, that's right. There is no one who has reached the elite level yet. Does this game not open up the strength above the elite level at all? Zhang Haobo, isn't it a good deal for us if it's not open? They upgraded much faster than us in the early stage, so they can just wait for us now. The group suddenly became quieter, and a possibility emerged in Emolan's mind. Zopeng, do you think it's possible that you can't get promoted to the elite level by upgrading with attribute points? Zhang Haobo, it's unlikely. Right? If you can't get promoted to the elite level, what's the point of free attribute points? Why can you add more points? Is it a trick? Zopeng, maybe I'm overthinking it. I've been tricked several times recently. I always feel that these NPCs are much more real than before. Much smarter. And the game seems to be much more virtual. Maybe. Let's see if we can get promoted. Then we'll know everything. Chapter 128. The little devil reappears. Emotion, this is what the boss asked me to bring you. A player handed a palm-sized wooden box to Emolan. Is this the nourishing tea he mentioned? Emolan took the small wooden box with some anticipation. Inside was the nourishing tea that Zopeng bought for him at a high price. It could barely be considered a magical plant. This kind of tea has a magical warming effect on mental strength. It is extremely expensive. Generally, it can only be seen on the desks of great nobles and some painting masters. This, 10 gold coins, tens of thousands of dollars, enough for several drinks. Emolan opened it and looked at the tea leaves inside. There were not many, and it looked no different from ordinary tea leaves. Try it. Emolan tried to soak 2 tea leaves, holding a cup of water and tasting it carefully, tasting 2 mouthfuls, smacking his lips, raising his head to drink it all, poured the tea leaves into his mouth to chew, and finally swallowed it. At this time, Emolan had put down the cup, closed his eyes and meditated. The moment the tea entered his stomach, a cold current rushed to his brain, bringing a cool feeling to his brain, very comfortable. The whole consciousness became unusually clear, the whole world seemed to be clear, and the perception became sharp. Meditation. This time, the time to enter meditation was obviously much faster, and the whole person's attention was focused. The effect is good, but it seems to be just like that? Emolan thought about it, recalling the effect of the nourishing tea. The nourishing tea seems to be able to warm the spirit, so can it restore the damage to the spirit? Emolan pondered for a moment, extended the spirit out of his mind, and directly contacted with the magic power to start resonance. Hiss! Emolan felt that his spirit seemed to be burned, frozen, blown by the wind, pressed, felt like being torn apart, and felt like being swallowed. However, compared to before, at this time, there was always a hint of coldness covering the mental power, which made Emolan clear-headed. Even the pain could not shake Emolan's spirit. In this close resonance, the speed of mental power enhancement increased rapidly. Emolan could feel that his mental power was getting stronger after a while. However, this was not the point. The point was that Emolan found that the minor wounds caused by the impact of magic power were recovering little by little. Indeed, the effect of the nourishing tea was only warming and nourishing, and it could not treat the situation of mental power being damaged, but it could recover ordinary minor wear and tear. And this is enough for Emolan. Yes, it's really good stuff. It can directly let me experience the speed of the next stage of meditation. It's comfortable. Why did Emolan not dare to directly touch the element meditation? It's because if the mental power is not strong enough, such meditation will cause slight damage to the mental power every minute and every second. Perhaps the damage of each second is not obvious, and it's harmless, but over time, accumulated, it will cause more obvious trauma. And now there is the nourishing tea. Meditation. Meditation makes me happy. Meditation makes me strong. Emolan started to meditate directly, enduring the pain of the endless mental power, and continued to maintain the state of meditation. The cool feeling was very comfortable, which just neutralized some of the pain caused by meditation. In this case, Emolan's mental power improved several times faster than before. After about 3 or 4 hours, the cool feeling disappeared. Emolan immediately took out a tea leaf and put it in his mouth to chew. Meditation continued. The days passed one by one, and on the 3rd day, Emolan had chewed up the tea. Zopong was given money to buy it. But he still couldn't buy it. Emolan had to return to his previous state of meditation. Although the time was short, the effect was very strong. Emolan could clearly feel that he was not far from a breakthrough. On this day, Zopong sent news about the little devil again. Kill people? Yes. That little devil killed many people. Zopong paused and continued. It slaughtered 2 villages. Today, it was discovered when slaughtering the second one. The player spread the news. After killing the villagers, the little devil did not leave directly, but took away all the bodies. According to the judgment, first, this little devil should have intelligence, is a foreign race like goblins and goblins, rather than a simple monster. Second, the devil race definitely exists in the real game, and it is very aggressive. Third, the little devil is most likely trying to open a portal, to let the large army behind come over. There is no way, this kind of killing, collecting flesh and blood immediately makes people think of this. Emolan nodded. How are the other players now? Filled with righteous indignation, some went to the slaughtered villages to clean up the situation, trying to find survivors. The other part was dispersed to various villages, replacing all the original villagers. Wait, will those villagers listen to the players? Reason can convince people, and they will naturally agree if you talk more about reason. Okay. Emolan pondered for a moment. Let's go. If we don't go, what if the little devil is summoned successfully? Then our area will basically become a disaster area, where demons are rampant, so it is imperative to interrupt the summoning of the little devil. I don't think the nobles will organize people to resist the demon attack. I think they are better at running away. If the situation really turns out like this, then everything we do will be worthless and meaningless. Okay. How many people should we take out? Take all of them? Emolan looked at the 100 mages and fell into deep thought. Take all of them. They may come in handy at a critical moment. After all, the power of a group of mages is still very powerful. Okay. I'll start from Hanfeng City. You come here. And meet me here. Zopong sent a map and clicked a few points on it. Okay. Emolan nodded and began to gather the mages. After a while, with the help of Su Zongxin, he quickly integrated the team and led the whole team out directly. Look! Look! Emolan finally came out. Damn it. You don't need me to tell you, I'm not blind. Hide it for me, if I get killed later. It's your fault. Before he finished speaking, a wall of fire covered them. The wall of fire instantly enveloped everyone, and the purple-red flames jumped and burned on their bodies. Ah! A player screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the purple flame. But this was impossible. The high-temperature flame stuck to them. After a while, several players turned into charcoal. Capture me alive? You dare to capture me alive? So weak. Emolan curled his lips and continued to move forward with the mage group. The distance was not close, and it took a while for Emolan to lead the mage group to the slaughtered village. But the scene inside was a bit shocking. Emolan did not go in, but just silently rushed to the next village where all the players had replaced them, and silently clenched his fists. Chapter 129 Mage should use sticks. Emotion, long time no see. President E, Red Maple City is everyone's territory, let's work together to kill the little devil. Yi-Fei paused, and found that Emolan's face was not very good, and immediately realized that Emolan had just come from another village, and nodded seriously. Emotion. Don't worry, we are all watching the flash spell, and everyone will show their magic, and we may have to compete with Emotion at that time. Emolan smiled and said nothing. Yi-Fei nodded and stepped away, and the other presidents present did not come to join in the fun, and nodded to Emolan as a greeting. However, at this time, a player came over. Emotion? I think he is just a lucky player. He got lucky and created a mage. Don't call you Emotion, and you will know you don't know what to do. Emolan, do you dare to challenge me? If you win, I admit that you are indeed capable. If you lose, you should keep a low profile in the future. Why should I compete with you? Who do you think you are? Do you need to acknowledge Emolan's strength? Do you think you can step on anyone to get to the top? Don't you think you deserve it? Ding Jin laughed in anger and said disdainfully. You? Humph. You just don't dare to fight? You have self-knowledge. Emolan stopped Ding Jin, who was about to fight, twisting his neck. I'll do it. You guys get out of the way. The man was delighted when he heard it, and said quickly, Okay. Although you don't have much ability, you still have courage. For this reason, I will be gentler later and give you some face. Emolan ignored him, turned his head, and looked around. At this time, many people had heard about this matter, and then gathered around. Emolan looked for a while, and stopped when he saw someone next to Yi-Fei. President E, can I borrow the iron rod of the brother next to you? Sure. Yi-Fei was stunned, then nodded, and asked the player next to him to pass the iron rod to Emolan. Thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. Emolan picked up the iron rod that was as thick as 2 thumbs in his hand, and walked towards the center of the open space with an expressionless face. Ha ha, Emolan, are you afraid that you won't be able to cast spells later, so you want to use an iron rod to give yourself courage? The man laughed, and walked towards Emolan, stopping when he was only 10 meters away from Emolan. When the stick in my hand falls to the ground, the battle will begin. I will stop at that point, and you can do whatever you want. Wait a minute. So close. Zopong was about to say something, but Emolan raised his hand to signal him to stop. Shameless. Thick-skinned. Yi-Fei next to him suddenly said. Hee. Others will not care how Emolan was defeated, nor how close it was at the beginning. As long as Emolan loses, it's fine. With this defeat, Emolan will basically only have the title of the founder of the mage. Emolan is young after all, and he is impulsive. This stepping stone is a good choice. A president who came over said. Yi-Fei shook his head. Not necessarily. Emolan dared to fight because he was sure, or... Yi-Fei was suddenly stunned, watching the warrior, who was dueling with Emolan suddenly attack. No one on the battlefield will tell you when to attack. I am your enemy. If you believe what I say so easily, then you deserve to lose. Yi Fei was stunned, many people were stunned, and cursed Shameless. Shameless to this extent. This guy is a talent. And the outcome may be decided now. This guy should be promoted to elite soon. Although his strength is not as good as his face. It is not far behind. At this level, resisting the fire ring may not be useful. Emolan is in trouble. Die! The player held a machete in his hand. And there was excitement on his face. His fighting spirit surged. And he instantly increased his speed to the fastest. And slashed at Emolan with a fierce knife. Emolan's body instantly flashed with several magic lights. Stone skin. Resistance to fire ring. Cat's grace. Seeing the resistance to fire ring take shape, the warrior showed a hint of pride on his face. Haha, it's useless. As soon as the words fell, the magic light flashed, and the knife in his hand was covered with a layer of golden light, which directly split the air wave that expanded from the resistance to fire ring, and the whole person just paused. However, at this moment, he suddenly found that he did not move, but Emolan was directly blown away more than 50 meters by the resistance to fire ring, and stood far away, looking at him expressionlessly. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Fuck, it turns out that emotion didn't lie to me. Resist fire ring is really a displacement spell, not used to move the enemy. Show. Yi Fei also smiled. Since the distance has been pulled apart, the warrior's only spell has been used again, the game is over, Emolan wins. However, to everyone's surprise, Emolan walked forward with a wrought iron rod, and only released 2 spells on himself on the way. Ha ha ha, you are actually looking for death, then I won't be polite. The warrior on the opposite side, who had originally had a gloomy face, laughed now. Although I have used up my magic, it is not something a little wizard like you can defeat. Come, let me teach you how to fight in close combat. Before he finished speaking, he felt a shock in his head, and his whole body stopped moving. Then a wrought iron rod was swung down. Mental shock. The warrior who had regained consciousness found that it was too late to dodge, and quickly raised his hand to block it. He was just a wizard. How much strength could he have? However, as soon as the thought flashed through his mind, his arm felt a sharp pain. The huge force from the wrought iron rod was released, and the warrior fell down and rolled several times. His arm was twisted, and it was obviously broken. In the process, the big knife flew far away. TSK. That's it? There was a booing sound from the side, the warrior's face flushed, angry and humiliated, and the fighting spirit in his body surged, and he turned over and rushed towards Emolan. Emolan had no expression on his face, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly rose, lifting Emolan up. The warrior almost hit the stone pillar, and hurriedly stopped, without looking up, and turned back to dodge. And at this time, he only felt a shadow covering his head. Bang! The heavy wrought iron rod fell with great force, and he subconsciously tilted his head, and the wrought iron rod whistled past his ears with a strong wind. Crack! The sound of the shoulder breaking rang out, the severe pain made his head feel dull, and his eyes turned red. Ah! The warrior screamed angrily, and rushed towards Emolan. Bang! 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 Emolan was surprisingly flexible, and the iron rod in his hand fell on the warrior again, and during this time, he only added a spell with the end of the duration to his body. Bear burst. The warrior made a mistake, and failed to dodge Emolan's attack, and the iron rod fell directly on his head. Bang! The head exploded, white, and red splashed everywhere, and everyone around saw this, and their throats choked, and the shock in their eyes did not subside for a long time, and then the shocked voices and strange cries continued to sound. Emolan took the iron stick, knelt down beside the warrior's body, carefully wiped the white and red on the stick with his clothes, then walked to Yi Fei, and returned the stick to the player. Thank you. You're welcome. Yi Fei didn't say anything, just silently raised his thumb, with shock in his eyes. I didn't expect the mage to kill the warrior with a stick so amazing. Emolan was about to reply, but a voice suddenly came from behind, making him frown. Emolan, I didn't expect you to be so shameless, secretly preparing spells in advance, and you even use the power of weapons. Come on. Fight me if you can. A warrior ran to the center, and shouted at Emolan. One group. Fireball. Emolan turned around and looked at him, and said softly. As soon as the voice fell, 25 fireballs rose from the sky above the Jyoting Mage core. The rising fireballs instantly gathered together in the air, and Emolan used his mental power to guide them. Boom! The flames rose. The air waves surged. And when the flames dissipated, there was only a deep pit left. Emolan turned around again and smiled at Ife. Mages should use sticks. Chapter 130 Altar of Flesh and Blood. It was quiet all around. Everyone looked at Emolan in silence. A few seconds later, a cheer broke out. Emotion is awesome. Not long after, the video here was uploaded to the forum, and the popularity quickly soared, and the most common phrase in the mage forum was, "Mages should use sticks." So much so that some newbies, who had just changed jobs, could not help scratching their heads in confusion. Do mages really have to use sticks? Emotion used it like this. Do you think the little devil will come to our side? Zhang Haowa asked. Zopeng beside him smiled. It doesn't matter. Whether he comes to our side or not, the little devil can't escape. As long as he shows up, we can lock the little devil's activity range and the approximate range of his nest through the sequence of the 3 massacres, angles, and other information. The little devil could not be found before because the range was too large to find a needle in a haystack. Now that the range has been reduced, how can we still not find him once the players go in? You know, the little devil has massacred 2 villages during this period. Although these 2 villages are small, there are hundreds of people in total. The bodies of these people were collected by the little devil. There are so many, it's not hard to find. Just after Zopeng finished speaking, he saw a message. The little devil appeared, in the village 5 kilometers away. After killing hundreds of players, he ran away, and took away several player bodies. Now other players are chasing him. After Zopeng finished speaking, he suddenly looked at the message again. The flash disappeared, and they are spreading out to search. After Zopeng finished speaking, he took out a map, marking the 3 villages that had been attacked by the little devil so far. The 3 points connected to each other. And suddenly 3 focal points appeared. Looking at these 3 focal points, Zopeng silently drew a circle on the map. The little devil is probably in this area. Emolan nodded and suddenly asked, "Where did you get such a detailed map? Have you been to this area before?" "No. I bought it from the Explorers Guild." Explorers Guild? Yes. The entire guild is a pathfinder. And the pathfinder who found the little devil before was a member of their guild. This group of people basically all it points to their agility. For many people, even if the Warcraft can beat them, it can't catch up with them. They use their high agility to explore everywhere, and while exploring, they also record the terrain, photos, videos, and then send them back to their own guild. Professionals make accurate maps. The guild sells the maps, and members will also get corresponding shares. The more popular the map, the more money it makes. So far, the most popular one should be the monster-level map around Red Maple City. The sales are very good, and it is not expensive. Basically, every combat player has one. Because they are also responsible for real-time reminders of monster information and regular updates, this is the coolest thing. So everyone is starting a business in the game? Ding Jin said in surprise. Yes, it is said that the president of the Explorers Guild has opened branches and stores in other cities, and even other countries, starting to seize market share, squeezing some small-scale imitators into the corner. This is a big boss among entrepreneurs. Many people admire him, allowing the explorers to maintain their hobbies while increasing their income, and many warriors will take part-time jobs to earn some money to supplement their family expenses. It is said that he has accepted financing from some groups, and is preparing to open branches all over the game world. Not only for humans, but also for aliens. It is said that he is now preparing a preliminary map of human forces in the game, as well as major countries, cities, major nobles, and forces. What a big deal. Emolan exclaimed at the words. But then he came to his senses. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's not wait here. Let's go. Go to this circle first. Wait there. And rush over as soon as you find the little devil's nest. Flash, we must not let it go. This is a spell destined to be popularized. Zopeng said. Emolan smiled. Then popularize it from our hands. Emolan started to hurry with 100 mages. This time, Emolan only brought 100 mages. In addition, the guards of Jioding Chamber of Commerce did not come, not even the wild bear. All members were players. The worst that could happen is death anyway. As long as you don't die, you can output. Found it. Zopeng suddenly said, took out the map, and directly marked a point. There is a cave here. And all the bodies are in the cave. Zopeng sent a screenshot to the group. Emolan took a look and his eyes suddenly focused. The picture showed a rough 3-layer altar. There were curved and small grooves on the altar. The grooves were scarlet, and there seemed to be blood flowing inside. But there was no leakage. At the top of the altar was an extraordinary core. Looking down along the lines of the altar, there was a big pit, and in the pit were pale, broken bodies. Corpses were piled up in the pit. Scarlet blood could be seen between the corpses. It had been so long, and there was no sign of coagulation or drying. Emolan looked at the pit with a rather unhappy expression. His eyes returned to the extraordinary core on top of the altar. This was a dark silvery extraordinary core. The screenshot was too far away, so the spell model inside could not be seen. That little devil is really building an altar. What do you think that extraordinary core is? Zopun asked. Don't you know what's going on? It must be a space spell like a portal, and it's definitely of a very high level. But compared to this, I'm more concerned about the altar. What's wrong with the altar? I've been thinking about a question for a while. If I build a wizard tower, how can I keep the spell model fixed in it? I haven't found a way, but this altar gave me a new idea. Isn't the extraordinary core a ready-made, already fixed spell model? It's just that we don't know how to activate the extraordinary core, so we can't use the spells inside. But judging by the visual, this altar is okay. Besides that, although the corpse pit is disgusting, I feel that it also contains a high level of technology. Why would it build a corpse pit and blood pool under the altar? What are those patterns? What role does blood play? Can wild animals replace humans as blood pool materials? In my opinion, this altar is a finished product that allows me to conduct reverse research. The technical value hidden behind it is far more precious than those on the surface. After Emolan finished speaking, Zopun frowned and said, But we are still facing a very serious problem. Zopun pointed at the large guild teams nearby and a group of individual players who were watching the fun. It's okay for individual players. But what about the guilds? They are strong and powerful. How about you give them a favor and let them give it to you? Maybe 1 or 2 of them will give me a favor in this matter. But it won't solve any problems. Instead of doing this, I might as well, Emolan said a little embarrassedly, turn over the table, pull them to our level, and then use our rich experience to compete with them. Chapter 131, There are more shady people in the shady world. Fuck Emolan, you are still the shady one, I am ashamed of myself. Zopun looked at him strangely after figuring out what Emolan wanted to do. What shady? Can this be considered shady? This is called wit. Emolan curled his lips. Let's not talk about whether these are useful or not for now. Let's discuss how to deal with the little devil. I am very unhappy with this little devil, screw it. Ife asked me to come over to discuss how to deal with the little devil. He also called me. Zopun also said, if he knew how you were going to deal with them later, he would definitely not invite you now. The problem is that they don't know. Emolan and Zopun walked forward together, and a group of presidents discussed how to deal with the little devil. So far, the information about the little devil has been almost clear. Level Elite, there are 3 spells that have been displayed so far. One is the flash spell that Emolan and his team have been pursuing. The second is the fireball spell, and the third seems to be a telekinetic spell, which can resist attacks and move corpses. It also flies fast, and has claws on its hands. In addition, there are some unclear information, such as the maximum distance and number of flashes. In short, this little devil is very powerful, and needs to be treated with caution. Emolan did not participate in the discussion, and soon the presidents came up with a general idea. The idea is very simple. First lure the little devil out, then use spells to focus fire, force it to flash, and continue to focus fire after it flashes. Keep repeating. They firmly believe that the little devil will never be able to flash infinitely, as long as it is forced to flash. Even if the little devil is elite, it will not be able to escape the situation of death. You know, at least tens of thousands of elite players have gathered here. And there are countless casual players, who are just joining in the fun. In front of so many people, the little devil, who lost his flash, can only die or escape. As for the cave, it was naturally agreed that we would explore together after killing the little devil. As the ancients said, there is strength in numbers. Disperse. Disperse all. The guilds dispersed one after another, and each guild was responsible for a long and narrow fan-shaped area. As long as the little devil appeared in this fan-shaped area, they would focus their fire, attract the monsters. As soon as the words fell, a wild boar that struggled desperately was tied to a burning torch and thrown into the cave. Ah! The wild boar's eyes turned red from the pain of the fire, and it rushed forward madly, and the pig rushed forward fiercely. But in the blink of an eye, the wild boar's cry disappeared, and it died. Continue. Dozens of tied wild boars came over, tied with torches, untied the ropes, and threw them inside. Ah! One wild boar after another died. Finally, at the moment when the sixth wild boar died, a black shadow flew out from inside at a high speed, and the sharp claws in its hand directly pierced the chest of the player who resisted the wild boar. Puff! A still beating heart was dug out. Team 1, focus on your magic. As soon as the words fell, a group of warriors threw out their only magic, and in an instant the area where the little demon was covered by dense magic. Flash! In an instant the little demon appeared 100 meters away, and the people there shouted in a low voice. Team 1, focus on your magic. Another overwhelming magic covered the little demon, making the little demon roar angrily. Flash! This time it appeared directly above Emolan, and before the little demon disappeared Emolan sensed a wave of elemental fluctuations. Will the place where the flash appears produce fluctuations in advance? The flash spell should not be interrupted. Right? Emolan's eyes lit up, and he quickly spoke. Group 2 Fireball Spell. As soon as the voice fell, 25 fireball spells appeared directly, and formed a huge blue fireball under Emolan's guidance. Just when others were wondering why Emolan suddenly released the spell, the little devil appeared. The blue fireball flew away, and everyone couldn't help but look here, and a thought emerged in their minds. Is the little devil going to die in Emolan's hands? But just when the blue fireball was about to hit the little devil, the flash spell was activated again, and the little devil disappeared. Emolan keenly discovered that the little devil had a 1-second interval between the two flashes, and it started to flash after 1 second. If it were normal, it should have flashed the moment it saw the fireball spell, but it just waited for more than a second. After the little devil flashed and disappeared. It disappeared this time, but at this time someone shouted loudly. On my back? The man died in the middle of his words. The little devil flashed into the crowd and killed crazily. Focus fire wherever the little devil is. The guild will give subsidies if he is killed. As soon as the words fell, spells rose up one after another, and fell directly into the group of players. The spells seemed to be cast very quickly. At this time, other guild leaders hurriedly asked Emolan. Emotion, what happened to you just now? Did you know that the little devil would be there? There are signs when the flash appears, and the mental power can sense the fluctuations there. Okay, mage. Be in place, and be ready to capture the little devil at any time. As he spoke, the little devil flashed and disappeared again, leaving only a mess, charred, ice, and a large number of players' corpses. The next moment, the little devil appeared again. But the wizard next to him did not react at all. Warrior and wizard focused their fire. And why didn't the wizard react at all just now? I didn't sense anything. Why are you yelling so loudly? The wizard shouted back after casting the spell. Emolan can sense it. Why can't you? So, forget it. It's none of your business. As he spoke, the president suddenly felt that something was wrong, and silently lowered his voice, and then continued to yell. Focus! Focus! Focus it! After dozens of players died, the little demon flashed away again, but this time it had many more scars on its body. After all, it was not in the air now. Entering the middle of the players, it could provide it with cover to resist spells while making it more vulnerable to attack. At this time, Emolan was on guard and quietly sent a message. So Pong, did you go in? After you go in, don't grab anything first. Take screenshots of every corner and every detail of the altar, and we will be considered victorious. It took a while for Emolan to wait for Zhou Peng's reply. Fuck, a kind of plant, these old bastards have all set people to sneak in. We just agreed, and I am the only one who intends to comply. If I hadn't been more careful, honest people like us would have been cheated by them. In addition, we haven't gone in yet, and we dare not go in, for fear of attracting the little devil back. After all, there are so many people watching, it's not easy for everyone to disrupt the situation. Let's kill the little devil first, and then proceed according to the original plan, and give them a big surprise. Okay. While Emolan was talking, he suddenly noticed a fluctuation, and his whole body instantly became alert, and he understood that the little devil had appeared. However, it did not appear on his side, but not far away from the next door. This time, Emolan was not at all stunned. Just now, he missed the opportunity because of a moment of hesitation. Fireball! Emolan gave the order in the shortest language and the fastest speed. In an instant, half of the mage group cast spells directly. In the blink of an eye, A huge blue fireball whizzed out and fell directly towards the next position. Chapter 132 Overturning the Table. The blue fireball whizzed past, creating great pressure on the players nearby. Next to them was the territory of the Utopia Guild. When seeing the huge fireball falling directly, Zwitchingwen, who was next to them, saw this and her eyes widened. She immediately realized that the little devil had appeared on her side. Emotion, they are all delicate little girls. Can you do it? The president of the God of War Guild on the other side of Utopia also echoed. That's right. How can you do it? Can you be as gentlemanly as me? Mage Corps. Warrior Brigade, please be gentlemanly and use spells to cover it. Woo 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 woo. One by one, the male players cast spells with ghosts and wolves howling, directly covering the area that Emolan had locked on. At this moment, the little devil appeared, and the blue fireball was close at hand. It would only take about 0.5 seconds to hit the little devil. It was too late to flash. The little devil's bat wings trembled wildly, and it moved to the side like a black shadow. The fireball passed by, and the scorching temperature burned a corner of the bat wing. The high temperature caused the airflow to change, and the burnt corner of the bat wing caused the little devil's movement to stagnate. And then he was hit by the spell that followed. Emolan's fireball spell is aimed, but other spells are not. The blue fireball spell fell on the heads of a group of delicate female players. And boom! Nothing was left on the spot. Another group. Fireball spell. As soon as the words fell, the 50 mages who had not cast spells just now cast spells instantly. Looking at the little demon, who was constantly hit by spells, it seemed that there was an invisible barrier on its body surface to help it resist spell damage. Can the flash spell be interrupted? Forget it. No matter what. Blow it up. And blow it to death first. A blue fireball with a diameter of more than 1 meter hit the unbalanced little demon head-on, and directly swallowed it up. A violent explosion sounded. The flames expanded, and the female player directly below the blue fireball was licked by the flames. Only a few charred corpses were left on the spot. When the fireball gradually dissipated, a meter-long wreckage fell from the sky. The little devil is dead. Everyone watched this scene, and their nervous minds suddenly relaxed and cheered. At this time, when the other presidents were concentrating, Yifei spoke. Emotion. You killed this little devil, so it belongs to you. Then you don't have to participate in the cave next time. Right? After Yifei finished speaking, the others blinked, stopped talking, and did not send anyone to pick up the little devil's body. Emolan picked up the body of the little devil and said, No, 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 this little devil was killed by everyone together. I just picked up the bargain in the end. So although I took the little devil, I am just a tool used to analyze the spell model. I promise, I will publish all the spells obtained from this little devil, for free, unconditionally, anyone can view and learn. As for the extraordinary core, I will also take it out. Everyone is discussing how to divide it. I am just an honest custodian. As for the things inside the cave, according to the agreement just now, each one will use his own means, and whoever grabs it will own it. Yifei smiled when he heard this. Since that's the case, let's target the cave. Charge. As soon as the voice fell, the God of War Guild, which had just been sneaking away, instantly burst into speed and rushed towards the cave. The forces of each guild were distributed in a fan shape, and the distance between each guild and the cave was the same. Watching them charge one after another, Emolan smiled. Everyone has the stone wall technique. As soon as the words fell, the soil and stones at the entrance of the cave were sucked away, and a circle of holes appeared around it. Boom! The cave collapsed, and the entire hillside in front seemed to be shorter. The soldier who was sprinting at a speed of 100 meters felt the ground shaking, and looked up, and was stunned. Where did the big hole go? Almost all the guild leaders stared at Emolan in amazement. Fuck emotion, I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Yifei mobilized the magic group while talking. Hey, isn't it just a matter of means? Now everyone is on the same starting line. Emolan said with a smirk, and directly led the magic group to the side of the mountain. Stone wall spell. Assembly line. As soon as the words fell, the first person opened a passage on the mountain, and the people behind followed closely. The first one retreated, and the second continued to cast the spell. Stone wall spell. Then the third. The fourth. And soon everyone entered the passage. Just as the other guild members were about to follow in, Emolan suddenly came to the entrance and said, By the way, a reminder, There may not be oxygen in here. If you want to enter, please prepare in advance. As soon as the words fell, the others were about to come in and cast a spell to close the passage, leaving only a bare wall. After closing the entrance, everyone continued to go deeper. Each person took turns to cast spells to make them move forward quickly. Every time they moved forward, they closed the road behind. Yifei outside said to everyone, "Don't worry. I won't be as cruel as Emolan. I won't give you any misunderstandings or hope. You don't have to wait. Find another way to get in." Haha. I also have a magic group. Yifei laughed and disappeared into the mountain. The other presidents looked at each other. Mage group, go. Gung Tao of the Niehua Guild suddenly said, and then, in the stunned eyes, mages quickly separated from the warriors one by one, and directly formed a mage group of 200 people. Everyone, I won't be as heartless as the first two. I will definitely take you in. It's very simple. I will open up the passage and ventilate the passage. Give me 10 yuan per person to enter, and hurry up if you want to enter, Gung Tao said as he moved a wooden box and started to collect money. One by one, warriors from the guilds went in along the passage opened by the God of War Guild. Gung Tao, why do you like making money so much? Who doesn't like making money? Although I made 200 million some time ago, I also lost more than 500,000. A mosquito leg is still a piece of meat, and any profit is a little, especially for the presidents. Then you don't plan to save spell slots? Gung Tao laughed. What spell slots do you want to save? I can grab one of them. My goal will be achieved if I get the flash spell. Instead of wasting time, it's better to open a channel to make a few dollars and share them with my brothers. If they get a few more dollars, it's more practical than anything else. While the discussion was heated outside, Emolan led the mage group to go deeper and continued to move towards the bloody altar. At this time, a series of screenshots were sent to the group. Emolan took a quick look. They were the details of the altar sent by Zhou Peng. The pictures were very detailed. 30 or 40 of them were sent in a blink of an eye. Every angle was included. They were very clear. Even the texture of the stone could be seen clearly. After dozens of photos, Zhou Peng said, "We can't win if we fight." But the exit collapsed. They can't get out? Come quickly. Chapter 133 Flash. It's Emolan. Everyone, stop fighting. The sudden appearance of a hole in the stone wall startled everyone. They turned their heads and saw that it was Emolan. They immediately became nervous. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Emolan is so famous now. No one dares to underestimate Emolan, especially when Emolan is followed by dozens or hundreds of mages. Join hands. There are probably dozens of people here. When they saw Emolan, they reached a tacit understanding. They all stopped and stared at Emolan. And at this moment, a person reached out and grabbed the extraordinary core in the altar. Fuck. What do you want to do? Do you want to get it first? As soon as the voice fell, the man had no time to explain, and the weapon behind him fell on his head. After being cut several times, he had to dodge. Can you trust me a little? Then everything will fall into Emolan's hands. Just after he finished speaking, someone behind him suddenly shouted in surprise. President! President! On the other side, a half-meter-high hole was opened in the wall, and Yifei climbed out of the hole with a dusty face. Pooh! Fuh! Fuh! Who led the way? It's so crooked. Hang the tower crane up for me. Without time to tidy up his dusty clothes, Yifei turned his head to look at Emolan and said hurriedly, Emolan, let's join forces? That bastard Gung Tao is selling tickets again. If we keep doing this, we will lose a spell slot for the guild behind us, and we can't fight this way. How to join forces? We block the road and compact it, and then withdraw after taking the things. How to divide it? Yifei smiled. All of these are for you. I just want the spell model of the extraordinary core, and help me build a constant portal after you learn it, and the right to purchase customized portals in the future. If possible, I also hope that the mages of the God of War Guild can study with you, and help you with your work. Zhou Peng and others who were hiding secretly nearby and dared not come out immediately approached Emolan with their chests puffed out when they saw him arrive. Emolan lowered his head. However, at this moment, the cave suddenly closed in the middle, and extended from top to bottom, instantly separating Yifei and the others. Yifei's face changed at the same time, and the exclamation of the magician next to him also sounded. How is it possible? Why is there no magic fluctuation when he casts the spell? Before he finished speaking, the magician immediately released the stone wall spell to move the wall in front of him. But he found that it was very difficult to remove it, as if the density of this stone wall had exceeded the upper limit of the removal of a ring of stone wall spell. And it was moving very slowly. Everyone, follow me. With the joint spells of all the mages, the stone wall in front of them was moved away with difficulty, but at this time, only these mages were seen using the stone wall spell to dig a pit to bury the bodies in the blood pit. Yi Fei glanced a few times, but he still didn't find Emolan's figure, and immediately understood that Emolan had run away. Can you catch up? The mage next to him shook his head after a moment of silence. No, we don't even know which direction he went from. I don't even know why Emolan can do it without any spell fluctuations in the spell preparation stage, as if he didn't borrow any elements from the external environment. This is not a mage. But he not only succeeded, but even the spell he cast exceeded the limit of the first ring. The stone wall, just now, was not only very large in area, its density was also far beyond the stone wall spell we cast. But Emolan is obviously only a third ring mage. He has too many secrets. Yi Fei was relieved when he heard this, and shook his head. What's unrealistic? Emolan is reality. Before him, even mages were unrealistic. It's normal that we can't catch up with him. Forget it, go over and squeeze the mage group of Geoding Chamber of Commerce away, and bury the bodies together. Besides, let me occupy the altar. I have come all this way. It is impossible that there is nothing here. Right? Yi Fei turned and left to look at the scenery. The mage vaguely heard Yi Fei cursing. Emotion didn't expect that you were also evil-minded. You didn't even dare to cooperate and ran away alone. Sooner or later, I will develop a spell to restrain the stone wall spell and set the ground firmly. Otherwise, this game will be unplayable. There are no rules at all. It's a rubbish game. Spell research, spell research. 20 meters below the cave, Emolan leaned against the stone wall, opened his right hand, revealing the 4 extraordinary cores inside. The 4 extraordinary cores are all dark black, 2 of which are silvery, 1 is dark red, and 1 is dark and transparent. This time I have gained a lot, and it is worth the trip. Emolan smiled, then closed his eyes, and began to refine magic power. The role of magic power, just now, was very critical. During the whole process of casting this spell, Emolan did not have any connection with the elements in the external environment. In the absence of the magician's mental power, it is impossible to find that Emolan is casting a spell. It was also the first time that Emolan discovered this characteristic of the arcane master. So he seized the opportunity, and directly used skills to prolong the casting. He poured almost all the magic power in his body into it before releasing this superstandard stone wall spell, buying precious time. Are you kidding me? Adults actually have to make choices? Unless there is no choice, I want them all. If the casting was discovered, or the stone wall was broken quickly, Emolan might have cooperated with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, he didn't. After recovering some of his magic power, Emolan got up and left. He did not stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, Emolan seriously suspected that the guilds above would choose to dig deep underground to find out if there were any remaining items. After leaving through the stone wall technique, Emolan found a random underground hiding place and took out 4 extraordinary cores, 3 of which were found from the little devil. The first one he got was the one on the altar, which was estimated to be the one with the highest level. Emolan licked his lips, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. His mental power extended directly into it. But the next second, Emolan's expression changed. Confused. What level of spell is this? Emolan looked at the densely packed spell nodes and lines in the extraordinary core, and was somewhat surprised and a little headache. This extraordinary core seemed to have thousands, even tens of thousands of spell nodes, and the countless lines made Emolan dizzy. And this spell model was clearly in the extraordinary core, but Emolan couldn't see it completely, as if the part of the mage model core had involved another level. I can't analyze it at all, and the ink cartridge can't record it. Emolan took a deep breath, shaked his head, put it away, and picked up another extraordinary core. The second silver-colored supernatural core, Emolan guessed that it should be the spell model of the flash spell. Looking forward to extending his mental power into it, when he saw the spell nodes clearly, Emolan was delighted, and a smile appeared on his face. 199 spell nodes. Sure enough, the flash spell is a 4th ring spell. At the elite level, the mage finally ushered in a qualitative change. The number of spell slots increased. No need to search anymore, plus the appearance of displacement spells such as the flash spell. The mage is finally standing up. Finally he can kite the warrior infinitely, and infinitely kill the warrior. Warrior? Question mark. Chapter 134 The Hand of the Mage. Flash. Emolan did not hesitate, and directly used the first side of the ink cartridge to record the spell model of Flash. After the first side was recorded, and the second side was also engraved with Flash, Emolan stopped with a sense of satisfaction. It's time to find a chance to upgrade the ink cartridge. When the ink cartridge is upgraded to the 3rd level, my computing power should be able to be improved again. And when the time comes, there will be 3 extra spell slots, and I can directly record 3 flashes. So happy. After completing the recording with the ink cartridge, Emolan began the formal analysis work. First, define the 3-axis coordinate system. Record the spatial coordinates of each point. Record the length, thickness, and ends of each magic line. And after a little arrangement, you will get a text version of the spell model. While recording, Emolan couldn't help but think of the spell model in the extraordinary core. The complexity of the 4th ring spell is just like this. I can't even see the core part of the spell model clearly. It seems that it is not in the same latitude and level as these spell nodes. Could that spell be a spell above the 7th ring? Emolan suddenly felt that it was very likely. After thinking about it, he directly stuffed the extraordinary core into the ground. Forget it, let's put this extraordinary core here, and come back to get it later. After putting it away, Emolan continued to analyze the spell model of Flash. After completing the text version of the mage model, Emolan entered the mage section of the forum, edited the post, and directly published the spell model of Flash, and tagged many guild leaders. This is the spell model of Flash, please take it. Guild leaders. In addition, if you have discussed the handling method of the extraordinary core, please let me know as soon as possible. After editing, Emolan clicked send. Since he agreed to publish it, he would not hesitate. As soon as the Flash spell was released, it received positive reviews from many mage players, who liked the post one after another. Emotion is awesome. Emotion is so generous. A 4th level spell is announced immediately. If it were me, I would definitely keep it to myself. I am invincible. So you can't get a 4th level spell. Ah. Emotion, a newbie has a question, do mages really need to use sticks? When this comment was received, the forum suddenly went off track, and people responded one after another. Of course. Didn't you see Emotion smash a warrior to death with an iron stick? He just used a stick. Don't you realize that warriors can also use spells? Mages just hold sticks, and cast various buff spells on themselves, and then cast a light spell to challenge warriors. Comments were posted one after another, and Emolan, who was about to quit, noticed this post. Still playing. No reply, just a thumbs up. After Emolan thumbs up, a few words suddenly appear under the comment. Emolan thinks it's great. Emolan closes the forum, but another player falls into deep thought after seeing this line of words. Emotion thumbs up for me. Putting away the extraordinary core of the Flash spell, Emolan is about to look at the next spell when Zopung suddenly sends a message. Where are you? Why didn't I see you at home? I'm outside. Aren't you studying magic? Why are you staying outside? Alas, you think I don't want to come back, but believe it or not, if I dare to come back, our broken base will definitely be destroyed. It's not safer than digging a hole in the wild. Oh no, it's not as safe as digging 3 holes, and filling 1 hole in a random place. It's possible, then forget it, don't come back, or wait for the next house to be destroyed. You seem to dislike me? I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Oh, by the way, our magic group is formed. Next I'm going to choose a mountain and start hollowing it out to make a new base. Then you won't be afraid to go home, but you have to find a way to defend the stone wall, so that it won't be demolished by others just after it's built. Oh, I'll study the anti-stone wall during this period, and give you a copy after I finish it. In addition, I plan to build a wizard tower on the big island in the middle of Mirror Lake. Don't run too far, or you won't be able to take care of it when the time comes. Okay. Close the chat. Emolan picked up the next extraordinary core. Hey, a 1st level spell? What attribute is this? Emolan suddenly exclaimed, somewhat surprised. It seems to have no attributes, it is just driven by pure mental power. So wonderful. This 1st level spell has very few nodes, only about 10. Basically it is the weakest 1st level spell, anything below that can only be called a trick. And it does not require magic drive, nor elemental power, only mental power. There are more than 10 spell nodes, Emolan analyzed it in a few seconds. After recording it in a notebook, Emolan directly used mental power to build the spell model. The spell model was formed instantly. Emolan extended his mental power to cover the extraordinary core in his hand. Get up. The originally invisible and intangible mental power seemed to become an invisible hand. Emolan freely controlled his mental power to grab the extraordinary core, stone, soil, and even himself. Unfortunately, he failed to grab it. The power is limited. The spell is easy to cast. It does not occupy the spell position, and it only consumes mental power. But the consumption is not large. It can turn mental power into substance and grab objects. Although it is not very useful in combat, it can help daily life and experiments to a certain extent. Well, it can be included in the must-have spells for mages. Let's call it the mage's hand. Emolan put away the extraordinary core of the mage's hand and took out the last extraordinary core. Fireball, but the spell model is so complicated. Is it a 3-ring spell? Emolan first analyzed the spell model of the fireball, and after recording it, he directly built a spell model in the spell slot. After a while, the spell model was built. Emolan first rose to the ground, and then activated it directly. A fist-sized dark fireball appeared in front of him. The dark fireball flew out, and quickly grew larger during the flight, until it was as big as a basketball. The dark fireball fell to the ground, exploded with a bang, and the shock waves spread, and the dark flame splashed out, but when it landed, it showed amazing corrosiveness. After burning, a large pit with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters was left in front of Emolan, and the area within a radius of 10 meters was corroded by the flames. The explosive power is so strong, and the corrosiveness of this flame, it is really powerful. One fireball is likely to kill 3 warriors in seconds, and the 95 spell nodes also belong to the top 3-ring spells. Emolan was a little surprised that this fireball spell was surprisingly powerful, several levels higher than the first-ring fireball spell. Then let's call this spell Dark Fireball. It's another output spell. And the spell structure that makes up this corrosive flame also has a very high research value. After analyzing all 4 extraordinary cores, Emolan stretched his waist and murmured in the direction of Mirror Lake. It's time to go back. Chapter 135 Constant Spell Model? Fuck, why are you back? Zoping yelled when he saw Emolan. I mean, why didn't you tell me you were back so I could go and greet you? Emolan nodded with a smile. Call the people from the spell group. What are you going to do? Zopeng asked Su Zongxin to gather the mage group, and then asked Emolan. Build a mage tower that anyone can blow up. My mind is full of inspirations, but I can only hold them back. There is no place for me to do experiments safely. Who made me stupid enough to create the stone wall technique? I feel that there is no safe place in the world. No matter how thick the mountain wall is. As long as I want, I can dig a hole in silently. With the barrier of soul, even my mental power can't sense far. In this case, I can't calm down at all. It's so annoying. As he spoke, Emolan walked to the bottom of the entire base. At this time, the mage group had gathered below. Emolan pointed at the passage that sloped downwards and said to Su Zongxin, Why this passage? The requirements are 3 meters high, 5 meters wide, and no collapse. After that, continue to extend it downwards according to the angle. Dig as deep as you can. After saying that, Emolan left. He left directly. He was not joking before. If the news of his stay here spread, this place would definitely be demolished. In the past, a supernatural core containing a 1-ring or 2-ring spell could be sold for more than 1 gold as long as the spell effect was slightly better. Because at that time, this supernatural core was top level. Now, perhaps an ordinary supernatural core can be bought for only a few silvers. 1 silver. Or even less. Because there are too many of them. Which directly drives down the price. But for the top supernatural cores, the price is still strong. And very high. It can be said that the 4 supernatural cores in Emolan's hand, the 2 of the 1st and 3rd rings, are not important. And the value of both the unknown supernatural core and the supernatural core with a flash spell is extremely terrifying. Let's not talk about the supernatural cores suspected of spells above the 7th ring. Just the supernatural core with a flash spell. Mages think that flash is the best. Don't warriors think so? Mages can learn the spell model of flash, but warriors can also integrate the extraordinary core of flash to advance to the elite level. If a warrior learns flash, what will happen? If a warrior who is developing into an assassin learns flash, can flash assassination and flash escape be realized? Even if you can't assassinate, then facing a mage, when facing a fragile skin like an archer, you can instantly close the distance and directly reverse the situation. Isn't that great? Not to mention the basic functions of flash, such as avoiding attacks. All of this has pushed up the price of this flash magic supercore. Let alone millions, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, if it is put on the auction. If the mood is right, hundreds of thousands are not impossible. In front of hundreds of thousands, an underground base as thin as crispy skin, a player Emolan? Who is he? Oh, who am I? I covered my face. I don't know, do you know? Emolan left quickly, directly found a place to dig 3 and bury 1, and then cast a trick of air. Okay, the new house is done. Emolan stretched, and began to meditate today. Time passed quickly. After meditating for 8 hours, Emolan stopped and started today's research. He said he wanted to build a magic tower. But he knew very well that he was still a long way from building a magic tower. He didn't know much about the necessary technology for a magic tower, so he couldn't build a magic tower at all. Let's build a framework first. At least it should have enough defense, so that I can safely put something in it and study magic. Emolan felt the cramped environment around him. The cave was dark, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. If it weren't for his mental power, Emolan couldn't see anything clearly. First of all, the defense. The defense of the mage tower can be divided into 2 aspects. The defense that kills others, and the defense that others cannot break. Let's not consider the former for now. As for the latter, it can be divided into physical defense and spell defense. Physical defense is solved by finding hard stone to build. If it is not enough, then make it thicker. At most, leave a 1 or 2 meter thick wall. For spell defense, then find a way to keep the spell model constant on the mage tower, and create an energy shield to protect the entire mage tower. Emolan calculated silently in his mind. Then things are much simpler. There are only 2 difficulties left in building a magic tower with only defensive power. First, how to keep the spell constant on the magic tower, and form a defensive shield covering the entire magic tower. Second, where does the energy required to activate this constant spell come from? Emolan wrote these 2 points on his notebook, then checked some screenshots, and smiled slightly. Fortunately, there are references for these 2 problems, so we have a direction. Emolan looked at the altar and blood pool built by the little devil. Emolan had seen these screenshots before, and saw a lot of things. Otherwise, no matter how arrogant Emolan was, he would not have started the Mage Tower project now. He dared to start it because he was confident that he could realize it. And Emolan was not just looking at the screenshots in front of him. Emolan closed his eyes, and a 3-dimensional picture slowly took shape in his mind. It was a proportional model of the altar of flesh and blood and the blood pool. When he was there before, Emolan used his mental power to scan the external patterns and internal structures of the altar and the blood pool. For Emolan now, anything he has seen can be pulled out of his memory, not to mention the structure that he has deliberately memorized. It looks like there are only patterns on the surface, but in fact the internal structure of the altar is even more amazing. Emolan examined the internal structure of the altar bit by bit, exclaiming, "This is a 3-dimensional spell model built on the altar. It is similar to drawing spell nodes on animal skins. However, there seem to be many differences. Is it because animal skins are tough but relatively weak? Can it be drawn more easily? Using a harder material that can withstand the release of spell element fluctuations, as a base, can it become a constant spell model?" Emolan murmured. It seems to make sense. But how to draw a spell model with such a hard base? You know, any spell model, even a magic model, is 3-dimensional. The animal skin can bear it because through the wonderful drawing method, the pen and ink can be directly immersed in the animal skin, forming a spell node directly inside the animal skin. It looks flat, but it is still 3-dimensional. It is basically impossible to penetrate the spell node into the material that can withstand the fluctuation of elemental power when casting spells. The difficulty of solidifying the spell model is basically concentrated here. This requires real technology. But Emolan has some ideas in his mind. Chapter 136 Element Pool. The spell nodes and magic lines inside the altar are completely integrated with the altar. It seems that these are all formed naturally by the altar, without any signs of external damage or processing. And they are all integrated. But obviously, this is impossible. So the materials that make up the spell model must be directly integrated. If we exclude the direct use of space spells to transmit it in, it should be penetrated in little by little, and finally condensed and formed at the right time, and finally solidified. And the spell model is constant. If I'm not mistaken, the little devil used blood to build the spell model. So should I try using beast blood as well? Emolan hesitated, recalling the naturally formed ogre bone stick before. Maybe it's really the blood of the monster, which contains elements, is easy to shape, stable, will not coagulate, and has good conductivity of elements. Then how did the beast blood penetrate into it? Emolan suddenly had an inspiration. Back to the underground base. He went in and out underground all the way. Did not show up. Took the beast bones, and left with the beast blood. After finding a new place to dig 3 and fill 1, Emolan took out the animal bones and blood. Master's hand. The animal blood was caught and suspended in the air. Emolan looked at the animal blood in front of him, and silently captured the frequency of the animal bones. I still can't capture it. Why is the frequency of the animal bones so difficult to deal with? Emolan frowned, and had to find an ordinary stone. Find the frequency of the stone. Adjust your mental power frequency little by little, and adjust the frequency of the animal blood at the same time. Emolan remembered that when he was resonating the spell at the city gate, his mental power was used as a channel at the beginning, but it was separated from the fireball. The channel was unobstructed, but the fire element could not pass through, as if there was a barrier in the middle. When I adjusted the frequency, and adjusted the frequency of my mental power to the same frequency as the fireball spell, the obstruction disappeared and the passage was smooth. Resonance can be used for the transmission of energy through the air in reality. But what about in the game? Can you help me complete the constancy of this spell model? After a long period of fine-tuning, the frequency of the beast blood was finally adjusted to the same as that of the stone, and the floating beast blood slowly approached. Soon, Emolan's mental power touched the stone and went in directly without any obstruction. Emolan raised his eyebrows, remembering this feeling and continuing the experiment. Following closely was the beast blood wrapped in spiritual power. The moment they touched each other, the beast blood penetrated directly into it. Emolan showed a surprised smile on his face, adjusted the position of the beast blood little by little, and continuously penetrated the beast blood into the stone, and formed a simple one-ring spell in it, fireball spell. The structure responsible for importing magic power was left at the end, and was directly built on the surface of the stone. Looking at the completed stone, Emolan placed his hand on the interface for importing magic power, and input magic power into it. Boom! A fireball flew out quickly, exploded in the distance, leaving a charred mark. Success? Emolan checked the stone, and his face lit up when he found that the spell model inside was still there. It turns out that the constant spell model is so simple, it's just the old way of drawing spell models. Emolan smiled. However, when he carefully checked the stone inside and out, Emolan found that there were still some problems. The stone is too fragile. It seems that it can't withstand the force when the spell model is activated. Now there are fine cracks. I guess it will break after 1 or 2 more uses. Emolan rubbed his brows. It seems that I am too happy too early. The beast blood inside is also damaged. This cannot be considered a constant spell. At most it is a spell scroll with a little more durability. Oh no, it cannot be called a spell scroll. You still have to input magic power for this. It must be used by a magician. It can only be called forget it. It is useless to call it anything else. The ideal constant spell should use stone or other materials with magic resistance as the matrix, and then use metal or other materials with high energy conductivity to make the spell model. This should allow us to achieve a truly constant spell model. Emolan muttered to himself. I need materials for experiments. Sent a message to Zopeng. Try to find me some hard stone and wood with high magic resistance, and some common metals such as gold, copper, iron, silver. I don't need too much, just some samples. Emolan thought about it, remembered a point, and added, if you can get mercury, get some mercury too. Okay. Zopeng quickly replied. Emolan put the stone down after a little thought, and turned to look at the photo of another part of the blood pool. The photo of the blood pool was bloody, and looked disgusting. After Emolan finished looking at the photo, he turned to recall the overall structure of the blood pool. The structure of the blood pool was very simple. It was just a pool. There were many lines, nodes, and patterns on the stone walls around the pool. Obviously, a spell model was solidified around it. Emolan studied the solidified spell model carefully, and gradually got the answer in his mind. This part is a spell model of restraint nature. Its function is to restrain and suppress the elemental power within the range. And this part is responsible for transmitting energy, connecting to the spell altar above to supply energy. And this part is. This structure, which had never been seen before, was very complex. The overall shape of the structure was strange. Emolan had never seen it before. Based on some spell nodes, small structures, Emolan speculated its function. This is probably the structure used to refine flesh and blood, refining the soul into energy. Flesh and blood soul furnace. Emolan took a deep breath. After seeing these clearly, looking back at the little devil's plan, the idea became clear at a glance. The little devil secretly chose a hidden cave to build an altar, preparing to summon other demons. The altar was built, but there was not enough energy, so he arranged a blood pool, and then hunted humans as materials to convert energy, stored in the blood pool, prepared to drive the altar. Emolan retracted his thoughts, and recorded the structure of this soul, flesh, and blood furnace. After that, he copied the whole blood pool structure. Except that he removed the furnace structure, and replaced it with the structure that attracted elements from the forum. When Emolan completed and activated the spell model, he felt a suction force coming from the empty pool. According to Emolan's settings, the structure that absorbed the elements sucked the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water into the pool, and settled them in the pool. This is the element pool. Emolan had just finished speaking when, under the induction of his mental power, the 4 elemental forces gradually began to appear in the empty pool. However, at this moment, Emolan's eyes widened. Fuck. It's going to explode. Flash. In an instant, Emolan appeared 200 meters away. But Emolan waited for a long time, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Hey. It's not right. Why didn't it explode when the 4 elements were mixed together? Chapter 137 Arcane Tower? Hey, it didn't explode. This is unrealistic. Emolan went back carefully, back to his cave. He was afraid that the element pool would explode when he approached it. When he saw the situation of the element pool clearly, Emolan was a little surprised. These elements are so honest? Emolan was surprised to find that the 4 elements in the element pool stayed in the element pool clearly, with no sign of conflict. Won't the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water conflict together? Perhaps it's because the spells were not activated at the same time, so there was no explosion. That's right. Otherwise the world would have exploded, and there would be all kinds of elements everywhere. Emolan breathed a sigh of relief after figuring it out. But I guess this structure of constraining elements also plays a certain suppressive role. Otherwise, these elements would not have such strong inertia. Emolan suddenly had an idea. The stronger the inertia of the elements, the more difficult it is to cast spells. If the strength is increased, wouldn't it become a forbidden magic field? It's possible. But it seems that after it is done, the biggest beneficiaries are the warriors? Emolan was silent. Forget it. Let's work on my element pool first. As long as my element pool is big enough and strong enough, I can blow up any forbidden magic field. Emolan added the study of forbidden magic field to his schedule, and then devoted himself to the study of element pool again. Element pool. Do I need to set up an element pool for each element? Or should I build an element pool for the element that has the attribute of the spell solidified in the wizard tower? If I build element pools for all elements, it is possible. But it is too complicated. If I only build a few, it is foreseeable that I will be limited by the attributes of the element pool in many cases. How about building an element pool to neutralize and form magic power? It won't work either. Although magic power can freely transform its attributes, its formation requires the participation of my mental power. This means that I have to stay in the mage tower often, and the converted magic power can only be controlled by me alone. Etc. Emolan suddenly reacted. I am a mage. Where can I go if I don't stay in the mage tower? If I really have to go out for something, can I take the mage tower with me? And the converted magic power can only be used by me alone. But the spell model solidified on the mage tower can also be used. And after being converted into magic power, it will be a great enhancement for me personally. As long as I preside over the mage tower, I will have a huge amount of magic power to cast spells. For me, the mage tower becomes an extension of my limbs, a storage of my magic power, or even an amplifier, allowing me to cast spells with high magic power requirements. And the ordinary element pool is just a building for the mage. A building that solidifies a large number of spell models. has a large amount of element reserves, and a defense tower. This is different in an instant. These 2 points are completely advantages for me. Wonderful. Emolan slapped his thigh with one hand. The Mage Tower was originally the exclusive equipment for the Arcanist. The match is simply invincible. As long as the Arcanist stands in the Mage Tower, he will become a turret, and the Mage can only watch helplessly, can only control the solidified spell model, no matter how much he uses the spell slot to cast the spell. The power is still the same, it will not become larger because of the element pool. After Emolan finished speaking, he immediately began to design the element pool with great interest. There are 4 auxiliary element pools around: earth, fire, wind, water, all leaving passages to connect to the large element pool in the middle. This element pool strengthens the suppression effect, removes the effect of absorbing elements, and adds an energy channel for export. Little by little, under Emolan's hands, the design of the magic element pool slowly took shape. Looking at the design drawings that were more than 10 pages long, Emolan smiled and began to shape the proportional model. Expand the underground space. Dig out the element pool. 4 around. 1 in the middle. Save the step of solidifying the spell model. Manually guide the 4 elements in, and go through it according to the design. It should be feasible. The deduction results in Emolan's mind are also gratifying. Except for the stone with high magic resistance, all other materials have been collected. Emolan was stunned by the message sent by Zhou Peng. Is the mercury ready? I ordered some at a high price from those technology party members. Although they have not produced any results so far, these simple metal refining is not a big problem. Oh, I'll be back soon. Also, let the magician group gather, get ready, everyone change the spells in the spell slot to stone wall, all 3. Okay. Emolan stood up, looking at the elemental pool model, and the stone of solidified fireball in front of him. Stonewall. The elemental pool model was shattered, but the stone was intact. Emolan was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help laughing. So the answer is so simple: the stone that solidified the spell model contains elements inside, and the elemental power can prevent the effect of the stonewall spell from being activated. Emolan thought about it, and then released a water shield to wrap up a piece of ordinary soil. Stonewall. The water shield rippled, and the soil was motionless. Emolan smiled, grabbed the stone, and continuously injected magic power into it. The stone shattered after the second fireball spell was released. Dark fireball spell. Boom! The black fireball exploded, tearing everything in the cave apart. The corrosive flame spread throughout the cave, burning a layer of the entire cave. Emolan turned and left after making sure that no one could find anything. After arriving next to the mirror lake, he went underground directly, all the way back to the underground base. Before entering the underground base, Emolan found a place he didn't even remember and stuffed the extraordinary core in it, and left. Entering the bottom of the underground base, looking at the passage that had been widened, Emolan went in to take a look. 70 meters. It stands to reason that the limit of a ring of stone wall magic within the magic position is more than 50 meters. This dozen meters beyond the limit is probably grinded down bit by 100 magicians. After all, although the magic has reached its limit, it is still possible to extend downwards by a few centimeters or a dozen centimeters. Su Zongqin, you did a good job. Su Zongqin smiled confidently. Then when will you teach us some dry goods? Instructor? Emolan laughed out loud when he heard this. Okay, their level is still a little bit behind, but you are almost there. I will teach you some practical skills, and you can hand it over to them later. When Su Zongqin heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Okay, get to work now, and we'll talk about the rest after we finish the work. The first and second teams are one group, and so on, all divided into 5 groups. Line up and follow me down. Yes. Su Zongqin responded loudly, immediately adjusted the formation of the mage group, and followed Emolan's footsteps, and went down. When they reached the bottom, Emolan stopped. Group 1, Stone Wall Spell. As soon as the words fell, Group 1 subconsciously released the Stone Wall spell. The moment it was successfully released, Emolan's mental power followed up, captured it, and handed over the command. The spell resonated. A thick yellow light sank into the ground, and in an instant, the earth slowly shook, and a long passage broke through the hard and dense stones, and extended into the depths of the earth. Chapter 138 Underground World. Stone Wall. Stone Wall. Okay, the first group retreats. Continue to memorize the stone wall. The second group follows. Stone Wall. Stone Wall. Under the resonance of the 20 mages' stone wall, the passage extends downward at a speed of tens of meters each time. Even the hardest rock layers will give way to the stone wall. With the stone wall again and again, the greatest advantage of the magician in the spell position is revealed. If you have enough mental strength, no one to disturb you, and you can record spells at ease, you can basically record spells continuously and release spells. Unlike the poor arcanist, although you can release a large number of spells at once, although you can cast spells silently, although you can perfectly match the mage tower, although you can break the spell limit and cast spells, although there is no spell limit, but in general, as a worker, the arcanist is still far inferior. In the pitch-dark underground, even the concept of time seemed to have been blurred. Emolan didn't know how long he had been there, but he knew that he had cast hundreds of rounds of stone wall spells, and the spirits of the mages behind him were a little sluggish. No matter how strong the spirit of a mage is, he can't stand this. Don't relax, as a person who has experienced it. I tell you, casting spells in this extreme state can often stimulate your potential and take you to the next level. Stone wall spell. Emolan was drinking free chicken soup while casting spells. However, Emolan was stunned. Did I dig into a cave? Or some underground cavity? At the front of the passage, there was a cave entrance, and there was a faint glow inside. Where did this light come from? Is there something underneath? Emolan was confused, and he leaned over to take a look, and was stunned. In a dark underground space, the ground and the dome were covered with glowing mosses, like a starry sky. Some bushes were also glowing, slowly swaying and falling, reflecting the shadows of the stalactites. In the center of the cave, a river flows slowly, shining with light and rippling water. Emolan calms down, as if he is in a state of inner peace, and becomes extremely relaxed. At this moment, the mental power in his mind suddenly condenses a little, and he has made a lot of progress. It's like a dream. Not like the human world. Emolan muttered to himself. This scene is like a fairyland. Su Zongxin stood up. Ding Jin, Zhou Peng, and Zhang Haobo, who had just arrived after hearing the news, saw it. Fuck. Emolan and Su Zongxin walked away silently, pretending not to see them. A crude warrior. The three of them were all frowning. They wanted to beat Emolan in a group, but they were worried that they couldn't beat him, so they had to pretend not to hear, and then covered Su Zongxin's mouth and beat him silently. Woo, what? Woo didn't say anything, Emolan walked straight into the cave, but his face was a little cautious. His mental power had been spread out, and the information he collected allowed him to call the three people behind him. What's wrong? Be careful and alert. There are traces of large creatures, or large monsters. This is not a good place. How is it possible? How can such a small place support large monsters? Such a small place certainly can't support them. But what if there is another world here? Are you talking about the underground world? Yes, I just calculated it. This is about 300 or 400 meters underground. There are 300 or 400 meters of soil and rock layers, and any movement below will not be transmitted to the upper part. We naturally know nothing about it. What should we do now? Let's act cautiously first. The people living in this environment are definitely not simple races. We don't know what alien races are below, and we will die miserably if we act without authorization without knowing the strength level of the people below. Well, okay. Zhou Peng nodded, and immediately called a team of soldiers over, formed a team with the mage, and began to explore this space. Soon the information of this space was summarized. This space is not big. It is about 1,000 meters long and 300 meters wide. It is a long strip. There are 3 relatively large external passages. The 3 passages lead to different underground spaces. They are very large, but no one has gone out to investigate. Lu Lung, you lead the team to find out the plant conditions, biological conditions, mineral conditions in this space. I want your summary report later. Yes. Lu Lung, the captain of the Chamber of Commerce's guard team, led his men away, and Emolan also released a stone wall spell towards the underground. The yellow light sank into the ground, but the effect was minimal. What's going on? Emolan shook his head after feeling the surrounding elemental environment. One good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Definitely bad news. The underground world is located several hundred meters deep in the rock layer. The huge pressure makes every stone here very dense and hard, so the stone wall technique can play a role in tripping. Moreover, the elemental density in the environment is one level higher than above. according to my speculation. This means that the monsters living in this environment are not too weak. And the danger is very high. What about the good news? The high concentration of elemental power can not only feed animals, but also plants and non-living things. This should mean that the potions grown in the underground space, trees containing elemental power, ores containing elemental power, and special properties will be more than above. These are all wealth. Huh, can I think these are all good news? Emolan nodded. You can think so. That's beautiful, you do your work first. I think I need to adjust the focus of the Chamber of Commerce. Zopeng just left and suddenly turned around and asked. Then should you slow down the progress of building the Mage Tower? After all, you also said that it is easier to produce high-quality ores here. You can wait and rebuild the Mage Tower after you find high-quality ore. Emolan shook his head. I have to speed up the construction of the Mage Tower. The few extraordinary cores in my hands make people want to rob me. And what about this underground space passage in your hand? This is a gold mine. A gold mountain. Not to mention those small player teams. Even the major guilds will go crazy when they hear the news. You know, before they master the skills of spell resonance. This is the only way to the underground world. You don't think that after so many people know about the existence of the underground world, it will still be a secret, right? Zopeng rubbed his brows with a headache, and then smiled bitterly at Emolan. This surprise came too suddenly, leaving people unprepared. Even if there was a little preparation, it would be completely different. Alas. Emolan shrugged. Zopeng said in a concentrated voice after a moment of silence. Xiao Wang. In the name of Jioding Chamber of Commerce, send invitations to the first-tier guilds such as God of War, #1 in the world, Nyehua, Veterans Club, and Utopia. In addition, mobilize all the manpower that the Chamber of Commerce can mobilize. Give up all the businesses that can be given up. And come and build, Zopeng shouted in a low voice. Mage Tower. Chapter 139 New World. Zopeng? President of Jioding Chamber of Commerce? Yifei looked at the invitation in his hand and pondered for a moment. Then let's go and see what he is going to do. One after another, the presidents of the first-tier guilds received Zopeng's invitation. Although they were all very busy, they all came after considering it. Qingwen, Zopeng also invited you. Yifei couldn't help but ask when he saw Zhou Qingwen in Utopia. Not only me, #1 in the world, Retired Club and several other first-tier ones were invited, and Gung Tao, that idiot, was also in front. I don't know what he is doing, inviting so many people. This game is not that easy to set up. If the team is not well organized, only he can have such a big face to let everyone come. President of the God of War, I heard that your official members have officially exceeded 10,000. You must take me with you, Zhou Qingwen said with a smile. Since the previous battle became famous, countless people rushed to Hanfeng City in great pain, and now the number of players in Hanfeng is increasing day by day. And it is at this time node, it is at this critical period, these top guilds ranked in the first line are almost expanding at an exponential rate every day. Take the God of War guild for example. At the beginning of the game, there were only a few hundred official members. A few hundred official members, who could come at any time, had high cohesion, and could do whatever they were told, which was almost a very large guild at that time. Normally, guilds don't have such appeal, but those few hundred people now have rapidly expanded to a large guild with tens of thousands of official members. It can be seen how fast the current situation is changing, how much pressure the presidents and senior management of the major guilds are under, and how busy they are every day. You have to know that not all of these 10,000 people are good people. There are countless capable and ambitious ones, and they are all here today. No, President Zhou, I will get swollen if you keep talking. How about this? How about our two families organize a social event? Bonfire party, barbecue, singing, dancing. When the time comes, I don't need to say anything. They will definitely help you wholeheartedly. That's not impossible. I will count how many sisters are willing to come, and then organize a promotional event together. Okay, I guess there will be ghosts and wolves howling in my guild forum. Let's go in. Let's go and see what Zopeng is selling. Chairman E. Chairman Zhou. Welcome. Please come this way. Yifei. Zopeng came to meet Zhou Qingwen as soon as they reached the lake. When they saw the mirror lake, their eyes could not help but pause slightly. The magnificence and beauty of the mirror lake were beyond their imagination. It was vast and boundless, but it was calm, like a mirror embedded in the mountains. Magnificent. The underground base of the Jyotting Chamber of Commerce seemed ordinary to them. But when they remembered that this was the first underground base, which existed long before the mage was exposed, they were still quite emotional. President Zoe, your first batch, the first batch of mages in the entire game, was trained here, right? Yes. At the beginning, we recruited 50 people, prepared a lot of materials, and then trained them here. After the training, we took them away for training. It has been a long time. I heard that you met the Green Dragon before. Zhou Qingwen asked curiously. Zhou Peng shook his head. I was not there at the time, so I missed it. But it did happen. The Green Dragon exhaled and directly destroyed the entire mage group. There was no chance of resistance. It's a pity that we couldn't find a trace of the Green Dragon. Otherwise, we really want to see what the Green Dragon and his nest look like. If we can see it with our own eyes, we will die without regrets. Yifei said with some regret. Apparently, he has sent many people to look for it since he knew the news. Zhou Qingwen rolled her eyes when she heard this, and said with disdain, I think you just want to get its nest. How despicable. Aren't you greedy? I'm not. Zhou Qingwen said with her chest puffed out. I just want those shiny little things in its nest. Zhou Peng smiled when he saw this. You too, the other guilds have already arrived, just waiting for you. And this time there might be clues to the Green Dragon's nest. You can look forward to it a little. The two raised their eyebrows and looked at each other. Clues to the Green Dragon's lair? If this is it, it would be enough to contact several major first-tier guilds. But can we capture the current Green Dragon? The two looked at each other, and immediately understood each other's meaning, without saying anything else, following Zhou Peng and walking inside. As soon as they entered the lecture hall, they saw familiar figures. Everyone, I believe everyone present is familiar with us. There are 9 old first-tier guilds in our Red Maple City, all of them. Thank you for giving me this face today, and coming to support us. Of course, Zoe, will not let you down. Everyone is busy, and I don't think they have the heart to listen to my nonsense. When he said this, the guild presidents below also smiled, and some laughed out loud. After all, everyone is young, and these guild presidents are no exception. Most of them are in their 20s, and the oldest is just 30. Not too old. After Zhou Peng finished speaking, he walked towards the small door next to him. As for the theme of this time, please follow me. The 9 presidents were a little confused, looked at each other, and followed. All the way down, the 9 presidents followed Zhou Peng through the magic laboratory, the study room, and finally led them into a wide underground space, where there was a downward slanting passage in the center of the space. But the 9 presidents' doubts were not resolved, but became stronger. But when they saw the passage, they could not help but be shocked. A straight passage extended diagonally downward, and there were small pits dug on the smooth wall with oil lamps lit. The oil lamps lit up the passage every few meters, and the straight, wide passage seemed to extend to the depths of the earth, and there was no end in sight. What is this? It's so deep. Don't worry. Everyone just follow me. Zhou Peng led them down, and went deeper and deeper. While the presidents walked, they calculated the depth. But the numbers in their minds made them more and more surprised. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, and they still haven't reached the bottom. How deep did Zhou Peng dig, and what did he find underground? The presidents looked at each other, and they all saw the curiosity in each other's eyes. They were no longer impatient, and their previous impatience was transformed into expectation at this moment. Finally, we reached the end. At the end of the passage, there was a star-like blue light. Zhou Qingwen walked in. Looking up, she saw the starry sky close at hand. Looking down, the light slowly fell. So beautiful. Zhou Peng stood by and waited quietly. Slowly, the presidents came back to their senses. Zhou Qingwen couldn't help but ask, where is this? Zhou Peng smiled when he heard this. This is a brand new world. A world full of gold. Chapter 140. You are blackmailing me. Come. Look here, this footprint, the height of the broken branch. Zhou Peng led the 9 presidents to start the tour. We found a lot of evidence. There are large biological activities here, and they are very frequent. This shows that this underground space is very large, so large that the entire food chain can support multiple races and multiple large creatures. Do you have a magician? Let them feel the concentration of elements below. After hearing this, some of the 9 presidents closed their eyes to sense, and some asked the people next to them. But the results were the same. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he remained calm on the surface. The concentration of the elements is different. Right? Then why don't you guess what subtle changes will happen to the living and non-living things under this concentration? Zhou Peng smiled without saying anything, and took them to a corner of the cave, where a layer of the rock wall had been cut off, and all the weathered, corroded, cracked stones on the surface had been removed, revealing the dense, solid, hard, and crack-free stone inside. And Imolan was in it, holding a square stone in his hand. These stones are very hard, and all indicators are excellent. The same is true for plants. In the near future, our Jioding Chamber of Commerce will do its best to develop the specialties of the underground world. Try to establish contact with the alien races in the underground world, and complete trade. You can come to Jioding Chamber of Commerce more often. We will definitely not let you down. President Zhou, don't beat around the bush. Just say it directly. I want to join the development and make an offer. Zhou Peng smiled when he heard Geng Tao's words, and turned to look at the other presidents. The other guild leaders looked at Geng Tao, with some helplessness on their faces. What are you looking at? The other guild leaders sighed. President Zhou, same idea, name a price. Geng Tao smiled slightly when he saw this. President Zhou, with my help, they said it first, don't they need to give our Niehua guild a little discount? Zhou Peng was a little amused when he heard this, and gave a thumbs up. I'll give you a 97% discount. Deal. Geng Tao smiled. While the other guild leaders glared at him, he didn't care at all, and even took pride in it. Everyone, you can join us. Buy an admission ticket. Well, for the project you developed, buying a ticket is reasonable. You say. Yi Fei stood up and said, each guild will lend me 100 warriors. 900 level 5 warriors with side points. For an indefinite period, but no longer than 1 month. Zhou Peng smiled and said softly, impossible. Yi Fei said decisively. But Zhou Peng didn't care. Don't refuse so quickly. Don't worry. There is no danger to life. And there will be no level drop. Anyway, you can't find a way to upgrade to elite level in a short time. And you can't get so many warriors job transfer materials. Lend it to me first. It's nothing. At this time, Geng Tao suddenly wanted to say something. But the president of the world's #1 guild and another president suddenly jumped up and threw him to the ground, covering his mouth tightly. This is almost half of our guild's elite. If you borrow it, our guild will have difficulty running. Moreover, we are just a game guild, so there is no compulsory enforcement. With such a large number, we don't even have room for rotation. And if the underground world is really as big as you said, then we can dig it out as long as we dig down. The greatest value of your passage has been given to us. We are willing to pay for the ticket because we want to pay a little. But we don't have to pay. Yi Fei's words made Zhou Peng laugh. Oh, really? Yi Fei's heart sank. The handsome guy next to you should be a mage. Right? Let him cast a stone wall spell and see. The mage next to him looked at Yi Fei. Release? The mage nodded after receiving the order, and pointed with his hand. Stone wall spell. The ground was arched 2 or 3 centimeters. Zhou Peng walked over and kicked it. Are you trying to trip me? Well, it's not a stone. The rock layer has not moved at all. It's just weathered rocks on the ground. The ashamed mage whispered something in Yi Fei's ear. This passage is the only one leading to the underground world so far. It is 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. It is very spacious. If you insist on not cooperating, there is nothing we can do. Su Zongqin. Here. See you out? Once the presidents leave, the passage will collapse. Presidents? We spent a lot of money. Su Zongqin was a little reluctant. Didn't you hear what I said? We can't hold on, it's collapsed. Yes. Su Zongqin turned around and prepared to call the mage group. Yi Fei rubbed his eyebrows and waved to Zhou Peng. Stop. Stop acting, you are just blackmailing. Zhou Peng stretched out his fingers and moved them. No, this is a unique business. Blackmail is not as fast as this. Yi Fei was silent. Can I buy this ticket? But 100 warriors, 900 players with strength points are too many. Can it be less? 10 warriors, 90 players with strength points? Su Zongqin stopped. Zhou Peng covered his forehead speechlessly. President Yi, you must be a math major. Right? Huh? No. I studied management. What's wrong? You really can give me less. Just give me less. Just give me less integer digits. Less decimal points. As he spoke, Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and showed a very difficult expression. 85 fighters, 765 players who had points to the strength side. I have shown my sincerity. And it's up to you next. Yi Fei was not relaxed either, and said after a long silence, 50 fighters, 450 strength points. Deal. Zhou Peng blurted out the two words. But when he saw the expressions of others, he thought it was not good, and showed a reluctant expression on his face. 50. 50. All right. It's a bargain for you. The presidents. Alas. Yi Fei sighed. Can you tell me what you need people for? 500 per family. A total of 4,500 people. What do you want to do with so many people? I'm afraid you can do whatever you want. Right? It's very simple. Build a wizard tower. Zhou Peng said casually. But after he finished speaking, the others looked at him in surprise. I'm not sleepy anymore when you say that. Are you really building a wizard tower? Zhou Peng shrugged. Yes, Mo Lan is selecting materials, and construction will start as soon as the materials are selected. Your people will be responsible for digging stones, trimming them into strips, and then moving them up, and finally building a wizard tower. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have sent 1,000 people here earlier. Are you still short of people now? If you are still short of people, I will send another 500 people here for free. No. No. No, I bought it, and I paid for it. And I got it, instead of you giving it away, okay? As for the number of people? Enough, originally, well enough, although it is a little short of the original plan, it is still enough. Zhou Peng almost let it slip, and quickly changed his mind. When Zhou Peng completed the plan, Mo Lan also made some progress. Success? Chapter 141 Breakthrough. This is a whole piece of stone. Stone wall is useless. How can I get it out? Mo Lan looked at the whole stone wall in front of him, and was at a loss. Now even if he used the stone wall, he couldn't shake it at all. The hardness of the stone was enough, and the defense tested by the fireball was also very powerful, but it's a bit difficult to deal with. Mo Lan pondered for a long time. After trying several methods, Mo Lan finally shifted his target to a spell. Sharpness. Clang. A series of sparks appeared on the stone wall, leaving only a shallow scratch. Extended casting sharpness. The magic power in the body was instantly drained. The golden light on the dagger burst out. Mo Lan stabbed hard. The dagger sank into it with some difficulty. Damn it! Mo Lan stood up and shouted fiercely. Group 1. Group 2. Gather. It took some time to teach the sharpness. Luckily it was only a first-level spell. Maybe it was difficult to understand. It was difficult to memorize quickly. But if you copy the homework, you can still learn it quickly after prolonging the memorization time. Soon, more than 20 sharp spells merged into one, covering the short sword that Mo Lan had just taken. The sharp spell cast by the group fell on a single sword. If it were used in a war, it would be a waste of the mage, and the combat power would not increase but decrease. It had no practical significance. However, now it made Mo Lan smile grimly. The short sword at this moment was not as bright as the previous dagger, and it seemed to be covered with a layer of light golden film. The short sword was pushed forward and broke into the stone lightly. Down, left, up, right. Mo Lan quickly took a square stone from the stone wall. After a careful inspection, Mo Lan confirmed that there were no cracks and left, and took a stone from another place. He went to more than a dozen places, and brought all the stones to a small corner. There was a simple table in this corner, and there were many stones, wood, gold, silver, copper, iron, steel, and a small jar of mercury next to it. He picked them up, and tried the magic conductivity. After all the tests were completed, Mo Lan raised his eyebrows. Except for some wood, the magic conductivity performance of all of them is actually better than that of stone. Moreover, the upper and lower limits of wood are quite different. Some are better than metal, and some are worse than stone. Well, gold is the best among metals. Copper is slightly worse, followed by silver and mercury. And steel and iron are the worst, and they are much worse than silver, almost catching up with stone. Try stone again. Mo Lan directly took out the sharpness of the dagger, and used the sharpness consumed on the dagger to distinguish the hardness of the stone. He successfully picked out the stone that consumed the sharpness the most, and then picked up the gold sample. Let's try the best gold first. Although we can't afford it. Mo Lan's mental power struggled to capture the frequency of the stone, and then used his mental power to wrap the gold nugget, and the resonance began. After resonating for a long time, Mo Lan was tired, and the gold had no reaction. Solid gold has no reaction. Try liquid gold. Not long after, Mo-Lan's mental power wrapped a ball of liquid gold and began to resonate. This gold is really stable. Mo-Lan put down the gold with some regret and picked up the copper. However, the copper did not give any face, and the frequency did not show any sign of being affected. Silver. No. Mercury. Mo-Lan's heart gradually sank. He suddenly became a little worried. Mercury is a liquid at room temperature. If mercury doesn't work, then the mage tower may only be able to use animal blood to create a semi-constant spell model. Perhaps because of the improved quality of the stone, the number of spells can be increased, maybe dozens or hundreds of times. But this temporary is temporary, which means that the mage tower can hardly be besieged, and it must be regularly maintained, and the spell model inside must be regularly stabilized. Half a year for each practice. Twice a year for each practice. This is not what Mo-Lan wants to see. Nor is it acceptable to Mo-Lan. I hope the mercury can do it. Mo-Lan prayed in his heart, and lifted the mercury up little by little with the hand of the mage. Adjusting the frequency of the mercury was as usual, and Mo-Lan's heart gradually sank. However, at this moment, Mo-Lan suddenly caught a trace of fluctuations in the frequency of the mercury. Mo-Lan's heart seemed to tremble with it, and he was anxious. But the frequency of the mental power must be fixed, and it was not possible to speed it up by himself. And there could not even be a trace of fluctuation. Force yourself to calm down, wait quietly, wait quietly. Finally, the frequency of mercury is unified with Mo-Lan's mental power, and the stone in front of you. The mercury approaches little by little. When the mercury touches the stone, it slowly penetrates inside. At this moment, the mercury seems to turn into the smallest particles, passing through the gaps between the atoms of the stone, entering it, melting into it. With joy in my heart, I adjust my mental power little by little, using mercury to build a spell model inside the stone. Fireball. Same as the previous test, still fireball. Use mental power to guide the elemental power to enter from the interface. When the elements are sufficient, a fireball appears and is launched. Boom! The fireball explodes. Mo-Lan carefully checks the condition of the stone, checks the condition of the spell model inside. The stone is intact. The mercury is intact. Continue fireball. 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 After a long time, Mo-Lan suddenly stood up, with a happy smile on his face. Unfortunately, this requires too much space, and it takes too long to guide the elements. Using magic power can increase the speed, but it consumes magic power, so it is not suitable as a staff. If the spell model can be miniaturized, and then the element pool can be miniaturized, maybe I can make a staff for myself. Well, maybe I can also use the constant spell model to make some big guys, such as magic cannons, element cannons, etc. Mo-Lan's thought flashed through his mind, and his heart was filled with joy. Since the time when I hunted the unicorn boar, how long has it been? How many months? After several months, I finally developed the constant spell model. The joy and satisfaction of this moment fascinated Mo-Lan, and then came the unparalleled achievement and joy. It took a long time for Mo-Lan to calm down, but he still had a gentle smile on his face. The technological breakthrough is complete, so I should prepare to build the wizard tower next. Mo-Lan turned out the previous designs, but many of them are outdated. Smudge some of it, and start designing again. My wizard tower should have 6 main functions: research, life, storage, experiment, defense, and attack. The first 4 points and attack are not considered for now, and enough space can be filled later. I need 2 main points now. A protective shield-like defensive spell, which is used to cover the entire wizard tower. The other is the 5-link magic element pool that supplies energy to the spell model. In fact, if possible, I really want to make every brick in the construction of the wizard tower constant sharpness, and finally form the overall group sharpness. The function of this spell is to increase hardness and sharpness. After one set, it is definitely strong enough, and its sharpness can defend against many large monsters, just like anti-armor, and it can also defend against attacks from catapults. Mo-Lan was a little tempted, but after calculating how many stones the mage tower needed, and how long it would take him to keep so many stones constant, Mo-Lan fell silent. You have to take one step at a time, and eat one bite at a time. I'd better stop dreaming. Mo-Lan. Mo-Lan. I've got it done. What about you? Chapter 142. Put on 100 or 80 shields. This technology for building a wizard tower can be kept secret, so it doesn't need to be leaked. Right? Zopeng asked with some concerns. Emolan's face was solemn, and he fell into deep thought. Zopeng was a little worried when he saw this. Will it really cause technology leakage? Then why don't we build it ourselves? It doesn't matter if it's slow. The wizard tower is not like other things. No, I was just thinking, how can I give an example, so that you, who know nothing about wizards, can understand what I mean? Let's take an example that is not quite appropriate. The assembly line worker, who assembles computers, will this person come into contact with all the parts of the entire computer, and will they all pass through his hands? Yes. But you said that this worker can learn how to make chips, not to say that he can learn, but to steal. Can he copy it? Obviously not. Emolan shrugged. That's it. Isn't it? Even if I can't teach you step by step, why do you think they can learn it just by helping me assemble it? If such a person really exists, then I can only say that he doesn't need to participate in the assembly at all, and he can build the magic tower by himself. Why do you come to join in the fun and copy my work? Oh, I feel much more relieved now. What about the technical problems? Are there any technical problems? Of the 100% technology of the Mage Tower, I have mastered about 6%. Of course, 5% of this 6% can be said to be one of the core technologies of the entire Mage Tower. Emolan saw Zopeng stunned, and immediately reacted, and explained. Although I only have 6% of it. With a key 5% support, I can still build a working prototype of a magic tower. I can slowly study the rest, add it in little by little, and finally form a qualified magic tower. Oh! Can you finish your words in one breath? You scared me. I thought you told me that you couldn't build it at this juncture. Zopeng breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Then I will proceed with everything according to the original plan. For 1,000 more people were extorted than expected. These guilds are really expanding too fast. But it's just right. This way, we can have more manpower. If we work in 3 shifts overnight, the completion time of the Mage Tower can be much earlier. This way, there will be fewer variables. Just as Zopeng was about to leave, Emolan hurriedly stopped him. By the way, order more mercury. I need it to build the Mage Tower. In addition, this kind of thing may become a strategic material for a long time in the future. If you have spare money, you can save some. The price will definitely rise. It's just a matter of how much it will rise. If you can get 1 or 2 mines at a low price, you can consider it. Emolan doesn't know if there is any material that can replace mercury as the material of the constant spell model. If there is and its performance exceeds that of mercury, then the price of mercury will rise slightly, which is harmless. But if there is but its performance is not as good as mercury, or even if there is no substitute, then the value of mercury will directly go through the sky, and even directly become a strategic material reserve that major guilds are fiercely fighting for. Because if mercury is the best or only one, then the reserve of mercury often means the upper limit of the combat power of this guild. This is what Emolan speculated. Zopeng raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Emolan with some surprise, and then turned and left. After Zopeng left, Emolan began to conduct an inspection. 1. Main building materials of the Mage Tower, white stone or rich reserves and substitutes. 2. Material of the constant spell model, mercury, no substitute has been found yet, ordering has been arranged. 3. Element pool design. The design has been completed, construction can start. 4. Shield type spell selection. Not yet selected after a simple combing, the next things needed are clear at a glance. As for the shield, Emolan looked at all the spells he currently mastered and began to choose. First ring spells. Fireball, Wind Blade, Wind Spell, Resist Fire Ring, Bear's Fortitude, Stone Skin, Earth Wall, Mental Shock, Earth Wall, Sharpness, Hand of Spell, Energy Pathway. Second ring, Water Shield, Fire Wall, Cat's Grace, Swamp. Third ring, Purple Flame, Dark Fireball, Elemental Suppression, Flesh and Soul Furnace. Fourth ring, Blink, Earth Shatter. Emolan quietly looked at the records in his notebook. There are many types of spells, and many of them are defensive spells. But there is only one spell that can support the shield. Water Shield. When the range of choices is narrowed down to 1, there is actually no choice. The second ring spell Water Shield. Second ring. Emolan looked at the spell model of Water Shield and muttered to himself. By taking advantage of the characteristics of the water element, it is flexible and dissipates force. The biggest advantage is that a single point attack will be dispersed to the entire shield with the ripples of the water. If you want to break the shield, You must reach the upper limit of the power of the entire shield. There is no such thing as a weak point. But at the same time, the biggest advantage is also the biggest disadvantage. It is okay to face a single-point attack of a blunt weapon. If it is a sharp attack such as a bow and arrow, a crossbow, a dagger, etc., it may not have time to disperse the force, and it will directly break at a single point, and then break like popping a bubble. Emolan pondered for a long time. Forget it first. I'll make a spell model for Water Shield. At this stage, there shouldn't be any player who can break the Water Shield of the Mage group level. After this period of time passes, I can also find a few more shield spells with various characteristics and strong defense, or simply create one myself, tailor-made for the Mage Tower. Then the Mage Tower will be constantly covered with shields, with dozens or hundreds of shields, watching others fight, and I'll put on another one after they beat one. When Emolan thought of this scene, he felt safe all over, and his research was immediately full of motivation. The heart of the Mage Tower, the energy center element pool, the shield water shield of the Mage Tower. These two are the only ones that need to be constant at present, so let's start. Emolan muttered to himself, and the players from the 9 major guilds gradually arrived. There were a total of 450 job changers, most of whom were stuck at the edge of the elite level and could not break through. There were 4,050 level 5 players, who added points to the strength side. Although they had not changed their jobs, they had at least 13, 14, or even 15 points of strength. They were a group of strong men among ordinary people. They could just weigh the stones that ordinary people could not move and carry them. The news that Emolan was going to build a Mage Tower gradually spread on the forum. The topic in the Mage Forum was quickly dominated by the Mage Tower. Many mages tagged Emolan, asking if he was really building a Mage Tower. Emolan edited a post and posted it. On a whim, I'm going to build a Mage Tower for you to study spells. Do you think it's a good idea? Chapter 143, Building the Mage Tower. Emotion sharpness. Lu Leng shouted loudly, holding a rapier in his hand. Emolan, who was standing next to him, immediately led more than 20 mages to cast a spell together. Sharpness. Sharpness covered the rapier with a layer of golden film. Lu Leng saw this and immediately stabbed it into the stone wall. Pieces of stone more than 1 meter long were cut out. The players behind immediately followed, carrying the stone to the side for processing, cutting out a simple concave and convex mortise and tenon structure, and put it on the cart after it was finished. Fill a small cart, 2 people carry it in front, 2 people push it in the back. The cart will not be full. Considering the emotional issues of the players, all 4 people work together, it is easy to push it up, and it won't be too tiring. Although this will slow down the progress of the project, it is still much better than the players' strike. After all, these are all players. No matter what they do in real life, they come to the game to play. If you want them to work, then you have to take care of their emotions. Otherwise, if they are not happy with the work, they will just quit. And no one can do anything to them. Not even the guild president. Speaking of which, it is really difficult for guild presidents to be like this. I am fine, because the entire guild is staffed by real people, and they are relatively easy to manage. These guild presidents manage players. TSK. In fact, it is relatively easy to manage in real games, because the currency in real games is almost 1-to-1 with the real currency. Therefore, the value in real games is linked to the real value, and players are concerned, so they are easier to manage and obedient. As long as the guild president can lead them to make money, and make them make money, they will be obedient. Didn't you see how much support Gung Tao has received from the people in the Nyewa guild? It's because he can make money, likes to make money with the people in the guild, and everyone is willing to listen to him. Before that, the players in the guild were all free from worries. TSK. It was really hard to manage them then. That's right. Zhou Peng watched Emolan cast a sharp spell, and then walk out. I'll go upstairs and take a look, and prepare some iced watermelons for the working players. Well, let the girl sent by Utopia deliver the watermelons, and cheer them on. You know how to play. Emolan gave a thumbs up. We have to encourage the players. I'll think of a way to have a bonfire party. I'm too lazy to prepare a program. Just have a barbecue. Some fruit. Give out red envelopes. And call all the handsome guys and pretty girls. Zhou Peng left. And Emolan continued to organize the magic group here to bless the sharpness of the people who were mining. However, in the intervals between spells, Emolan did not relax, but carefully perceived the details of each resonance spell. The overall process. and let the magic group adjust and learn little by little. As I said before, it is impossible for a magic group to be a group only when Emolan is there. Right? Only when the group can still cast spells after leaving Emolan. The spell resonance is considered successful. Moreover, Molan does not have so much free time to waste on such highly repetitive work. The stone wall was quickly hollowed out by the miners, and hard and heavy stones passed through hundreds of meters of soil and rock layers and came out under the sun. At this moment, a long stone bridge has appeared on the shore of Jinghu Lake. Half of the stone bridge is on the water surface, and half is in the water, extending all the way to the depths of the lake. After walking for several miles along the stone bridge, we finally saw an island in the middle of the lake. The island was large, very flat, with some shrubs and trees, and the center of the island had been flattened, with carts of stone blocks piled up here, and some seeds and fruits beside. After moving a cart, the players ate some fruit here, looking at the lake, looking at the island, talking and laughing. Therefore, many screenshots were also uploaded to the forum, and the sour taste was overflowing for a while. Is the Mage Association so high-end? There is a mage tower, and an island in the middle of the lake. I want the lake island too. Ha ha, this is the Mage Association. No more talking, I'm going to help. I can even lend a hand. This will be my territory in the future. Don't worry. The one upstairs, maybe you can't get into the Mage Association yet. The one downstairs said sourly. This mage didn't get angry when he saw it. It's okay, if I can't get in. I'll just hang out in Red Maple City, have fun, I'll get in one day. Add one, I'm going to help too. This will be the territory of the Mage Association in the future. Emotion loves us so much, we can't just watch. Right? Sisters, maybe we're not as powerful as them, but we can always serve tea and water. Right? We can always cheer them up. Right? Those who went to Red Maple City in advance, come to me to sign up, our Mage Association. We can't let Emotion do it alone. I'll go too. Add me one. As time passed slowly, more and more stones were piled on the island in the middle of the lake, as if a small hill had appeared. The players were getting impatient at this point. Although they didn't go on strike, their enthusiasm for work was not very high. In desperation, Zoping had to take a day off, prepare a bonfire, barbecue, fruit, and red envelopes, and directly held a bonfire party, playing until dawn. After the excitement, Emolan also brought the mage group to the center of the island to build the mage tower. Looking at the empty space, Emolan took a deep breath. Stone wall. Stone wall. Stone wall. Next group. Stone wall. Stone wall. Stone wall. Next group. Stone wall was aimed at the empty space and repeated. And Emolan never stopped until the entire mage group was almost exhausted. When other players came back from their vacation, they were surprised to find that the open space had been completely compacted. The entire area had been compacted, and there were 4 large holes in the foundation of the mage tower. The circular holes were 2 meters in diameter, and it was pitch black inside, and it seemed to have extended deep into the ground. Someone later made a simple measurement and found that it was more than 100 meters deep. TSK, more than 100 meters. It seems that Emotion is also afraid. Ha ha, how can I not be afraid? But the building collapse method he created, I can't beat you, but I can collapse your building. No matter how tall or solid a building is, as long as it doesn't fly, it can't withstand the digging underneath. However, it is estimated that Emotion's building is unlikely to collapse. The soil layer has been compacted, and the foundation has been sent to the bottom of the rock layer hundreds of meters deep. It is not very realistic to dig out an underground space more than 100 meters high, especially under the feet of Emotion, who is the best at magic. TSK. It's a pity. After Gung Tao finished speaking, the others looked at him strangely. In the discussion of many presidents, under the attention of countless mages who came spontaneously, the construction of the mage tower officially began. The blocks of stone with simple mortise and tenon joints were locked together, relying on their own weight to hold them in place. At the same time, the magician group cast a spell, using the stone wall spell to fill the gaps between the stones, turning them into a hole. At this time, the warriors who had changed their jobs played an important role. The blocks of stone were like toys in their hands, light as a feather, and could be turned and played with one hand, throwing them one by one to others, passing them quickly, and then stacking them all in the right place. At this moment, with the joint efforts of the mages and warriors, The magic tower quickly took shape and extended upwards. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. The days passed by, like a magic trick. A stone tower without any gaps, all white, and majestic and tall stood on the mirror lake. Chapter 144 Necromancer. 6-sided tower, ground diameter 30 meters, floor height 10 meters, 5 floors, a total of 54 meters. Ife looked up at the magnificent pure white tower, and said softly with some shock. Although it has not been decorated yet, it is such a huge tower standing on the lake. Don't you think it is magnificent? Magnificent, and shocking, but what I really want to know is the function of this tower. President of the world's #1 guild was very curious. The material is pure white stone, from hundreds of meters deep underground. Hundreds of mages, hundreds of warriors, and thousands of ordinary players with strength points were mobilized. With such a huge cost, this tower can't just be strong, right? Asked Emolan. He kept his mouth shut, and didn't leak anything. Didn't you hear what Zopeng said? The mage tower is, of course, a tower built for mages. Heh. Zopeng explained that it was to build a landmark building for Emolan to use for research and to establish a mage association. But you believe such nonsense? What I want to know is, what is the use of this mage tower? In other games? In artistic works? The mage tower is the last line of defense for mages. And mages are the safest in the mage tower. It has a mage's laboratory, living room, storage room. The mage tower has intelligent housekeepers such as tower spirits, and puppets can be built to guard the mage tower and serve the mage. As long as the mage is in the mage tower, his level can be upgraded by 1 level, and the spells he casts can be upgraded by 1 level, etc. There are many interpretations of the mage tower on the internet, which are all over the place, but they basically have one thing in common. As the territory of the mage tower has extremely high defense and self-defense capabilities. If it is controlled by the mage, it can even play the ability to kill above the level and suppress the enemy. After Ife finished speaking, everyone shook their heads. It has no reference value. We still don't know what the role of Emolan's mage tower is. Will it be very strong? How strong will it be? What level can it resist? How many people can it resist? We don't know these things. Alas, in terms of mages, we are far behind Emolan. We can't even touch his shadow. Hey, your God of War guild took away the blood pool and the altar last time. Did you research anything? Didn't I hear that you have made some progress in restraining mages? Take them out to restrain Emolan. It is impossible for so many of our guilds to be overshadowed by the brilliance of Emolan alone. Right? No. No. Don't talk nonsense. Ife waved his hand and said, then he remembered something and asked back. Don't just talk about us. What about the new career project that you, the best in the world, have been preparing for a long time? Didn't you say that there are already signs? What about the necromancer of Nyehua? No. No. Don't talk nonsense. No. No. Don't talk nonsense. Ife rolled his eyes. Hey. Wait. There really is nothing. I will laugh if the development fails. Everyone was stunned when Ife finished speaking, and shook their heads. I am not very clear about the mechanism of creating a profession. But in the background design, the extraordinary has just started. At most a few hundred years. In this case, there are roads everywhere. Opportunities everywhere. And everyone has equal opportunities. It's just the competition in Hongfeng City at present. The rest depends on luck. I hope you will still be there in a year. Everyone was silent for a moment. And finally Geng Tao waved his hand. Why are you stirring up such a fuss? If you don't leave now, Zopeng will kick you out. Go away. Everyone glanced at Geng Tao speechlessly and left. Zopeng saw them off to the shore of Jinghu Lake. Take care. Everyone. A week later, that is. Next Monday at 10 a.m., please come to Jinghu Lake to discuss cooperation. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Zopeng watched them leave. When he returned to the mage tower again, everyone had dispersed. The mage group was pondering the knowledge taught by Emolan. Zopeng pushed open the door of the mage tower and walked in. He did not see Emolan, but heard some noises below. The first floor of the mage tower was wide and spacious. The ground was made of flat stone slabs, which had been integrated under the mage's stone wall technique, and the surface was smooth and delicate. Walking down the passage on one side, Zopeng saw Emolan standing in the middle of 5 pools. Will they think of anything when they see these 5 pools? Yes, Emolan said, as a matter of course. But even if they think of the blood pool, what does it matter? Emolan smiled. Do you know what kind of spell this is? Emolan pointed at the mercury in the air. Telekinesis? No. No. No, mage's hand. Do you know what my mage's hand is doing, and what I'm going to do next? I don't know. That's it, okay, don't bother me, I have to work. By the way, don't take the mage's tower too seriously, they are not fools. Since I have already built it, they will figure it out sooner or later, and study it spontaneously. What I need is not to treat them as fools, to keep them in an idiotic and confused state. What I need is a popular mage, for everyone to play together, and play the mage well, but... Emolan turned around and looked at Zopeng. I will always be the strongest, the one who leads the way. Emolan turned around after saying that, and Zopeng watched Mercury approach the wall of the pool next to him, and then went in. Got in? How did he get in? Zopeng was confused, and seeing that Emolan was serious, he left on his own. Zopeng's departure did not affect Emolan. Emolan controlled the mercury to form one magic model after another inside the pool wall. This was very tiring. Emolan would meditate from time to time to restore his mental strength. One after another, the magic models constructed with mercury took shape inside the pool wall. Soon, the inside of the 5 pools were filled with densely packed magic models. If someone extended their mental strength into them, they would find that the densely packed nodes inside the magic circuits were fine and complex, intertwined and entangled. Emolan exhaled lightly. Energy pathways connected each spell model together, and finally merged from the 4 pools into the large pool in the middle. An energy pathway was pulled out from the large pool and extended to the outside. In addition, Emolan also drew out an energy pathway from the 4 surrounding element pools for backup. Activate. Emolan input a trace of magic power into the spell model that attracted elemental power. When this spell model was activated, specific elemental power spontaneously gathered over. Gradually, all the spell models in the pool were activated. Active elements surged in the mercury nodes and mercury channels, and stabilized the moment they flowed into the pool, sunk to the bottom of the pool. Buzz. The moment all the spell models were activated, the mental power seemed to feel a buzzing sound, and then gradually calmed down, but Emolan could sense the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water that continued to flow into the element pool. The elements poured into the element pool, precipitated little by little, precipitated. Chapter 145 True Necromancer. Are you done? Zopeng suddenly popped his head out of the stairs and asked. Hey, are you done? Zopeng walked over curiously to see. It seems much more beautiful, these patterns, these mercury, wait, is it mercury poisoning? Emolan hesitated a little after hearing this. Should be, is it? I just want to ask you, are you sure you don't want to ask a stone carving master to carve it? I know a good master. No, I have my own plan for the pattern decoration of the mage tower. Okay, then you continue. Sorry for bothering you. Zopeng said quickly, and turned around and wanted to slip away, but at this time Emolan suddenly called him. You said that elements have colors? Emolan's words made Zopeng stunned. What do you mean? Maybe after all, our fighting spirit has colors when it bursts out. Isn't that the color of the elements? And don't you mages often say that there are colorful elements everywhere in the environment? You all said so, then there must be colors. Right? Then do you want to see it with your own eyes? Zopeng looked at him in confusion, but Emolan pointed to the element pool. Zopeng looked at the element pool, but he didn't see anything for a long time. He was about to ask a question, but suddenly he found something in the pool. Wisps of smoke appeared out of thin air, filling the center of the pool. Warm red, light green, heavy yellow, vibrant blue. Wisps of smoke, bright colors. For element pools, for different colors. Zopeng suddenly felt something. Is this the color of the element? Yes. Emolan could see more from the perspective of his spiritual power. The light spots of the element were sucked into the element pool, and the dense light spots soon filled the element pool. However, the element pool is still running, and a steady stream of elements are being sucked into it. All the elements are inert under the suppression of the element pool, and are not as active as the outside world. Just when Zopeng was called, the elements that were originally just light spots gradually gathered together, turning into strands, like gas, and also revealing their forms. Zopeng. Do you know? The gas revealed here is almost equivalent to your energy level. Zopeng, thank you. I am offended. Emolan smiled when he heard it. I don't mean to say you're bad. I just want to tell you. To give you an idea. If all 4 element pools are filled, what a terrifying energy it would be. And if the elements can be liquefied, how terrifying it would be. Emolan's words made Zopeng stunned. Will it become a real element pool? Emolan smiled. Who knows? Emolan walked out of the basement, walked out of the magician tower, and looked up at the towering white tower from the outside. While sighing in his heart, Emolan also silently calculated. Size, direction, position, one after another data was deduced silently in Emolan's mind. The data of the water shield was substituted into it, added deduction. Finally, the optimal solution was obtained in the high-speed rotation of the ink cartridge. The superposition of quantity hopefully can cause a qualitative change. Mo Lan murmured. Looking at the layout in his mind, Mo Lan prepared the mercury and started to work. Water shield, second level spell, 45 spell nodes. Mage tower, 6 sides, a total of 5 floors. A total of 45 water shields are arranged. A spell resonance is achieved, forming a giant water shield covering the entire mage tower. Water shield is a second level spell, with 45 spell nodes, which means that 45 mages are required to complete the spell resonance of the water shield. The difficulty is much higher than that of Fireball, Earth Wall and other spells that only have a dozen or 20 spell nodes. Of course, the effect is also much higher. It is like the effect increases exponentially. The larger the base number, the greater the effect, and the greater the difference with a small base number. Emolan walked up with a bucket of mercury, starting from the top of the tower. The water shield spell model at the top of the tower will become the core node of the spell resonance of the 45 spell models. Emolan chose to stabilize the core first, and then determine the remaining spell nodes according to the position of the core. Grab the mercury, adjust the frequency, resonance is achieved. The mercury sinks into the stone bit by bit, one spell node after another is formed, and silver-white mercury lines extend from the spell nodes to form an energy circuit. Emolan is still drawing the spell model, but originally he was drawing a plane, and now he is drawing a 3-dimensional model. Time passed slowly. While Emolan was building the mage tower, others were not idle either, and at this time the president of the Nyehua Guild had already returned to the guild. The headquarters of the Nyehua Guild is in a huge valley. This valley is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there is only a small path several meters wide leading to the outside world. Inside the valley is a flat, fertile land, and there is a wide river flowing slowly in the center. The people of the Nyehua Guild built a fortress on the path, built villages and towns in the valley, and a large area of open land has been reclaimed, planted with various vegetables, fruits, and grains. And there is a corner of the valley covered by the shadow of the mountain. The location of that corner is very strange. No matter when, there is always a shadow of a mountain covering it. Although this place is open to the sky, no matter what season or time, the sun cannot be seen, and it is always covered by shadows. This area favored by shadows is covered with pale skeletons. Wolves, bears, tigers, leopards, pigs, and it seems like a natural cemetery. Countless beasts have died here. The ground is filled with skeletons, and the surface is also covered with skeletons. As soon as you enter this area, you will feel a little cold. Damn it. Who leaked that we are researching necromancers? Who is it? Who is it? Gung Tao shouted loudly, and the vice president next to him whispered. Didn't you brag about it last time? Gung Tao's tone stagnated. Oh, so it was me who said it, that's fine. How's the progress? Are there any new developments? Gung Tao asked calmly. The vice president curled his lips, muttered something, and then spoke. This energy that diffuses from bones and corpses, well, that is, dead air is indeed useful. We have preliminarily determined that dead air is not an element. That is to say, as long as we don't condense the spell slot, then if we use this dead air to cast spells, we will not be identified as a mage. This is the preliminary foundation for becoming a new profession. What about the effect of dead air? Gung Tao's question made the vice president smile. We have successfully made some dead beast skeletons move. Death energy can make their skeletons harder, can make their strength stronger, can make their speed faster, in short. It can improve their strength in all aspects. However, once the strength reaches a certain limit, the death energy required to improve it will increase exponentially. And the better the quality of the skeleton, the higher this limit, the stronger the strength we can exert after resurrection. Now we are mainly facing 3 problems: how to carry death energy, control death energy, and control the resurrected undead creatures. As long as these 3 problems are solved, then we will definitely be able to form a brand new profession. The vice president looked at Gung Tao and said slowly, Necromancer. Gung Tao smiled when he heard this, and his eyes looked into the distance. Yi Fei, switching Wen loudly, maybe I have to go ahead, how about you? Gung Tao grinned, very bright. Necromancer. Chapter 146 Start running. President, this spell model can indeed suppress elemental fluctuations. The power of releasing spells standing in the blood pool is only about half of the original. This also means that, as long as we can expand the range of this suppression, and strengthen the suppression strength, when facing a mage, releasing it can definitely directly ban magic, then the rest is the performance time of the warriors. Good, very good, keep working hard, then we must give Motion a little surprise. I really want to see his shocked expression at that time. Do you think the most precious thing is the extraordinary core? No. No. No, the most precious thing is actually the seemingly insignificant thing below. By the way, what is the principle of this forbidden magic field? Do you understand it? It seems to suppress the activity of elements in the environment, making them full of inertia. And spellcasting generally makes the elements gather and become active, so as to achieve the effect of spellcasting. If the elements cannot be active, then spellcasting will naturally become nonsense. The mage said excitedly. It is worth mentioning that this forbidden magic field has a very poor effect on the elements in the body, perhaps due to the barrier of the body. In my opinion, this is good news. The fighting spirit in the warrior's body will not be suppressed, or the suppression effect is very poor. As one gains, the other loses. In the forbidden magic field, the mage is simply defeated by the warrior. Beautiful. Yi Fei laughed. I can't wait to see Emotion's shocked and unbelievable look. One person suppressed us for so long. Are you kidding? Our God of War guild is about to stand up. Yi Fei said, and then remembered something and asked. By the way, will this work for spells that have already been released? Suppose the opponent releases a fireball. Can I use the anti-magic field to ban the fireball? This can't be done. The effect of the anti-magic field is to suppress the activity of elements. The activity of elements in the released spells is extremely high, and it has no inhibitory effect at all. Oh! Forget it. Let's continue to study how to expand the range, increase the intensity, and then it's best to make it portable. I want to give Emotion a big surprise. And I want to give a big surprise to all the guilds that have prepared a mage group. Yi Fei left with a smile, as if he had seen the day when the God of War guild stood up. The last spell model is finished. Emolan had a cheerful smile on his face. After a few days of constant practice, he had successfully constant 45 water shield spell models on the mage tower. Then the energy pathway is next. Emolan began to connect the energy pathway. Although he only arranged 45 spell models, Emolan did not slack off at all. When arranging the energy pathway, it was neat and tidy. It extended from the corner of the 5th floor to the central wall. He set up a separate hub here and extended it downwards from here. There is a central hub on each layer. And finally the main energy channel connects to the element pool. When I saw the element pool again, it was already filled with smoke. For colors of smoke flowed slowly in the 4 element pools. The thick smoke seemed light. But Emolan knew very well how terrifying the elemental power was hidden in it. With the current condensation level, a wisp of it as thick as a thumb could hit Zopong. And there was a whole pool here. Emolan was very curious about the element pool constantly absorbing elemental power. Would it eventually form a real liquid, like water? Or even a more condensed crystal? The thought flashed through his mind. And Emolan did not rush to connect the energy channel of the element pool with the energy channel of the water shield technique, but chose to set up a series of switches between the 5 element pools. After the switch is set, the energy path is extended directly to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is Emolan's living room. The energy path stops after extending to the 5th floor, forming switches on a wall. Using the characteristics of the energy path that can be interrupted and closed freely, these switches can be controlled by Emolan's mental power. In addition to the following design, Emolan can cut off the energy of the entire magic tower with a thought, and can also activate the water shield spell with a thought, or other constant spells in the future. And more importantly, there is an output port in this energy path, which means that Emolan can draw a large amount of magic power from the element pool at any time to cast spells. After connecting the water shield spell, Emolan came to the element pool, looked at the 4 element pools with different colors of fog, and then looked at the empty core element pool. Emolan took a deep breath, sat next to it, and penetrated the 5 element pools with his mental power, to explore the energy channels between them. Open! The moment it was opened, the 4 elements directly flowed into the core element pool. The originally inert elements instantly became active when they left the element pool. Of course, this was because Emolan did not activate the spell model of the core element pool. Now we need the elements to be more active. Come on, Emolan said softly, and his mental power instantly captured the active elemental forces. Emolan felt his mental power sink. The elements output from the 4 element pools were in a columnar shape, high density, and very heavy. The mental power moved little by little, carrying the 4 elements together, very slowly at first, but gradually the speed increased. The 4-color element mist rotated at high speed in the core element pool, gradually forming a vortex with the mental power. The 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water gradually approached and merged with the spiritual power. At the bottom of the elemental vortex, a trace of magic power appeared and settled at the bottom of the elemental pool. The 4 elements decreased. The spiritual power decreased, and the magic power gradually increased. After a while, Emolan had an idea and closed the energy circuits of the 4 secondary element pools. The 4 elements stopped inputting, and after the last element was completely converted into magic power, the vortex gradually disappeared, and Emolan also breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. It is definitely not without cause to want to be stronger. It doesn't take much mental power for me to refine magic power myself. And how long have we been here? It's only been a short while, and my mental power is almost gone. This mental power is like running water, and it's gone in a rush. I can't stand it. I'll use it now, and connect the energy channel of the water element pool to the water shield later. At this stage, before solving the problem of automatic synthesis of magic power must not be used to supply the spell models in these wizard towers. It can't be wasted, so I'll use a single element first. Emolan thought about it, and pondered for a moment. The core element pool continues to convert magic power, but it is stored for the time being. It will only be used for casting spells when I am in the mage tower. This should be more than enough. Emolan began to meditate to restore his mental strength. After his mental strength was fully restored, Emolan stood up and walked outside the mage tower. Looking up at the pure white tower, Emolan had an idea. Water shield spell. 45 independent water shield spells appeared. And then the spell model began to resonate. Buzz! A giant water shield that fully covered the entire mage tower appeared. The water shield fluctuated slightly, and the pure white tower inside seemed to become hazy. The spherical water shield with a diameter of tens of meters was extremely shocking. Chapter 147 passed the test. Fireball! Boom! Emolan's fireball spell landed on the water shield spell, causing ripples, that was all. Dark Fireball. Dark Fireball is a 3rd level spell, with extremely high explosive power, and the flame is extremely corrosive. Boom! Dark Fireball exploded in midair, and the water shield spell gradually became rippled, and the corrosive flame only burned on the water shield spell for a while longer, and then extinguished itself. Oh, your water shield spell is quite powerful. It's not clear from this. The energy pathway of the water shield spell is directly connected to the water element pool. Unless there is an instantaneous breakthrough, otherwise, we can only wait for the water elements in the element pool to be exhausted, but it is obvious that the dark fireball cannot consume the water shield, and cannot consume the element pool. How long can the element pool maintain the water shield? How long? If no one attacks, the element pool absorbs elements faster than it consumes them. If nothing unexpected happens, you should not be able to see it disappear before you die. Oh, what if someone attacks? It depends on the strength of the attack. If it is as strong as I just did, it cannot be compared with the self-recovery of the mage tower. As for higher ones, I don't know. Emolan shook his head, and waved to the magicians who were watching nearby to come over. Su Zongqin, how are your research going? Well, instructor, you have led us to cast spells so many times. We are all familiar with the general situation, and remember the feeling. But we still lack a little tacit understanding to really release it. So I think we should be able to master the spell casting skills of spell resonance after a few days of high-intensity spell casting practice. Okay, then follow me 3 times next. Feel it well. Everyone switch to Wind Blade spell. Yes. Emolan began to think while they were switching spells in the spell slot. A single spell resonance of a first ring spell can push the power to more than 3 rings. It should be around 4 rings. What about a second ring spell? Can it be pushed to 5 rings? What is the effect of a 5-ring spell? Emolan thought carefully. No, I don't have a 4-ring single-target offensive spell at all now. I don't know what the power of a 4-ring spell is, let alone a 5-ring spell. Forget it, don't think about it so much for now, let's test the water shield spell of the mage tower first. Emolan waited quietly, and soon Su Zongxin finished switching. He saw that Emolan, who was waiting, seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. However, at this time, the others also completed their memories one after another, and he returned to the team. Wind Blade Squad, the first group is ready. As soon as the words fell, the wind element in the environment quickly became active. More than 20 wind blades formed in the sky, and then turned into a huge 3-dimensional model under Emolan's guidance. Spell Resonance. Swish. The huge wind blade whistled, and instantly appeared on the water shield. Boom! The water shield vibrated, and circles of ripples spread around, also taking away the power of the wind blade. Looking at the vibrating water shield, Emolan's expression remained unchanged. Wind blade. Swoosh. The second huge wind blade broke through the air, and the water shield vibrated more violently. Wind blade. The third wind blade landed at the same position, and the vibration intensified again. Emolan's expression remained unchanged, and he shouted in a low voice. Change people. Next group. Wind blade. Swoosh. 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 When the third round of wind blade of the fourth group was released, the water shield suddenly produced a strip-shaped depression, and the whole water shield was undulating and vibrating. A little unstable, but after a few seconds, it gradually stabilized, and after more than 10 seconds, it completely returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. How is it? Zhou Peng, who was a little surprised, came over and asked, and the members of the mage tower behind Emolan also showed unbelievable expressions. If it were me, I would not be able to break the shield for hundreds of years. Emolan did not answer, and went down to take a look at the element pool first. The stock of the wind element pool seemed to be less than that of the other 3 element pools, but it was not obvious. Obviously, the energy output of the mage core is far inferior to that of the mage tower. However, the upper limit of the water shield is too low. Even if it is spell resonance, its essence is a second-level spell. Although I did not break the water shield with the mage core's continuous bombardment just now, it is obvious that the water shield is not far from its limit. If I had carried out 3 to 5 rounds of attacks at that time, the water shield would have been broken. Of course, the premise is that the continuous attacks must be completed within a few seconds. Otherwise, the water shield will return to its original state in the blink of an eye. After all, the energy output of the spell tower is here. If the water shield is broken one day, it must be the problem of the water shield. The water shield lost, not the wizard tower. What should we do then? Zhou Peng asked. Find or create a higher level shield spell. The reason why I didn't look for this kind of spell before was that I couldn't use it even if I found it. But it doesn't matter for the wizard tower. It can be used as long as it is constant. However, I don't know how many levels of magic this white stone material can withstand. If it can't withstand it, I still have to find a stone with good magic resistance to replace it. Well, I'll hurry up and explore the underground world. There should be this kind of stone mine underneath. It's okay. There's no rush. You can take your time. The current wizard tower is still very powerful. At present, this material should not have a problem with 3-level spells. And the 3-level defense spell resonance casting should not be broken by the elite level. Right? And now there is no constant attack spell. Once the attack spell is constant, are you kidding? Open the shield and let others attack? No. No. No, I want others to open the shield and let me attack. Emolan said with a smile, return to the outside of the mage tower, and open the water shield again. Dig down along the water shield, keep digging down. The water shield is very strange underground, as if it has no entity, and you can't see anything. But when Emolan touched the water shield, it instantly appeared. The soil and rocks where the water shield was originally located seemed to have become part of the water shield, and would not disappear, nor would it be squeezed away. After confirming that the water shield was a complete sphere, Emolan showed a satisfied smile on his face. The water shield is basically completed. What are you going to do next? The 9 major guilds will come together to discuss the development of the underground world next Monday. Will you come? Emolan refused Zhou Peng's question without thinking. I don't like this kind of occasion very much. Besides, I have a lot of things to do. The mage tower is just a prototype. No, it's not even a prototype. It only has 2 structures. The element pool and the water shield. Even the control center has not done a good job of security. Any mage can take control. If things go wrong, the mage tower will change hands in an instant. There are also attack spells, reinforcement spells, interior decoration of the mage tower, laboratory layout, and a series of other things. So my focus during this period will be on the mage tower. In addition, Emolan said with a smile, I seem to feel that breakthrough has become a bottleneck for the 4th ring mage. Chapter 148 Admission Standards. Are you going to be promoted to elite? Zopum looked at Emolan in surprise. Don't be too happy too soon. Maybe I'm stuck at this level too? It's unlikely. According to our speculation, using attribute points to improve strength is taking shortcuts. Only by training yourself, step by step. Is it real? I guess they either can't be promoted at all, or they must practice, and complete their foundation before they can be promoted. Crazy experience gain is useless. It is worth mentioning that Zopung is only level 6 at present, still a little short of level 7. And now I finally found out that the warriors with added experience points can't control their own strength at all. The sudden increase in strength is hard to control and adapt to, so they are just reckless, and their nerve reactions can't keep up with their own speed. Zopung grinned. Don't look at me as only level 6, but I can show off 2 or 3 level 9 warriors at a time. Let alone adding points to the strength side, I can still show off even if I had points to the agility side. I'm not targeting anyone, these people who had points to the experience side are all rubbish. Don't be too arrogant, those guilds have been stuck at the elite level for so long, they must be able to detect some signs. And those top players have the awareness of honing themselves, they will definitely train themselves invisibly. The reason why the general players didn't notice it is that they are too eager to level up, but the higher the level, the harder it is to get results from training, and the harder it is for them to notice it, just like you before. I am the only one who happens to notice it because I am not leveling up and am training. But can you guarantee that those high-level players, who are extremely sensitive to experience and data didn't notice it? If one didn't notice it, did all of them not notice it? They didn't notice it before, and they haven't noticed it after being stuck for so long? Emolan said after a moment of silence. I guess it will cost more to make up for it, after using experience points, otherwise it can't explain why no one has advanced yet. Don't worry about others, you just take the time to meditate, and advance quickly. Can you advance this week? Emolan rolled his eyes when he heard it. It's not that fast. It's just a feeling. I think it will take some time. As for how long, I can only say it won't be too long. I vomited. Zopung was about to leave, but suddenly remembered something, turned around and said, By the way, if you have time, check out the forum. That group of mages are asking you when you can set up the Mage Association, since the Mage Tower has been built. Oh, I'll take a look. Emolan immediately opened the magic forum, and sure enough, at the top was a post signed by 10,000 people in blood. After a quick look, they mainly criticized Emolan for not establishing a Mage Association, which was a public outrage. They ordered Emolan to make corrections immediately. Otherwise, they would take extreme measures. It was 1,000 words long, and Emolan read it with great interest, not to mention others. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a talent! Well, it's a bit early to establish a Mage Association. Let's wait until we reach the 4th ring level before establishing it. Otherwise, if we don't have absolute strength, we will easily make a fool of ourselves if we encounter people who come here to cause trouble. Emolan was about to close the forum, but he hesitated for a moment after seeing the blood letter. Forget it, let's announce the admission standards first. Seeing everyone's criticism, I am deeply terrified. I clearly realize my mistakes. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise, I will never change. Well, that's it. By the way, I want to tell you something. Oh, it's not the time to establish the Mage Association. The time to establish the Mage Association, I don't know yet. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll think about it later, everyone. Just go with the flow. Let me first talk about the standards for entering the association, so that everyone can have a direction. The standards are not high, just have hands. The first rule, 3-ring mage, well, not high. Right? Just have hands, it's okay. Article 2, improve at least 3 first-level spells. On the day of joining, I will personally review the improvement concept, thoughts, methods, results. The first person who successfully improves more than 10 spells and has more than 3 effective improvements to second-level spells, or effectively improves a third-level spell, or creates a cantrip, and ranks first among all the wizards who join, will be the vice president. The second to 10th place, the association, well, elders, to fit the background of the times. As for the president, of course, it must be me. If you have different opinions, please hold them in. If you are better than me in the study of spells, I will give way. Finally, let me mention my purpose. My purpose is to play the magician well, not to establish a so-called magician association. So the magician association does not really recruit only members, but also presidents, the capable ones, the strong ones. The strong ones must be both strong in strength and strong in theory. Both are indispensable. Okay? Send. After sending, Emolan smiled and watched their replies. Definitely change it. Oh, you are a good kid if you know your mistakes and correct them. Poke the upstairs. He said that he will definitely not change it. Fuck, are you arrogant or am I unable to lift the knife? Three-ring magician, emotion is kind. It is true that having hands is enough. Wait? Improve spells? What is that? Hands, where are my hands? Book an elder, emotion. We will communicate together then. Hey, who is this guy above, so arrogant? Elder? Hey, why does this name look familiar? Linhua? Sorry to bother you. Emolan also saw Linhua's replies, smiled, clicked to comment. Let's discuss together. After posting and closing the forum, Piofei's relaxed thoughts were also collected. Well, besides meditation, it seems that the most urgent thing now is to encrypt the mage tower and lock it. Otherwise, a mage can control my mage tower now, and the tower may be stolen when I fall asleep one day. Emolan came to the 5th floor, looking at the various switches on the wall. He was a little confused. The switch at the element pool doesn't matter, just lock it completely. The main thing is this master switch, which basically controls the entire mage tower. How to do it? Emolan fell into deep thought, and his eyes subconsciously drifted to the energy channel. This first-level spell was learned in the blood pool. In fact, it can be said that this can't even be called a spell. It's not like a spell, but like a structure. The energy channel spell is very simple. It's just a dozen spell nodes forming an energy pipeline. Both elements and magic can flow in it, and will be bound by an invisible barrier, will not flow out, and the energy loss rate is very low. By adjusting the magic nodes in the energy pathway, a switch can be formed, and the operation of the entire magic tower can be controlled based on this. Is there any way to make this magic tower belong to me? Even if there are many magicians present, I am the only one who can control the magic tower? Looking at this energy pathway, Emolan gradually had an inspiration in his mind. A key question. What is the basis for me to control this energy pathway? Chapter 149 Magical Imprint. The reason I can control the energy pathway is that this energy pathway is fixed on the magic tower. And the fixed magic model, as long as there is mental power, everyone can control it. Then what is unique about me, and can be connected with magic? Emolan asked himself. The simplest is my mental power, my magic power. Emolan raised his head suddenly, and his thoughts were instantly connected. Yes, my magic power is formed by earth, fire, wind, water, and my mental power. Not to mention that there is no second arcanist yet. Even if there are other arcanists, my magic is unique. The magic of each arcanist is unique, because the synthesis formula of the arcanist's magic includes mental power. And mental power comes from the soul. Unless it is the same soul, there is no such thing as the same mental power, and the same applies to magic. I just need to find a way to mix myself into the constant spell model as magic, and then weld the door shut. Other people's magic power cannot be mixed in, there is only my magic power in it. Then this spell model can only be controlled by me. Because others can't put their own magic power in it, and they can't control my magic power. Emolan quickly thought of a technique to achieve this. This technique is called magic imprint. It's a pity that it is too weak at present, and the magic tower is too primitive. If it is like what is written in the novel, a spiritual body tower spirit is directly created as a housekeeper. The tower spirit directly controls all functions of the entire magic tower, and the magician only needs to control the tower spirit, and it is fully voice-controlled and automated. The difference between my mage tower and this one is like the difference between a car with a central computer and a car with pure mechanical control. So primitive. Emolan couldn't help but yearn for it. Well, I've decided. After the mage tower's functions and structure are initially perfected, I will start to study the tower spirit. The tower spirit is indeed very practical. Now I only control the elemental pool and water shield, but I will definitely not be able to control it once the mage tower has more functions. Even if I can control it, it will consume a lot of my time and energy, which is not worth it. I built the mage tower to assist in research, not to consume my energy. Don't put the cart before the horse. Emolan pulled his mind back from his reverie, opened his notebook, and wrote down some of his ideas about the development direction of the Mage Tower. After recording, Emolan began to stamp his own magic mark on the entire Mage Tower. Magic mark is very simple. Turn your magic into a fine net to cover the entire spell model, as if adding a layer of lock to the spell model. With this layer of lock, no one can peek into the secrets in the spell model, and no one can affect the spell model. After making a few marks, Emolan felt something was wrong. After a moment of hesitation, he made some improvements to the magic mark. The net covering the entire spell model not only covers the surface, but also reaches deep into the core of the spell model and wraps around the core nodes. So far, once the magic mark Emolan puts on is put on, it will be entangled with the spell model. Well, it's almost done. After a while, Emolan closed his eyes and felt it. This time, the feeling was particularly strange. All places with constant spell models have Emolan's magic, and Emolan has a strange sense of his own magic within the range of his mental power. Under this sense, Emolan feels safe. However, the extremely fine manipulation of magic is also very laborious. Emolan can proudly guarantee it. There are definitely no more than 3 people in the whole game who can manipulate magic or elements to this extent. One is himself, one is for a true genius, and one is for the European Emperor. Coming to the element pool level, Emolan sat cross-legged next to the core element pool and began to meditate. However, Emolan felt something was wrong just after he started meditating, and suddenly opened his eyes. Huh? Why does it feel so shallow? Emolan found that the speed of his mental power strengthening did not change at all during meditation. But the feeling of magic power changed. Emolan's mind was extremely agile at this moment, and he instantly locked his target on the element suppression spell model in the element pool. The activity of magic power is suppressed, so the damage to me is also suppressed, but the speed of strengthening is not suppressed. This is not a spell, but it is wonderful. Emolan directly probed his mental power into the element pool to meditate. But he jumped up in an instant. Fuck. I'm floating. This magic is too strong. I'm dying. Just a moment ago, Emolan felt as if his mental power was about to be torn apart. The activity of the magic was indeed suppressed, but the magic below was too strong, and he couldn't bear it. Try it in your body. Emolan probed his mental power into his body, found the magic, and began to resonate. Hiss. The pain of tearing mental power made Emolan feel dizzy. Isn't it suppressed? It turns out that the spell of element suppression can be isolated by the body? Rubbish spell. Emolan took a break before introducing a wisp of magic from the element pool and began to meditate at the edge of the element pool. Comfortable. The suppressed magic power activity is greatly reduced, and the damage of magic power to mental power is reduced. Emolan once again enjoys the feeling of the previous period of meditation with the help of nourishing tea. Using advanced meditation methods in low-level situations, Emolan can feel that his mental power is getting stronger every moment, and this feeling fascinates Emolan. 8 hours later, Emolan finished meditation, felt the extent of his progress, looked at the spell model of element suppression, and was quite emotional. For a mage, knowledge is power, spell model is knowledge, meditation method is knowledge, the method of building a mage tower is knowledge, the method of constant spell is also knowledge. The more knowledge you have, the stronger the mage will be. As long as you have enough knowledge and are knowledgeable enough, a mage can grow at a very fast speed. Unlike a warrior, who only needs hands. Emolan stood up, stretched his body, which was a little stiff after sitting for a long time, and left the underground floor where the element pool was. He closed the stone door when he left, and turned on a switch with a thought, and the energy channel was connected, and the water element and magic power poured into the spell model at the door. Buzz. Water shield. Sharpness. The golden light of sharpness enveloped the stone door, and while the edges became sharper, the stone door itself became very hard under the additional effect of sharpness. Like steel, the water shield technique turned into a water shield that covered the entire entrance area, isolating the inside and outside. In addition, a group water shield technique consisting of 45 water shield techniques formed as single resonance was also propped up above the 5 elemental pools. This was a group water shield technique that Emolan had specially set up to protect the core structure of the elemental pool, in order to prevent someone from sneaking in and destroying the elemental pool. As long as Emolan left, this energy path would be connected and the protection would automatically start. At this time, Emolan came to the top floor of the Mage Tower, and began to consider what spell to set for the Mage Tower next. What spell should be set up? Chapter 150 Tower with Flash. Spells. Emolan silently opened a notebook, looking at the spells he already had. Spells, tricks expand, first ring spells, expand, second ring spells expand, third ring spells expand, fourth ring spells, flash, earth shatter. Logically, the top priority is definitely the fourth ring spell. Although I can't cast a fourth ring spell at the moment, but as long as it is fixed on the spell tower will definitely be able to carry it. But? Emolan looked at the only two 4th level spells in silence. Earth shatter? This is indeed a 4th level spell, and the damage range is large, but the damage is low, but the damage to buildings is doubled. It should be included in the spell against buildings. But if it is fixed on the spell tower. A scene appeared in Emolan's mind. The enemy attacked the spell tower opened a shield, and the enemy was helpless, and began to cast spells to counterattack. Earth shatter. Boom. 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 The earth shook, the earth cracked, and cracks like leading to the abyss spread rapidly. The enemy was immediately panicked, and began to defend. However, at this moment, the Mage Tower collapsed with lightning speed. The enemy fell into the trap, looked at each other, laughed, and died. Emolan shuddered when he thought of this scene. This wave is the Mage Tower cracked on the spot. Silently deleting the earth shatter, and then looking at the flash. For some reason, he suddenly felt eager to try it. How about the tower with flash? Emolan was shocked by this bold idea. But the more he thought about it, the more exciting it felt. Defense? No. The Mage Tower with flash. How cool it would be. But it's not suitable now. When my magic tower can fly, I will flash it constantly. By then, I can crush people to death with its weight alone, regardless of anything else. Emolan barely resisted this tempting thought. Fourth ring spells are not good, so he could only look for third ring spells. After deleting defensive spells and status spells, Emolan has very few choices. My current spell library is too small, and the margin of choice is too small. Emolan frowned slightly. During this period, the focus has been on the research of related technologies of magic towers. As for the research, improvement, and innovation of spell models, they are almost not taken seriously. Zopeng has specially selected a batch of different spell models, but I haven't seen them yet, so I don't know what they are. Emolan rubbed his brows. A little irritated. The Mage Association should be organized as soon as possible. Otherwise my energy is limited, and I can't take care of many things by myself. I can only take care of the head and not the butt. He took another look at the spell list in front of him, and he had a rough idea in his mind. Attack spells can't be like defense spells, where one can do everything. At least 2 attack spells must be kept constant, a single attack spell, an area attack spell. This way, you will have room for choice when facing different enemies, and you will not be helpless. Emolan opened the list sent by Zopeng. It is indeed as you said, most of the magic beast spells are simple utilization of single or multiple attribute elements, most of which can be summarized into Fireball, Wind Blade, Water Shield, etc. So I just prepared a batch of extraordinary cores with different attributes for you, as a reference, and then I also collected some that I think are special for you. The number is not large. The list is as follows. First level spells: Light, Underwater Breathing, Eagle Eye. Second level spell, Vine Entanglement. Third level spell, Lightning Spell, Beast Domination. There are only 6 spells in total, but for Emolan, they are indeed valuable. Each one, including the 2 first level spells, is useful. Light, Wood, Thunder are all spells that Emolan has never come into contact with, not to mention the 3 unknown attributes of Eagle Eye, Beast Domination, and Underwater Breathing. It feels good to have power. If there were no Geoting Chamber of Commerce, and no Zopeng to help, I would have a hard time finding spells now, let alone the Mage Tower. Emolan came back to his senses, and looked at the spells on hand. For range attacks, you can use Dark Fireball, a 3-ring spell, which has a large explosion range, and the flames from the explosion are corrosive, so it can be used for both range and single targets. For single targets, well, you can choose the 3-ring Lightning, which has high damage, fast speed, and low damage to the sight. You can also add Vine Entanglement. Sometimes, it is not suitable to kill directly. If the opponent's backstage is too big to be provoked, you still have to be timid. But you can't let the opponent do whatever he wants. At this time, Non-lethal binding spells are very suitable. If I think about it this way, I have to use detection spells. Otherwise I can only rely on my current mental power that radiates a radius of 50 meters. And I won't know until the enemy is at the gate. Hawkeye might be worth studying. Mo-Lan's inspiration gradually sprouted, and he thought along the way. Slowly, the structures and functions of the magic tower appeared one by one in the notebook. If Mo-Lan really completes all of these, then the magic tower will become a war fortress with a certain maintenance ability. I thought too much. Let's make the Dark Fireball spell permanent first. I'm more familiar with this. After the Dark Fireball spell is permanent, the Mage Tower will have a certain attack capability, and I'll have time to study the Lightning spell. The Lightning spell, which is the first time I've seen it, should be very interesting. There are also the Woodvine Entanglement, the Light spell, the Eagle Eye spell of unknown attribute, the Underwater Breathing, the Beast Domination. When Mo-Lan went downstairs, he happened to meet the tech party delivering goods. Mo-Lan has been ordering mercury, some of which is currently being used, and some of which is being stored in the warehouse. But the deliverman this time seems a little different. I feel like his temperament is not right. Hello. Emotion, I am Zhao Chen, the president of Eternal Blazing Sun. Hello. Mo-Lan looked Zhao Chen up and down, and suddenly asked, President Zhao, excuse me, have you ever been a soldier before? Zhao Chen smiled when he heard that. I did serve in the army for a few years before, but I retired a long time ago. Emotion has a good eye. Oh, is that so? I just feel that President Zhao's temperament is a little different. Haha. Emotion. You are too kind. Emotion, look, this is the batch of mercury. Do you want to check it? Mo-Lan's mental power probed into the pottery jar, and checked it in a blink of an eye, and smiled and shook his head. No. 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 I believe in the reputation of your guild. Zhao Chen smiled proudly upon hearing this, as if he was very proud of his reputation. He continued, Thank you for Emotion's trust. It's like this. I came here this time because I want to discuss something with Emotion, or with the president of the Mage Association. Mo-Lan was slightly stunned upon hearing this, and then smiled. Well, you say. It's like this. I wonder if the Mage Association is interested in taking on the project? Chapter 151 Spiritual Link. Well, from the beginning, I planned to undertake various projects of the guild, so as to create income for the mages, and bring the Mage Association into a positive cycle. Although the Mage Association has not been established yet, I think there should be no shortage of projects. So we may be more strict about the requirements for the projects. I wonder what projects President Zhao is talking about. Mo-Lan said, as he walked forward. Zhao Chen followed Mo-Lan's steps and nodded. I understand. With Emotion here, the Mage Association will definitely have many projects. No. It's not because of me. Since the Mage Association was founded, it has never lacked projects. Zhao Chen was stunned by Mo-Lan's confidence and nodded. Indeed, I was wrong. I apologize. Let me talk about the projects first. Emotion probably knows that most of us in Eternal Blazing Sun are technology geeks. Our goal is to replicate the real game in the game. We like this kind of manufacturing and climbing the technology tree, especially when the game is realistic enough. But now in this game, our concepts have diverged to some extent. Some people stick to their positions, choose to reproduce the original modern weapons, technology, until growing mushrooms. And some people, led by me, want to adapt to local conditions, adhering to the concept of modern technology, using the extraordinary road in the game to climb the technology tree. In simple terms, it is to manufacture elemental guns, elemental cannons, elemental vehicles, elemental tanks and the like, and even grow elemental mushrooms. Well, good idea. Zhao Chen smiled when he heard it. The project I'm talking about is the miniaturization of the spell model. Mo-Lan nodded when he heard this. Miniaturize the spell model, so that it can be fixed in guns, cannons, and vehicles to achieve the desired effect. Well, good idea. Zhao Chen's eyes moved slightly when he heard Mo-Lan say fixed. This project is okay. We can discuss it again after the Mage Association is established and sign a contract. Sir Mo, don't you want to hear the price? Mo-Lan smiled when he heard this, and waved his hand. No need. After the Mage Association is established, a project team will be set up specifically for the project. The person who will be in charge of negotiating with you will be the project leader. The leader and his team members can ask for whatever price they want. I am only responsible for coordinating, so there is no need to tell me the price now. It is useless to tell me the price, because I have no intention of participating in the project at present. Well, at least I am not very interested in general projects. Emolan silently added in his heart. Okay, in that case, then I wish the Mage Association to be established as soon as possible. Okay, thank you. Emolan smiled, looking at Zhao Qin's back as he left. He didn't know what he was thinking. Emolan came back to his senses after Zhao Qin left his sight, and returned to the Mage Tower, thinking about the third ring spell Dark Fireball. After going through all the spell models of Dark Fireball, Emolan stood up silently, and fixed Dark Fireball on the Mage Tower bit by bit. Emolan planned to engrave a single resonance Dark Fireball. According to Emolan's calculation, the power of a third ring spell resonated by the Mage group should be able to reach the level of a sixth ring, which is a full level higher. If it can really achieve the effect of the sixth ring, then it should be enough for a short period of time. However, although it is only a single resonance Dark Fireball, it is also a big project for Emolan. Dark Fireball has 95 spell nodes, which is more than twice that of Water Shield. 95 spell nodes mean that in order to achieve spell resonance, a mage group with more than 95 people must be able to try spell resonance. However, the more people in a mage group, the more difficult it is. The same is true for the spell constant field. To achieve spell resonance, 95 Dark Fireball spell models must be constant. Emolan must calculate the positions of all 95 spell models accurately. If there is a slight mistake, then the entire Mage Tower will be, not so, just replace a broken stone. But even so, it is still very difficult to keep the spell model constant, especially since there are 95 constant spell model nodes. Every once in a while, Emolan's mental power will be almost exhausted. Maintaining resonance, constant spell model, precise calculation, this is very depleting to brain power and mental power. As soon as his mental power was exhausted, he would meditate next to the elemental pool, and continue to maintain the Dark Fireball spell after his mental power was restored. Time passed bit by bit, and when Emolan reached the 68th Dark Fireball spell model, Su Zongxin suddenly came to find him. Su Zongxin? Emolan's mental power captured Su Zongxin knocking on the door at the bottom of the Mage Tower. Although Emolan did not specifically say that he was not allowed to enter the Mage Tower when he was inside, every time they came to find him, they would consciously stand at the door of the Mage Tower, knocking on the door and waiting. Except Zhou Peng. What's the matter? Emolan walked out of the Mage Tower and walked towards the edge of the island, planning to take this opportunity to rest and breathe some fresh air. Instructor, I seem to have created a trick. Oh! Emolan was a little surprised when he heard this, and turned around to look at Su Zongxin. Not bad, you can create a trick. It seems that you have figured out everything I taught you. No, I still got the inspiration from the mental shock you taught me. Instructor, I created this trick by intercepting a part of the structure of the mental shock, and then added a little of my own innovation. 9 magic nodes. Su Zongxin was very excited when he spoke at this moment, which made Emolan curious. What trick? I'm a little curious. I haven't named it yet. The instructor has taught me so much during this period, and I have nothing to repay. Now that I have made some progress, I want you to help me name it. Well, please briefly introduce your trick. Okay. Su Zongxin was shocked when he heard the words, and he spoke after organizing his words a little. The inspiration for this trick came from mental shock. At that time, I was thinking, since the mental power of two people can collide, then can it also be used for information transmission? After experiments, my idea was confirmed. Mental power can indeed be used for information transmission. Instructor, look at this spell model. Su Zongxin set his notebook to be visible to everyone. On the notebook, a 3-axis coordinate system was drawn. The 3-axis coordinate system was the spell model. Instructor, look, these nodes are used for the transformation of mental power, these nodes. Su Zongxin explained his ideas bit by bit. Emolan took a few glances at the spell model, and instantly understood the principle. I couldn't help but secretly admire Su Zongxin's talent, but he didn't show it on the surface, just mentioned it from time to time when Su Zongxin was explaining. Well, why not call it mental connection? Chapter 152 Earl. Okay. Let's call it spiritual link. Seeing that Emolan was willing to name it, Su Zongxin smiled. Seeing this, Emolan continued to talk about his own opinions. Although he hadn't created spells for a long time, his long-term research on the first ring spell model, spell nodes, and the accumulation of spell resonance and spell model stability far exceeded Su Zongxin's imagination. His knowledge reserve was not comparable to his, nor could he catch up in a short time. Based on this knowledge, Emolan can easily point out some problems in Su Zongxin's spell model, and point out the direction of optimization. I just tried it. This trick can only transmit some simple information. For example, good. Release. Target XXX. Right? Yes. This information can be communicated instantly, with almost no delay. So I am now using mental links to train the mage group. Now there are more than 20 people who have officially become mage groups, and can complete the resonance casting of most first-level spells. Well, not bad, Emolan said with some praise. Although the spiritual connection is just a trick, it has great potential and has certain strategic significance. Although it is still a prototype, you can gradually improve it. If the exchange of sound and image information is not possible, then perhaps you can communicate in the form of text or code. This is also possible. It is nothing more than changing the carrier of information, as long as it can transmit information as quickly, as much, and as conveniently as possible. Any method is acceptable. Of course, I hope that your spiritual connection can develop to the point where you can synchronously transmit what you see, hear, feel, and even directly package a piece of your own memory and send it over. Come on. Thank you. Su Zongxin thanked him. And just as he was about to turn around and leave, Emolan suddenly called him. Wait a minute, you have the third ring. Right? Yes, I practiced it some time ago. Okay, so come here and I'll teach you something. Oh, okay. Su Zongxin came over with some surprise, and just when he came over, he found that Emolan had sent him a spell model. Mage's Hand. A first-level spell. You'll have half an hour to get familiar with it. Come to the Mage's Tower to find me after you're familiar with it. Emolan left after saying that, and went directly into the Mage's Tower. After closing his eyes and meditating for more than 20 minutes, Su Zongxin arrived at the Mage's Tower, with a bit of excitement on his face, and some strange things floating around him. Shells, stones, leaves, and sticks. Who do you want to knock out? I tell you, you won't kill anyone this way. If you want to learn to use a stick, I'll teach you an explosive spell, plus mental shock, and you might be able to kill a warrior with a stick. Spells are fine, but learning to use a stick is not necessary. Learning to use a stick is not necessary. Su Zongxin laughed, and Emolan glanced at him. Come here. I will teach you a technique. A real core technique. I was the first to create it, and you are the second to learn it. Su Zongxin's face suddenly became solemn. After turning on the screen recording, he began to listen carefully. Emolan told him the techniques of the constant spell model in detail, and he finished it quickly. Do you understand? Probably. I understand. Well, here is an ordinary stone, and you have some beast blood. You try it. Su Zongxin began to try with some excitement, but it was obvious that he kept failing. Emolan was not in a hurry to see this. He guided and corrected Su Zongxin bit by bit. Slowly, Su Zongxin's steps were more and more accurate. After more than an hour, he finally achieved his first success. I succeeded? Well, okay. Continue the experiment. Come to me after you succeed for the 100th time. Molan turned around and began to work on the spell model of the constant spell Dark Fireball. It was not until the next morning that Emolan saw Su Zongxin, who had dark circles under his eyes and was listless. Find him. Instructor. I've finished. Emolan looked Su Zongxin up and down, said nothing, and did not intend to give him the meditation method. Instead, he spoke out. Rest, and come back to me when your mental state is restored to its peak. Okay. Emolan continued to engrave the constant spell model, and Su Zongxin didn't come up to find him until after 1 o'clock in the morning. Molan stopped his work, took some mercury, and a few stones, replaced the beast blood with mercury, and try to see if you can bring the mercury to the resonance frequency. Su Zongxin nodded, and soon the mercury in front of him floated up. Emolan used his mental power to observe Su Zongxin, and saw that his mental power entered the resonance mode, but the mercury did not. As time slowly passed, a trace of sweat gradually appeared between Su Zongxin's eyebrows, and the inherent frequency of mercury was finally changed. Su Zongxin breathed a sigh of relief. Come! Go to this stone and perform the constant sharpness spell. Su Zongxin immediately skillfully controlled the mercury to move to the stone. The mercury merged into the stone, and his mental power adjusted the position of the mercury bit by bit. Su Zengxian had a hard time controlling the Mercury constant spell model. But to Mo Lan's surprise, he actually succeeded. The first time, I used Mercury to stabilize the magic model in the stone. It actually worked. Su Zengxian's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and Mo Lan's face also showed an expression of approval. Okay, rest for a while, and then I'll tell you how to do it. Mo Lan took Su Zengxian to the outer wall of the Mage Tower, and drew one box after another on it with a charcoal pencil, and one punctuation mark after another. Everywhere I drew a point. It will be a fixed sharp spell. There are a total of 24 spell nodes in the sharp spell. I drew 24 points on this wall, and they are all fixed. I have helped you complete the most difficult step. Next, you need to complete the constant of 24 spell models, and achieve resonance. In addition, if the constant is wrong, then pull the spell group over, change the stone, and reconstant the spell model. Understand until the resonance is completed. Su Zengxian showed a hint of surprise on his face, and looked at Mo Lan unexpectedly. Instructor, can I constant the spell on the Mage Tower? Yes, any problem? No. Su Zengxian was a little excited, and Mo Lan showed a hint of smile on his face, and turned away. Behind him, Su Zengxian was diligently maintaining a constant spell model, and his face was full of excitement, and he was not tired. Mo Lan smiled. Two people can maintain a constant spell model together, and throw out spell models that are not very difficult, and the efficiency will instantly increase by more than half. It feels good. Mo Lan went upstairs, and continued to maintain a constant spell model for the Dark Fireball. However, just as Mo Lan was diligently maintaining a constant spell model, the core Tianqing of Hanfeng City had gradually become deserted, and the team that had been constantly carrying supplies up and down had gradually dispersed. And in a heavy castle next to the Tianqing, a player reported in the hall. Mo Lan is now by the lake in the mountains, the player said without hesitation, but did not mention the Mage Tower. Okay, let's go down. The player took half of the money from the steward, whistled, and left happily. Sitting in the hall of the castle was Earl Hanfeng, but he looked a little depressed at this time, and his eyes were slightly black. Lord Earl, do we want to? Hearing this, Earl Hanfeng raised his head and stared in the direction of Mirror Lake. His eyes were deep and cold. Chapter 153 Eagle Eye Technique. Run! A player shouted, and the players behind him did not reply, but tried to increase their speed. And from time to time, a white shadow flashed in the bushes behind them. Suddenly, a pale and thin bone spur broke through the air, and pierced directly through the heart of a player, leaving a hole as thick as a thumb on the chest, and the area around the wound turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was obvious that the bone spur carried a deadly poison. Swoosh! And at this time, the whistling sound came late. Fuck! The world in this player's eyes faded away, leaving only black and white, floating in the air. He felt a little depressed, but when he saw others still running for their lives, he suddenly became happy. Swoosh! Swish! Several huge scorpions ran over the player's body below. The surface of its more than 1 meter long body was wrapped in a layer of close-fitting pale bone armor, very hard, and on its tail hanging upside down behind it. There was a pale bone spur longer than a palm, faintly surrounded by black air. Just as this player was floating in the air happily watching his teammates running for their lives, a phone call came in. Gung Tao. Hey, President, what's up? Gung Tao's voice came from the other side. Huh? Aren't you dead? Why do I feel you're so happy? No, Pucci. The player couldn't help laughing when he saw his teammate fall flat on his face, and then be stabbed to death by a scorpion. Not yet, what are you laughing at? The player silently sent the instant screenshot. Gung Tao took a look. Pucci, cough, don't laugh, tell me, what happened? It seems like there's a big harvest? Yes, we found a batch of dead trees infected by elements, which are of great value, but there are not many of these bone scorpions living around. So far only 3 or 4 have been seen. But it seems that each one is of elite strength. The spell of firing bone spurs must be at least 4th ring, President. Okay, I understand what you mean. Gung Tao hung up the phone, thinking silently in his heart. On the eve of the development of the underground world, at Zhou Peng's suggestion, all guilds can send a small team into the underground world to explore, in advance, and discuss again after obtaining certain intelligence. On this day, not only the Niehua Guild, other qualified guilds also sent teams to explore. Some came back, some didn't. But the common point is that they are more concerned about the underground world. On Monday morning, Mo Lan stood on the top of the Mage Tower, and the spire was next to him. Emolan silently completed a mage model on the side of the top of the tower. This spell model is very simple, with only more than 20 spell nodes, which is less than the second ring spell. However, Emolan has high expectations for this spell. Eagle Eye spell. Emolan activated the last spell model directly after completing it. 27 spell models turned into 27 spell nodes. Spell resonance. 27 rays of light gathered in an instant, and instantly shot into the sky. The light flashed, and a picture appeared in Emolan's mind. An illusory eye composed of light elements hung high in the sky. Slowly turning, Emolan looked at the picture in his mind, sliding the view a little bit. In the sky, the originally towering wizard tower was only a small white building. When the range was the largest, Emolan could see the area of several miles around his own spell tower. And the image can be enlarged with a thought, with high precision. After adjusting it, it was enlarged continuously, and soon Emolan saw himself standing on the top of the mage tower. His eyelashes were curled. But Emolan found that it didn't matter when it was enlarged, but when it locked onto himself, his mental power was slightly sensitive. It seemed that he could feel the fluctuation of the light element. So this is what it feels like to be detected by Hawkeye? It seems that I can't bring the mage closer to see it in the future, or I will be discovered. I can only look at the warriors. Hey, is this Gung Tao? Is this Yifei? Is this Wichingwen? Is this Lao Li? Why are they all here? Oh, by the way, today is Monday. Emolan reacted. Just when he was about to turn off the eagle eye, he suddenly remembered Su Zongxin, who was still holding the gold sharpness below. Emolan planned to hold the last resonance of the sharpness for the entire mage tower, so he specially opened a gold element pool for the sharpness. Su Zongxin, come up. Oh, okay. After a while, Su Zongxin, with fluffy hair, staring at two dark circles under his eyes, and a little listless, climbed up along the rope, scaring Emolan. Good fellow, how long have you been offline? I saw the instructor was online, so I didn't log off either. Su Zongxin said subconsciously. Emolan counted. Fuck, I've been offline more than 10 times. Really? But I looked at my friends, and the instructor was always online. I finished my meal, went to the toilet, and came back online, and I was offline for only a few minutes. Really, I was like that too. Emolan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. You'll die suddenly. Didn't you notice that I don't have any dark circles under my eyes? Huh? Why don't you have any dark circles under your eyes? Su Zongxin suddenly realized. Okay, people are different. You can go downstairs and sleep later. If you die suddenly, I will have no one to work for you. Oh! Su Zongxin felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Come and see. Emolan used the eagle eye technique on Su Zongxin, and the image in his mind made Su Zongxin stunned. How does the eagle eye technique project the image into the mind? Can this image be projected from the mind? This is the magic model of the eagle eye technique. You can study this aspect specifically, and maybe you can get some results. Okay, that's it, let's log off. Su Zongxin nodded, climbed down the rope, found a random corner to log off, his body softened, and fell to the ground. Well, it's early in the morning, I'm a little tired. Emolan rubbed his eyes, yawned, and ran to the element pool layer. There are already 6 element pools here: earth, fire, wind, water, gold, and the core element pool of magic. Emolan plans to create another light element pool, specially to supply energy for the eagle eye technique and the light technique in the future mage tower. I am afraid that before Emolan develops the magic synthesis technology, with the improvement of the magician tower, this element pool will gradually increase, until there is an element pool for each element. Sitting cross-legged beside the core element pool, Emolan was still thinking about the previous eagle eye technique. Well, the eagle eye technique is still too limited. It can only be used for active exploration. It requires someone to be on duty and real-time monitoring. In the absence of the tower spirit, a duty officer is needed, and we have to pray that he is very serious every moment. No, I must have a passive detection, an automatic detection spell, and it must be able to distinguish the strength of people threatening. Forget the threat, but it's good to be able to distinguish the strength. The strength of a warrior depends on the element content in the body, and the strength of a magician depends on the strength of his mental power, which is difficult. Why not target the warrior first, feel the energy detection, and grade the detected energy? It would be more realistic to alarm if the level of the approaching person is high. Emolan wrote down the inspiration, and entered a state of meditation. Chapter 154. Cowardly. 8 hours later, Emolan finished his meditation. The previous lethargy and sleepiness were gone, and he was full of energy, as if he had been in a deep sleep for 8 hours. And Emolan could clearly feel his mental power getting stronger, not far from the fourth ring. Looking through the previous notebook, recalling the previous train of thought, Emolan continued to follow the train of thought. There are elemental powers in the warrior's body. Even if the fighting spirit is all used up, the elemental powers used to strengthen the physical fitness, constant, solidified in the body will not disappear. So as long as we can detect the elements, and detect the strength of the elements, we can detect the warriors in a large area. Even if they are invisible, it will be useless. As long as the elemental energy still exists in this space, it can be detected. And if we follow the characteristics of the detection spell, maybe the alarm spell can also be created. Emolan pondered. Warriors are easier to deal with, and the rest are technical issues. But what about mages? How to deal with mages? Do you want me to develop a spell to detect the strength of mental power? No. I have ideas for energy detection. But I am confused when it comes to mental detection. How can I restrain the mage? Prevent the mage from sneaking up and attacking? Emolan thought silently. Arcane will also be detected by this kind of energy detection spell, because there is magic in the body. Although the arcane can use up all the magic, arcane without magic is not a threat, so you don't have to worry about it. When Emolan thought of this, he suddenly looked up, and it seemed as if a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and his thoughts became clear in an instant. Arcane without magic is not a threat. Arcane without magic is not a threat. Yes, without magic. The arcane master has lost his threat. What about the mage? If the mage has no elements, he will naturally lose his threat. So it is easier to deal with mages than warriors, as long as I have a constant full forbidden magic field around me. What if the mage enters the range of my mage tower? A mage who cannot mobilize elements is powerless. Will he punch me in the chest with his little fist? Yes, that's it. No matter how many extraordinary ways there are in the game, they are nothing more than 2 routines. First, use elemental power or other power to enhance your physique. For this method, except for a few pure physical professions, races, others can be detected by energy. Second, enhance your mental power or other methods to control external forces. For this, as long as you lock up other forces around you, it will lose its threat. Yes, that's it. Once these 2 systems are in place, most of the races and professions in the game don't need to worry about them sneaking up on my mage tower. At least I know in advance if I can't win, I'll run away immediately. Emolan smiled and recorded these in his notebook. The direction has been determined, then the next step is to work silently in this direction until it is completed. However, at this moment, Emolan suddenly heard people outside shouting, and then there seemed to be screams. What are you? Get out? The guy in front, run, this is Earl Red Maple. What, I forget it, I'm dead, no need to run, just watch the show. Earl Red Maple held a broadsword, with a cold look in his eyes, and he could cut off several players with a casual slash. The knights around him also rode and charged. Among these knights, 3 were elite warriors. It was easy to slaughter a group of scattered professional players. In a blink of an eye, all the players on the island were killed. The door on the first floor of the mage tower opened a crack, and Emolan stuck his head out to look. Sure enough, I knew it would be like this. We must build an intelligent mage tower like the tower spirit. We must not believe that players will stand guard. Besides, the cost of players standing guard is too high, and the efficiency is not good. It is the same for people who have not received professional training to stand guard. One by one, the players died while cursing. The Earl of Red Maple, who usually pays great attention to aristocratic etiquette, was now covered in blood. Emolan! The Earl of Red Maple shouted angrily, squeezed his legs, and charged at him on his white horse. But it was obvious that, although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. The 3 elite warriors behind him quickly followed with the knight squad. At this moment, a full 40 knights reached a resonance of fighting spirit and charged towards Emolan. Feeling this momentum, Emolan shrugged his shoulders, retracted his head, and closed the door. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the sharpness on the door was activated, and a layer of golden film was attached to the door. The edges and corners of the door showed sharpness, as if a sharp blade was unsheathed. Then 45 blue lights appeared in various places on the mage tower, turning into a beam of light shooting into the air. Buzz! The 45 beams of light spread out, and finally connected together, turning into a complete sphere. Water shield. Earl Hongfeng showed some horror in his eyes. He was a little shocked that a projector like Imolan could build this white tower. But I didn't expect that this white tower could actually achieve an effect similar to Dochi resonance. Recalling the scene when Imolan fled before, the horror in Earl Hongfeng's eyes gradually turned into greed. Catch Imolan, get these, get them, as long as I get these, there will be no one to check me. I can build a principality by myself, create a new country, and realize all my thoughts and ideas. The entire aristocracy has been corrupted, only I am right. Earl Hongfeng's heart was burning with fire, looking at the water shield in front of him. Stab! Stab! As soon as the Red Maple Earl finished speaking, all the knights behind him followed instantly, and the murderous stab seemed to tear the air apart. All the fighting spirit in the bodies of more than 40 knights poured out, carrying the elements in the environment, turned into a long spear and thrust violently. Boom! With a crisp sound, the water shield shook violently, as if there were raging waves on it, and it broke after only 3 seconds. However, after breaking the water shield, the Red Maple Earl's face changed, and the long spear-shaped fighting spirit covering them also broke, turned into disintegrating elemental energy. The fighting spirit that usually only takes a moment to gather again, at this moment, became a fatal gap. A dark fireball gathered in the air. Earl Hongfeng looked up, and the dark fireball continued to expand in his eyes. Boom! The explosion shook the earth. The dark flames devoured everything. The earth was corroded by it, leaving a dark pit. The knights were completely destroyed, but at this time, Imolan's eyes were a little wrong. The eagle eye in the sky moved slowly. Flash! The Red Maple Earl, who appeared in an instant 200 meters away, made Imolan slightly stunned. In the vision of the eagle eye, the Red Maple Earl, who was covered with wounds and half of his body was corroded and charred, looked back with hatred. After the Red Maple Earl returned, he would be careful to lie dormant, and then take revenge again. Imolan sighed slightly when he saw this. It doesn't matter if you don't kill him, or just kill him. Anyway, it will cause trouble. Killing him will make you feel good, and it's a profit. Today's revenge I will. Flash! Imolan appeared behind the Red Maple Earl and poked him with his finger. What did you say? Just as the words fell, when Earl Hongfeng turned around in astonishment, an instant lightning spell hit his face. If it were in the past, Earl Hongfeng might have been able to withstand the crackling lightning spell directly, but now that he was out of fighting spirit and seriously injured, he fell into a paralyzed state. Imolan did not hesitate at all. Casting arcane spells, a dark fireball spell hit Earl Hongfeng's face. Fireball hit his face. Boom! The flames that exploded close to him were blocked by the water shield spell for a moment, and a moment later, Imolan had flashed and appeared dozens of meters away. A stream of white smoke of experience entered Imolan's body. The head of the Red Maple Earl was broken, and he fell to the ground. Imolan shrugged helplessly. Still waiting for you to come back? Run away after the fight? How can it be so cool? Imolan curled his lips, but he became cowardly as soon as he turned around, very cowardly. Alas, killing the Earl, it's a big trouble, it's a big trouble. Use 2 more dark fireballs, next time. 3 dark fireballs, and 5 lightning spells? Hiss, that's a little less. This time, with such a big trouble, it takes at least a few 4-ring resonance spells to solve it, or what if I can't kill him? Imolan said cowardly. Chapter 155, 4th Ring Mage. Just now what happened? Yi Fei and others who were about to come to support stopped, looking at Imolan silently, looking at the Mage Tower. Imolan alone defeated 4 elite warriors, including Earl Hongfeng, and 40 reclassified warriors? Am I dreaming? To be precise, it was Imolan and the Mage Tower. Has Imolan been promoted to a 4th Ring Mage? He can use the flash spell. So he must have been promoted. Right? No. I don't think so. For others, the 4th Ring flash spell can only be used by a 4th Ring Mage. But for Imolan, I don't believe it. If he is still a 3rd Ring Mage, then a 3rd Ring Mage can kill several elite warriors in the Mage Tower? Isn't this warrior too worthless? I think the Mage Tower is too powerful. I feel that my own base is nothing compared to the Mage Tower. I want it. I want it too. If you want it, either study it yourself, or wait for Imolan to tell you the casting method. Stop talking here. We might as well consider what we should do next. The killing of a great Earl will definitely shake the existing aristocratic system. We will probably face the entire army of the Morse Kingdom. Should we flee, retreat, or run away? We should discuss it clearly. Alas, I had expected this day to come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. I thought that with our help, Emolan could only repel Earl Hanfeng at most, so that both us and Emolan would have time to develop. But I didn't expect that Emolan's progress was too fast. Our strength was completely out of touch with his. He had reached the strength he should have. But we were still far away. Our combat effectiveness was almost not formed. And many studies were stuck at critical positions. Get ready. Emolan buried the body of Earl Hanfeng, turned around and shouted, "Resurrect a few people and level the ground for me." Yes. Several mages were excited to resurrect and shouted, "I say, can you be smarter next time? You know there is a shield next to the mage tower. But you still run away? You know you can't beat me. Why do you go up and fight? If you fight again, I will report you for giving away your head." Emolan's words made many people laugh embarrassedly. What is a mage? What is the first rule of a mage? Save your life. You can only output if you are alive. Otherwise, why do I value the flash so much? It is because the flash can keep you alive. I tell you, next time you encounter this situation, unless you have been ordered in advance, you should survive first. Is it clear? Clear. A group of mages shouted, and soon the video of this conversation was uploaded to the forum. From the lines, I saw one word. From the heart. Aren't there two words above? No. One word. Such a thoughtful president. Down to earth. Hey. Hey. Am I the only one who saw that he killed the Red Maple Earl? Oh. 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 That's the Red Maple Earl. Aren't you shocked? What are you shocked about? That's the MO God. What are you shocked about? That's the MO God. +1 after Emolan finished speaking. Yifei and the others almost came over, looking at Emolan with some complexity. Emolan turned around and walked over, smiling. Have you discussed the underground world? Yes, we have almost discussed it, but when we came out, we found that the times have changed. Yifei pointed at the Mage Tower. Excuse me, can you tell me what this is? Mage Tower. Emolan smiled. You are familiar with the magic group casting spells, right? It turns the movable magic group into an immovable magic tower, which cannot be moved, but it is much more convenient to cast spells. Many guild leaders listened quietly, and anyone who made a slightly louder sound would be glared at. They were afraid of missing anything, and they were recording while taking notes. That's the idea. As a fellow player, it doesn't matter if I tell you. As for the detailed technology, I can't tell you, but I will release it to the Mage Association in the future. At that time, members of the Mage Association can redeem relevant knowledge based on their contribution points. They dared to speak only after Emolan finished speaking. Contribution points? Yes. It can't be called contribution. It's more appropriate to call it research points. I will build a mage technology library and put all my research results in it. All results? Yifei interrupted Emolan in surprise. And Emolan didn't care. He smiled and nodded. Yes. Including but not limited to the spells I master, the casting technology of the Mage Tower, and even some purely theoretical experience. And I also encourage other mages to put their research results in. From a small improved spell to a big new profession. Everything can be counted in, and each one will be converted into points according to a certain algorithm. Points can be exchanged for other people's achievements. And once others exchange the results you upload, you will also get certain points. This is roughly the situation. The presidents listened carefully, and they seemed a little sensitive when talking about new professions, but they didn't show any expression. Just nodded. It's probably clear. They probably knew that the mage in their guild couldn't escape, even if the mage didn't want to go. They had to send him in. Emolan's move was amazing. After the guild leaders left, Emolan also returned to the element pool at the bottom of the Mage Tower. Sitting cross-legged next to the core element pool, Emolan closed his eyes and meditated. Emolan could feel that his mental power was eager to try. The mental power had already filled his mind, but it had been able to continue to increase before. However, at this moment, the mental power finally reached its limit and could no longer be increased. Emolan knew that the time to advance to the fourth ring had come. Right now. After recovering to his peak state, Emolan stopped meditating, took a deep breath, and took a deep breath. Buzz! A layer of water shield emerged, covering the elemental pool. This layer was silent, and Emolan's heart gradually calmed down. Blank. Without a trace of noise. After a few minutes, Emolan slowly opened his eyes. and the mental power in his mind contracted with the rhythm of his breathing. After each contraction, it expanded slightly, like the rhythm of life. Each time the mental power was contracted, the coverage area was reduced a little bit, becoming more condensed. Slowly, the coverage area of the mental power had been reduced to the periphery of the first ring spell slot, and only covered the rotating spell slot. Emolan took a deep breath, knowing that the real test had begun, and success or failure depended on this one move. He compressed the mental power bit by bit, and condensed them all outside the core 3-ring spell slot. Calculate the angle, calculate the force, and finally press hard. Boom! The familiar explosion sounded, and even though Emolan had been prepared, his head was a little confused. In the middle of the scattered mental power, a 4-ring spell slot was slowly rotating. At this time, a series of system information sounded in his ears. Beep. System prompt. Beep. System announcement. Chapter 156 Death Logout. 4th ring. Emolan smiled slightly, and at this moment his heart was slightly agitated. No one knew how much he had paid for him to reach the 4th ring. He paid too much, so much that he himself had forgotten. If someone had told Emolan in the past that there was a person who would play for more than 20 hours a day for several months, play 007 every day, and study for several months in order to reach the next level in a game, Emolan would definitely be the first one not to believe it. But at this time, Emolan felt a little emotional. It was easy to upgrade to the 3rd ring, but it was hard to reach the 4th ring. Emolan thought back to the time from the 1st ring to the 3rd ring, and it seemed that it took less than a month in total, while it took several months from the 3rd ring to the 4th ring. What did he experience in these months? Before the meditation method appeared, 8 hours of fatigue training every day. After figuring out the meditation method, at least 8 hours of uninterrupted meditation every day. 8 hours of persistence, keeping focused on doing one thing. Emolan sometimes didn't know how he persisted. But at this moment, I suddenly felt it was worth it, really worth it. I sorted out my thoughts, used the remaining mental power to strengthen the spell slots, and finally condensed 8 first-ring spell slots again. So far, there are already 4-ring spell slots slowly rotating in Emolan's mind. The core is a 4-ring spell slot, the inner circle is 2 3-ring spell slots, the outer ones are 4 2-ring spell slots, the outermost ones are 8 newly condensed first-ring spell slots, a total of 15 spell slots. 15 instant spells, if I memorize all the attack spells, if I cast them all at once. There shouldn't be an elite warrior who can take them. Right? Emolan felt his already strong mental power, and extended it outward. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. In a blink of an eye, he reached the previous limit of 50 meters, and easily broke through it. 60 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. Emolan's mental power can extend beyond 100 meters. 100 meters in radius is within Emolan's perception range. And Emolan found that even without the help of the ink cartridge, he could easily process the amount of information within 100 meters. The flight trajectory of flying insects, the arc of falling leaves, the flirting of 2 male players, the dripping of water drops. Everything is within Emolan's perception range. Easily accepted, easily processed. This means that Emolan's own computing power has greatly increased, and he can more easily understand and memorize spell models. At this time, Emolan tried to focus his mental power in one direction, trying to break through the range of 100 meters. But after some effort, he still shook his head. Sure enough, it still can't be done. The reason why my mental power can only cover a radius of 100 meters is because my mental power can only be 100 meters away from my body. It has nothing to do with other things. Even if it is changed from a circle to a line, it will be useless. Emolan was a little disappointed, but he accepted it easily, because it was like this before, and he just wanted to try again to see if there was any difference after the breakthrough. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. What happened? After Emolan finished the promotion, he suddenly found that the message box was popping up like crazy. You should know that Emolan's friend request has been closed, and only previous friends can send messages. What happened? Emolan subconsciously thought of the system prompt and system announcement just now. The system prompt is a message sent to me personally, and the system announcement is a message sent to all players. What happened just now? Emolan did not reply to anyone's message, and directly opened the system message bar. However, he was stunned when he swiped across the attribute panel. Where are my attributes? Molan's fingers quickly swiped across the attribute panel, but there was no trace of the previous attributes. The entire attribute panel was completely changed. Name, Molan. Occupation, 1, Mage, 4th ring, Elite level 2, Arcane, 3rd ring, Professional level 3, Warrior, Professional level. Title, 1, Mage Pioneer, only level. Elite level. Function, 1, can reduce 50% of the damage caused by your own spells to yourself. 2, can reduce 15% of the spell damage of other mage job changers. Introduction, expand, 2, Arcane Trailblazer, unique level, Professional level. Expand. After I was promoted to elite level, my attributes are no longer numerical. Molan roughly reacted, scanning the changes in his attribute panel bit by bit. The mage title level has become elite level, the reduction of my own spells has increased by 20%, and the reduction of enemy spells has increased by 10%. But why didn't my Arcanist level increase? My mental strength has reached the standard. Has the Arcanist not yet been promoted to the elite level? There may be other requirements for the promotion of the Arcanist. Molan said silently, swiped across the attribute panel, opened the system message bar. Ding, system prompt. Congratulations to the player for becoming a 4th ring mage. Ding, system prompt. Congratulations to the player for the title level. Ding, system prompt. Congratulations to the player for becoming an elite mage. Strength is no longer calculated in the form of data. Please explore on your own, have fun in the game. Molan paused for a moment when he saw this. Is it because after reaching the elite level, all indicators cannot be expressed by simple attribute values? Hey, wait, if there are no attribute values, then where are my free attribute points? What is the use of experience points? Oh no, if it is really as I guessed before, if adding points cannot upgrade, then attribute points are indeed useless, then what about experience points? Molan immediately looked at the character panel. As expected, at the original level, the experience bar has disappeared. So what I said before was correct. When you reach the elite level, experience points are useless. There is no shortcut, no matter who you are. You must practice step by step. This is the case for mages and warriors. Experience points are just for you to get started quickly. Molan muttered to himself, and continued to look at the next system prompt. As expected, the next system prompt is about the experience bar. Ding, system prompt. The player has become an elite mage. Experience bar cancelled. Please explore on your own, have fun playing. When I first entered the game, it was like a game. Now, what the hell is this? I feel like I'm really practicing in the game. But the ink cartridge has come in, maybe it's real. Molan looked at the ink cartridge that was slowly spinning in his mind. Although there are no spells in reality, but my mental state, my ability to calculate quickly, and my reaction speed have become much stronger than before. Before, I could barely explain it by practicing in the game frequently. But now I have made such great progress. I am afraid that the reaction speed of those professional esports players is not as fast as mine. Reaction speed is something that depends on talent. Can it really be improved through practice? Molan looked at the last system message with doubt. This is a system announcement. Ding. System announcement. Player Molan has been promoted to an elite mage. The game progress has been improved. And some loopholes have been patched. An online update will be carried out in 10 minutes. The update content is as follows. 1. The death of the game character will cause a weak state. If you die again before the weak state ends, the weak state will be superimposed. If you die in a weak state for more than 10 layers, it will be considered as a deletion. It takes half a year to register a second account. You can register after official approval. Please cherish your life. 2. The amount of information is too much. Molan was stunned when he saw the first message. Chapter 157 System Update. It is considered as a deleted account. You need official approval before you can register again. Please cherish your life. Molan suddenly thought of a joke. I hope you cherish your life when playing games. It was a bit cold. And I couldn't laugh. There was too much information in this sentence. And Molan didn't know what expression to make for a while. Why is the punishment of death heavier? Why does it need official approval to register again after deregistering? Molan pursed his lips. No approval is required for the first registration. Even children can join, which means there is no problem with this game. Otherwise the game officials will definitely ask for approval. After all, this is an official game. I can completely trust the official, so I can also completely trust the game officials. At least the Asian game officials can be completely trusted. It is not necessary for the first time, but the second time requires approval, which means that the death cancellation will definitely have some serious consequences. So you need to wait for half a year to a year before submitting an application, trying for approval, and then you can join the game after passing. And this kind of damage, it shouldn't be physical damage, it's mental damage. 10 consecutive deaths will cause non-fatal, recoverable damage to the player's mind. The recovery period is about half a year to a year. Emolan scratched his hair in annoyance. What is this game based on? What kind of server can support billions of players playing on the same server? What kind of server can support billions, tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of artificial intelligence NPCs? What level of service period can deduce water flow, falling leaves, corruption, weathering, gravity, light, cycle? Is this a real world? No. No. No, it shouldn't be. This world is not real enough. There are experience points. Experience points can improve attributes. Death does no harm. Resurrection does not cost anything. Even when the server was just launched, NPC operations seemed to be a little sluggish, stuck. So this must not be a real world. Emolan suddenly fell silent, and uttered something that only he could hear. At least it wasn't before. Silence returned to the element pool again, and Emolan slowly calmed down after a long time, looking at the follow-up of the system announcement. 2. Players can set, and can only set one login point. After binding the login point, when they die, they can choose to revive on the spot or at the login point. 3. Fix some known vulnerabilities. 4. The game's official website will release the exclusive game Sleep Chamber of Real Game at 10 p.m. and the matching nutrient solution, so stay tuned. Players are welcome to explore on their own and have fun playing the game. All rights of interpretation of this game belong to Wuchang. The announcement only has 4 items, which are very brief, but contain a lot of information. Emolan understands that, from now on, the ecology of the game will undergo a great change. Yifei said before that the times have changed after the negotiation, and this has come true. Times are really changing. A long sigh came from the element pool. Emolan opened his message box. Zopeng, Yifei, Gung Tao, switching when Zopeng, Emolan, promoted to elite? Awesome, now the whole game knows that you have been promoted to elite. The name of emotion, everyone knows it. Also, the amount of information in the announcement is a bit large. I'm coming to find you. Zopeng, click, haven't you seen the news yet? I'm in the Mage Tower. Where are you? Element pool? The door is closed tightly. Emolan's mental power swept, sure enough. He found that Zopeng, Ding Jin, Zhang Haobo were outside the door. Their eyes were dull. It was obvious that they had opened the panel to look at something. Emolan thought. And the water shield covering the elemental pool was closed. Emolan stood up and walked out. And also read other news. Yifei, emotion. What is the situation of this announcement? Do you know anything? Also, you have been promoted to the elite level. How do you feel? Emolan pondered for a moment, and edited his reply. The experience bar disappeared. It feels very real. Gung Tao, emotion is awesome. Emotion is awesome. I wonder if it's too late for me to change my job to a mage. How about the elite mage? Is it powerful? It's difficult to change the job of a mage. Well, the elite mage is like this. It's more real. These questions from the president were similar. Emolan didn't get annoyed, didn't hide anything, but didn't say it directly, and answered them one by one with a hint of meaning. When they walked up to the first floor of the Mage Tower, they had all recovered. Just then, Zopeng and the other 2 came towards them. What do you feel? Emolan showed them his attribute panel. Why did your attribute panel become like this? Emolan, where is your experience bar? The 3 immediately found something wrong and asked directly. The experience bar is cancelled, the attribute value is cancelled, and only those who practice themselves can reach the elite level. And those who use attribute points to hit points are empty, without foundation, but these can be compensated. When you make up for it, your cultivation stops growing, but you feel a sense of gradual enrichment. The cost of making up for it later is higher than practicing directly. I don't know how much higher it is. The 3 nodded when they heard it, and didn't react. They obviously accepted it a long time ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to find a secret method of training. You know, training not only requires you to reach your human body's limit frequently, but also extreme physical fatigue. It also requires a specific magic potion formula. Most of the formulas are made up of expensive magic potions. Some are taken internally, and some are applied externally. Only in this way can you quickly restore your physical condition while improving your physical quality. Some potions increase physical toughness, some increase strength, some increase flexibility, Each is different. What about the death cancellation? Do you know anything else? I don't know much, but I have a guess about the second registration review. Emolan told him about his previous speculation about the game, and Zhou Peng and the other two nodded immediately. This will probably become known to everyone in the future, or it is known to everyone now. The forum is now madly discussing the name of the game Real Game. Alas, no wonder it is called Real Game. Ding Jin next to him sighed. Isn't the game official too cool? They dare to directly release such a game announcement? Now all players know that the game world is real. Huh? Emolan was shocked when he heard the words. When he heard Ding Jin's words, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind, but now he couldn't catch it even if he turned back. Emolan frowned. He felt as if there was only a layer of membrane left, and if he poked it through, he would be able to figure out a very important thing, but he just couldn't think of it. Almost, a little feeling, a little information. Emolan shook his head and sighed. What's wrong? It's okay, there is too little information at present. Many things are just guesses, and can't be speculated. Yeah, indeed. Chapter 158 Announcement of the Mage Association. Zhou Peng thought for a moment, and said to Emolan. By the way, in addition to discussing the name of the game on the forum, there are also a group of people discussing the matter of advancing to the elite level. Everyone is stuck. You are the only one who has advanced. It's too conspicuous. You are too good. Everyone is saying that the GM is your son. Oh, is that so? Then I'll go to the forum to explain it. Anyway, even if I don't say it, many people will find out. I might as well make some money. Emolan opened the forum and saw this. Zhou Peng silently opened his notebook. There was a purchase order on it. Fire attribute potions, flame flower, sun vine, magberry, water attribute potions, earth attribute potions. Zhou Peng suddenly laughed out loud. Zhou Peng, what are you laughing at? Is your wife pregnant? Get lost. Do you remember the potions that Dad brought you to buy together? Son, you are naughty again, I remember. What's wrong? Zhou Peng shrugged. The unit price of that batch was quite high when it was purchased. But now, once Emolan tells the details of the promotion, I won't sell it unless the price is 5 or 6 times higher. Ding Jin's eyes widened slightly when he heard this. In simple terms, it means making a lot of money? More than making a lot of money, this is getting rich overnight. A 500% return rate, okay? Emolan, who was standing next to him, heard the strange words. Zhou Peng, you have changed. You didn't even call me when you had the chance to get rich overnight. Damn, I have half of you here. I'm all working for you. Emolan thought about it, and found that it seemed to be true. Oh, that's fine. Emolan continued to edit the post. It was almost finished. In summary, in order to pursue realism, real games also have great innovations in character level improvement. Cancel the long-standing experience bar method. Cancel all numerical participation. Adopt an unprecedented real practice mode. There are no shortcuts. If you want to become stronger, you must endure hardships. Mages concentrate on meditation. Soldiers work hard to train. Every bit of growth requires sweat. Finally, I wish you all a happy game. As soon as Emolan posted it, it attracted a large number of replies. There was no need for Emolan to manually pin it to the top. Many players who received the information notification instantly pushed the popularity of the post to the highest level. Yo, Emotion still thinks this is a game? Funny, is there anything wrong? Earth OL is also a broken game, no difference. I tell you, I am going to start practicing hard now. I will practice in seclusion for 5 years. See you after I become invincible. Shocked, I am invincible after 5 years of seclusion. At Emotion, thank you for sharing, but I noticed that you just mentioned the mage's meditation. Do you already have a meditation method? Same question. +1. I'm at the 3rd ring now, and my mental power is improving so slowly. It turns out it's because I don't have a meditation method. Emolan thought about it and replied. Yes, I have successfully researched the basic meditation method, and successfully advanced to the 4th ring mage through meditation. In addition, I will put the basic meditation method in the database of the Mage Association, and all members of the association can redeem it. Emolan just sent it, and the other party replied. Ah, Emotion actually replied to my message. Thank you, Emotion. Emotion is awesome. In addition, Emotion just said to redeem. How to redeem? Does it cost money? How much does it cost? Emolan hadn't seen this message at this time, but was editing another post. The Mage Association is preparing to be established, and recruitment has officially begun. Location: Jinghu Lake outside Hanfeng City. Time: 15 days later, X year X month X afternoon 1400 hours recruitment positions. Vice President, Elder Member. Recruitment requirements, interview benefits, none. After Emolan sent the message, he saw the previous message and replied again. In short, it is to exchange research for research, technology for technology. No technology is free. You need to use your brainwork, unique technology to exchange. The Mage Association is ready to be established. If you are interested, you can come and join. Ah, okay, thank you. Emotion, I will definitely come and join. Emolan looked at the reply and smiled, and glanced at the name. Zhang Guangmo? Looks familiar. Emolan propped his chin with his hand and clicked on his homepage. Hey, I liked his reply before. On Zhang Guangmo's homepage, Emolan suddenly saw such a question. Ah, Emotion, a newbie's question, do mages really need to use sticks? Emolan thought it was great. Emolan remembered it immediately when he saw this sentence. It's him. I remember. Emolan casually closed his information, searched on the mage section, found the post where Lin was spoke, and clicked on it. Send a friend request. Ding. You are now friends. You can chat now. Hey. So fast. You are not browsing the forum. Are you? Emolan was a little surprised. Before he could send a message, Lin was sent a message. Huh? Why did Emotion add me suddenly? What's the matter? Oh. It's like this. Wasn't I just about to set up a mage association? I wonder if you are interested. Yes. I just wanted to find a place with conditions and atmosphere to do research. I have been waiting for the mage association to be established. And now I am ready to leave. What's the matter with Emotion? It's like this. Isn't there an assessment in half a month? I don't think I can handle it alone. So I want to find some helpers. Let me explain in advance, I have no other intentions in looking for helpers, and in the end, the professions of the association will still be determined by strength. I am not prepared to give benefits to helpers. There is no salary, it is purely voluntary work, and it will be very, very tiring. However, during the assessment, you can see the wonderful ideas of the vast number of mage players, as well as some improved, or even unique spells created, which can be regarded as invisible benefits. If you are willing, then I will decide. Wow, Emotion gave such a big benefit, and you still call it no benefit. I will definitely come. Okay, 5 days later, can you make it to the magic tower under the island in the center of the Mirror Lake outside Hongfeng City? No problem. Well, do you know any other mages? They like to hang out in the mage section, and they are a bit skilled. I know some, Fan Yaban, Sure Weiwei are both okay. Okay, then see you in 5 days. See you in 5 days. After closing the chat box with Linhua, Emolan searched the forum again. Sure enough, he found the 2 people Lin would mention soon. Open the dynamic panel and take a look. Sure enough. They are very good at posting, and their level is not low. Add friends one by one and chat privately. It was not beyond Emolan's expectation. When they heard about such a good thing, they all agreed. And Emolan also asked a few names from them. Check them one by one. If they are really good, add them as friends and invite them. Except for 2 who really couldn't make it, the others basically agreed. After searching all these on the forum, Emolan stopped. Chapter 159 Coffin Carrier. Zhou Peng, please ask someone to help me compile a list of slightly famous mages on the mage forum. Zhou Peng nodded and agreed, said with a smile. Are you so serious? You have to be serious, or I can do it all by myself. But since I plan to ask for help, it's no big deal to ask only some of them. At least those who are well known and powerful must be asked, otherwise. Wouldn't it be looking down on them? It's just a hindrance for no reason. Indeed, if it were me, I might not bother you, but the Mage Association would definitely not come. Zhou Peng nodded. What about those who have no strength, but are self-righteous? Emolan shrugged. It's none of my business. I don't want to cause trouble. But do you really think I'm afraid of trouble? Zhou Peng nodded and turned away. Hurry. 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 A vice president of the Nyehua Guild ran out of the underground passage panting with 3 wounded people carrying a black tree trunk that was more than half a meter thick and 3 or 4 meters long. President. Grab one. Well, you've worked hard. This is healing medicine. You rest here first. We'll leave first. Gung Tao handed 3 precious potion reagents to the 3 people, and then took the black tree trunk. But the trunk almost fell to the ground when he took it. President. Be careful, It's very heavy. Gung Tao nodded. When he put his hand on the trunk, he felt a chill. The wood was dense and heavy. In his opinion, the wood would sink in the water. Let's go! Gung Tao handed the trunk to another player. The team of nearly 100 people came with it, which attracted a lot of players' attention. But Gung Tao didn't care at all. He took the trunk and went straight to the valley. After returning to the valley smoothly, several people carried the tree into the coal burial ground. Lao Zhao. The wood is here. Let's see how it works. Will it work? We paid a heavy price this time. A player next to Gung Tao cursed as he spoke. For this wood, I was killed by a bone scorpion in one encounter. Those things are really strong. I will take revenge sooner or later. The man called Lao Zhao was a rather thin young man. He knocked on the trunk with his hand and struggled to use his mental power to go deep into the trunk to check. 80% of it will work. The properties of this wood are very close to death energy. It should not be so easy to be corroded by death energy. But the final result still depends on the experiment. Old Zhao asked his assistant to saw off a small branch from the trunk. Holding the branch, Old Zhao's mental power began to slowly wrap up a trace of death energy. Humph. Old Zhao uttered a muffled groan, looking at Gung Tao with some worry. Old Zhao, why don't you solve the corrosion of death energy to mental power before experimenting? It's not going to work this way. Let's hurry up first. If the properties of this material can't be figured out, you can't make arrangements. After all, there are several elite bone scorpions over there. Now the death penalty has been increased again. If we can get the necromancer out as soon as possible, such a profession that can take care of babies will definitely be the most sought after. Old Zhao gathered all the dead air around him, and used his mental power to bind and wrap the small branch, and penetrated into it. The dead air is very special. The way it was born is very special. The location of its existence is very special. And its properties are also different from other elements. Like other elements, even the fire element will not cause any damage to the mental power. But this dead air will be fine if you are far away from it. Once the mental power tightly wraps it and tries to control it, it will be corroded by the dead air, directly corroding the mental power, and causing corrosive damage to the mental power while causing pain. Gung Tao said nothing more, just silently looked at the branch. As time went by, the branch did not seem to corrode as the material had before, which made Gung Tao's eyes gradually widen. With expectation? I don't know if it was an illusion, but the black wood seemed not to be corroded, but became darker and brighter. Huh? Old Zhao exhaled a long breath as if relieved, and said in surprise, this property is perfect. Not only will it not be corroded by the dead air, but it will nourish the dead air and nourish itself. Moreover, it has a very good isolation effect on the dead air. This is almost the perfect material for our profession. Ha, okay, then I will arrange for someone to kill those scorpions. At worst, I can ask Emelan for help. I don't believe that I can't kill these scorpions today. Gung Tao laughed heartily, but was stopped by Lao Zhao. Wait a minute, don't worry, I will do a complete experiment. What I did just now may not be very accurate, but the preliminary preparations for your action can be started. Lao Zhao said to him, while directing people to saw the tree trunk into planks. Okay, then I'll go downstairs to eat. You come down quickly after you finish your work. We'll eat together. You eat first. I'll come down later. Hurry up. After arranging some preliminary work, Gung Tao went offline to eat. But he didn't see Lao Zhao coming down after waiting for a long time. He called him several times, but he didn't move. In desperation, he had to go online to see. But when he saw what Lao Zhao was doing, he was stunned. You, what are you doing? Making a container for dead air. But are you sure you're not making a coffin? And it's ugly. Lao Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, Gung Tao. You are a genius. It's so ugly to make a rectangular block. You can make a coffin directly. It's both practical and beautiful. Here. Gung Tao wanted to cry, but had no tears. But thinking about it, he found a picture of a coffin and looked at it, supporting his chin with his hand. The coffin carrier, seems to be okay. It's much better than carrying a big wooden box. It's much more classy. Hey, you think so too? Right? Come and help. Okay. Gung Tao called a group of people to help, and he stood by and watched. The person who was called happened to be a carpenter in his family, and he took the lead. Soon, a black coffin appeared in front of Gung Tao. After polishing, it looked like it was painted black. Well, I have to say, this craftsmanship is not bad. It looks good. Lao Zhao also nodded with satisfaction, which made the player a little embarrassed. It's a sliding lid. Not bad. Lao Zhao pressed the lid of the coffin and slid it up, revealing the space inside. His mental power endured the burning sensation and wrapped the death energy and sent it in. Little by little, the black coffin was gradually filled with death energy, becoming gray and hazy. Looking down from the coffin, it also felt black and deep. Ding! The lid of the coffin slid down, closed, and turned upside down to install a diagonal strap underneath. Gung Tao grabbed it and slung it over his body, twisting his head. Awesome. Handsome. Chapter 160, Three-Ring Arcanist. Blink. Emolan completed the memory of the last mage node, and the next moment, he appeared directly 200 meters away. It was the same flash as before, but the difference was that, this time he did not use the ink cartridge. He used the spell slot to release the flash completely by himself. Ha ha ha. The joy in his heart made Emolan laugh out loud, and it took a long time for him to calm down. The fourth ring was a brand new feeling, and everything seemed brand new. Fourth ring for spells. Fourth ring is just the beginning. Only after the fourth ring can you be considered a true mage. Emolan's mental power is much stronger than before. More importantly, the computing power brought by the strong mental power makes him feel that the world is brand new. He can pay attention to every detail, grasp every piece of information, and understand everything. Continue to memorize the spell position. Emolan sat on the 5th floor of the mage tower, leaning back in his chair, with his eyes slightly closed. Ink cartridge side 1, flash. Ink cartridge side 2, flash. Fourth ring spell slot, flash. Third ring spell slot, lightning dark fireball. Second ring spell slot, water shield, vine entanglement, cat's grace. First ring spell slot, fire resist ring, 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 stone skin, bear burst, eagle eyes. After all 15 spell slots were engraved, Emolan came back to his senses. 15 instantaneous spells gave him a sense of security. Now his attention turns to the magic power in his body. Why is my mental power clearly at the level of the 4th ring, but the arcane master is still at the 3rd ring? Emolan had a doubt in his heart, and the powerful mental power began to refine the magic power. But as soon as a trace of magic power entered his body, Emolan felt a familiar pain, and the tearing pain instantly made Emolan stop refining. The body can't bear the elite level magic power. Emolan reacted instantly, and his body could withstand the continuous enhancement of magic power for such a long time, and the magic power was limited by the physical fitness, and he almost ignored this problem. Although my mental power has reached the 4th ring level, reaching the elite level, my body has not. My physical fitness is completely different from that of an elite warrior. Emolan was silent for a long time. Do I have to train my warrior to the elite level? My current physical fitness is at most just a job change among warriors. Elite warriors start from the job change, and they use fighting spirit and various magic potions to train their bodies and enhance their strength. Only by doing this can they reach the elite level threshold, and then advance to the elite level, and be reborn again. I don't have that much time. The idea of improving the professional strength of a warrior was extinguished by Emolan as soon as it came up. Emolan doesn't have that much time and energy. Instead of spending a lot of time training as a warrior and putting the mage profession aside, Emolan might as well give up the warrior and arcane professions and concentrate on training as a mage. With that much time, he might even become a master mage. It's definitely unrealistic to train as a warrior. I use this profession to complete the professional level arcane magician job transfer. It's about time I gave it up. Emolan thought carefully. The world is so big, there must be other ways to improve physical fitness. Why do I have to use the warrior's method? Can the magician's method solve it? I heard that dragon blood bathing can greatly enhance the quality and strength of the body. Emolan turned his head to look deep into the mountains, but when he recalled the terrifying dragon breath that day, he silently retracted his bold idea and kept it. I can't afford to offend that person. Is there any other way? Potion? Warriors can use potions to improve their physical quality and enhance the effect of training. So can I use it? Emolan rubbed his eyebrows. I don't understand pharmacology. But it seems that a guild is studying the pharmacology of various potions, and plans to optimize the formulas of bodybuilding potions, healing potions, etc. And the effect is not yet known. So let's put it aside for now. Emolan thought for a long time, and finally set his sights on the wild boar horn that he had been playing with on the table for a long time. The muscles of monsters can also solidify elemental power. And after solidification, the overall physical fitness will increase rapidly. Only when the elemental power is solidified in the body, and it can cast spells, can it be called a monster. If I can learn to integrate magic power into my body muscles permanently, and use magic power to strengthen my body, then the profession of Arcane Master will be completely formed, and become a promising, adaptable, and powerful magic profession. But the current Arcane Master is deformed, and must rely on the warrior profession to strengthen his body before he can change his profession. Without the warrior, the Arcane Master is nothing. A truly perfect profession will not be like this, Emolan thought in his heart. And after a while, he came to the window and shouted to the bottom, Su Zongqin. Hey! Su Zongqin, who was practicing constant sharpness on the second floor, poked his head out of the window and responded, Take people to catch me 100 rabbits, 20 roe deer, 20 wild boars, no monsters, just ordinary animals. Yes! After Su Zongqin sorted out and led the team away, Emolan came to the first floor. Looking at the wide first floor, Emolan clasped his hands, supporting his chin with one hand. This large area is almost enough. The second floor itself was designed to be a laboratory. It was large enough, not to mention the larger first floor of the Mage Tower. But it feels weird to keep a bunch of animals in the Mage Tower. Let's keep them outside the Mage Tower. After saying that, Emolan ran directly outside the Mage Tower, about 50 meters away from the Mage Tower. Earth Wall. Earth Wall. With a 4th ring level of mental power, although the magic power remains unchanged, Emolan's speed of releasing the Earth Wall has increased a lot again. In a blink of an eye, an open-air breeding farm was built by Emolan. There are 8 rows in the breeding farm. There is a 2-meter-high walkway between every 2 rows, and there are small fences on both sides of the walkway, made of pure stone, 3 meters high, and 40 centimeters thick. Emolan asked someone to bring spare white stones, and used them to build some pillars at the edge of the farm, and used mercury to engrave the magic model of the elemental pool in the pillars. Little by little, time passed slowly in this process. Emolan, who had 4 rings of mental power, also had a much faster constant speed than before. Soon, he had fixed this magic model on a circle of pillars. Layers of force fields emerged and wrapped around the entire farm, constraining the elements inside. Emolan smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. This kind of magic forbidden pillar was newly designed by him. The effect is not as strong as that of the element pool, but it is easy to build and can be easily manufactured, and it also has a good restraining effect on the elements. It is enough to restrain the beasts. As for the magic beasts, Emolan silently raised his head and stretched out his hand. Water shield technique. Buzz. The water shield spread from the sky, directly covering the farm. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chapter 161, Creating Spells. The energy pathway is smooth. Start. Emolan checked the energy pathway extending from the Mage Tower again, and then immediately closed the pathway. The elements in the element pool continuously flowed into the farm. Earth, fire, wind, water, metal, electricity, magic. 7 different energies were floating here, and were blocked by the force field emitted by the forbidden magic pillar. Emolan observed the situation here with his mental power, observing the concentration of various energies. Area number 1 is almost done. Cut off. Emolan silently opened the magic forbidden pillar in the first area, and the area was immediately isolated, and the input of elements was stopped. Area number 2, close. Area number 3 is closed. One area after another was closed, and one control experiment group after another was produced. Emolan's preparations were coming to an end. However, Emolan never closed the last area, and the power of the element pool was continuously input into it, making the energy concentration inside continue to rise. Instructor, we've caught them. Su Zongqin and his men came back with several carts filled with cages of all sizes. Emolan nodded. Okay, put them in. Distribute all the animals evenly. Every area should have all kinds. Yes. Su Zongqin entered the forbidden magic field and put rabbits and roe deer in. Remember to feed them. Don't let them starve to death. Yes. Emolan approached and observed the animals carefully, scanning them with his mental power. Indeed, there is no energy fluctuation, no extraordinary core. They are purebred beasts. And these beasts seem to have nothing happen when they came from the area with low element concentration to the area with high element concentration. Emolan turned and left to prepare other things. The study of warcraft is destined to be a very long-term experiment, which requires patience. Even if these beasts can become warcraft under certain opportunities, it is definitely very difficult, requiring many experiments and a lot of time. Su Zingxin, if you have time, catch a few more pairs of warcraft. It would be even better if you can directly catch a pregnant female warcraft. Yes, instructor. Su Zongxin's face was bitter, and then he nodded in agreement. Emolan returned to the 4th floor of the Mage Tower. It was basically ready. It was a huge room with a height of more than 9 meters. It was filled with 9-meter-high bookshelves. There was a desk near the window. There were not many books on the bookshelf at this time. There were only 1 or 2 rows. However, if someone saw the titles of the books, they would definitely be shocked. On the construction concept of the Mage Tower. Emolan. The strength and technology required for building a Mage Tower. Emolan. Analysis of basic meditation. Emolan. On the principles and functions of basic meditation. Emolan. Advantages and improvement ideas of One Ring Fireball. Emolan. There were not many books, but they were extremely valuable. If a knowledgeable mage saw them, his eyes would definitely turn red. These books were all written by Emolan himself. After writing, he strung them together with a rope, turned them into a book, and placed them on the bookshelf. Emolan did not intend to show these books to others. Even if the Mage Association was established, then at most he would have someone copy them, and put them in the library of the Mage Association. All the bookshelves on this floor were prepared by Emolan for himself. Every book here was prepared by Emolan for himself. When writing a book, Emolan wrote down his research results from beginning to end. This was a review process, and it was also a sorting process. When writing each word, Emolan chews on each word repeatedly. When Emolan puts the books on the bookshelf in different categories, this is to classify his overall knowledge reserve, and strive to build a memory palace in his mind through this step, strengthen his memory, and systematically memorize knowledge. After writing, Emolan does not ignore it, but takes it out and reads it again every once in a while. Every word written by hand contains rich information, the mood when writing, the state, what he was thinking when writing. These Emolan can recall little by looking at the notes he wrote at that time. This is something that a string of data in a printed form or a computer cannot do. The data only carries the information of the text itself, and nothing else. This is why you need to take notes by hand. Emolan gently put down the book advantages and improvement ideas of One Ring Fireball technique and fell into deep thought. Obviously, the fire resistance ring is outdated for me at this time. Some powerful reclass warriors may not be able to push the fire resistance ring, let alone the more powerful elite warriors. Could it be that he really used the fire resistance ring as a displacement skill? 5 fire resistance rings directly performed a 5-stage jump in the air? Oh god, that's too much. Emolan took out the spell model of Dark Fireball. Dark Fireball is a 3-ring spell, with an explosive power far exceeding that of the first ring Fireball. And the flame of Dark Fireball is extremely corrosive, that is to say, even if the power is reduced, even if it can't push others, the flame can still cause corrosive damage. It's just that the grade is still a little bit worse, but if the temperature and viscosity of the purple flame are added, it will probably break through directly and become a 4th ring spell. Emolan calculated silently in his heart. The purple flame spell can become a 3rd ring spell purely because of its extremely high temperature and stickiness that is almost impossible to remove once it is touched. The temperature is the highest among all my spells. However, after this change, this spell will completely lose its way of displacement, and the spell flame must be adjusted to a single direction spray. Otherwise, the first person to die after using this spell will definitely be myself. Kill myself first to sacrifice to the gods. At least, except for flashing. I have no way to resist. To get rid of this level of attack, the water shield spell is far behind. Well, but with a 50% reduction of the mage title, I might be able to hold on. Emolan thought for a long time, and finally reacted. I'm too ambitious, what am I thinking? I haven't even mastered the 3rd ring spells, and I'm thinking about creating 4th ring spells, why not? I'm really getting cocky after being called emotion a few times. Won't I explode if I'm called a pretty boy again next time? Emolan laughed at himself. After he mastered the 1st ring spell model and spell nodes, he then mastered the 2nd ring spell nodes and models, and is now studying the 3rd ring spell model, structure and spell nodes. For Emolan now, creating a 4th ring spell is indeed a bit too ambitious. But I can try to create a 3rd ring spell. To verify my understanding of the 3rd ring spell model, spell nodes, and spell structure during this period. But what kind of spell should I create? Attack, movement, or control? Chapter 162 Combination Effect, Flying Spell. What type of spell do I need now? Emolan took out a piece of paper and wrote a line on it. Attack? The third ring attack spell is already relatively weak for me, and I also have 2 attack spells, Lightning and Dark Fireball, in the third ring, which can take both single person and group attacks into account, so I don't need it. X. Defense? I do lack a defense spell, and although the third ring is a bit low, I can design a third ring defense spell first, which will lay the foundation for creating a fourth ring defense spell in the future, but at this time, an idea that had been in Emolan's mind for a long time suddenly popped up. I have an idea. I tried it before, but it didn't work. Why not try it now? Emolan immediately used his mental power to draw a spell model, without any elemental involvement. The spell model was activated just by drawing it with mental power. Mage's Hand. Emolan felt the strength of the Mage's Hand and smiled. This spell should not be included in ordinary spells, let alone first-level spells. It does not require any elemental energy, although the spell model has only a dozen spell nodes. The effect of this spell can be enhanced with the increase of mental power. No, that's not right. The Mage's Hand only gives the mental power the ability to interfere with matter. And the power of the Mage's Hand depends entirely on the strength of my mental power. Emolan suddenly figured this out, and a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. If we follow this line of thought, it seems that we can create similar spells that are not linked to strength. I only give certain abilities, and the strength is completely linked to a certain attribute of your own. Emolan became slightly excited. Wouldn't the spell created in this way be a gradeless spell? Although it looks like only 1 or 2 rings. But in fact, what is your own strength? Then this spell is a few rings of spells. Just like the Magician's Hand that keeps getting stronger. Won't it never be outdated? This thought made Emolan's eyes light up, and he immediately wrote it down in his notebook. After writing down his thoughts at this time, Emolan continued his experiment. Although the idea he just thought of was very attractive, and Emolan couldn't wait. He decided to finish the task at hand first, because the idea that was about to be verified also made Emolan very excited. The 3-ring Magician's Hand couldn't move me before, so can the 4-ring Magician's Hand move me? Emolan smiled, and his mental power directly wrapped himself, and then lifted him up little by little. Gradually, Emolan left the ground, suspended 20 centimeters above the ground. Feeling this wonderful feeling, Emolan showed a hint of surprise on his face. However, at this time, drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. With a dull sound, Emolan sat down on the ground, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead. Emolan wiped the sweat off his face, and fatigue could not hide the smile on his face. It really works. But the power of the Magician's Hand is too weak at present. If the power is stronger, it will definitely be easier. No, if I can become lighter, I can achieve the same effect. Emolan instantly remembered a spell, and immediately called out its spell model. Cat's Grace. Cat's Grace has a spell structure that reduces weight. Emolan often casts Cat's Grace on himself before using the fire resistance ring, so that he can move farther. As a second ring spell, Cat's Grace, its spell model has been studied thousands of times by Emolan, and he can extract the part of the spell structure that reduces body weight without a second glance. I have had this idea for a long time, but I have never found the time to do it. Now is the right time to create a spell to reduce body weight. Emolan muttered to himself, and his pen quickly moved across the manuscript, leaving behind page after page of spell model sketches, and page after page of derivation process. Add spell nodes. Increase the strength of this structure. Add magic lines. Adjust spell nodes. The relative position of magic lines. Self-consistent design. Okay. Done! Emolan muttered to himself. After he was promoted to the 4th ring, his mental power became stronger, and his thinking became more agile, which made it easy for Emolan to study. After a while, a brand new 2nd ring spell model appeared in front of Emolan. A secondary structure cut from a 2nd ring spell model was transformed into a 2nd ring spell. This new spell model no longer has any trace of the original one. Originally, there were only 7 spell nodes, but now this 2nd ring spell has 42 spell nodes, which is almost the same as the Grace of Cat itself. What's the name? Emolan pondered. After thinking about it, he used his magic to construct this spell model, and threw it on himself. Emolan felt his body lighten instantly, and he jumped 2 or 3 stories high, but when he fell, He was also light and fluttering, very slowly. I remember there was a spell in the game that made the body lighter, and it would float like a feather when falling down, called Feather Fall. My spell has a similar effect, so let's call it Feather Fall. Second level spell. Feather Fall. Emolan felt his light body strike while the iron is hot, and directly wrapped himself with mental power, and then lifted himself up. This time was different from before. In the state of Feather Fall, mental power easily lifted Emolan up. Emolan went up and down, moved left and right in the air, but the strength of mental power was limited, and the moving speed was not very fast. If it was faster, maybe he could catch up with the old lady. Isn't it just displacement? I can do it. Emolan's clever little brain immediately thought of a solution. The whole person slowly floated out of the window, and cast a spell on himself. Water Shield. After the water shield was formed, Emolan threw a fire resistance ring under his feet. Spray. The fire ring that suddenly appeared on the 4th floor of the mage tower attracted the attention of all nearby mages. They looked up, and found a blue shadow passing by. Huh? What is that? But after the blue shadow slowed down, they suddenly found that the blue shadow was actually Emolan with the water shield on his body. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. And the next moment, they took a breath of cold air, and looked at Emolan enthusiastically. Fuck. Is the instructor flying? Instructor. I want to learn this. Instructor. I want to learn this too. Emolan listened to the shouts from below, and a smile appeared on his face. Calm down. Don't do basic exercises. While speaking, Emolan threw another resistance fire ring under his feet. Bang! The fire ring exploded, and Emolan, who was in the air, suddenly rushed out. Instructor. A loud shout suddenly appeared from below. Emolan was a little surprised when he heard that. Why are you shouting so loudly? Seems a little anxious? Be careful. Emolan just heard these 2 words clearly when he bumped into the giant water shield of the magic tower, dizzy and dizzy. Bang! Emolan fell to the ground. For a moment, there was complete silence. You could hear a pin drop. Emolan on the ground silently covered his face with his hands. The ground sank silently before other mages came. Emolan silently drilled a hole in the ground and went down. Slipped away. Chapter 163 Magic Shield. Emolan lay on the 5th floor of the mage tower with no desire to live, covering his face with one hand and refusing to let go. Shame on you. Shame on you. It's over. I've lost all my face. I was too excited. All my mental power was on my body. I didn't have any mental power left for exploration. Next time, I must maintain the most basic vigilance and always explore the surroundings. Alas, otherwise, I won't know how I died next time. Emolan quietly left, and quietly found a deserted place on the island to practice. In the state of Feather Fall, the fire ring resistance is very powerful. One fire ring resistance can basically allow Emolan to fly out 40 or 50 meters. It seems that the resistance is a bit large. Emolan thought about it, went offline to find information, and directly used mental power to form a shuttle shape on the surface of the body when coming up. Emolan's idea is very simple. Since mental power can be transformed into a substantial interfering substance, air can definitely be contacted. So it should be feasible to use mental power to change the appearance and reduce air resistance. Emolan was lying in the air, with a fire ring behind him. But the distance of advancement this time was pitifully small, and Emolan fell headfirst to the ground. It can't be a shuttle shape. The direction of the feet must be flat. Otherwise it can't best withstand the impact. So, I am now like a rocket. Or a bullet. And the fire ring behind me is the propellant. I have to withstand the impact of the fire ring as much as possible. So the bullet shape should be my most ideal shape at present. Emolan silently wrapped his mental power into the shape of a bullet, with a sharp front and a flat back. In addition, he projected the unmaterialized mental power in the shape of a ribbon, covering 100 meters around him, so as not to cause another air disaster. Bang! Resisting the explosion of the fire ring, the platform under Emolan's feet received the impact force to the greatest extent, and the whole person rushed forward in an instant. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters. Fuck. Emolan felt his speed, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, but when the angle was a little off, he was about to fall to the ground. And his eyes widened even more. The mental power on both sides spread outward, trying to form an upward curved plane. The airflow hit this plane, giving Emolan a slight upward force. However, before Emolan could change direction, The plane was broken directly. Emolan fell to the ground headfirst. The bullet-shaped mental power was also broken. Emolan slid far on the ground with the water shield on, plowing a shallow ditch. Puff! 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 The ellipsoidal water shield rolled on the ground for several circles, and finally fell to the ground. Emolan lay on his back on the ground, his hands clasped, one hand supporting his chin, looking at the sky, and fell into deep thought. The mental power is too weak. It can't withstand the huge impact of the airflow, and it can't change direction. It's already amazing that I can resist the fire ring and push it once. I can't bear more. In other words, as long as I have speed, there's basically no need to think about turning. I can't turn at all. Alas, I can only fly straight. I can't change direction. Then this flying method can basically only be used to escape, hurry on the road, or commit suicide. Emolan knew the advantages and disadvantages of this flying method very well. Don't be greedy, at least I can fly, and it's just a flying technique. Isn't it? I can figure it out sooner or later. Why are you in a hurry? Emolan said casually, turned around and floated over to me, with his head forward and his face down in the air. Puff! The fire resistance ring burst out behind him. Puff! Puff! After several fire resistance rings burst out, Emolan appeared next to the mage tower. When he was about to enter the field of vision of other players, Emolan stopped using the fire resistance ring, slowly stopped, then put his hands behind his back, left his feet on the ground, and slowly approached the mage tower. Floating in the air, instructing a player here, checking the farm there. All the players who saw Emolan like this had envy on their faces. I can fly, I must become an elite mage, elite level can fly. One exclamation after another, one envious word after another. Emolan couldn't suppress the smile on his face, turned around and floated towards the mage tower, and went directly in through the 4th floor window. When entering the window, a voice suddenly came from behind. Instructor, you hit the shield again. Emolan heard it. His body trembled, and he almost fell on the 4th floor windowsill. He quickly landed, poked his head out, looked down fiercely, found the person who spoke, pointed at his team, and showed a grim smile on his face. The whole team will practice water shield for 100 rounds. Oh! No! Instructor! Don't! 150 rounds. Amidst the wailing, this team of mages went to one side and began to practice group water shield. A round of water shield spell is to memorize all 3 spell slots for water shield spell, and then use them all up. This whole set is a round of water shield spell. Emolan smiled with success, returned to his chair, looked at the records in the notebook, and found his previous ideas again. Permanently usable. Non-grade spells that can grow. Emolan muttered to himself. Since it can give spiritual power enough spells to affect matter, then can magic power do it? Emolan was full of expectations. If magic power can become substantial like spiritual power, then isn't my magic power a shield? If the strength of the shield is proportional to the quality of magic power, and the toughness of the shield is proportional to the amount of magic power, then wouldn't I have a spell that keeps pace with the times and is not restricted by the rank? And as long as my magic power is not depleted, the shield will never break. Emolan's mind was immediately filled with this idea. You can try it. Emolan directly called out the spell model of the mage's hand, and then directly extracted the structure that makes spiritual power substantial. It is this spell structure that materializes the mental power. If the object of materialization is changed from mental power to magic power, then the spell is basically improved successfully. This can't even be called creating a spell model, it's just a transformation. As long as the transformation is completed, I will have a spell with no limit on grade, which can grow with me and still keep up with the rhythm. Emolan smiled slightly, but when he looked at this magic structure, he was suddenly confused. The spell structure of the magician's hand is completely different from the spell structure of other first-level spells. This, isn't the gap too big? Emolan suddenly covered his face with his hands. How does this spell structure lock the mental power? Which nodes or points are responsible for these? And if you want to change the object from mental power to magic power, how do you change it? Emolan looked at the spell structure carefully, and fell into silence. Chapter 164. How could you? Time passed quickly in the research, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Linwa had already arrived at the foot of the mage tower. Hello, I am Emolan. Emotion, I have long heard of your name. I am Linwa. A young man, with a sunny smile, shook hands with Emolan and said, Just call me Emolan. Emotion is just a joke among netizens, and it always feels weird. Emolan invited Linwood to the newly built courtyard next to him. The courtyard was built on a small hill, and from the hill, you can see the Mirror Lake with its endless blue waters in the distance. My mage tower has just started to be renovated. I'm sorry to ask you to live in the yard here for the time being. No. This yard is nice. Emolan, is that where you breed monsters? Linwood pointed in the direction of the farm. Emolan smiled when he saw it. It seems that you don't have the heart to sit down and drink a sip of water. Then, I'll take you to where you live to put your things, and then we'll go for a walk. Thank you for your help. After a while, Linwood put his things away, and Emolan took him directly to the farm and went in. There are no monsters in this area. The place for raising monsters is still being planned. The location has not been determined. No monsters have been caught. Now they are just ordinary rabbits, roe deer and the like. The element concentration in each area is different. They are all kept in a fixed range. And there is no upper limit for the last area. The element concentration is constantly increasing. But as of now, there are no results yet. This is a long-term work, Emolan said with a smile. And Linwood felt the different element concentrations here, and was a little surprised. My previous laboratory has not been built yet, because I couldn't find a way to restrain elemental power. So you have already figured it out. Are these pillars? Linwood looked at the magic forbidden pillars next to him. He didn't use his mental power to explore, but just looked with his eyes. Yes. Magic forbidden pillars. The force field released by these pillars can easily restrain elemental power. Linwood looked at the magic forbidden pillars all around, and at the natural mage model in the stone pillars, and was speechless. At present, there are not many research facilities on the island. Apart from this breeding farm, the only thing worth seeing is the mage tower, Emolan thought, and dozens of blue light beams shot up into the sky, extending in the void, and turned into a huge water shield. Linwood walked closer to the mage tower, feeling the surging energy flowing inside the wall. His heart was agitated. His eyes were shocked, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Although he had seen the mage tower's power on the forum, when he really faced the mage tower and felt the mage tower up close with his mental power, he was still shocked. This pure white tower seemed to be a sacred mountain in their hearts, majestic and shocking, condensing their yearning. Water shield is like this. I wonder what the fireball will be like. Is this the mage tower? Emolan looked at Linwood, who was in shock, with a smile and satisfaction on his face. Go in and take a look? Okay. After a tour, Linwood was convinced by Emolan, and his eyes were full of yearning. What mage would not want a big thing like the mage tower? Emolan seemed to see through Linwood's heart and said, My mage tower is just a very simple thing. The information and technology about constructing the mage tower will be put in the Mage Association's database. If you want to build one, you can learn it then. Linwood subconsciously showed a hint of surprise when he heard it. He looked at Emolan in surprise, took a deep breath, and calmed down. What do I need to pay? Your research results exchange mechanism. Quantify the results into points, and exchange the points for the results published by others. Maybe this mechanism will be very immature in the early stage, which will lead to a lot of unfairness and many loopholes. But I think everything is difficult at the beginning. Slowly, this mechanism will mature, and everyone will put their research results into it, and then get the information they need from it. This will be fair. I can't wait. When will the others come? I don't know. They should be almost here. You are the first one. Well, do you have a place to discuss? A place to do research? Yes. Emolan nodded, and took them directly to the first floor of the Mage Tower. At this time, the first floor of the Mage Tower was separated by walls and greenery. Emolan took him into a room on the side. There were some sofas, tables, and a huge blackboard and podium inside. There were papers and pens on them. This is a discussion room I prepared. A studio. Linwood nodded at the environment, walked directly to the podium, took a piece of paper, picked up a pen and started writing and drawing. Emolan, take a look at these spell structures. Emolan looked at the paper under his hand. He was very casual at first, but when he saw the lines of coordinates and a few small sketches on the paper, Emolan suddenly became curious. Hey, are these supposed to be the spell models responsible for compression? Yes, this is the spell model I have seen the most among many spell models. It is in Wind Blade, Fireball, Earth Wall, and almost all spell models. Because almost all spells are cast by condensing high concentrations of elemental power, the higher the level of the spell, the more complex the compression structure. You can see, from low to high, this is the compression structure in the first ring spell, this is the compression structure in the second ring spell model, and finally this is the compression structure in the third ring spell. After Linhua finished speaking, he did not look at Emolan, but took a piece of paper and quickly calculated on it. This calculation method was the first time Emolan had seen it. It should be something that Linhua had summarized from the spell model. It was very strange and unique. Just by looking at this set of calculation methods, Emolan had gained a lot. Watching Linhua's pen dancing quickly, Emolan followed Linhua's thoughts and gradually understood what Linhua wanted to do. Under Linhua's pen, a simple one-ring compression structure was gradually enriched, gradually became complex, and finally turned into a two-ring compression structure, which was exactly the same as the sketch Linhua had taken out before. Emolan followed the calculations, and naturally understood that this two-ring spell structure was completely calculated by Linhua, and was not copied from the previous one. Linhua continued to calculate, and the two-ring compression structure continued to become more complicated. Emolan nodded repeatedly, immersed in it, and this structure was about to reach the three-ring realm. Just like this, Linhua, who was originally very smooth, suddenly got stuck and put down his pen. Huh? A question mark appeared above Emolan's head. Stuck. Can't calculate anymore. Linhua shook his head with a wry smile, pointing to the three-ring compression structure next to him. Although I know the answer is there, I just can't figure it out. Emolan didn't say anything, but silently took the pen and wrote down Linhua's draft. Linhua was a little confused, but then he was shocked. The compression structure of the second ring became more and more complicated under Emolan's hand. The last stroke was completed, which was exactly the same as the previous three-ring spell structure. No, it was definitely different. Well, I figured it out. Emolan nodded. The spell model that comes with World of Warcraft is not the best. This should be better than the original. Linhua was silent. Silently raised his thumb. Awesome. Then just as the words came out, he suddenly reacted. Wait, why are you using my deduction habits to deduce? Isn't this my own summary? I haven't announced it. How could you? Chapter 165 General Formula. Emolan looked at Linhua in confusion. I mean, why can you continue my derivation process? I should not have used this derivation method outside. Right. Linhua calmed himself down, spoken each word clearly, but Emolan was even more confused. Didn't you just use it once? Linhua suddenly understood something, pointed at Emolan, trembling unsteadily. Calm down. Linhua gradually calmed down, and was about to say something, when Emolan spoke again. By the way, your idea is very good. To derive a higher level spell structure through the original spell structure, I usually directly calculate each spell node, the best position of each magic line, and derive the spell structure and spell model directly, although the result is more accurate and better. The threshold of this method is relatively high and the process is very cumbersome. But yours is different. Linhua, who gradually calmed down, looked at him puzzledly. He didn't know what Emolan wanted to say, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Yours is easier to use, and the calculation process is simpler, so I optimized the method. Emolan continued to take a ring of compressed structure as an example, and began to deduce on paper. After the result came out, the idea was the same as Linhua's before, but the steps were directly reduced by nearly 1/3. Look, isn't it much simpler? Much simpler? But the result did not change at all. Linhua covered his chest with one hand, staring at the method that he had studied, simplified many times, and was secretly proud of. He couldn't wait to show it to Emolan when he saw it. He couldn't simplify it himself, but Emolan simplified it in a few minutes. Emolan seemed to hear the sound of a knife entering the flesh. Who was stabbed? Linhua pointed at Emolan, then at the paper, and then switched hands, and suddenly he just pointed at the paper and stopped moving. Hey, how did you do that? This method is so simple. Emolan walked over and picked up a pen to write and draw. Just like this, and then like this. No, this doesn't make sense at all. Linhua's voice suddenly got louder. What do you know? Look, did I figure it out? Look at me writing. Emolan wrote a whole page, and Linhua fell into deep thought after reading it. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind them. I think it can be done this way. A player who had been watching for a while picked up a piece of paper and a pen, and changed a small point based on Emolan's deduction. Emolan was a little surprised. Hey. It's okay. Emolan looked at the player. What's your name? Mu Qian. Oh hello, I'm Emolan. Hello, I'm Linhua. Can you tell me about the deduction just now? The somewhat shy boy was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded, picked up the pen and started to talk. But when he was talking, he seemed to forget the people around him. And he was completely immersed in the world of magic. People were brought in by the magicians outside one after another. When they saw Emolan and the others discussing fiercely, they all stood behind and watched. After they roughly understood, they began to express their own opinions. Most of them were on the forum, and not many dared to speak out. The atmosphere was very good, and they said whatever they thought of. Some people said it was wrong, but some people said it was right. Some opinions were very novel to Emolan, and Emolan gained a lot from them. Linhua watched his way of thinking become simpler step by step, becoming familiar and strange step by step, with a smile on his face, and yelling out his thoughts and ideas with swear words. After a long time, the sky gradually darkened, and Emolan clapped his hands. Stop! Stop! Everyone! Stop! There is a welcome bonfire party prepared for everyone outside. There are several barbecued roe deer. Everyone go out to eat. Drink. I will preserve everything here intact. After eating, resting, we will continue. After speaking, Emolan looked around, and continued after a moment of silence. The profession of mage has just appeared, and everything is unfamiliar to us. This is a gold mine shrouded in darkness, which needs everyone to light up and dig little by little. As for now, there is no complete universal formula for spell nodes and spell structures. Even I don't have one. But now I see a little hope. I seem to see a little shadow of the universal formula. I urge everyone to work together to derive the first universal formula for spell models. Let history remember us. Let each of us be famous all over the world. And be immortal. Okay. Okay. A group of young people shouted loudly. And Mu Qian smiled shyly among them. No longer yelling and arguing like before. Like two different people. Eat, latest news, we just caught a sheep. Roast the whole sheep. Oh! They are all young people. There was a burst of cheers. 7 or 8 people, after the intense discussion just now, they all became more familiar with each other. Not so unfamiliar, they soon became friends, talking and laughing with Emolan as they walked out. Emolan also showed a happy smile on his face. This kind of communication is also a huge gain for him. Compared to a single person working behind closed doors, it is fascinating to have a collision of ideas with such talents from all over the world, and it is a sudden enlightenment. After a lively meal, Emolan was going to go back to the 5th floor to meditate. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt someone enter the mage tower and walk towards the discussion room just now. Huh? Aren't you going to sleep? Emolan blinked and went down immediately. As expected, the discussion started again, and everyone came one after another. Aren't you going to sleep? I can't sleep. There are such interesting things here. Isn't it appetizing? Who can sleep? That's right. Emolan. Can you sleep? Emolan rubbed his face after hearing this. Okay, I can't sleep either. Ha ha ha. Emolan shrugged. Okay. Okay, guys, put away all the light spells, fireball spells, and so on in your hands. Others were a little confused, and saw Emolan lightly snap his fingers. Duh. A ball of light slowly appeared on the ceiling, and a soft and bright light shone down, like daylight. Oh, this wizard tower is awesome. I want to build one too. Build, everyone build, let's build all the wizard towers on this island. Okay? We can also build all the wizard towers on the lake. Let this lake become a holy place for wizards. Huh? This picture appeared in everyone's mind, and they were suddenly a little excited. Come on, the holy place starts from the first formula. On the first night, when wizards from all over the world came, the light spell on the first floor of the wizard tower did not disappear all night. Chapter 166 Big Project. Stop. Everyone. Stop. It's already the 3rd day. Emolan looked at the rising sun outside, and hurriedly stopped everyone who was still discussing. They had been studying for several days and nights, and their spirits were a little sluggish. From the beginning, the discussion was based on compression structure, and the method was simplified little by little. Finally, when it was simplified to a certain extent, it was suddenly discovered that this formula was only applicable to compression structure. At this time, Everyone realized that to derive a general formula, it must not be derived on a single spell. A single spell cannot derive the commonality of all spells. So Mo began to organize, dividing the people into 4 groups. Linhua led one group, Mu Qian led one group, Xiaohua led one group, Ming Hongyi led one group. Mo wandered around to discuss, and to take a general view of the situation. Originally there were 8 people, later 11 more people came one after another, plus Su Zongxin who sneaked in, excluding Mo. There were a total of 20 people, 5 people in each group. And Mo assigned them different spells, different structures, discussed in small groups, deduced in small groups, looking for the commonality little by little, and capturing the shadow of the universal formula. This is destined to be a big project. A big project that was studied, discussed, and born out of coincidences before the establishment of the Mage Association. Until now, after so many excellent mages have worked hard for 2 days and 2 nights. They have only just started. Hearing Molan's words, everyone turned their heads and looked at him. Let's put this general formula aside for now. Now there is another thing. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. We only have 20 people now. The number of people is too small. The number of spell models and spell structures is like stars. It is still very difficult for us to do it. What I want to say is, complete the main task first, determine the upcoming association recruitment assessment method and assessment standards. Only when the Mage Association recruits a large number of elites, a large number of geniuses, will our research progress be faster. I believe everyone has also experienced the feeling of this collision of ideas, which should be more comfortable than the previous exchanges on the forum. Right? Mo, you are the president, you speak, and we will listen to your arrangements. Linhua said. After being taught by Mo during this period of time, he was convinced. You are the boss. I am convinced. Okay? Not only him. In the heated discussion, Mo convinced them with his profound magic skills and his fist as big as a clay pot. There is no way. Those who come with words. Their knowledge is not as rich as Mo. Their research is not as deep as Mo. They can't argue. Those who come with force. Many people cursed secretly when they thought of this. Damn. Mo, you are awesome. You don't have martial ethics. And you even practice warrior. And what is that explosive status spell? You are so strong in close combat. Are you still a mage? I will make one later. I can't argue with you. But I have to beat you in a fight. Many people are so jealous that they want to beat Mo. But now they are all convinced by Mo. Yes, President, you can arrange it. Okay, everyone knows that. This recruitment will recruit 2 vice presidents and 10 elders. I'm telling you here, the vice presidents can exchange spells or techniques, the Mage Association database, and everything in the warehouse, all at 30% off, all elders at 20%, elite members at 10%, ordinary members at full price. In addition, elders and vice presidents have the authority to lead project teams independently. What does it mean? It means to form a small team, and then set up a project to tackle the problem research. The association will pour resources into the project team, exchange discounts, resource supply and so on. And I certainly can't give these 12 places directly to everyone, because if I do, there won't be enough. Everything depends on strength. After the assessment of everyone who is doing it, I will personally assess it, and it will be included in the overall ranking. The top 2 in the overall ranking, Vice President, top 12, Elder, top 100, elite members. As for the total number of members to be recruited, I haven't thought about it yet. It is tentatively set at 500, which can be discussed later. The recruitment rules are roughly like this. Now we need to discuss the assessment rules. We certainly cannot judge whether a person is strong or weak based on subjective judgment. At least there must be a relatively fair assessment method. President, didn't you say before that we should judge according to the improved spells? Mo smiled when he heard this. This was just a temporary idea before. Now I think it's a bit rough. And there are too many loopholes. It's impossible to truly judge the level. So we decided to think of a new way. Isn't this very simple? What are we doing? Linhua suddenly said. We are deducing the spell structure. Generally speaking, being able to improve spells means being able to optimize the spell structure. Because the spell structure is the basis of a spell model. What we want to test is the spell innovation ability. Research and development ability. That's very simple. Just give a first-level spell structure and ask him to deduce and improve it. As soon as Linhua finished speaking, someone objected. No. I don't think it's appropriate. The spells improved in this way are all kinds of strange. And it's not easy to score them in the end. Why don't we show them the whole process of deriving the first ring compression structure to the second ring compression structure? Then give them the first ring temperature structure as a test question, and let them derive it into the second ring temperature structure. Then it will be easier for us to score, and we can directly score according to the similarity with the second ring temperature structure. 100% similarity is good, and deriving the third ring temperature structure is excellent. What if the derived third ring spell structure is better than the one in the Warcraft Supercore? Lin was suddenly asked back. That's not right. He suddenly saw Emolan and said in a frustrated tone. Well, if there is someone else who has this ability besides the president, then he can be a genius and become the vice president directly. Emolan shrugged his shoulders after hearing this. And seeing that others were also in favor of this idea, he nodded. Then let's do it this way. I hope everyone can give me some face. Keep it secret, and don't leak the news in advance. And for fairness, I will add another layer of test, which is also for you. After all, you already know the topic. If you take this test again, it will be unfair to others. In addition, if there is a wizard whose test scores differ greatly from each other, I will check the reason for the abnormal situation. I don't think you need to say more. Right? To ensure fairness as much as possible, to maintain a good research environment as much as possible, this is my purpose. I hope everyone will cooperate. President, we will definitely cooperate. Definitely. President, you can rest assured about this. Emolan smiled at this. Okay, then let's discuss the test questions in depth now. Try to use a set of test questions to test the true ability of the wizard. We can't guarantee that we won't miss geniuses, but we must try our best to ensure that those who come in are not fools. Let's start. Chapter 167 Dwarf. Emolan, War God Guild, Evil Fire Guild. These big guilds have begun to shrink their industries. Zopeng suddenly found Emolan and said. Emolan nodded. Well, I guess that you should shrink appropriately. Next we will definitely face the Morse Kingdom and crazy attacks. I guess the players in the entire kingdom will suffer. Emolan shrugged and said casually. Anyway, we are all players, it doesn't matter, the worst thing is death. Now more and more people are changing their profession to mages. The number of players who change their profession has begun to exceed that of NPCs. After all, the profession of mage does not require any materials for changing professions. You can change as long as you level up. Although it is a little weak in the early stage, and is easily killed by warriors, it is a foolproof operation. As long as you have a good memory of spells, you can cast spells after thinking about it. If you can't beat a warrior in one-on-one, then you can fight 10 against 1. The experience value system is too powerful when it is below the elite level. With mages who do not need materials for changing professions, you can produce professionals in large quantities. The kingdom's army can indeed wipe us out in one go. But again, it's just a death. At most, I won't be online for a week or two. And I'll start stealing houses everywhere after they leave. Emolan pondered. Those noble castles can't be taken. But the castles of the Viscount and Baron shouldn't be difficult to take. Right? I seem to be a little excited. My entire association is made up of excellent mages. Players are also starting to turn the tables and become masters. Zopeng also felt a little emotional when he heard this. I've actually played this stupid game that abuses players for so long? I finally made it through. By the way, there's something. The underground world has made a lot of gains recently. The Nyewa Guild directly occupied a forest of magic plants. I heard that they spent a huge price and drove away 3 elite monsters. Magic plants are the general term used by players for plants that have elemental power integrated into them. Drive away? Didn't the 3 elite monsters come back to trouble him? Emolan looked at Zopeng in confusion. Well, from time to time they come back to kill a lot of people, but Gung Tao doesn't care. The players don't run away, they just steal wood. Steal 1 piece is enough if someone dies. The next group of people will come, they are big guilds. They can still steal wood by relying on human lives. Okay. Besides him, other guilds only found some magic beasts, ordinary scattered magic potions. Although the harvest is larger than that on the ground, it is still far less than that of the Nyewa Guild. TSK, I don't know how the Nyewa Guild found a whole large forest of magic plants, I envy it. With the temperament of that group of guild players, they didn't fight with the Nyewa Guild? Even if they didn't fight, they could still steal the wood. Right? After all, the wood grows on the ground, and the name of the Nyewa Guild is not written on it. Emolan asked with some surprise. Zopeng shrugged. I don't know what kind of luck Gung Tao has. The location of that forest is very hidden, and the people Gung Tao sent to steal wood are all his confidants. Although it was said that it was a forest, no one knew the exact location. It's impossible to follow him, and he will be thrown away from a distance. If that were the case, it would be fine. But Gung Tao, that fool, likes to show off in front of other presidents, and all kinds of smugness and ridicule, making others feel very angry. It is said that Gung Tao was put in a sack and beaten up as soon as he got up yesterday morning. The murderer has not been found yet. Poochie, ha ha, with Gung Tao's personality that likes to overturn the table, it would be strange if he didn't get beaten. Emolan laughed, and then asked Zhou Peng, "What about you? What did you get? Did you find any magic potions or plants?" "I just found some scattered magic potions, which are not low in value, but that's all, but I made another unexpected discovery." Speaking of this, Zhou Peng's mouth curled up slightly, and he spoke in a drawn-out tone. "What discovery? Did you find a stone mine?" "No, but it's almost the same. Take a look at this picture." Zhou Peng kept it a secret, and sent a picture to Emolan. Emolan opened the chat box curiously, but was shocked when he saw it clearly. "What is this? Dwarf?" Zhou Peng nodded. "Just found it this morning." Emolan looked at the short, muscular, and strong dwarf holding a hammer in the picture. He is holding an iron tool. Is this a dwarf from a large settlement? And I'm afraid he has formed a certain degree of civilization. He is not an ordinary wild monster. Yes, your guess is the same as mine. Zhou Peng nodded. This dwarf appeared in a small cave far away. We found him by chance. Since the player who discovered it was not good at tracking, he lost the dwarf. But he had already confirmed the existence and approximate location of the dwarf. I think it would only be a matter of time to find the dwarf's tribe or town. I just don't know what the dwarf's attitude is towards humans. It would be comfortable if we could communicate. Beyond the ground, the profits brought by the underground world trade can be imagined. Magic plants, stone mines, magic potions, extraordinary cores, whatever you want. Well, seize the opportunity. Maybe you will be the first caravan to trade with aliens. By the way, do you want to open another passage to the underground? If we use the public passage, there will be almost no privacy. And you are not like Gung Tao, who only sends elite teams. If you want to trade, there must be a lot of goods, which cannot be hidden from people. Zhou Peng nodded. I just plan to open a new passage to the underground world. So I have to transfer the mage group for a while. Okay, you can transfer this. Zhou Peng also nodded, and was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something and asked Emolan. By the way, I heard that you took over a project of Eternal Blazing Sun. Huh? How did you know? Emolan looked at Zhou Peng in a strange way. Did I tell you about this? No, I heard about it. Is it true? Why did they commission you? They didn't commission me, but commissioned the Mage Association to help them research the miniaturization of spell models. I guess they just want to use the miniaturized spell models to design and manufacture some elemental machinery. Oh, is that so? Zhou Peng nodded. I just heard that some of them have started to make steam engines. And it seems that they have already made a test machine. I don't know the details, but I heard that the effect is quite good. Emolan nodded when he heard this. And when he told Zhou Peng about the news that the technology party was divided into two parts, he immediately reacted. Is that so? Forget it. I don't want to care so much. I'll leave first. There are still many things to do. Yeah. Zhou Peng left, and Emolan, who was standing next to the mage tower, fell into deep thought. Steam engine? It seems a bit interesting. Chapter 168 Beast Domination? Emolan walked towards the mage tower alone. The collision of thought sparked inspiration, and everyone gained a lot. Since the day when the assessment method was announced, there has been no large-scale discussion in the mage tower. Instead, they turned to digesting silently by themselves, or forming a team. The two of them encouraged each other, and had small-scale discussions, and slowly turned the previous discussions into their own knowledge accumulation. The same was true for Bao Bao Emolan. In the process of intense discussion, Emolan also brought out his own deduction method for discussion. Although everyone unanimously believed that it was anti-human, unfeasible, and brain-burning, they still put forward many valuable ideas and opinions. And Emolan also optimized the whole method to a certain extent through his own experience, their ideas, and opinions. In addition, Emolan also had a new understanding of the three-ring spell model and The 3-ring spell structure. If the previous Emolon roughly analyzed every known spell model and every spell structure, then the current Emolon systematically sorted out these spell structures and models. Emolon recalled several combinations of 3-ring structures in his mind. And when he was thinking of a new spell, he suddenly smelled a fragrance in front of him. A few question marks appeared on Emolan's forehead, and he scanned with his mental power. Instantly found 2 little kids hiding in the corner of the farm. He saw his nephew and Al sitting around a bonfire, and there was a rabbit dripping oil on it. Al next to him brushed some oil and sprinkled some salt on it from time to time. Emolon licked his lips. When the 2 children were drooling, he suddenly felt a shadow covering his head. He raised his head and was shocked when he saw it clearly. What are you doing? Physics class? Chemistry class? Chinese class? Have you finished biology class? Uncle, it's the weekend today, let's take a break, Zhou Hao said, patting his chest, while Al beside him was a little uneasy and unhappy. Oh, is that so? But I just heard that your teacher is looking for you, Emolon said with some confusion. Ah, why are you looking for us? Zhou Hao tilted his head, a little confused. I don't know, you should go there quickly, don't delay things. Zhou Hao nodded immediately after hearing this. Okay. But he hesitated when he saw the fire. But this. Emolon smiled and said, It's okay. I'll help you watch. Go find the teacher. Okay. Thank you, uncle. Zhou Hao took Al to the mage tower. Emolon watched them leave the field of vision, glanced at the rabbit, and pondered for a moment. No. I can't live up to the children's trust. Although this rabbit is very fragrant, tender, and delicious, it's for the children. I can't eat it. 10 minutes later. Burp! Emolon burped and left leisurely. The teacher clearly didn't call us. Did uncle hear it wrong? Forget it. Never mind. Let's go back and eat the rabbit. It must be cooked. After a while, Zhou Hao and Al came back in confusion and walked towards the bonfire happily. But when they turned around and saw the bonfire, they were stunned. Where is my big bonfire? Where is my cute rabbit? Emolon looked back and whistled and laughed. At this moment, someone suddenly walked towards Emolon. The person who came was Zhao Hua, the leader of the 3rd discussion group, a mage of the Niehua Guild. His arrival made Emolon a little confused. Zhao Hua, what's the matter? President, it's like this. I have a spell model, but I'm a little unsure. So I want to ask the president for his opinion. It's not a question of asking. We can discuss it. Emolon walked into the mage tower at this time, found a studio and went in. Zhao Hua followed immediately, took out a piece of paper and started writing on it. 000,0228. What Zhao Hua wrote was a spell model. Emolon looked at it for a few times and immediately felt familiar with it. He couldn't help but ask. Beast domination? Have you seen it, President? Zhao Hua was a little surprised. Yes, I have. I have studied it for a while, and I have some understanding of it. Zhao Hua was delighted when he heard it. He wrote faster, and then drew a sketch. President, you see, the principle of this spell is to use mental power to forcibly influence and dominate the beast. Since the beasts have low intelligence and weak mental power, they can be influenced by mental power, thus achieving the effect of control. Here I am a little confused. How exactly is this influence formed? Emolon said after a moment of silence. Mental power comes from the soul, and is the tentacles extending from the soul. Through the effect of spells, the mental power is affected, and the soul is affected to a certain extent, thus achieving the effect of domination. Due to the protection of mental power, the spell effect only stays on the surface. After a period of time, the spell effect dissipates, and the beast will regain its freedom again. Zhao Hua asked after listening. Then can the spell effect be applied directly to the beast's soul? If it is applied directly to the beast's soul, can it achieve permanent control? Emolon immediately thought about it after hearing this, and said casually, Is this the career path your guild is researching? Beast taming? It's good. Zhao Hua smiled and didn't say anything after hearing this, waiting silently. But Emolon shook his head. It's unrealistic. It's impossible to directly apply it to the soul under the premise of mental protection. Protecting the soul is the instinct of the spirit, just like the beating of the heart. Even if the beast is unconscious, it will not disappear, and forcibly breaking the spirit will often only cause the soul to break together. After Emolon finished speaking, Zhao Hua suddenly said. But what if there is only a soul, but no spirit? Emolan looked at him in confusion, then thought for a while and said, if this special situation really happens, it cannot be controlled permanently. This is the limitation of the beast's control. This spell model itself cannot achieve permanent control. Is that so? Zhao Hua seemed a little disappointed and smiled bitterly. I felt it was not possible before, but I still had a glimmer of hope in my heart. So I wanted to ask the president, but I didn't expect that your conclusion was also not possible. Zhao Hua shook his head. But Emolan said after a moment of silence, you can continue to study the principle of controlling beasts with this spell of beast domination, and the principle of influencing beasts. I think if you can study this clearly, you may be able to create a permanent control spell or technique. Zhao Hua nodded when he heard it. It's the only way. Thank you for your advice, President. I'll leave first. Yes. Emolan looked at Zhao Hua, who was leaving, shook his head, walked to the element pool, sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. And Zhao Hua was still thinking when he left. Beast domination cannot permanently control beasts. Now that the storage of dead energy has been solved, the problem of the mental power being corroded by controlling dead energy has been solved. But how can we control this revived undead? Zhao Hua fell into deep thought. Chapter 169 Summoner. Permanently control the beast? Isn't this just like catching a pet? Raising a baby? Emolan was a little confused. Can this form a profession? Isn't it enough? Based on Emolan's current understanding of creating professions, it is very simple to create a profession. You can meet any one of the two conditions. 1. Control and utilize a new energy, such as fighting spirit, such as magic, such as elements. The current 3 professions are all built on this basis. 2. A unique use of energy. Arcanists and mages can barely be included in this category. Emolan thought about this and pondered. If it is just catching pets, then it is not a profession at all. There is no new energy used, and there is no new use of energy. At most, it can only be regarded as a new way to strengthen strength. Well, but if there is a unique way to control mental power, it can control the beast troops in large quantities and finally, even the Warcraft troops, or form a partnership with Warcraft, and find a way to practice with Warcraft partners and share characteristics. Then it may also be a very strong profession. Emolan wrote and drew on the words, and finally sighed. Gung Tao is really good at playing. He has ideas. If both of them are done, well, not bad. You don't need to do it yourself. You just need to control the baby. With a heavier death penalty now, and the expectation that the death penalty will continue to increase in the future, this way of fighting will definitely become popular. Emolan was just guessing casually, but he didn't expect that, although his guess was a little off, it hit the core of the necromancer profession. And Emolan himself was inspired by this route of controlling the baby. Mages cannot be out of fashion. They must keep up with the times. They must catch pets. When this thought came to his mind, Emolan suddenly had a lot of inspiration. Yes, I always think that mages are too fragile. So I try to strengthen defense and increase displacement. Shield. Flash. But why do you think so? Why do you run? Aren't mages known as turrets? Only when they stand still can they be turrets. And they can output better. If there is a team of pets with high blood and low attack in front, the mages can output freely in the back. Well, it would be even better if these pets could share health bars with the mage. Emolan wrote quickly with a pen in his hand, writing a long paragraph. No. It is definitely inconvenient to carry pets around. If you can design a spell to summon them at any time, it would be great. And if there are enough pets, if you can find a way to summon them in large numbers, then the mage may not be able to work as a summoner part-time. As for the control and precise command of pets, isn't mental power the specialty of the mage? Emolan finished thinking, looking at the mess of ideas on the paper, slowly sorted them out, then neatly, in paragraphs, ideas, advantages, feasibility, operation methods, written down bit by bit. There should be 2 main difficulties. Emolan looked at the paper, and thought with his hand on his chin. The first is how to control the monster. The monster must understand the player's detailed commands and execute them. This is the basis of cooperation. The second is how to summon the monster out of thin air. Well, let's not consider this for now. It is acceptable to let the mage carry the baby with him. Whether it is to open up a pet space or to summon a pet remotely without distance limit. It involves extremely difficult space problems. It is not something I can solve at present. How to control the monster. Emolan thought about it, and caught a rabbit. Land's spiritual power enveloped the rabbit. Every detail, every part of the rabbit, from the internal organs to the skin, were all within the range of Land's spiritual power. Especially the brain area, Land focused on observing it. This was the first time Land did this, and it felt very wonderful. The heart beat, the blood flowed, the skin trembled, everything was reflected in Land's mind. Land also sensed a trace of weak spiritual power in his brain, so weak that Land felt that his spiritual power might be annihilated with a slight touch. Beast domination. A ray of light sank into the rabbit's mind, and then spread out to envelop that strand of mental power. This process took only a moment, so fast that Land could hardly see it. Land took a deep breath, and slowly gathered all the mental power distributed throughout the rabbit's body into the brain area. Glancing around, he closed the door on the 5th floor, activated the sharp spell on the door, and then withdrew all the mental power scattered around for vigilance. As a 4th ring mage, Land's strong mental power was almost all compressed in the rabbit's mind, and Land tried his best to remain restrained, so as not to affect the rabbit itself. Under such a highly concentrated mental power, time seemed to slow down. Thinking became swift. The blood in the rabbit's brain flowed drop by drop, and every beat of the blood vessels was clearly visible. Beast domination. A ray of light sank into the rabbit's brain. When it took effect, the light spread, turning into a large net to grab the rabbit's mental power, and closed in an instant, turning into a ray of light again. Except that the trace of mental power had been wrapped in it. The rabbit was controlled by Land, but it was still normal, with its nose twitching slightly, sniffing left and right. But Land didn't care about these things at this time, but recalled the net in his mind. Although the beast control spell took effect for only a moment, Land still caught the shape of the big net, straight by strand, horizontally and vertically. It turned into a fine big net that wrapped the trace of mental power, and it seemed to penetrate it. And that big net looked very familiar to Land, and it seemed to be the same as the magic brand he put on the magic tower. If I use mental power to create a mental brand, and then put it on the beast's mental power, or even on its soul, then can I control the beast? An attractive idea popped up in Land's mind. He came back to his senses and looked at the controlled rabbit. The idea moved. Take 2 steps. Click. Click. The rabbit took 2 steps on the table, then looked around in confusion, found nothing, continued to sniff left and right. Stand up. The rabbit stood up. Roll over. The rabbit rolled on the table twice, rolled to the edge of the table, and fell to the ground with a click. Attack. The rabbit did not move, and ignored Land. No target. Attack this table leg. The rabbit rushed forward, and braked and turned around when it approached the stone table leg, and kicked its hind legs hard. Click. With a crisp sound, the rabbit broke its bones. Land laughed out loud at this, grabbed the rabbit, and went downstairs. The command of the controller cannot be violated, but when the command is too vague, it cannot be understood, and will not be executed. This should be because the rabbit is too stupid, and even if the vague command is understood, the action taken may not meet expectations, which should also depend on the rabbit's IQ. But in general, mental power directly transmits information, fast, and can be understood across races, so it is not difficult to control pets. As long as the mage's command is detailed enough, it is not a problem to ask the pet to help with summer homework. Well, next, let's try to see if the mental imprint I envision works. If it doesn't work, then we have to find a way to modify and improve the spell model of beast domination. Land had already walked out of the mage tower, and came to the cafeteria next to it, and smiled at the cafeteria uncle. Uncle, this rabbit is injured. Please roast it for me, a whole one. Chapter 170 Spiritual Imprint. Master, you have great skills. Land wiped the oil off his mouth, left the canteen, leaving the clean bones on the table, walked to the farm, put his hands behind his back, and started to pick. I've eaten rabbits, cough cough, my mental strength is too weak, it will break if touched, I guess it will be difficult to operate later, it's better to have a bigger one. Is it a wild boar or a roe deer? Land looked around, finally chose a roe deer, and nodded with satisfaction. Feather fall. The magic light flashed, and the next moment, the roe deer that had become light and fluttery really floated up, suspended in the air, following Land into the mage tower. On the 5th floor, he used the mage's hand to fix the roe deer on the ground, to prevent it from running around. Land recalled the feeling of leaving the magic mark before. The principle of the magic mark is to wrap the spell model with a net made of magic without affecting the operation of the spell model. and it is entangled with the core of the spell model without a single gap, and no one's magic power, mental power can bypass my magic mark to control the spell model. If the mental power imprint is copied from the magic power imprint, it is doomed to fail. There is no other result. Because the original design functions are different, it is impossible to succeed by forcing it. The requirements of the mental power imprint should be that it will always be imprinted in the beast's mental power, will not disappear, and can deeply control the beast. Emolan went deep into the roe deer's mind to explore its mental power. Compared with the rabbit, the roe deer's mental power is indeed much stronger. I don't know if it has something to do with IQ or physical strength. Let's not consider the issue of not disappearing for now. Let's first think of a way to design a mental imprint that can control the beast. Emolan, like before, concentrated all his mental power on the roe deer's mind. Concentrating, and the feeling that time seemed to slow down appeared. Beast domination. The light of the spell fell on the roe deer's head. An array of light in his mind turned into a large net to contain the roe deer's mental power, and then closed instantly, turning into a ray of light to tightly wrap the roe deer's mental power. Through the light, Emolan seemed to see a large net looming, and the silk threads bound the roe deer's mental power like iron chains. No, the silk threads seemed to be very thin chains. After Emolan gave the roe deer an order to stay where he was, he recalled the scene just now in his mind. The scene just now was repeated. Emolan drove the ink box to rotate at high speed, trying to analyze the transformation process of mental power in the light. The beast control spell should be considered a mental spell. It requires Emolan's mental power, and some elements as energy when casting. So strictly speaking, the spell model only converts Emolan's mental power into a large net, and then drives the large net to catch the mental power of the roe deer. Finally, the auxiliary mental power controls the beast and dominates the beast. This is why Emolan thinks that if he designs a mental imprint, he can replace the beast control spell. It's not very clear. Emolan looked at the roe deer that had been dominated, and pointed his finger. Beast domination. With his mental power highly concentrated, the scene of the magic light net appeared in Emolan's eyes again, and the memory in his mind became clearer. Beast domination. The light of the magic appeared one after another, and the beast domination was released again, and the memory in Emolan's mind became clearer and clearer. After a long time, Emolan looked at the extremely clear memory in his mind, compared the release of the magic for more than a dozen times, and confirmed the release of the magic for more than a dozen times, and Emolan deduced silently. The mental power was running. The ink cartridge was rotating. And the answer gradually emerged in his mind. The mental power was transformed into the smallest unit, as if the mental power was just born. And the mental power was compressed. Compressed to the point where it could not be compressed any further. And then slowly bent, closed, and formed an elliptical ring. Emolan failed several times. And if he succeeded, the elliptical rings would naturally interlock with each other to form a chain. No, this is too thin. I thought my control over mental power was strong enough, but I didn't expect it to work. It's almost like controlling every cell when the muscles are exerting force. This is too difficult. Even the ink cartridge has its limits. It can't be done. Emolan frowned. If you want to form this kind of chain with pure mental power, there is no shortcut. You can only constantly exercise your control over mental power. As long as you have enough control, the chain will naturally come into being. Emolan pondered. If nothing else, at least I found a technique to exercise mental control. Controlling mental power to form such chains is simply too torturous. But if you can master it, it will definitely be the top mental power control. Emolan silently added a task to his daily practice. He felt that the control of mental power would be of great use in the future. Even if it was useless, it would be his own after mastering it, and it would not be taken away by anyone. But before mastering it, it is not impossible to find a tricky way to form a mental imprint. Emolan cast his eyes on the spell model dominated by the beast. Extract the spell structure that turns the mental power into a network. And then? Wait. Emolan suddenly reacted. Before, we pursued the formation of mental imprints without casting spells. So we need to form chains autonomously. But since we have decided to use spell models, why do we need to extract them? Isn't this just taking off pants to fart? Looking for trouble? Emolan fell silent. What I need to find is a way to permanently control the beasts. To control the magic beasts. To solve this problem, let's study this problem first. Why does the effect of the beast domination spell disappear? Emolan threw down a spell casually. Beast domination. The roe deer was dominated by Emolan again. This time, Emolan still did nothing, but silently observed the effect of the spell. Wait for the spell effect to pass naturally. But Emolan was not idle during the waiting process. He directly carried out the training project just decided. Form the mental power into a ring of the chain. Because the mental power control is indeed not enough. Controlling the smallest unit of mental power to compress into a ring is impossible, not even training. So Emolan lowered the difficulty a little. 1,000 strands of the smallest unit of spiritual power condensed into a strand. And then Emolan manipulated this strand of spiritual power to compress itself. After compressing to the limit, it was bent, connected, and formed into an elliptical ring. Even if it was 1,000 times the smallest unit of spiritual power, Emolan still had a hard time controlling it. And it was very difficult. He could only do it with difficulty. After completing the first elliptical ring with difficulty, while maintaining the first elliptical ring, he began to build the second elliptical ring. Emolan's forehead gradually broke out with sweat, and the elliptical rings formed one by one, interlocked with each other, and formed a thin chain. While Emolan was training, time passed slowly, and the spell effects of the beast control also disappeared bit by bit, which was recorded by Emolan. Chapter 171 Spell Position Fragmentation. The effect of the spell dissipates little by little as time passes. No spell is eternal, and it will not remain unchanged forever. Since a spell needs to be maintained, it will consume power. And if there is no external power to supplement it, then no matter how strong the spell is, it is just a rootless duckweed. Even the third ring spell Beast Domination is the same. It only goes in but not out, as a rootless duckweed. The energy of the Beast Domination spell dissipates little by little, and the mental power also dissipates little by little. Finally, at the 20th hour, the effect of the Beast Dominant spell completely dissipated, and the roe deer regained its freedom. Emolan glanced at the crooked and long chain in his mind. He felt that the mental power of an elliptical ring was stronger than that of a roe deer. If this chain was used to weave a net to restrain the mental power of a roe deer, the roe deer would either be crushed to death or pass through the gap. Silently dispel the chain that was condensed with great difficulty. It is impossible and unrealistic to want to prevent the effect of the spell from fading. However, it is possible to maintain the spell effect for a long time, or even forever. It is just that the spell effect fades. As long as the spell energy is replenished, it can last for a long time. Beast Domination consumes mental power. If you want to replenish it, you need mental power. If I want to replenish it, I might as well release another Beast Domination. There is no value in studying this. So, Emolan looked down at the roe deer. So you can only draw mental power from the target, and use the target's mental power to control the target, so as to achieve the effect of the Beast Domination spell for a long time. But if my mental power is completely replaced by the target's own mental power in the end, will this spell still work? If it doesn't work, what's the point of it existing? My mental power is completely replaced, so it can't be called my spell at all? Emolan frowned, and he suddenly felt that this matter was a bit tricky. What should I do? Emolan fell into deep thought, subconsciously took out a piece of paper, and wrote on it. According to Emolan's habit, he broke down every factor and every requirement of this problem, and wrote them one by one on the paper. In the process of writing, Emolan's thoughts seemed to be broken down along with it, and slowly sorted out. He deleted the unnecessary factors one by one, and the last 2 points shocked Emolan. The spell effect is not necessary. I want the mental imprint. Spell effect. This is a way to apply the mental imprint. Spell effect is not necessary. The mental imprint is the key to controlling the beast. If I can keep the mental imprint constant, then I don't need to worry about the spell effect. But even so, the mental imprint needs to replenish mental power. After all, mental power is just a kind of power. It can't exist for a long time. But once the external mental power is replenished, it will definitely disperse the mental imprint itself. Once the mental imprint is dispersed, the control effect cannot be guaranteed, unless my mental imprint can automatically assimilate or even devour the external mental power, and turn it all into my own, but this is even more unrealistic. It is better to find a way to create a constant mental imprint. Wait, constant? Emolan suddenly reacted. Yes, mental power is not good, it can be moved and dispersed at will, but the soul is always fixed, always unchanged. Right? As long as I fix the mental imprint on the target's soul, won't it disappear? And directly touching the soul, the control effect should be better and deeper. Emolan's inspiration burst out, which surprised him. But mental power cannot be fixed directly, it must have a carrier that can be integrated into the soul and can carry mental power. Mo Lan's smile froze. The material that can be integrated into the soul. This problem seems to be more difficult, more mysterious. However, at this moment, Mo Lan suddenly thought of something. Something that perfectly met the requirements. The moment he thought of this thing, Mo Lan's mental power sank into his mind, silently watching the 15 spell slots rotating in 4 circles, carrying mental power and existing independently without energy to integrate into the soul. Mo Lan seemed to find no material that met the requirements better than the spell slot. An entire spell slot is definitely not able to form a mental imprint. If you want to form a mental imprint, you must break the spell slot. Mo Lan fell silent. What will happen after the spell slot is broken? Can the spell slot be recondensed after it is broken? Mo Lan shook his head, first shook off this thought, and probed into the mind of the roe deer. The center of the mind is the roe deer's mental power, and the core of the mental power, where the subconscious wraps, is the place where the soul is stored. We must bypass the protection of the roe deer's mental power, and directly integrate the mental imprint into the roe deer's soul. According to the steps of spell constancy, the first step is to find the frequency of the roe deer's mental power. As long as the frequency of the mental power matches, then my mental imprint can be directly integrated into the mental power, and finally pass through the mental power. Mo Lan silently sensed the frequency of the roe deer's mental power. However, after just a little perception, Mo Lan found something wrong. Within 1 second, the frequency of the roe deer's mental power changed 17 times. Mo Lan realized after just 1 second of observation that if this problem is not solved, the mental imprint will never resonate with it. No matter how you adjust it, you will never catch up with the frequency of the roe deer's mental power changes. The mental power of living things is not a dead thing, the frequency is constant. Just like I can adjust the frequency of mental power at will to resonate with other objects, the spiritual power of other creatures can also change at will, making it impossible for you to resonate. This is almost unchangeable. I can easily destroy their spiritual power, but I can't adjust the frequency of their spiritual power unless they are willing to be branded by me, spontaneously control their spiritual power, do not need to actively resonate with me. As long as the spiritual power remains constant, just wait for my resonance. Only in this way can I brand their soul with a spiritual mark, forming a pet that can theoretically be permanent. Mo Lan thought about it carefully and rubbed his brows with a headache. The problem was indeed solved. But it did not make him feel relieved. Instead, it gave him a headache, because behind this problem was a bigger problem. Forget it. Wait until we catch the monsters. I will definitely be able to influence them and make them surrender. Mo Lan clenched his fists, then looked at the time. It was already dark, and he was a little hungry. So he walked down, and the roe deer followed him in the air. When he arrived in front of the chef, Mo Lan turned his head and looked at the roe deer. Mental state is good, not depressed. Physical state is good, no signs of injury. Appetite seems good too, still chewing something. Very sensible, cooperative during the experiment just now. Mo Lan pondered for a moment. Master, please roast the whole thing, everyone wants to eat it. Kill a roe deer to reward everyone. Chapter 172 contains deep meaning. Time flies by, and it has been 15 days since Mo Lan broke through and became a 4th ring mage. Zopeng, we will officially start recruiting members tomorrow. How are your preparations? Mo Lan walked down the mage tower and asked Zopeng next to him. We worked overnight, and the examination room that can accommodate 1,000 people at a time has been prepared, plus 20 waiting areas, which can accommodate 20,000 candidates at a time, should be enough. And the test paper. Zopeng led Mo Lan out, and walked to a mountain by the mirror lake. There is a cave inside. When we went in, we saw rows of woodblock printing machines working at full capacity, and papers were piled up on the side. Mo Lan picked up the test paper with dark ink and nodded. It feels like the papers from decades ago. The papers that our teacher printed for us were similar to this one. Zopeng smiled when he heard this, and suddenly thought of something. By the way, we printers can basically guarantee that the questions will not be leaked. But we are taking the exam in batches after all. Although the questions before and after are not quite the same, the question types are similar after all. Are you sure no one will post the questions on the forum? Or send them to others privately? Mo Lan shook his head. It can't be prevented. Even if we organize all the people to take the exam in the same batch, it can't be prevented. In fact, leaking questions is a small matter. The questions we designed have certain requirements for improvement experience, and have higher requirements for the candidate's knowledge reserves of spell models. So, if you can do it without looking at the questions in advance. If you can't, it's useless even if you look at it in advance. Let alone 1 or 2 hours in advance, even if you look at it 1 or 2 days in advance. He can't make up for the difference. If you can't, you can't. What we need to pay attention to are the candidates taking the same exam. After all, their questions are the same. If someone is contacted in advance and wants to copy homework, we can only disrupt the people in different regions to take the exam in batches, and try to avoid people who know each other together. But there will still be people together, so what should we do? Emolan shrugged and said indifferently. Then I hope the one who copied the homework has some skills. My question has a standard answer, but there is no standard process. If anyone copies the same thing, then both candidates will be disqualified. Why would you play the role of a mage if you are so stupid? You should pay more attention when marking the papers. Laugh. No way. No way. Is there really someone who can copy the same thing? Zopan looked a little strange when he heard this, and rolled his eyes. What do you think? Wish them good luck. Are all the staff ready? Proctors, staff, guides? By then, the number of participants in the entire event is destined to exceed 10,000. Or even tens of thousands. This is only the mages who meet the requirements to take the exam. If we count the mages who do not meet the requirements, the friends and relatives who come to join in the fun, and the players who watch, I am not surprised at all that there are more than 100,000 people in the entire Jinghu area. I have read your plan. It is feasible. Are there any other difficulties? Zopeng rubbed his eyebrows when he heard it. It's not a big problem. No irrelevant personnel are allowed to enter, which will screen out more than 90% of the people. If this group of people start a live broadcast, they will probably settle down. As for those who intend to sign up, since they are here to participate, they will definitely obey the management. At least they have a sense of weakness. And it is not difficult to manage. So the problem is not big. The main thing is you. Try to make it fair. At least it looks very fair on the surface. As long as it does not cause public outrage, everything will be fine. Speaking of this, Zopeng felt a little bit of pity. The time is still too short. If there is more time, you build a large anti-magic force field on the field. And all these mages will be quiet and obedient. And you can teach them a lesson as you like. Emolan suddenly felt someone's eyes on him, which made him turn his head and look Zopeng up and down. You seem to be thinking about something bad? I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. You are an arcane master. The anti-magic force field can't suppress you. I'm not that stupid. Oh, that's right. But did I tell you what you were thinking about? Zopeng fell silent and said weakly, Wait for me to argue. There's news. What, an accident? I'll come right away. Emolan, I have something urgent to do. I'll leave first. Keep in touch. Zopeng's face suddenly turned serious, turned around and ran, until he was out of Emolan's sight, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck, luckily I ran away quickly. I almost let it slip. Time passed bit by bit at this time. Many people had already arrived at the shore of Jinghu Lake, but when they found that a large area was tightly surrounded by stone walls, they could not enter. They came to the mountain with a better view with some disappointment, expertly assembled the tent they brought with them, set up the small pot, occupied a place, and started camping, looking down at the entire examination room below. The examination room was surrounded by a circle of tall stone walls, with only 2 entrances and exits. Standing on the top of the mountain, you can see that the examination room is also divided into 2 circles. The outer circle is like the viewing area of the stadium, all with step chairs. It is also divided into 10 areas, with words written on it, squinting your eyes to take a closer look. Area number 1. Area number 2. This should be the waiting area. Right? Candidates waiting to take the exam supervise the progress of the exam. The organizer is very thoughtful. Isn't he afraid of leaking the questions? In the middle of the waiting area is a square examination room, with stone tables and stone chairs neatly arranged horizontally and vertically. A passerby on the top of the mountainside, when he saw it. Look! This examination room is straight and level, which means that President Molan is rigorous in his work and follows the rules in everything. Stone chairs. Stone means that Molan is like an indestructible stone, standing at the forefront of the mage's research work, and cannot be shaken. 25 horizontal, 40 vertical. 25 and 4 are a very clever combination, for 25s equal 100. 40 25s equal 1000. This implies that Emolan has more than 100 for the Mage Association, and pursues 1000. It also implies Emolan's earnest hope for the Mage Association and future mages. It implies at the foot of the mountain, Emolan inspected the entire venue and counted the positions. Well, horizontal and vertical. Neat. Comfortable to look at. Just enough space to put 1000? Su Zongqin smiled and shook his head. No. The flat land by the lake is square. So we fenced it off and arranged a set of seats at a certain distance, horizontally and vertically. More than 900 sets. The main reason was that it looked untidy and not an integer. So we expanded the area to make it an integer. 1000 sets. On the top of the mountain. The passerby nodded slightly after speaking. How could Emotion arrange it casually? His every move, every arrangement has a deep meaning. But he is too far ahead of us, and we can't understand it. Alas, you can imagine how lonely Emotion is, ahead of the entire era. No one can understand him. Alas, poor Sai, respectable. Down the mountain. By the way, Zong Xian, haven't you caught any monsters yet? Instructor, no, I've been busy setting up the exam room during this period, and the few monsters I encountered were too powerful. I couldn't catch them. Either they ran away or were killed. Well, okay, let's do this. A roe deer will get heatstroke tomorrow. Let's eat it tonight. Roast a whole roe deer. Alas, the taste is just average, mainly because it will get heatstroke tomorrow. Emolan licked his lips. It's just average. Chapter 173 like a god. Amplification? It's really interesting. Emolan looked at the spell model sent by Zhao Hua. This is a wind attribute trick. The effect is very simple. Amplification like a loudspeaker. The spell is very simple, but it makes Emolan think. Perhaps the mage should not blindly pursue combat power, pursue great power, and attack. Just find a way to learn how to grow mushrooms. More attention should be paid to people's livelihood. History has proved that a small number of elites cannot promote the development of the entire world. Only by liberating productivity, making magic popular and portable can the world move forward. If elemental power can replace oil, replace electricity, and everyone can use magic, then perhaps that is the truly advanced mage technology civilization. Not just the backward and feudal mage civilization. Emolan suddenly had many ideas in his mind at this moment. But the noisy sound from outside immediately brought him back to his senses. Now is not the time to think about this. Emolan opened the notepad and wrote 2 words in bold black font on the first page. People's livelihood, mage technology. After finishing writing, Emolan took a deep breath and murmured to himself. Emolan, it's about to start, are you ready? Looking down at the scenery in the examination room by the lake from the top of the mountain. At this time, there were only a few people in the examination room. Outside the wall, it was a dark mass, crowded with people, and extremely noisy. And at the main entrance of the examination room, Zhou Peng led people to stand there, dividing the main entrance into 10 passages with stone walls, leading to 10 waiting areas respectively. At this time, the mages who were preparing to take the recruitment examination stood densely in front. Those who were familiar with each other, most of them, who came together stood together. On the top of the mountain, a player sighed. Is Emolan's appeal so strong? There must be at least tens of thousands of people planning to participate. Right? No. These are only those who meet the requirements. There are more who do not meet the requirements. But they just did not come. Basically, if you want to become a first-line player in the mage profession, you must join the Mage Association and follow Emolan's footsteps. The Mage Tower. Spell resonance. The most advanced mage concept. The most powerful. The best mages. And the best environment are all in the Mage Association, which is simply the cradle of mages. If you were a mage, what would you choose? Yes. By the way, don't you think it would be nice to cast a spell into the crowd below at this time? The player was proud of his idea. But as soon as he finished speaking, the people around him instantly moved away from him. And some even grabbed their weapons in a sneaky way. Seeing this, the man panicked. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Stay away from you. A dangerous person. The people below are at least 3 ring mages, with 7 spell slots. If you dare to cast a spell, there will probably be 7 or 8,000 spells falling here in the next second, and the mountain will be flattened. Do you know how many people are not sure about joining the Mage Association, and are planning to do something meritorious, and then get extra points? Fuck, I'm just joking, just kidding, I definitely don't dare to blow it up. Down below, under the command of Zhou Peng, players entered 10 channels one after another in a random manner, and followed the channels into their waiting area. The players who gathered together often went to different waiting areas, and they would also get a small note when leaving the passage. 22 to 34 waiting seat number, 22 Indie row. 34 seat. Exam seat number, 22 Indie row. 34 seat. The top of a mountain facing the examination room. This is the best area to have a general view of the entire examination room. But at this time, this place is occupied by guild leaders. Hey, have you found the magic plant? Let me tell you, I am really miserable. There is a forest with thousands of magic plants. But there are 3 elite bone scorpions guarding me. Every time they steal trees, they will attack me. Every trunk I carry out is exchanged for a life. I am so miserable. They died so miserably. Alas, in this world, the most useless thing is the magic plant. And the easiest thing to find is the magic plant. If I am given another chance, I would rather not have it, Gung Tao said with a sigh. But nearly 10 presidents. No one paid attention to him. All of them focused on the examination room below, and said something from time to time, as if they didn't hear Gung Tao's words. Yi Fei looked at a post on the forum, and said with admiration, "Those who disrupt order will be disqualified directly. Those who have made significant contributions to maintaining order on site will be given extra points by the association. Those who have made significant contributions will be specially approved for recruitment." Zhou Peng is a talent. He organized an event with tens of thousands of people. Everything is in order. Although there are many flaws, they are all minor problems caused by lack of organizational experience. The flaws do not outweigh the merits. Even if there is no game in the future, and no chamber of commerce, with the experience of this organization, you can get a high-paying job in any company you apply for. Mages showed their attribute panels at the main entrance of the examination room. Those who reached the 3rd ring road entered, and those who did not reach the 3rd ring road were arranged to leave through a special channel. The whole crowd moved forward very smoothly, divided by 10 channels, and poured into the waiting area. It took nearly 2 hours just to arrange for these people to enter and take their seats. 2 hours later, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning, and the outside of the examination room had become much sparser. But there were still tens of thousands of people who chose to rest here, wait, and watch the live broadcast. These were all people who did not meet the requirements, but they had a fluke mentality in their hearts and wanted to see if they could enter to take the exam. President, 19,876 people. A breathless man ran over and said to Zhou Peng, "Nearly 20,000 people, 20,003 ring mages. One wave can cast 140,000 spells, hiss." Zhou Peng smacked his lips, somewhat surprised. "I thought 20,000 seats were more than enough, but I didn't expect it to be almost not enough. There are really too many people. Now Red Maple City has become a real city of mages." Zhou Peng's tone was full of sighs, although he had long understood that Mo Lan's appeal was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. After saying that, he looked outside for a few times, confirmed that there was no one, and then looked at the time. 10:58. He waited silently for 2 minutes. When the time jumped to 11 o'clock, the mage cast a spell. The 50 centimeter thick, 50 meter wide door fell from a 5 meter high air. Boom! The stone ground was broken, the door sank into the mud, the earth shook, and the loud noise that followed instantly made the entire examination room silent, and everyone turned their heads to look over. And at this moment, when you could hear a pin drop, a crisp and slow footsteps came from the back of another passage in the examination room. Ta! 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 A footstep slowly approached. Everyone turned their heads to look over. Millions of expectant eyes focused on the 2 stone doors. Ta! The footsteps seemed to be behind the stone door. Rumble! The heavy stone door slowly opened, revealing the figure behind it. Mo Lan looked at the open stone door. A smile appeared on his face. When the stone door was completely opened, he took a step forward. The crisp footsteps disappeared. Mo Lan's feet were in the air. Step by step, there seemed to be an invisible staircase under Mo Lan's feet, allowing Mo Lan to climb up. After a while, Mo Lan stood firm, looking down at the many candidates below. The sun's rays shone behind him, adding a hint of gold to Mo Lan's outline, like a god. At this moment, silence. Chapter 174. Beat him to death, and throw him out. "Hello everyone, I am Mo Lan." Mo Lan's voice resounded throughout the examination room, like a loud bell. But almost everyone had not yet come to their senses, with only one thought in their heads. Fly! Can fly? Can a mage fly now? One by one, the examinees looked at Emolan standing in the air, and their eyes suddenly filled with strong yearning. Looking at the people around them, their fighting spirit instantly rose. I want to join the Mage Association. I want to learn from emotion, and fly freely without any tools. The presidents on the top of the mountain were also slightly shocked. It's really flying. Can a warrior fly? Yes. In my dreams? How will a warrior fight a mage in the future? Use an archer. What about other types of warriors? Sit and be beaten by a mage. At this time, Gung Tao touched the back of his head and looked at them strangely. Why use a warrior to fight a mage? The mage's job transfer method is not a secret. Is it not possible to train a mage to fight a mage? The top of the mountain fell into a deathly silence for a while. And the live broadcast at this time was also blown up. Countless bullet comments were swiped across the screen and finally unified into one sentence. Coach, I want to learn this. Clap. Emolan's clapping drew everyone's attention back, looking up at the flying man. Today is the first day of the Mage Association's recruitment exam for members, elders, vice presidents. I would like to thank you all for your support. Otherwise, if I organize the exam with great fanfare, and no one comes, it would be very embarrassing. Emolan's words caused laughter, and when Emolan pressed his hands down, the examination room instantly became quiet. Secondly, I would like to thank our 20 examiners. It was their hard work day and night that produced the test questions. Finally, I would like to thank the staff behind the scenes of our Jioding Chamber of Commerce for providing logistical support for the entire exam. Whether it is the exam room itself or the organization of the examinees, all of this is inseparable from the efforts of everyone in Jioding Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. Emolan looked around and smiled. Now that we have said the nice things, let's say something unpleasant. In other words, I will say something ugly in advance. Since you have decided to join the Mage Association, I must first tell you some things that may make you unhappy and dissatisfied. I will give you the right to choose again, if you still don't leave after listening to the following. Then the exam will officially begin. Please listen patiently. There is not much content, just a few simple points. As a loose mutual aid association for mages, the Mage Association aims to establish a mutual aid association for mages, to study mages and improve the mage profession. Therefore, there are not many core contents of the entire Mage Association that may cause you dislike. I personally feel that there are mainly several aspects. To summarize, they are the following points. First, everyone here comes from all over the country, and perhaps many of you have already joined the guild. Of course, this does not affect joining the Mage Association. After all, we are just an exchange association for mutual assistance among mages. What I want to say is that any spells, knowledge, skills you obtain in the association are limited to personal use. For example, if you obtain the technology to build a mage tower, you can charge money to help others build it, but you cannot resell the construction technology in any way or give it to others. Once such a situation is discovered, the Mage Association will punish the member and refuse all cooperation with the guild, the organization, and any existing cooperation will be directly interrupted, ended, and the losses caused by infringement will be recovered. If the nature is bad, the Mage Association will not rule out the use of force to protect its rights, including but not limited to attacking the organization's base, attacking the organization's players, pushing the organization into bankruptcy, destruction, and dissolution. Did you hear it clearly? Before you join the Mage Association, think it through. If you don't want to accept it, you can quit now. The examination room was silent. Emolan's words shocked them slightly. No one would doubt Emolan's execution ability. Emolan smiled at this and prepared to say the next point. However, at this moment, someone jumped out and cursed. Emolan, I finally see you clearly. You are just a hypocrite who seeks fame and reputation. At this moment, everyone turned to look at this warrior. You keep saying that you are selflessly contributing to the study of mages, for communication, and we are willing to believe you. But what are you doing now? What spells are not allowed to be passed on? What knowledge is not allowed to be passed on? You are just for your own selfishness, for your own interests, and have become the biggest obstacle to the development of the mage profession. Your so-called establishment of a mage association is just to establish a powerful association controlled by you. Everything is to satisfy your own selfish desires. You are hypocritical. The man pointed at Emolan and shouted loudly, and then turned around to look at the players in the waiting area behind him. Brothers, the Mage Association is just a cover. Emolan is a selfish hypocrite. I'd rather not join this Mage Association. Humph, why do we need to hold exams? Brothers, follow me. I want to establish a Mage Association in Hanfeng City, a real Mage Association. A big family where everyone can share knowledge, communicate freely, and any mage can join. At this time, several warrior players from the Jioding Chamber of Commerce went up, and before they could touch him, he shouted directly. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you angry because I exposed you? I tell you, if you have the guts, kill me. You are a selfish hypocrite. At this moment, almost everyone looked at Emolan, waiting for Emolan's reply. Emolan stood in midair, with a smile on his face that did not change at all, and he did not even look down. Okay, this candidate asked a very good question, which goes straight to the core. For this question, I will simply give an example to answer it. During the Warring States period, there was a law in the state of Lu that if you saw a Lu person being enslaved in a foreign country and bought him back, then you could receive a reward from the state. Confucius's disciple bought a slave and refused the reward very nobly, but was scolded by his teacher Confucius. Why? The disciple was obviously very noble and made the teacher proud. So why was he scolded? The reason is very simple. Because if he refused to accept the reward, then others would not accept the reward for the sake of face. In the early stage, someone might buy a slave from Lu, but after suffering a loss, no one would do so slowly. Is this a good thing? Is the noble disciple still noble? Similarly, if I share knowledge for free, what about others? If everyone contributes for free, who will study new knowledge after everyone suffers a loss? Isn't it better to wait for others to contribute? If this goes on, will anyone continue to study the mage if they keep paying without getting any reward? Of course, I also have some selfish motives, but I still think that it is the best state to let those who contribute get what they deserve, and we can enter a positive cycle. As for this point just now, the Mage Association did not hesitate to use force just to protect the interests of every member, to protect their sincere hearts in studying magic. This examinee, do you have any other questions? Emolan looked down at the man just now, still smiling, and when he saw this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, Humph, what do you mean by protecting everyone's interests? In the final analysis, you just can't bear to give up the technology in your hands. If you want me to believe you, you can. Publish all the knowledge about the Mage Tower, flying, and cultivation in your hand, and I will believe you. I will do whatever you say in the future, and I will definitely be the first to follow suit to protect the intellectual property rights of mages, and protect your intellectual property rights. Emolan smiled when he heard this, and looked up at everyone. Did you understand my answer just now? If there is still something you don't understand, you can raise your hand and ask, and I will explain it to you. This is everyone's right. If not, then I will continue to talk about the next point. Emolan was halfway through his speech, and the person below saw that Emolan ignored him, and cursed angrily. Hypocrite, you don't dare to tell me? Ah! What rubbish emotion, what magic association, it's nothing. Just a bunch of rubbish. Emolan smiled. I'm wrong, I've delayed everyone's time, please forgive me. After saying this, Emolan's smile faded, looked down, and said coldly, Kill him, and throw the body out. You dare, ah! Emolan raised his head, and a smile appeared on his face again. It's just a funny episode, don't worry about it, let's continue. Chapter 175. Alas, me too. Okay, let's talk about the second point. The second point is nothing. It's just a very simple expulsion matter. Falsification. Snatching other people's research results will result in expulsion. In addition, within the association, a simple assessment will be conducted every year. There will be no assessment in the first year. Starting from the second year, as long as there are results, you can basically pass the assessment. If you fail the assessment for 3 consecutive years, you will be expelled. Pay attention, here it is 3 consecutive years, the interrupted 3 years does not count. You can fail the assessment for 2 years, then pass it for 1 year, and fail it for 2 years again. Haha, just kidding, it's mainly to prevent people from eating and drinking for free in the association, and wasting everyone's common resources in vain. This one shouldn't be too much. Right? Not too much. Someone below suddenly responded loudly. Emolan looked down and smiled. Okay, that's all. Your papers are now covered on the examination table. As for the examination room discipline, I think I don't need to emphasize it too much. No loud noises, no leaking of questions, no discussion, no copying or copying for others, etc. Once caught in these situations, you will be disqualified directly. The above interpretation rights belong to me personally. Don't argue, I'm just so domineering. If any of you say no, yours will be scattered. Emolan finally said somewhat exaggeratedly, which immediately caused laughter. Okay, now each waiting area draws number balls to determine the order of the exam. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, a person walked towards the waiting area with a box in his hand, and each waiting area found a person to draw a number. In the first round, the candidate in waiting area number 7 will start the exam. The exam time is 1 hour, 3 questions, you can choose one to answer. 1 hour later, waiting area number 3. Get ready. After the man said this, the door of waiting area number 7 opened instantly, and candidates walked out one by one, finding their seats and sitting down. And the moment they sat down, 2-meter-high stone walls rose around each seat. Start the timer, and start answering questions. Candidates, please do not let your mental power leave your body, otherwise you will be treated as cheating. Examiners walked around the examination room one by one, and their mental powers crossed and covered their respective invigilation areas. Emolan in midair looked down, and a round stone pillar rose up from the ground, and came directly under Emolan. When it was only half a meter away from Emolan, the top of the stone pillar evolved automatically. The handrail rose, and 2 stone dragons swam behind it, solidifying after forming a double dragon grabbing a pearl, and turned into a backrest. The moment the stone pillar arrived, Emolan sat down directly in the air. When the stone seat evolved, Emolan was leaning against the back, with one hand on the handrail, his left hand supporting his chin, his right leg on his left leg, and his mental power spreading, covering the entire examination room. Invigilator. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, one by one, the examinees began to answer the questions. Some people's eyes lit up as soon as they saw the questions, showing a look of joy, and after studying them for a while, they began to write eloquently. The structure of the second ring spell was derived from the structure of the first ring spell, and the structure of the third ring spell was derived from the structure of the second ring spell. When the white paper was full, they stopped with a sense of unsatisfaction, and turned to pick up the next test paper. And some people scratched their heads after seeing the questions, the complicated examples, the dense lines of deduction steps were like a heavenly book. The first one, no. The second one, no. The third one, what kind of rubbish question is this? I know every word, but I don't know them when they are put together. At the same time, I was still thinking in my heart, these questions are so difficult, I'm sure no one can do it. However, some people had empty eyes, and their fingers were quietly tapping in the air, but often they had just started, and the stone wall next to them was knocked. It is forbidden to open the attribute panel, warning once, if it happens again, you will be disqualified from the exam directly. The candidate was stunned for a moment, and realized that it was the mental power that covered this area. Will he use his mental power to cover my area all the time? My mental power has all shrunk, I don't know. Should I use my mental power to test it? Just to confirm. Dong. 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 The next exam seat was knocked. Mental power is forbidden to be extended outside. Warn once, if it happens again, it will be treated as cheating. The mental power that was about to be extended out stagnated, and his face instantly fell. As time passed, the time for the end of the exam was getting closer and closer, and his heart was shrouded in anxiety, and his mental power ventured directly out of his body. And not discovered? However, at this time, Emolan's voice echoed over the examination room. Examination Area 7, Row 21, candidate number 15, made a suspected cheating move again after the first warning, which is considered cheating, and her examination score is cancelled, and her qualification for this exam is cancelled. The candidate's score is invalid, but she can continue to answer questions, or apply to leave the examination room. Candidate number 15 looked left and right, and finally applied to leave dejectedly. Candidate number 15 left the examination room cursing. Soon after, accompanied by a fireball exploding in the air, the voice of Examiner Lin echoed over the examination room. Time is up. The examination is over. Please stop answering questions. Candidates leave the examination room in an orderly manner. Enter the waiting area to wait for the results. And examiners go to collect the papers. The stone wall surrounding the candidates slowly fell down. And a candidate stood up and cursed. This question is so damn difficult. I don't know how to do it at all. The others were stunned when they heard this, and immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's really difficult. I can't understand it at all. I don't know how to do it at all. Alas, I guess there's no hope for me. Me too. The mage who had just spoken at the beginning was immediately happy when he heard this, and his originally tense heart relaxed. It turns out that no one knows how to do it. It seems that my score should not be too bad. Su Zongxin was a little confused when he passed by. Is it so difficult? Thinking about it, he walked to the seat of a candidate who just said that he didn't know how to do it at all, and took a look at the paper. Wow, 3 papers are filled with answers, all correct, excellent standard. He walked to the seat of the candidate who responded that I was also the same, and opened it. 3 chapters of the paper were filled with answers. The first and second were fine, the third had some flaws, indeed. He was the same. Finally, I walked to the seat of the person who said he didn't know at the beginning, and flipped through the paper. Solution: I flipped through the second paper. Answer: I looked at the third paper with some expectation. Omitted? After reading it, Su Zongxin put his paper away. Looking back at him, he was still smiling and talking to others about how difficult the paper was. There was a trace of pity in his eyes, and others were still responding. Yes, it's hard. This paper is really hard. Well, I think I'm going to fail the test. Alas, I can't enter the Mage Association. What about you? Me too. Chapter 176 Me. Candidates in waiting area number 1. Please enter and prepare for the exam. A large light ball with a diameter of several meters emits a gentle light, illuminating the entire examination room, just like daylight. In the examination room, candidates in waiting area number 1 are the last batch of candidates to take the exam. It is already a few hours in the morning, and the exams are going on continuously, and it is almost over at this time. An hour passed in a flash. All the registered candidates completed the exam, and nearly 20,000 test papers were piled up beside the examination room, and the stone pillar where Mo Lan was located slowly sank into the ground. Examiners, their exams are over. It's our turn next. We have discussed the scoring criteria long ago. As usual, no communication with the outside world. The examination room is closed until the results are announced. Understood. The 20 examiners nodded to show that they understood, and Mo Lan turned his head to look at the 10 waiting areas around. Then our service staff will deliver free water and food. The waiting area also has a separate toilet. I hope everyone can wait patiently. I and all the examiners will complete the marking, scoring, and even publishing of the test papers under your watchful eyes. If you have any concerns about fairness, you can raise them, and I will consider them. If there is anything inappropriate, please forgive me and show your understanding. In addition, if you have something to do, you can leave. But I hope you can witness the entire process of marking the test papers. Mo Lan turned around and said aloud, "Begin marking the papers." As soon as the voice fell, under the watchful eyes of thousands of candidates, the test papers with numbers covered were mixed up and moved in batches to the 20 examiners. Each examiner picked up the papers and first checked whether the final spell structure was correct. Regardless of whether it was correct or not, they would look back at the steps and then score based on the 2 points. If the second or third papers were answered, they would be put aside and not graded. At first, it took nearly a minute to grade a paper, but as they became more familiar with the questions, the grading speed became faster and faster. Everyone's thinking was very agile, and they just scanned with their mental power, and the scores appeared in their minds the next moment. Every few seconds, one paper. Every few seconds, one paper. The piled papers disappeared quickly. But although mental power grading is cool, it looks very awkward when writing the scores by hand. Only Mo Lan, who is at the front, is different. His mental power spreads out. While looking at the 20 examiners, a mental spell is activated. The hand of the mage. At the same time, 2 papers floated in front of him, and the next moment the pen automatically wrote the scores on them, and the 2 lines of papers passed quickly like passing through an assembly line. This speed made the other examiners stunned, looked at the pen in their hands, and then looked at the pen floating in front of Mo Lan, and sighed silently. As early as when he was promoted to the 4th ring mage, Mo Lan found that his mental agility and calculation ability had greatly improved. He had unconsciously been able to do 2 things at the same time. The real 2 things at the same time. Even thinking about 2 things at the same time. doing 2 math problems. However, at this moment, someone raised his hand and said, "Emotion. I have a question." Emolan paused, and after finishing marking the 2 test papers in front of him, there was only 1 test paper left in the next round. And Emolan turned his head to look at this person. "Well, please go ahead. I want to ask. You guys graded and graded quickly. Emotion. You even graded 2 papers at the same time. Can this ensure fairness? Can you be sure that high scores are high scores, and low scores are low scores? Also, I answered 3 papers, but now I see that I only graded 1. Does that mean the remaining 2 papers are useless? Not involved in grading? What's your name?" Emolan suddenly asked. "My name is Lu Bin." "Okay. Hello, Lu Bin. I'll answer your first question first. All the examiners are the best among the 3-ring mages, with extremely quick thinking, and they all use mental power to mark the papers, plus they are extremely familiar with the questions, so a few seconds are enough to mark a paper. And I am confident that I am a few steps better than these examiners, and I can successfully do 2 things at the same time, and even if I do 2 things at the same time, my thinking ability is very strong, so I can mark the papers fairly. But maybe I am not convincing enough just by talking. So, 5 people are selected from each examination area. A total of 50 people enter the examination room, and you can check any papers that have been graded. I will tell you the grading criteria. You can grade them by yourselves, and then see if the grading on this test paper is fair. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Lu Bin nodded. "Satisfied? Okay, you are a supervisor, and then 5 people are allocated to each examination area, and then 49 people are selected to supervise." Emolan saw that Zopeng had already stepped forward to implement it, so he continued. "Lu Bin, then I will answer your second question now. Are all 3 test papers valid?" "My answer is valid. As for why there is no correction now, it is because correcting the same questions will speed up the process. Thinking between different questions, answer switching will not only reduce the efficiency of marking, but also lead to mistakes, so we choose to mark the first test paper first. I wonder if this answer is satisfactory." "Satisfied. Thank you for Emotion's answer. You can continue marking the papers." Emolan nodded, and his attention returned to the test paper. He had been marking 1 test paper from beginning to end, and when his attention was shifted back, he marked 2 test papers at the same time. The staff member who was responsible for arranging the test papers stopped, waiting for the 50 people in charge of supervision to come down and select a part for inspection before arranging the test papers. The test papers began to be classified. Below 90 points, below 95 points, below 97 points, below 100 points. 20,000 test papers piled up like a small mountain, but at this time, the mountain was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The test papers were scored one by one and sorted on the other side. 50 supervisors were checking on one side, but they didn't find any major problems. More than 2 hours later, Emolan led 20 examiners to complete the review of nearly 20,000 test papers at an extremely terrifying speed. Starting with the second test paper, the number of papers this time was reduced by an order of magnitude, and the marking was completed quickly. The third test paper began to be marked, but there were only a few thousand papers, and it was finished in a blink of an eye, and I was still not satisfied. At this moment, all the papers were sorted, in addition to being divided by scores. The 3 papers with more than 95 points and 2 papers with more than 97 points were put together. And Emolan picked up the only 3 papers with full marks, and uncovered the covered numbers. 1-20-9, waiting area number 1, who is number 9 in row 20. Me. Lu Bin took a step forward. Chapter 177, Creating a Magic Trick. Lu Bin? Not bad. Congratulations on getting the first place in cultural performance, president's figure. Emolan nodded with satisfaction, and casually handed the paper in his hand to Lin when next to him. Count down the scores from high to low. 500? These are the top 500. Yes, but President, how do you count those who have done 2 or 3 copies? Emolan looked at the papers on the ground. People with high scores basically did 3 papers, and said after a moment of silence, "For those with the same scores on the first paper, those who have done 3 copies will be given priority, and those who have done 2 copies will be given second place." Zopeng was stunned when he heard this. What if the total score of 3 papers is 1 point higher, but only 1 paper is done? As soon as Zopeng finished speaking, Emolan found that many people looked at Emolan expectantly, and Emolan smiled. It's easy to do 3 papers with a score of 95, but it's hard to do 1 paper with a score of 96. If you can't do one paper well, what's the point of doing 3 papers? You made the same mistake 3 times? But doing 3 papers also means you are fast, flexible in thinking and able to adapt. Suddenly a mage stood up and said. Zopeng heard this, and cried out in his heart. Great! Seeing this, Emolan turned to look at him, and said with a little doubt, Didn't I already say that it is better to do 3 copies than 2 copies for the same score? And it is better to do 2 copies than 1 copy? If they can get a higher score, it means they are stronger than you. Everyone can stack numbers, but we want to break through the upper limit. How about this? I will change it a little bit. 3 papers, and take the highest score as the score. Is that okay? The mage's momentum suddenly weakened a little when he heard this. Nodded, and said, Okay. Emolan nodded. Okay. Let's start ranking. Only the top 500 will be counted. Will the results be announced immediately after the statistics are completed? No. There is another additional test. For the examiners. Emolan looked around after he finished speaking, looking at the candidates in the 10 waiting areas, and his voice echoed over the examination room again. For fairness, the examiners who just invigilated you did not directly join the Mage Association. They are still volunteers as examiners. They set the test questions, discussed the scoring criteria together, and hosted and supervised the test. If they were asked to take the same test, it would be unfair to you. So now your test is over, and theirs is starting. I will personally host an additional test for them, and all the examinees will be responsible for supervising the test. To ensure fairness, 20 examiners, please take your seats. Linwa and the other 20 people looked at each other, and immediately found 20 seats in the middle of the examination room, and sat down. The staff next to them handed them paper and pens. Seeing them sitting down, Emolan's voice sounded. Okay. The exam is about to begin. And what will the exam questions be? The exam questions will be decided by all the candidates, and even all the players. Everyone, please log into the Mage Forum, enter the pin post, and put forward your valuable opinions. Among the 3 replies with the highest likes, I will choose the more reasonable one as the exam question. Before Emolan finished speaking, candidates opened the forum with some curiosity. But when they saw the pin post, their eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Examiner's question, create a practical trick on the spot. The test time is 3 hours. When everyone saw the top line of words, they were a little surprised. They subconsciously thought, is this a show? But when they saw the content below, this thought immediately disappeared from their minds. Reply to this post with the name of the trick. The most appropriate one among the 3 with the highest likes will be selected as the test question. The reply format is as follows. Name, air magic effect, release breathable air. Note, the voting period is 30 minutes, and the counting will end after 30 minutes. Fuck. It's exciting. Emotion dares to play such a big game. Isn't he afraid of failure? This is the first thought that came to my mind after reading the whole post. It is this paragraph that makes everyone understand that this cannot be a show, and it is impossible to cheat in this exam. Strong or weak, it all depends on strength. Whether the trick is created or not, the structure of the trick, the effect of the trick, etc. are all clear at a glance. And it was just a moment's pause. The next moment the number of replies increased rapidly, one after another, and from time to time, a magic trick was interspersed. Fuck awesome. Wife, come out and watch the show. Upstairs, he just fell asleep. Fuck, so much information. Electricity. Create a spell that can generate electricity and output steadily. Upstairs is so exciting. Elemental arrow. Can you make arrows with elements? Archers are so fucked. Not to mention that arrows are expensive. It's actually a consumable. The arrows are crooked after a few hits. It would be nice if someone could make arrows out of elements. No need for any functions, as long as they are standard arrows that can be shot. Ice, stone, wood, iron, as long as they can be shot and remain accurate. Lengthening. A spell that can lengthen, make hair longer. Short hair is too ugly. Thickening. Can my iron rod be thicker? The kind that can be turned back after hitting someone. Iron palm. Temporarily turn your hand into iron. Extremely hard. Hair washing. It's too troublesome for girls to wash their hair. Can you create a spell that can automatically wash and dry hair? Washing, as above. Make it neater. I'll make a bathing, as the name says. Nuclear piece. 1 nuclear piece. Growth. The vegetables in my house grow too slowly. Can you give me a way to promote growth? If we can speed up growth, then we might be able to gather enough food for the poor before winter comes. Fertilizer, add fertilizer. Rain, no need for rain, just a shower effect is good. I just hope the coverage area can be as large as possible. Insecticide, green food, start with me. Tent, can I pitch a tent? Replies quickly filled the screen. Although these replies were just some tricks, Emolan could see the demand for spells among the majority of players. Emolan recorded these tricks one by one. Looking at the names and details of each trick, Emolan suddenly felt that creating these tricks was greater and more meaningful than creating the nuclear bomb spell. People's livelihood, the meaning of the mage should be here. Perhaps this is the way of the mage, and the meaning of the nuclear bomb spell is to protect the way. The nuclear bomb spell is the way of protection. It is indeed important, but it only exists because of people's livelihood. Of course, there are also very excellent requirements in these tricks from time to time. Emolan's mouth twitched slightly when he saw it. However, these did not affect Emolan's overall mood. The amount of information behind these tricks was very large. At the same time, the number of likes on some replies was also increasing, and they were quickly pushed to the front. 30 minutes are about to end. Chapter 178 Grow Spell. Okay, half an hour has passed, time is up. Let's see which trick will be used as the exam question in the end. Emolan's voice echoed slowly. Many people looked at the post without waiting for Emolan to announce it, but when they saw the 3 most liked spells, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! Show off, you old perverts. No, you're slandering. I'm not old. If the examinees in the waiting area burst out laughing, the 20 examiners sitting in the middle of the examination room turned green, with very strange expressions. Although Emolan hadn't opened the forum yet, he suddenly had a bad feeling when he heard the laughter. Emolan nervously opened the forum, and at this time, everyone in the waiting area looked at him expectantly. He opened the mage section, opened the post, and when he saw the top 3 replies, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. The candidates in the waiting area laughed when they saw the scene, and took screenshots of their surprise. Surprise.jpg. Surprise.jpg. It took Emolan a while to recover, and he looked at the top 3 replies seriously. Like the first, lengthening technique. Like the second, thickening technique. Like the third, nuclear flattening technique. Emolan took a deep breath, and finally fell silent. Ha! Emotion. Hurry up and choose. Aren't the top 3 already announced? Quick! Which one are you going to choose? Emolan locked the post in a tiring manner, forbidding replies and liking it. Damn! These perverts will never get old. Right? After complaining, Emolan looked down. 4th, bathing technique. Passed. 5th, growth technique. Passed. Wait a minute. This one seems okay. Meaningful and profound. And moderately difficult. Emolan took a deep breath, nodded, and the tired voice echoed over the examination room again. Due to some force majeure factors, the top 3 magic tricks are not suitable as test questions. So the scope is expanded and postponed to the top 5. The 4th and 5th likes are relatively small. After consideration, I think the significance of growth is more important. So I choose growth as the test question. The moment Emolan announced the test questions, the examination room burst into laughter, and the 20 examiners were obviously relaxed. Quiet. Quiet. The test starts now. The test time is 3 hours. And the test topic is, create the magic growth technique. Test requirements, no limit on attributes, no limit on nodes. Just complete the core requirements to stimulate birth. With Emolan's words, the scene suddenly became quiet, and tens of thousands of candidates quietly watched the 20 examiners start to create this magic called growth. One by one, the instructors began to write. Some wrote down 3 requirements on paper, then thought quietly, and then quickly wrote down their ideas with a pen. Some closed their eyes and thought, looking for the entry point to create this trick. However, at this time, many candidates suddenly found that Emolan also started to write. Just now, a stone table rose from the ground in front of Emolan. When the stone table was completed, a staff member directly placed a pen and paper on it. Emolan wrote a few points on it. Purpose, accelerate growth. Reference model, second level spell vine entanglement. Emolan silently recalled the spell model of vine entanglement, extracted the structure responsible for vine growth and wrote it on paper. 2, 2, 8, 1, 9, 29. After writing this spell structure, Emolan wrote a lot of deduction formulas on paper, but just after writing a few lines, suddenly felt something was wrong. With a frown, Emolan stopped writing, pondered for a moment, and started to deduce again on another sheet. This time, Emolan's deduction was very smooth, and the complex deduction process appeared line by line under Emolan's pen. One sheet of paper after another was filled up, and with a crazy consumption of paper, the coordinates of the spell model appeared one after another. After a while, a complete spell model appeared on the paper. Emolan took a look, and then drew a three-dimensional sketch of it. Huh? Emolan exhaled lightly. The candidates, who had been looking at Emolan in the waiting area, said in surprise. Emotion was also answering questions just now. Want to create this growth technique? It seems so. He also held a pen and paper in his hand. I don't know how long it will take Emotion to create the growth technique. And I don't know what kind of growth technique he can create. Since Emotion dared to write, he must have strong confidence. So it will definitely be created very quickly. Not only fast, but also very good. Hey, look! Emotion has stopped writing. He must have an idea. It's really fast. However, just after this person finished speaking, someone behind him said faintly, "No, Emotion doesn't have an idea. Emotion has already completed it." The person was stunned and said subconsciously, "How is this possible? Creating a magic trick in half an hour? Is this something a human can do? If Emotion can really create a spell so quickly, how talented must he be? How evil must he be?" You probably don't know the difficulty of creating a spell. You think it's easy to create a magic trick before it reaches the first level? No. You are wrong. Even if the magic note of the magic trick is less than 10, it is still extremely difficult to create it. It requires a long period of research, a long period of conception, and finally a long period of experimentation. Only in this way can a real, simple spell be created. Want to create a trick in such a short time? I am already shocked that they can create a trick in 3 hours. I doubt that they have enough time. But the incomplete trick model that has been created can also be used as a basis for scoring. And creating a trick in half an hour? It is not realistic at all. If someone really did it, how strong a genius would he be? Can Emotion do it? No. Emotion can't. The man suddenly froze in the middle of his words, his eyes widened. Emolan in the center of the examination room finished memorizing the growth spell model and pointed forward. The stone ground expanded, revealing the soil underneath. Emolan pointed his finger, and a three-color light fell on the ground. In just a moment, the seeds in the soil took root and sprouted, extending upwards quickly. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. All they could see was the seedling that had just grown, and Emolan's straight figure with a smile on his face. At some point, a slogan gradually sounded. Emotion! 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 Emolan smiled slightly and pressed his hands down. Quiet, quiet, don't disturb the examiner's exams. As soon as Emolan finished speaking, the examiner, who had been staring at the weeds, looked at Emolan, listening to what he said, looking at the paper on which he had only written his thoughts, fell into silence for a moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Chapter 179 Melee Mage? I declare the additional test over. All 20 examiners have successfully created the growth magic trick. Among them, Linhua, Zhao Hua, Mu Qian, Ming Hongyi, and Ning Ding performed well. All examiners have met the recruitment standards. The magic tricks created by the 20 examiners have been published on the Mage section. With the consent of the 20 examiners, these 20 versions of the growth magic are available for everyone to learn, use, and reprint. Are there any candidates who have any questions about this result? Emolan looked around, and his voice echoed over the examination room. As the words fell, you could hear a pin drop. Many people subconsciously showed a trace of admiration and respect when they saw the 20 examiners in the middle of the examination room. Although none of them were as good as Emolan. Just now, these 20 examiners also showed them 20 kinds of growth magic tricks. There were a total of 20 kinds of magic tricks, none of which were repeated. And there were 4 or 5 major directions in the 20 kinds of magic tricks. There were growth magic tricks for a single water element, growth magic tricks for a single earth element, growth magic tricks for a single wood element, and dual attributes of water and earth, dual attributes of water and wood, etc. It was dazzling. These tricks were created in less than 3 hours under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Although some of them were not very effective, and a little crude. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the most difficult framework of these spells had been completed. After a period of intensive practice, they would become very good tricks with high practical value. At this moment, everyone was convinced and had no objection. Emolan smiled when he saw this. Okay. In that case, let's move on to the last stage of this recruitment exam. At this moment, everyone focused their attention on Emolan. Actual combat. Emolan opened his lips slightly and slowly uttered 2 words, which shocked everyone. The mages who were sitting upright all stood up involuntarily, looking at Emolan. And he continued to speak. As a mage, researchability is indeed the first priority. But at the same time, combat effectiveness cannot be relaxed. One is civil and one is martial. The top 50 in cultural scores, plus 20 examiners. A total of 70 people participated. 70 people competed for 2 vice presidents and 10 elders. In addition to these 12 people, the top 50 will be elite members, and the last 8 will be ordinary members. Finally, the overall structure of the Mage Association was formed: a president, 2 vice presidents, 10 elders, 50 elite members, 437 ordinary members. I will then announce the relevant powers and obligations of each position. Su Zongxin. Emolan suddenly shouted back after he finished speaking. Su Zongxin immediately led the mage group over. Stonewall group. Prepare to cast spells. As soon as the words fell, the 100-person mage group turned into Stonewall spellcasting groups and stood behind Emolan. President, I'm ready. Okay, Group 1, Stonewall. Emolan led the group, with the mage group assisting, and the group cast Stonewall on the examination room in the middle. Under everyone's attention, the examination room, which was neatly lined with examination tables, began to collapse and rise. At this moment, the earth seemed to have turned into plasticine, and could be kneaded at will. As time went by, a miniature mountain range appeared in the examination room. Emolan also opened up the mirror lake and brought water in to create a large pond. After completion, the highest peak of the miniature mountain range was 37 meters above sea level, the deepest rift was 15 meters, the drop was 52 meters, the terrain was rugged and complex. The examination room is ready. The rules of the battle are as follows. There are no restrictions on the means and methods of the battle. You can assassinate, sneak attack, set traps, as long as you survive to the end and kill the opponent. You will win. And if the game lasts for more than an hour, then the one who occupies the highest peak for more than 10 minutes wins. At this time, Emolan remembered something, suddenly hesitated, and added a sentence. The highest peak is limited to the current one. Self-made highest peak is invalid. Destroying the highest peak is invalid. As long as you occupy that area for 10 minutes, it will be considered a valid victory. The battle range is limited to the examination room. Up to 100 meters, down to 100 meters, and it is considered a foul if you go out of the line. 70 to 35, 35 to 12, 12 to 2. 1 round determines the winner. There is no revival match, but the players can choose to escape within 1 minute after the start of the game. As long as the escape is successful, both sides will draw lots again, and each player has only 1 chance to escape. Note that the escape will only be effective if you run out of the examination room. If you are intercepted and killed, it will also be considered a failure. Okay, now start drawing lots, and the players with the same lot number will fight. Everyone, pay attention. If you see someone stronger than you, run away early. It's not shameful. Survival is justice. As for those who see the opponent running, pay attention. You will miss the promotion that is delivered to your door. It's a pity to lose it. You don't know who you will meet next time. What should you do if you fail to advance? The gap between the elders and the elite members is not a little bit. Emolan's voice echoed, and he said loudly after everyone had drawn. Contestant number 1, please come on stage. Before he finished speaking, Emolan came to the highest peak in the examination room, pointed to both sides, and 2 1-meter-high round platforms appeared. Come! 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 Stand on the round platform. However, when Emolan saw the person coming, he was startled. And then he smiled. Su Zongxin. Linhua. This first game is a civil war among instructors. Come! Let's see who is better. Are you all ready? Come! See the fireball in my hand? The moment the fireball explodes, the game begins. Emolan had already walked to the edge of the examination room when he spoke. and a fireball condensed in front of him, flying towards the sky. Boom! The fireball exploded, and both sides disappeared on the stone pillar round platform at the same time. The distance between the two round platforms was very far, which was beyond their mental power range. As long as they left one place, it was equivalent to hiding temporarily. Almost at the same moment, a fireball exploded on their round platform, blowing a hole in the round platform. In order not to affect the game, I will wait for you in the live broadcast room. Oh! These two are not easy to deal with. They fight without declaration and have no martial ethics. Two young people. I advise you to take care of yourselves. Emolan opened a live broadcast room directly when they started, and explained it. At this time, he found that Su Zongxin and Lin would approach quickly, and would soon enter the other party's mental power range. Oh, it seems that both of our players have clearly understood the limitations of the mage. A 3-ring mage only has 7 spell slots. In this one-on-one duel, the opponent will not give you the opportunity to replenish spell slots. So a head-on battle is the best choice. But this also reflects the strong confidence of the two players in themselves. Wait, what are they doing? What are they doing? Our player Su Zongxin took out a 3-section staff from his backpack. Oh, the top section of the staff also hides a rapier. Okay, now let's look at our Linwa contestant. Holding a dagger in one hand, and a short sword in the other. The light on him should be the toughness of a bear, the elegance of a cat, and the strength of an ox. Emolan curled his lips. Well, a warrior who can't cast spells is not a good mage. Please look forward to the close combat performance of the two mages. Chapter 180. The Mage Association is established. After a long competition, we finally ushered in the last round of the ranking challenge field. The second candidate Lu Bin challenged the first instructor Linwa. Hey, see, our instructor fainted a shot, deceiving Lu Bin's shield. I wonder how many shields Lu Bin has memorized. I saw our instructor Linwa put a shield on himself, and then hugged Lu Bin. It is obvious that Lu Bin does not have much practical experience. He fell into the trap. Emolan shouted loudly. Boom! The fireball exploded in the arms of the two men, and the shield of contestant Lu Bin was just deceived. How should Lu Bin, who has no shield, face the explosion? Obviously, Lu Bin is out. Lu Bin's broken body fell to the ground, and Linwa also flew out, supporting his seriously injured body. He stood up tremblingly and raised his right hand high. Okay. Congratulations to Linwa for winning the game and successfully defending the title. I declare that the ranking challenge is over. Congratulations to Linwa. Lu Bin, for being appointed as the vice president of the Mage Association, responsible for managing the daily affairs of the association, and having the power to review the project team and independently lead the super large project. Su Zongxin, Zhao Hua, Mu Qian, and 10 other people are the elders of the association, responsible for assisting the two vice presidents in managing the affairs of the association. The next 50 are elite members, and the last 458 are ordinary members. I declare that the first recruitment examination of the Mage Association is over. Emolan took a deep breath, flew into the air, looked around, and said slowly under the gaze of everyone. At the same time, I declare that the Mage Association is officially established. The members of the Mage Association stay and follow me into the Mirror Lake. The rest of the people leave in an orderly manner. If you still want to join the Mage Association, you can pay attention to the homepage of the Mage section. The latest announcement of the Mage Association will be posted there. Finally, thank you all for your great support. Please take your time. The doors open one after another, and the candidates in the waiting area left one after another. After a while, there were only a few hundred candidates left. Everyone, please gather here, and follow me to the island in the middle of the lake. The mages came down one by one, their faces full of excitement. I finally joined the Mage Association that I had longed for a long time. I became one of the elders of the Mage Association. I seem to have become the creator of history. This feeling is particularly wonderful. Walking on the stone road leading to the Mage Tower, with calm and clear lakes on both sides. Each mage looked around curiously, looking at this beautiful place, looking at the place where they will live, reside and work. At this time, Emolan's voice sounded. The Mage Association is a group of mages who help each other. So there is no such thing as salary, except for a small number of management and service positions. The rest of the elite members and ordinary members have no salary to receive. But don't worry. The association will definitely take your income into consideration. In the association, elders, even the more outstanding elite members can take on projects and lead projects. After the leader receives the project, he will find people within the association, some elite members, some ordinary members, to form a project team. Everyone works hard together to complete the project, complete the research, and improve the mage profession. At the same time, they can also get rewards from major guilds or organizations, in addition to taking a portion of this reward as the association's operating funds. Most of it will be distributed within the project team according to contribution and agreement, and the association will be responsible for execution and supervision. One by one, the members listened with relish. They listened very seriously to things that were related to their own interests. Seeing this, Emolan continued, I currently have a project on hand, which is for the Eternal Blazing Sun Guild, about the miniaturization of spell models. The remuneration has not been determined yet, and the project leader will discuss it himself. If any of you are interested, let's have a small meeting in the small conference room on the first floor of the Mage Tower. When the mages heard Emolan's words, they immediately rubbed their hands. This kind of project, which is both challenging, can improve themselves, and can make money, makes them very interested. And they also know in their hearts that, with the reputation of the Mage Association, with the reputation of Emolan, they will never lack projects to do. As long as they are strong enough, they will never lack sources of income. By the way, it is purely voluntary to accept or not accept a project. If you are short of money, you can do the project. If you are not short of money and want to rest, then don't do it. As Emolan spoke, the outline of the island gradually emerged. The mages stepped onto the island with excitement. After walking for a while, they could slowly see a tall white tower. Mage Tower, someone exclaimed, and Emolan smiled when he heard it. In the future, a project team studio will be set up in the Mage Tower. Anyone with a project can apply for a studio. In addition, the Mage Association's database, library, and laboratory will also be set up on the second and third floors of the Mage Tower. Emolan looked back and smiled. If you build your own Mage Tower in the future, the studio can also be placed in your Mage Tower. After Emolan finished speaking, the group of mages immediately shouted excitedly, Okay, your main task today is to adapt to the environment on the island and settle down here, so I won't say much else. Oh, there is one more thing. Consider an attribute that you specialize in. Emolan raised his lips slightly, looking at the mages whose breathing became heavier, and said slowly, The meditation method that you have been thinking about can continuously improve your mental power, and can promote you to the 4th level mage. Meditation is my membership benefit for you. What you need to consider now is what attribute you want to specialize in. At the same time tomorrow, in this square, I will pass on the meditation method to you. Emotion is awesome. Someone suddenly shouted, and the others followed suit. Emotion. Awesome. Emotion. Awesome. The slogans of more than 500 mages resounded throughout Mirror Lake. The spiritual power of more than 500 mages seemed to condense into one stream, and broke through the clouds. Emolan couldn't stop smiling when he saw this, and pressed his hand slightly. Okay, stop. According to your candidate number, find your dormitory location, and then go and get your luggage. Tomorrow we will officially enter the state, and I remind you one thing. Emolan's face suddenly became serious, making the mages a little at a loss, and gradually calmed down. I killed Earl Hafong here before. It is certain that the entire noble system of the Morse Kingdom will soon face revenge. The speed of the message transmission, the time of the nobles' discussion, the loss of troops, the time of arrival. According to the calculation, it is expected that this powerful enemy will arrive this month. This battle will be difficult. Are you ready? Are you afraid of code? I am a player. Will I be a coward? No. Yes, at most. I will log off after dying once. 30 years in the west, 30 years in the east, don't bully the poor young. Just go back and kill them. Emolan smiled. Okay, don't bully the poor young.